The man simply cast his line into the lake and hooked a golden ancient scroll, while others were still diligently cultivating. Han Fei caught an ancient divine beast. You say I lack a cultivation method? I'll fish out a peerless martial arts manual. You say I can't heal? With a flick of my rod I summon divine pills. In an instant the ancient scroll flashed, and streams of golden symbols surged towards Han Fei, entering his mind. At that moment the voice of the system, Shaoyi, rang out. Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique Ultimate Breathing Method. Once cultivated, every cell in your body will transform, making your physical body invincible and capable of overpowering everything. Han Fei rapidly assimilated the crucial information, the ultimate chapter of breathing technique. This is a top-level breathing method practiced by supreme beings. Supreme beings in this world can be counted on one's fingers. The Shaoyi system said you still have half an hour of fishing time left, don't waste it. Get to work. Han Fei quickly regained his composure and cast his line again. Soon a fish shimmering with golden light leaped from the water and, with a flash, transformed into a golden dragon eye pill. Shaoyi indicated this is a body tempering pill. Your physical body has flaws which the pill can remedy. Han Fei didn't hesitate to swallow the body tempering pill. A surge of pure power instantly spread throughout his body. 3 years ago an incident in the martial arts academy had rendered him crippled. But now with this divine fishing system he was set to soar. In the last 3 minutes, Han Fei once again hooked a fish, which transformed into another ancient scroll with a flash of light. Han Fei eagerly opened the scroll, and phantom figures flew into his body. In his mind numerous shadows practiced a set of boxing techniques. It was Xingyi Quan. Shaoyi said, Master, your fishing time for today has ended. If you wish to continue fishing, each additional hour will cost 2,000 dragon coins, which equals 20 points. Han Fei clenched his fist, feeling much stronger. He threw a punch and the air exploded with a boom. His fist struck a rock the size of a watermelon, and with a crisp sound a crack appeared. It had actually split. To qualify for a second-tier university one needed at least a strength of 450 pounds. For a first-tier or a key university at least 500 pounds was required. And now his strength was probably around 400 pounds. Han Fei quickly packed up his fishing gear and rushed home. Standing in front of a testing device he threw a punch. The numbers on the display rapidly changed, 418 pounds. At this rate he would soon meet the minimum requirement for the second-tier university threshold, but his speed still needed testing. Soon after, Han Fei hurried out to the Tiandao Martial Arts School's training room, a narrow corridor-like space designed for speed training. As Han Fei dashed past the testing device, the numbers soared wildly, finally displaying 10. Han Fei was dumbfounded. 10 meters per second? Could it be because of the body tempering pill? Han Fei set the wind resistance to maximum and began resistance training. An hour later he left the Tiandao Martial Arts School. With only 5 days until the college entrance exam, he had to make good use of this time to cultivate. Han Fei sat cross-legged on his bed practicing according to the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. With the palms of his hands and the soles of his feet facing upwards, the essence of heaven and earth flowed into his body through the 5 hearts. In just half an hour, Han Fei stopped his cultivation because he had absorbed all the essence within 100 meters. Indeed, this is the ultimate breathing technique. The speed is terrifying. I feel like my strength has increased significantly. Han Fei then started practicing Xingyi Quan, which is known as the Mind Intense 6 Harmonies boxing, where the mind and intent are unified. Strength and chi are unified, chi and strength are unified, shoulders and hips are unified, elbows and knees are unified. Hands and feet are unified. He practiced until the early hours of the morning, exhausted. Han Fei collapsed onto his bed and immediately fell asleep. As he drifted off, he found himself next to the chaotic heavens pond again. He took out his fishing gear and cast his line straight away. Han Fei looked at the chaotic heavens pond filled with anticipation and quickly caught a fish. It was another body tempering pill. Han Fei promptly stored the pill and began another round of fishing. In the last 10 minutes, Han Fei suddenly lifted his rod, and a fish transformed into a blood-red medicinal pill. It was a blood pill. Han Fei was shocked. Shaoyi's voice rang out. This is a 4th-grade blood pill made from a 7th-tier exotic beast. After taking it, it will strengthen the blood in your body, thereby enhancing your strength. Han Fei was very satisfied. The next morning, he woke up from his sleep and consumed the body tempering pill and the 4th-grade blood pill. Suddenly he felt his whole body trembling and a force spread throughout his body. This state lasted for about 5 minutes before gradually dissipating. After getting ready, Han Fei headed straight to the Tian Dao martial arts gym. He entered the strength training room, where the spiritual energy was abundant and even purer than outside. Han Fei immediately sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. The surrounding spiritual energy crazily surged towards him. After 50 minutes, the spiritual energy in Han Fei's training room had been completely absorbed. He then stopped and decided to test his strength to see how much it had increased. Han Fei shouted lightly and punched the testing machine. The numbers on the device turned into a striking red, finally settling at 790. A first-tier martial artist, he had become a true first-tier martial artist. With a smile on his lips, Han Fei left the Tian Dao martial arts gym. Meanwhile, in the testing room of the gym, Chen Hao was leisurely drinking tea when an alarm suddenly went off, indicating that it was time to recharge the spiritual energy. That's not right, he thought as he tested the air with the spiritual energy meter, and found the concentration to be only 0.5. He was startled. Chen Hao immediately pulled up the list of the last martial artist of the day and his eyes widened in disbelief. An 18-year-old first-tier martial artist. Holding the information sheet, Chen Hao rushed into an office. Inside the office, Zhao Xian said discontentedly, "Chen Hao, what are you doing? You didn't even knock." Excited, Chen Hao replied, "Manager, look at this." He handed the list to Zhao Xian. After a brief glance, seeing the details of an 18-year-old first-tier martial artist with a strength of 790, Zhao Xian stated this must be kept absolutely confidential. He stroked his chin and turned on his smart communicator to dial a number. Soon a respected middle-aged man's voice came through. It was Li Zhangdao, the head of Tian Dao martial arts gym. "Headmaster, I found an 18-year-old first-tier martial artist." Li Jingdao's expression changed, barely believing his own ears. "Say that again." "I'm 100% sure it's an 18-year-old first-tier martial artist. This isn't just any ordinary first-tier martial artist." Li Zhangdao was extremely shocked. "I'm coming over right now." After Han Fei returned home from the Tian Dao martial arts gym, he entered the system space and began fishing. His fishing line made a noise as it was pulled. Han Fei knew this was no ordinary fish. A fish flew into the air and in a flash of light it turned into a pill, a speed pill. This pill could instantly increase speed by 1 meter. After consuming the pill, Han Fei didn't feel any effect and decided he needed to go back to the gym to test it properly. Upon returning to the Tian Dao martial arts gym, Li Zhangdao, because of the previous day's events, had not left the gym and happened to see Han Fei on the monitors. At that moment, inside the speed training room, Han Fei watched the numbers on the testing device, which had reached 12. After setting the wind resistance to the maximum, he began an exhaustive training session. Continuing until he was completely spent, he then immediately headed to the strength training room. After he entered, Li Zhangdao and Zhao Xian appeared in the speed training room he had just left. Both inhaled sharply in shock. 12 meters per second, this is terrifying. These aren't the numbers a first-tier martial artist should have, exclaimed Zhao Xian in astonishment. Li Zhendao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. "You should know very well how long some martial artists need to increase their speed from 10 to 12 after reaching the first rank. It took me over 2 years. As Zhao Xian listened, his pupils shrank. Could it be that this young man had reached the first rank of martial artists at the age of 16 or 17? Li Zhengdao shook his head and said, "He is a genius. How can you compare with him? It took you over 2 years, but maybe it only took him half a year or even 3 months. Let's wait and see what the strength value he records in the strength training room is. We might discover not just a genius, but a super genius, an unparalleled genius." Inside the strength training room, Han Fei approached the strength tester and prepared himself. After throwing a punch, the numbers on the tester quickly scrolled, soon settling at 1350. Even Han Fei himself took a sharp intake of breath. 1350, had his strength increased that much? Smiling, Han Fei then calmed his mind, sat cross-legged and began practicing the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. He knew that if he could absorb the essence, his strength could definitely surpass 2000. In the training room, with his heart pointed upwards, the operation of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique soon created 5 small whirlpools. Han Fei absorbed all the essence in the room in one breath. This is so comfortable, he thought, feeling even more uplifted. Let's test this again. Eagerly he went back to the strength tester. As he punched, the numbers on the tester rapidly scrolled again, finally freezing at 2342. The increase was terrifying. At this rate, if he opened another training room, he could probably reach the martial arts limit. Han Fei immediately left the training room and opened another without delay. In the monitoring room, Chen Hao had been watching Han Fei's training room. The beeping alarm sounded again, and after a sharp gasp, Chen Hao immediately used the communicator. Supervisor, the essence in Han Fei's training room has been completely absorbed again, Chen Hao reported. Upon receiving the message, Zhao Xian looked towards Li Zhengdao, who had also heard, and said, when Han Fei comes out, have him come to my office, then let Chen Hao retrieve the records from the tester to see what level his strength has reached. Zhao Xian nodded yes. At that moment, Han Fei had entered another training room and started to crazily absorb the essence with the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. As time passed, Han Fei felt the essence in the room thinning. Suddenly he felt a powerful force burst out from within him, causing a thunderous noise inside his body. What's happening? Han Fei was startled. There was a groundbreaking change inside his body, but it was incredibly soothing, and his body even emitted a faint glow. Could this be the phenomenon that occurs when one reaches the martial arts limit? Han Fei looked at his body and exclaimed in astonishment. After a few minutes, the state dissipated. Eager to know the results, Han Fei stood up and walked towards the strength tester, then threw a punch. The numbers on the testing device rapidly climbed to 2,999. Han Fei held his breath. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he couldn't contain his excitement. The martial arts limit. For many, this was the stuff of legends, a dream. But today he had achieved it. It felt surreal. A minute passed before Han Fei's emotions settled. This was just the beginning. In his future training, he needed to reach the martial arts limit every time to be invincible. Meanwhile, in Li Zhengdao's office, Li Zhengdao's face was a picture of shock, as if he had heard something unbelievable. You're saying Han Fei's strength reached 2342? Zhao Xian nodded, still in disbelief, and said yes, he has already changed to a different training room. It's terrifying. Li Zhengdao's heart surged with excitement. Such rapid improvement is astonishing. Go and wait outside his training room immediately. When he comes out, bring him to see me. Zhao Xian replied yes. When Han Fei emerged from the strength training room, Zhao Xian was already waiting at the door. Seeing Han Fei, Zhao Xian greeted him with a smile. Mr. Han, hello, I am Zhao Xian, the manager of this martial arts school. Hello, Manager Zhao. What could I do for you? Han Fei was somewhat surprised. Why was the manager of the martial arts school looking for him? Zhao Xian smiled and said, our director has been waiting for a while. If you're available, our director would like to meet you. Zhao Xian's formal address made Han Fei feel surprised and curious. Was it because he had absorbed all the vital energy in the training room? Had they discovered something? Lost in thought, Han Fei then said, please lead the way. Zhao Xian smiled and gestured for him to follow. Han Fei quickly arrived at the director's office. Upon entering, Li Zhengdao immediately stood up and smiled. Mr. Han, hello, please have a seat. After Zhao Xian left the office, his communicator rang. Answering it, he heard Chen Hao's excited voice, manager, you better come and see this. Knowing Chen Hao's excited expression meant a significant discovery in Han Fei's training room, Zhao Xian immediately headed there. Chen Hao was beyond excited, exclaiming, manager, this is a once-in-a-lifetime genius. No, a demonic genius. Zhao Xian's gaze fell on the notable 2999 on the testing device. He gasped, even forgetting to breathe, utterly shocked by the number before him. Martial arts limit. After a long while, Zhao Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Hao excitedly said, this legendary martial arts limit, I've only heard of it in my life, never seen it, and such a demon is right among us. Regaining his composure, Zhao Xian immediately relayed the news to Li Zhengdao. Back in his office, Li Zhengdao was leisurely brewing tea, smiling and saying, Mr. Han, don't be nervous, I just want to make friends with Mr. Han. Han Fei frowned slightly, responding, Director Li is joking, I'm just a student. How could I qualify to be friends with a sixth-order martial artist like Director Li? Generally speaking, the strength of a first-order martial artist ranges from 600 to 2,999 Jin, with a speed of 10 to 15 meters per second. A second-order martial artist has a strength of 300 to 5999 Jin and a speed of 16 to 20 meters per second. Third-order martial artists range from 6000 to 9999 Jin in strength, with speeds of 21 to 25 meters per second. The jump to fourth order is quite significant, with strengths ranging from 10,000 to 29,999 Jin and speeds of 26 to 30 meters per second. Fifth order martial artists have strengths from 30,000 to 59,999 Jin and speeds of 31 to 35 meters per second, while sixth order martial artists range from 60,000 to 99,999 Gene with speeds of 36 to 40 meters per second. Such powerful individuals like sixth-order martial artists are few in number throughout the entire Sea City and are honored with the title of Martial Venerable. According to previous reports, Li Zhengdao's strength has reached a terrifying 79,000 Gene and his speed has reached 38 meters per second. It's unimaginable for Han Fei that such a formidable being would want to befriend someone as insignificant as himself. Li Zhengdao laughed and said, "Mr. Han is too modest. Aren't you also a first-order martial artist now, an 18-year-old first-order martial artist at that? In the entire world, such individuals are few and far between, highly coveted by all major martial arts academies, a bright star of the future." Han Fei was slightly shocked but then calmed down. He realized that since he had absorbed all the essence in the training room, the martial arts hall would definitely investigate, and the records he left in the training room couldn't be erased. It was not surprising that Li Zhengdao knew he had become a first-order martial artist. Han Fei smiled lightly and said, "I'd ask Director Li to keep this matter confidential for the time being. I don't want too many people to know." Li Zhengdao smiled and said, "Naturally." As they spoke, Li Zhengdao's communicator beeped and he glanced at it nonchalantly, almost dropping his eyes in shock. The communicator displayed a picture of the tester showing 2999 leaving Li Zhengdao stunned for a long time as if frozen. Seeing Li Zhengdao's reaction, Han Fei asked Director Li. Li Zhengdao came back to his senses, looking at Han Fei with a different expression and took a deep breath, saying, "Mr. Han, have you already reached the martial arts limit?" Han Fei wasn't surprised and replied, "Yes, I just did." Li Zhengdao took a sip of tea to calm his emotions and said, "Since the birth of martial artists, those who have reached the martial arts limit have all been recorded. Over the years there have been no more than 100 such individuals. Mr. Han, your future prospects are boundless. You will definitely become a legendary supreme warrior." Li Zhengdao's expression became much more respectful, and given Han Fei's previous performance, he was already willing to lower his stature and curry favor, now even more so. It's known that once the news of Han Fei reaching the martial arts limit gets out, the entire Dragon Nation would go all out to nurture him, treating him as a national treasure. Such a person's future achievements are unimaginable. Although Li Zhengdao is a sixth-order martial artist, given Han Fei's current state, it probably won't be long before Han Fei surpasses him. Upon witnessing Li Zhengdao's demeanor, Han Fei mused to himself, "Indeed, in this world the strong are revered. As long as one exhibits exceptional abilities, even if their current strength is limited, boundless potential alone can command respect." With a calm and composed voice, Han Fei responded, "Director Li, you are too kind." Observing Han Fei's modesty, Li Zhengdao's heart filled with admiration. A prodigy who reached the pinnacle of martial arts by 18 without a trace of arrogance, maintaining such stability is truly rare, he thought. Li Zhengdao smiled and said, "Mr. Han, I know your parents were martial artists who sacrificed themselves to protect the public. They deserve utmost respect. I've decided to offer you unrestricted access to all resources at Tiandao Martial Arts Gym for your training, free of charge." Han Fei was taken aback and replied, "Director Li, this gift is too generous. I dare not accept it." Li Zhengdao laughed heartily and said, "Mr. Han, I understand your concerns, and this isn't a gift without cause. I only hope that in the future you might look out for Tiandao Martial Arts Gym, which would make me eternally grateful." Han Fei stood up and bowed respectfully, saying, "Director Li, I am deeply grateful for your recognition and will certainly repay this kindness. However, I must explain something to you. As you might already know, I can deplete the spiritual energy in the training room in just 1 hour, so I hope it won't alarm you." Li Zhengdao's expression changed slightly, then he quickly replied, "Mr. Han, don't worry about it. Training a martial artist always comes at a cost." With a slight smile, Han Fei expressed his gratitude. "Then I thank you, Director Li." Li Zhengdao chuckled and suggested, "Let's not be so formal. Call me Uncle Li and I'll call you Xiao Fei. How about that? My daughter Li Hyunya should be your schoolmate. Have you met her?" Han Fei was momentarily surprised and responded, "So Li Hyunya is your daughter? She's famously a top student and the recognized beauty of the school, potentially even securing direct admission to a prestigious martial arts academy. Truly, a tiger does not father a dog." Hearing Han Fei praise his daughter so highly, Li Zhengdao laughed joyously. "Even so, she's not as outstanding as you. Someday I should introduce you too. If there's anything else you need in life, don't hesitate to tell me." "There's no need to be shy with Uncle Li." "Thank you, Uncle Li," Han Fei replied. "If there's nothing else, I'll start my training now." Li Zhengdao nodded eagerly. "Of course, I'll have the front desk issue you a free pass card. You can train however you like in any of the rooms." Li Zhengdao then instructed the gym's front desk to provide Han Fei with a free access card to all training rooms. Holding the free pass, Han Fei entered the level 3 speed training room, feeling a wave of emotions. If I hadn't shown such strong innate talent, would I have received such treatment? This thought further strengthened his resolve to grow stronger, for without strength all of this would be merely an illusion. Han Fei began his training in earnest. The wind resistance in the level 3 speed training room, although set at 3 levels, varied in intensity, naturally affecting the training conditions differently. Han Fei first attempted to train using the second gear in the speed training room, where the wind resistance was significantly greater than the third gear in the level 2 training room. Han Fei felt a tremendous resistance, and after just 10 rounds his leg muscles were already sore. He knew he couldn't stop now. The more soreness he felt, the more he had to grit his teeth and persevere. This would force the explosive potential of his muscles to surface. The cultivation of martial arts involves constantly breaking one's limits to make progress, and Han Fei was well aware of this principle. Despite the extreme soreness, Han Fei continued to train over and over again until the soreness in his legs started to fade, eventually turning into numbness, and only then did he stop. Emerging from the speed training room, Han Fei immediately entered the level 3 strength training room without any break. The concentration of vital energy in the level 3 strength training room reached 15. It was indeed different. Upon entering the training room, Han Fei felt extremely comfortable. All the pores on his body seemed to open up, ready to absorb the vital energy. Han Fei sat cross-legged, practicing the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique with his 5 hearts directed upward, quickly forming 5 small whirlpools. The vital energy in the room continuously flowed into his body until all the energy in the training room was absorbed. After absorbing so much energy, Han Fei's legs had recovered to their peak condition, and he could clearly feel that his body's strength had significantly increased. He decided to test his strength. Han Fei walked up to the testing machine and threw a powerful punch. The numbers on the machine quickly rolled, finally stopping at 3690. Indeed, his strength had increased significantly, but to be considered a second-tier martial artist he needed to improve his speed. He thought to himself that he should focus more on speed training and how much easier it would be if he could get his hands on some speed-enhancing pills. Han Fei was resolute, and after reaching the second tier he knew he must engage in real combat. A martial artist without real combat experience is no different from a decorative pillow. With determination he returned to the level 3 speed training room and began his intense speed training. In Li Zhengdao's office, Zhao Xian walked in and said, "Director, this Han Fei is truly a cultivation maniac. He first trained in the speed room for 2 hours, then went to the level 3 strength room and absorbed all the vital energy, and now he's back in the speed room." Li Zhengdao was astonished. He absorbed all the vital energy in the level 3 strength room. My heavens, what kind of breathing technique is he practicing? How can he absorb it so quickly? Zhao Xian chuckled. What's more terrifying is that today he just reached the martial arts limit, and now his strength has reached 3690. That means after absorbing the vital energy his strength surged. This conversion speed is unheard of. Li Zhengdao took a sharp breath. It's well known that there are 2 ways for a martial artist to enhance strength. One is by training to break through their own limits, and the other is by absorbing vital energy to aid improvement. However, absorbing vital energy typically requires time to digest, usually at least a week, to see results, but his effects are immediate. This is beyond comprehension. As long as his speed exceeds 15 meters per second, he will enter the ranks of second-tier martial artists. An 18-year-old at the second tier is frightening to think about. Over the years, it seems that only about 10 such individuals have appeared in the entire Dragon Nation. Zhao Xian was beyond words with shock. Li Zhengdao spoke with utmost seriousness. This matter must be kept confidential, and for now do not disclose it to any martial arts schools. Let Han Fei decide everything on his own. Zhao Xian nodded in agreement, knowing that although releasing the news would make Han Fei the darling of the entire Dragon Nation, it could also bring about envy and potential mishaps which would ultimately harm Han Fei. Han Fei stared at the numbers on the testing device, exhaling deeply. He was satisfied with today's training, and feeling tired he left the training room and headed straight home. The issue with the training resources was temporarily resolved, saving quite a bit of money which he could now spend more on fishing. Once home, Han Fei sat on the sofa and then entered the system world. "Shaoyi, I want to recharge 100,000, he said. Shaoyi appeared. "All right, master, please wait a moment." "Master, the recharge is complete." With a thought, Han Fei saw the screen change. The points had increased from 50 to 1050. Han Fei's main reason for recharging was to increase his fishing time. The more time he had, the more fish he could catch. Without hesitation he purchased an additional 2 hours and quickly cast his first line. After about 10 minutes a fish about the size of a small crushing carp weighing around 2 ounces was effortlessly pulled up by Han Fei. Curious about what this small fish could transform into, Han Fei watched as it suddenly turned into a medicinal pill with a flash of light. Holding the pill, information about it appeared in his mind: Huayu Dan, a pill that could rapidly dissolve blood stasis and stop bleeding, promoting circulation. It was a healing medicine which was quite useful in combat situations where injuries were inevitable and timely healing could be life-saving. Han Fei smiled slightly and stored the Huayu Dan as an icon of the pill appeared in the storage section of the screen marked with Huayu Dan +1. Han Fei cast his line again and soon caught another fish of the same size. The fish are really biting today, and they're all the size of small fish. After the small fish transformed, yet another Huayu Dan appeared. Another Huayu Dan. Han Fei shook his head and continued fishing. In the next 20 minutes he experienced a flurry of activity, sometimes even before the float had settled, indicating a bite. Within that time, Han Fei caught 36 fish, making a total of 38, all of which transformed into Huayu Dan. Han Fei couldn't help but laugh and cry. These Huayu Dan could be eaten like candy now. The fish are biting well. Shall we add an hour? Han Fei called out. Continuing to fish, he soon had another bite, and this fish was slightly different, resembling a small white fish. Once ashore, it too transformed into a medicinal pill. Holding it in his hand, information immediately appeared: Xueqi Dan. To be taken after excessive blood loss, it could rapidly restore blood levels. This Xueqi Dan was extremely important, especially once he advanced to a second-tier martial artist and began his external training. Should he get injured, he would need to take Xueqi Dan to recover his blood levels. Han Fei stored the blood qi pills in his storage compartment and continued fishing. As soon as he cast his fishing rod into the water, the float was pulled away before it could even stand upright. Han Fei lifted the rod, catching a small white fish. Once the small white fish was ashore, it transformed into a pill, still a blood qi pill. Indeed, he decided to spend the rest of his time fishing for more small white fish to get more blood qi pills. Han Fei then seized the moment to fish, and with each cast he caught a fish without fail. Over the next period, Han Fei caught 29 white fish in total. Time was up. Xiaoyi appeared. Han Fei reeled in his fishing rod, very satisfied, and said, "This time I gathered 38 hemostasis pills and 31 blood qi pills. I will continue tomorrow." Han Fei emerged from the system space to find that it was already late. He didn't bother to wash up and went straight to sleep. The next day, while Han Fei was still deep in sleep, the ringtone of his communicator went off. Groggily he opened his eyes and reached for the communicator. "Hello." The figure of Li Tao appeared, and seeing Han Fei still in bed, he said speechlessly, "What time do you think it is? How can you still be sleeping?" Han Fei opened his eyes and glanced at the time. "How is it already 10 o'clock? Li Tao replied, "Hurry up and get up. Zhu Zian's birthday banquet starts at 12 o'clock sharp. I'll come over to pick you up in a bit." Han Fei asked, "Can I not go?" Right now Han Fei was only focused on his cultivation and had little interest in anything else. Li Tao insisted, "Everyone is going, it would be odd if you didn't. Besides, getting along with them might benefit you later. Who knows, they may become warriors, and you might need their help. Hurry up, I'm coming over soon." Han Fei pursed his lips. All right. The two ended the call, and Han Fei got out of bed, stretching lazily and feeling incredibly relaxed, probably due to the intense cultivation from the previous day, which made him sleep longer as his body self-regulated. After quickly washing up and grabbing something to eat, Han Fei was just changing his clothes when Li Tao knocked on the door. Opening the door, Han Fei saw Li Tao had bought a new outfit. Although Li Tao wasn't particularly handsome, the new clothes made him look spirited and well-dressed. Li Tao, seeing Han Fei dressed so casually, complained, "Come on, at least try to match a bit." Han Fei was indifferent. "It's just a birthday party, showing up is enough." Li Tao explained, "It's not that simple. The class leader Nangong Jing and the sports committee member Zhao Feilong will be there too. They usually act high and mighty, not giving a damn about anyone. There will inevitably be boasting and belittling. Prepare yourself mentally." Han Fei replied, "If that's the case, why even go?" Clenching his fist, Li Tao said, "That's exactly why we should go. We can't let them mock you by not showing up." Han Fei's lips curled up. "Why bother about all that? Remember, a true strong person doesn't care about others' opinions. Only the weak fuss over such things." Li Tao blinked. "What kind of toxic positivity is that? Where did you learn it? We're out of time, let's go." Han Fei smiled faintly. The two arrived at the Heavenly Earth Hotel where Zhu Ziyuan was holding her birthday party. This hotel was luxurious, ranking among the top hotels in High City. they approached a private room and pushed the door open. The room was already full of guests and was elaborately decorated, creating a strong birthday atmosphere. The birthday girl Zhu Ziyuan was dressed in a long purple gown, her hair tied back in a ponytail, and she wore a birthday tiara, clearly having made a special effort. Already a stunning beauty, her appearance now was particularly captivating, making her the center of attention. Han Fei, Li Tao, you're here, we were just waiting for the two of you, Zhang Quan said with a smile at the door. Zhang Quan got along well with Li Tao and Han Fei mainly because their martial arts academic scores were not top-notch, which naturally made it easier for them to bond over common ground. Han Fei, Li Tao, you guys just come here to freeload food and drinks, and you even had our class beauty waiting here for you. You're so late, should there be a punishment? Lu Xiaoya said meaningfully. Zhao Feilong chimed in teasingly, why not let Han Fei perform the Toad Kung Fu? I think that'd be fitting. Although Han Fei couldn't get into the martial arts academy, playing a toad shouldn't be a problem, right? Everyone burst into laughter, though Li Tao and Zhang Quan looked quite embarrassed as it was a clear dig at Han Fei being an underachiever. However, Han Fei remained calm, seemingly indifferent to the mockery. Just then Li Zhangdao appeared at the door. Smiling broadly, little Fei, it really is you. I thought I was seeing things. Hearing Li Zhangdao's voice, everyone turned to look at the door. Isn't that the head of Tiandao Martial Arts? He's a genuine 6th level martial artist. Martial artists above the 5th level are rare in High City, and such a prominent figure knows Han Fei, one classmate exclaimed in surprise. Then the others also looked at Han Fei in astonishment. In their eyes, Han Fei was a nobody without power, money, or prospects, someone who didn't even stand a chance to enter a martial arts academy, destined at best for a mediocre research career and at worst a life as a lowly commoner. Yet, this very person they looked down upon seemed to know one of the top figures in High City, which was quite unexpected. Han Fei looked at Li Zhangdao and then, wiping his mouth, smiled and said, Uncle Li, what brings you here? Li Zhangdao replied cheerfully, I came here to have dinner with Sunya, and these are your classmates, huh? Oh, someone is having a birthday? Zhu Ziyuan quickly got up and politely greeted him. Hello, Director Li, I'm Zhu Ziyuan, my father is Zhu Yulong. Li Zhangdao glanced at Zhu Ziyuan and smiled, so you're old Zhu's daughter. It's your birthday today, happy birthday. Zhu Ziyuan hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Director Li. You know Han Fei? Li Zhangdao smiled. Yes, little Fei is quite promising. He has a bright future. Nangong Jing scoffed. Director Li, his martial arts exam score was barely 230, not even enough to pass the specialized course threshold. What bright future are you talking about? I hope he hasn't deceived you, Zhao Feilong chimed in. Yes, no offense, but he's nothing more than a waste in martial studies. He's not too bad in literary studies, but no matter how good he is in that, it can't compare with martial studies. Lu Xiaoya mocked Han Fei. I didn't expect you to look so honest, but actually have so many tricks up your sleeve, even daring to deceive Director Li. What were you thinking? Trying to fool Director Li into backing you up? Li Tao hurriedly explained. Don't spout nonsense. Director Li, Han Fei is definitely not that kind of person. Li Zhangdao raised his hand to interrupt. Li Tao snorted coldly and emitted a strong aura of a 6th-order martial artist, intimidating everyone present and startling them instantly. This was the terrifying pressure of a martial arts master, no need to elaborate. Just as Li Zhangdao was about to say something, he saw Han Fei shake his head. Li Zhangdao immediately withdrew his aura, looked at Han Fei and smiled. Xiao Fei, I'm in the Tianzi No. 1 private room. Come over and sit with me later, I'll introduce you to Hyunya. Han Fei smiled faintly. Sure. Li Zhangdao smiled slightly, walked up to Han Fei and spoke in a volume only Han Fei could hear. Sometimes when it's unbearable, there's no need to bear any longer. With that, Li Zhangdao patted Han Fei on the shoulder. Then I'll leave you be. Li Zhangdao then left the private room and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. The aura of a 6th-order martial artist was indeed terrifying. Zhao Feilong scoffed. Han Fei, you do have some tricks, fooling Director Li. Han Fei responded lightly. When have I ever deceived Director Li? Oh, Zhao Feilong scornfully said. Do we not know what you're capable of? You can't even get into a specialized martial arts college. How could Director Li think so highly of you? Nangong Jing snorted. Xiaolong makes some sense. Who is Director Li? He's a very famous figure in High City, and Han Fei, he doesn't even have the chance to become a martial artist. It must be because Han Fei knows his prospects are bleak. So he tries every means to gain Director Li's trust, wanting to cling to Director Li, a big tree. Han Fei, I must say your move is indeed clever, although I don't know how you fooled Director Li into believing you, but over time it will come to light. I advise you to stop now, otherwise if Director Li finds out, you won't be able to stay in High City. All the classmates listening to Nangong Jing's explanation nodded in agreement, finding some sense in it. Zhu Ziyan also frowned slightly, somewhat agreeing with Nangong Jing's view. They knew best what Han Fei was capable of. How could Li Zhengdao possibly favor a waste? Zhang Quan couldn't help but worry. Xiao Fei, is it really like this? Then you should hurry up and apologize to Director Li, otherwise once it's discovered, it's completely over. Zhao Feilong sneered, even if you apologize now, it's too late. Do you think Director Li is that easy to deceive? People ultimately have to pay the price for their actions. Zhu Ziyan, with a displeased expression, said, Han Fei, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You're not welcome at my birthday party, please leave. Han Fei smiled, stood up and said, sorry to dampen your spirits. Taozi, Zhang Quan, have fun, I'll be going now. Zhang Quan said, Xiao Fei, let's go together. There's nothing left for us here. Li Tao agreed, yes, let's leave together. Just as Han Fei and his friends were about to leave, Zhao Feilong blocked their path, a mocking smile on his face. Li Tao discontented questioned Zhao Feilong, what do you mean by this? Zhao Feilong, with a teasing tone, replied, you think you can just walk away after ruining everyone's fun? It won't be that easy. Zhang Quan frowned and asked, what do you want to do? Zhao Feilong spread his legs, pointed down at his crotch and said, the three of you crawl under here as a show for everyone, make them happy and we'll call it even. Li Tao became furious. Zhao Feilong, you've gone too far, we're all classmates and you want us to do that? Zhang Quan, clenching his fists, added, this is too much. Zhao Feilong sneered, yes, I am too much. What can you do about it? From now on, I will show you the difference between levels. The weak are controlled by the strong. Han Fei, still calm, asked, what if we don't crawl? Zhao Feilong cracked his knuckles ominously and replied, if you don't, you'll have to endure some physical pain. Zhang Quan and Li Tao's faces fell. If a fight really broke out, they were no match for Zhao Feilong. Han Fei suggested, we're all classmates, why should it come to this? Just as Zhu Ziyuan was about to speak, Nangong Jing interrupted, you ruined Ziyuan's birthday party. Do you think she would forgive you? Lu Xiaya, relishing the drama, chuckled, if you don't want a beating, just crawl under and make everyone happy, then it's all good. The other classmates also joined in, shouting for them to crawl. Zhao Feilong, with a smug smile, taunted, come on then. Li Tao, enraged, declared, even if it means getting beaten, I won't crawl. I'm taking you on. He charged at Zhao Feilong and threw a punch, but Zhao Feilong, with a disdainful snort, sidestepped and grabbed Li Tao's wrist. He then delivered a side kick to Li Tao's stomach, sending him staggering back, falling to the ground, clutching his abdomen in pain. Zhao Feilong mocked him, that's all you've got, barely made it into a second-tier college and you think you can fight me? Han Fei rushed to help Li Tao, asking, Taozi, are you alright? Li Tao, gritting his teeth, shook his head, I'm fine. Although Li Tao claimed to be fine, the pain on his face said otherwise. Han Fei's face turned icy as he glared at Zhao Feilong. You actually hit that hard? Zhao Feilong, unbothered, retorted, it's his own fault for overestimating himself. If you two don't want to get beaten as well, then just crawl under. Unable to contain his anger any longer, Han Fei stepped up to Zhao Feilong and challenged, do you think you're that strong? Zhao Feilong, mocking, replied, oh, looking to fight me? How about this, I'll give you a handicap and use just one hand. Lu Xiaya, with a laugh, advised Han Fei, I'd think twice if I were you. Don't overestimate yourself or you'll be the one to suffer. Nangong Jing scoffed, we're just teaching him a lesson. Zhao Feilong tucked one hand behind his back and beckoned Han Fei with his fingers, taunting him, if you're brave enough, don't back down. Clenching his fists, Han Fei was about to make a move when Zhang Quan hurriedly intervened. Xiao Fei, don't be impulsive, you're no match for him, you'll be at a disadvantage. Han Fei replied calmly, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. With those words he stomped his foot and his body suddenly shot forward. Zhao Feilong's pupils shrank violently in his eyes. Han Fei was nothing but a lingering afterimage. The next second Zhao Feilong's body was sent flying, crashing against the door of the private room and bouncing back to the floor, where he writhed in pain, clutching his stomach. At that moment, the entire room fell silent, not even a breath could be heard, everyone's expression was frozen as if turned to stone. Li Tao's eyes widened in disbelief, murmuring to himself, what did I just see? Is this an illusion? Zhang Quan shook his head vigorously, even pinching his own face, wondering if he was dreaming. Han Fei, staring at the agonized Zhao Feilong, said, if it weren't for the college entrance exam the day after tomorrow, that punch just now would have you in the hospital for a month. By then all the classmates had snapped back to reality, still with faces full of shock. Han Fei's move was too fast, they hadn't even seen it clearly, it was unbelievable, like an illusion. Han Fei then turned to look at Zhu Ziyuan, Nangong Jing and the others. Everyone present was startled by Han Fei's gaze, daring not to meet his eyes. Without saying much, Han Fei helped Li Tao up, saying, Zhang Quan, let's go. Zhang Quan also helped Li Tao, and the three of them left the private room together. Only after Han Fei and his friends had left did the people in the room dare to breathe out, and then the room erupted into chaos. When did Han Fei become so strong? That speed just now, wasn't it at least 10 meters per second? With one punch he knocked out Zhao Feilong. Nangong Jing hurried to help Zhao Feilong, asking Little Dragon, "How are you?" Oh, Zhao Feilong, with his facial muscles twisted in pain, gritted his teeth and said, "Han Fei, I will never let you go." Zhu Ziyuan exclaimed in surprise. How did Han Fei suddenly become so much stronger? Just a few days ago during the third mock test his strength was only 315. How could he have injured Zhao Feilong with one strike? Could it be that Han Fei really has become stronger? Otherwise, why would Director Li think so highly of him? Nonsense, it was just my carelessness. Zhao Feilong retorted bitterly, "I admit that the kid Han Fei has improved recently, but he could never surpass me. With his physical condition he can't possibly become a martial artist. Even if he trained to death, reaching a first-tier martial artist would be the limit. How could he possibly surpass me? If I hadn't been careless he wouldn't have had the chance to ambush me. Think he can fool me? No way." Hearing Zhao Feilong speak like this, the classmates who were initially surprised also came back to their senses, feeling that what Zhao Feilong said made sense. They knew Han Fei's condition best. A person whose body was already beyond repair was virtually sentenced to death on the path of a martial artist. To surpass Zhao Feilong in such a short time, only a miracle could achieve that. Lu Xiaoya snorted, "And here I thought he was actually stronger than Brother Long. It was just a sneak attack. Long, you can't just let this go, otherwise how will you ever face our classmates again?" I'm sure Director Li was also deceived by him, probably through such despicable means. If we can expose him in front of Director Li, even if we don't take him down ourselves, Director Li certainly won't let him off, a classmate said coldly. Lu Xiaoya echoed, "That's right, if Han Fei dares to hurt others he must pay the price." Nangong Jing asked Xiaolong, "What do you think? Han Fei is probably going to see Director Li now, can you still make a move?" Zhao Feilong stood up, took a few deep breaths, rubbed his stomach and said disdainfully, "The punch just now did hurt at first. But I've recovered now and it's not a big deal anymore. This just proves that his strength is clearly not enough, otherwise I definitely wouldn't be able to stand up now." Zhao Feilong moved around, indicating he was fine. Lu Xiaoya laughed, "As expected of our class's sports representative, you really are tough." Zhu Ziyuan frowned slightly, looking worried. "Should we really go to Director Li like this? Might this upset him?" Nangong Jing nodded and said, "We do need to consider this, as Director Li's prestige in Haisha is too strong. If he is displeased, the consequences are unthinkable." As Zhao Feilong sneered, "Since it's not good to confront him in front of Director Li, then we'll wait until Han Fei separates from Director Li and then take action. We can record a video and release it directly. Won't Director Li be able to see it then?" Lu Xiaoya's eyes lit up. "Long has a plan indeed. Let's just wait and enjoy the show." After Han Fei, Zhang Quan and Li Tao left the hotel, Li Tao's face was still pale and his forehead was covered with large beads of sweat. "Taozi, are you okay? Maybe you should go to the hospital," Zhang Quan said worriedly. Li Tao waved his hand and said, "If I go to the hospital I'll definitely need to be admitted for treatment, and then I'll miss the college entrance exam. My life would be ruined." Han Fei took out a hematoma pill and said, "Taozi, take this." "What is this?" Li Tao asked, puzzled. Han Fei smiled. "This is from Director Li. He said it's very effective for injuries. Take it, otherwise it will definitely affect your exam." Li Tao was surprised. "Director Li actually gave you such a good thing? It seems he really thinks highly of you, but you didn't trick Director Li, did you? If so, that would be disastrous." Han Fei laughed. "Don't worry, it's not what you think. Just take it without worry." Li Tao no longer hesitated and swallowed the hematoma pill. In less than half a minute Li Tao felt much better and his stomach pain was gone. "This medicine is miraculous, I don't feel any pain anymore," Li Tao said joyfully. Han Fei smiled. "That's good to hear. You guys head back first, I'll go say hello to Director Li." "Okay, then we'll be going first," said Li Tao. After Zhang Quan and Li Tao left the hotel, Han Fei headed toward the Heavenly No. 1 private room. Inside the Heavenly No. 1 private room, Li Zhengdao was dining with Li Xiongya with a table full of delicacies, most of which were exotic beast meats. Beast meat contains an incredibly rich amount of energy and is highly nutritious. Not only does it assist in cultivation and enhance physical constitution, but it also provides ample energy to quickly replenish physical strength, making it the favorite food of martial artists. The only downside is its high price, which makes it unaffordable for ordinary people. Han Fei knocked on the door and said, "Uncle Li, it's Han Fei." Upon hearing this, Li Zhengdao quickly got up to open the door and greeted With a smile, Xiao Fei, come in and have a seat. As Han Fei entered the private room, he immediately noticed Li Hyuna wearing a white long dress and her black hair draped over her shoulders. Her skin was as white as snow and her bright, curious eyes similarly gazed at Han Fei. After their eyes met, Han Fei subconsciously dodged her gaze before sitting down. Li Zhengdao introduced them with a smile. Hyuna, this is Han Fei, your schoolmate. Han Fei then generously looked towards Li Hyuna and greeted her with a slight smile. Hello? Li Hyuna returned the smile and said, hello Han, my dad has been praising you in front of me these past few days. Li Hyuna, as the school beauty, did not put on airs which somewhat relaxed Han Fei. He chuckled, Uncle Li is too kind. Li Hyuna smiled and said, I didn't realize our school had such a genius. I've seen the recent exam results and you weren't in the top 10, but my dad said your strength has reached over 500. It seems you're intentionally hiding your power, aren't you being too low-key? Han Fei was surprised and glanced at Li Zhangdao, who coughed softly, leaned towards Han Fei and whispered, Xiao Fei, I can't tell her your real strength, otherwise it would scare her, so I had to say that. Han Fei understood, as he didn't want others to know his true strength either. He smiled, I just don't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. Li Hyuna looked at Han Fei with some admiration and asked, which martial arts academy do you plan to apply to? With your real scores you could easily get into a top-tier academy. Han Fei replied casually, I haven't decided yet, we'll see when the time comes. Li Zhengdao then interjected, let's not just talk, have some food, you'll have plenty of chances to meet and talk later, exchange contact details later. And Xiao Fei, if you have time, try to guide Hyuna a bit. After exchanging contact information, Han Fei ate the exotic beast meat without restraint, a luxury he couldn't normally afford. After more than an hour of eating and chatting, Han Fei and Li Zhengdao finally left the hotel. Han, I'm going to Tiandao Martial Arts Gym tomorrow to push myself in training. If you're free, could you come by and give me some pointers? Li Hyuna invited with a smile. Han Fei nodded slightly. I'll also be at the gym tomorrow for training, but I might not be much help. Maybe we can just exchange some tips. Li Hyuna agreed. Okay, that's settled then. We're off, bye. Li Zhengdao smiled faintly, patted Han Fei on the shoulder and then got into the car with Li Hyuna and drove away. Han Fei sighed and then headed home. On the path that Han Fei must take to return home, Zhao Feilong and Nangong Jing were already waiting for him. Leaning against the wall and watching the corner, Zhao spoke with a sinister look. Nangong, when I make my move, start filming. Watch how I humiliate that fool. Nangong Jing gave an okay sign, saying don't worry, just don't be careless, go all out and he won't stand a chance against you. At that moment Han Fei appeared at the corner. Seeing Zhao Feilong and Nangong Jing standing ahead, he paused, immediately sensing their malicious intent. Nevertheless, Han Fei continued walking towards them. Zhao Feilong and Nangong Jing, smirking coldly and disdainfully, blocked Han Fei's path. Han Fei asked indifferently, what do you want? Zhao Feilong snorted, if I hadn't been careless at the hotel and you hadn't ambushed me, do you think you could have defeated me? Now, I'll let you see my true strength. Han Fei responded, I advise you not to strike. I held back last time because I didn't want to affect your college entrance exams. If you attack now, I guarantee you won't be able to attend them. Don't regret it later. Zhao Feilong scoffed arrogantly, big words. You think you can stop me from taking the exams? Nangong, make sure you record everything. I want everyone to see how I trample him underfoot. Nangong Jing took out a communicator, turned on the recording function and laughed. Han Fei, the curator will soon find out how you deceived him. Let's see if he'll let you off. Han Fei frowned slightly, are you really going to fight? Zhao Feilong yelled, enough talk, today I must trample you underfoot to wash away my previous disgrace, if not I might as well take your surname. Han Fei, looking disdainful, said, I don't need an unfilial son like you. Enraged, Zhao Feilong charged at Han Fei. Nangong Jing quickly found a good angle and began filming. Zhao Feilong's speed reached 9 meters per second, which was quite fast. With this speed he concentrated all his power into a punch aimed at Han Fei. Zhao's strength was already at 480 inch and with the added momentum, the punch would definitely exceed 500. Although such power might have overwhelmed the old Han Fei, it was now nothing more than trash in his eyes. Han Fei didn't indulge him, swiftly grabbing Zhao Feilong's fist. It was like Zhao's fist was suddenly clamped by a massive vice, unable to move forward even a millimeter. Zhao Feilong's face turned pale and Nangong Jing was equally shocked. Han Fei said coldly, I originally didn't want to go too far, considering we were classmates, but you refused to restrain yourselves. The curator was right, there is a limit to tolerance. After saying this, Han Fei twisted his wrist and a crisp crack sounded from Zhao Feilong's wrist, followed by his screams of agony. Nangong Jing's mouth fell open, his face turned pale and his forehead was covered in sweat, feeling a chill run down his spine. Zhao Feilong's strength was similar to his, proving he was no match for Han Fei either. Immediately, Han Fei kicked Zhao Feilong in the abdomen, sending him flying several meters before he heavily fell to the ground, a trickle of fresh blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. Han Fei, after all, had restrained himself, unwilling to deliver a deadly blow. He spoke indifferently. Consider this a lesson in. Zhao Feilong's expression was one of agony as he fainted from the pain. Han Fei then turned his gaze towards Nangong Jing, who, terrified, stepped back with a pale face and knelt down, begging Han Fei, "Please forgive me. I don't want to miss the college entrance exam, it would ruin me completely." Han Fei replied coldly, "Delete the video and keep today's incident to yourself." Nangong Jing nodded repeatedly, deleting the video in front of Han Fei, then hurriedly asked Han Fei, "Can you tell me how strong you really are now?" Han Fei responded, "That's for me to know." Nangong Jing swallowed hard and said, "From today onwards you are my boss." Han Fei ignored him and walked away. Nangong Jing watched Han Fei's departing figure and sighed. It turns out he was pretending all along. He is the true genius. No wonder Director Li favored him so much. We were all deceived. Looking at Zhao Feilong lying on the ground, he snorted, "You almost got me killed." With Han Fei's current strength, he is bound to achieve great things. It's definitely a wise decision to get on good terms with him now, especially with Director Li backing him in Haishur City and perhaps even beyond. Returning home, Han Fei didn't rest but entered the system space immediately, murmuring to himself, "I must enhance my strength quickly." Although today he easily overpowered people like Zhao Feilong, he still felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. The more talent I show, the more benefits and drawbacks it brings. Human nature is unpredictable. Only by becoming stronger can I avoid all risks. "Shall we give me 3 hours of fishing time?" Han Fei requested. "Okay, master, you can start now," Xiao Yi replied. Han Fei took out his fishing gear, bought some bait and began fishing at a new spot, hoping to catch different kinds of fish which might yield other resources. The more resources he stored, the better for his future. Soon Han Fei caught a fish resembling a carp, which transformed into a golden dagger as it landed on the shore. Surprised, Han Fei picked up the dagger and its information appeared in his mind: Golden Fish Sword, a primary level combat weapon capable of piercing the hide of ordinary first, second and third tier beasts. Han Fei was overjoyed with the find. Even though it was only a primary combat weapon, it was still quite valuable. Such an item would cost at least 100,000 in a specialty store. He quickly stored the golden fish sword in his inventory and continued fishing. Half an hour later, he caught another fish resembling a grass carp, which transformed into a pill as it landed on the shore. He held the pill in his hand and its information emerged: Heaven Soul Pill. Enhances mental strength upon consumption. This was a pill to strengthen mental power. Han Fei gazed at the Tianhan pill, murmuring to himself, "My teacher once mentioned that some martial artists possess exceptionally strong mental power, allowing them to manipulate weapons from afar to kill their enemies. These individuals are known as psychic masters. Within the same level, psychic masters hold an advantage over ordinary martial artists, as most martial artists engage in close combat, while psychic masters can control weapons from a distance, catching their opponents off guard. If I could enhance my mental strength, could I possibly become a psychic master too?" Han Fei carefully stored the Tianhan pill, hopeful to acquire more of them to strengthen his mental power. Over the next period, Han Fei caught 3 carp, each yielding a Tianhan pill, which filled him with joy. In 3 hours he caught 4 fish in total, realizing that fishing for resources was indeed a matter of luck. Emerging from the system space, Han Fei took out the 4 Tianhan pills. Without hesitation he consumed them one after another, thinking that even if he didn't become a psychic master, the increased mental power would enhance his senses and be beneficial in combat. However, after swallowing the pills, Han Fei immediately felt the world spinning and his head throbbing as if it were about to explode. Could it be that eating too many at once was too much for my body to handle? I hope I don't end up a fool, he thought regretfully, wishing he had taken them one at a time. In agony, Han Fei clutched his head and rolled on the ground, eventually passing out. When he awoke, it was already dark. Sitting up, Han Fei's ears buzzed noisily, as if he were in a busy marketplace filled with the sounds of children crying, people arguing, and unsettling moans, all flooding his mind. Shaking his head, he wondered if this was a result of his enhanced mental power boosting his hearing. It was said that people with strong mental abilities also had terrifyingly quick reactions. Just then, Han Fei sensed a mosquito flying toward him from several meters away. His heightened senses were indeed incredible and could be a massive advantage in combat. Excited by the prospect, he realized he still needed to learn how to use his mental power to control objects and decided to continue strengthening his mental power and research more once he entered university. Feeling refreshed, Han Fei stood up to practice Xingyi Quan, having already mastered several techniques like splitting fist, bursting fist and drilling fist. He now prepared to practice cannon fist. Known for its fiery and forceful nature, cannon fist is the most fierce among the 5 elements boxing techniques. Han Fei diligently practiced, emphasizing the transfer of combined force from the advancing front foot and the stepping back foot through his spine, twisting his body to channel the force into his shoulders and arms. The punch, characterized by keeping the shoulders sunk and elbows dropped, ensured that the force of the punch had a lasting impact, preventing opponents from leveraging his force against him. The upward strike requires the fist to drill forward from the chest, the elbow to wrap, and as the forearm continues to ascend towards the temple, it must roll. This power does not crash directly against the opponent's technique but neutralizes the attack through a spiraling and rolling force, effectively dissipating the opponent's power to protect oneself. Through persistent practice, Han Fei gradually mastered the essence and could perfectly unleash his power through cannon punches, maximizing his strength. Unbeknownst to him, dawn was breaking. After finishing his routine, Han Fei exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling utterly exhilarated. After a light breakfast and a short rest, he was ready to head to Tiandao Martial Arts Gym to practice the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. Han Fei prepared breakfast himself and idly rested at home for about an hour. Once daylight fully broke, he was ready to leave for the martial arts gym. Just as he opened the door, 2 uniformed law enforcers appeared at his doorstep. "Are you Han Fei?" asked the slightly overweight officer. Han Fei nodded. "Yes, what's the matter?" The taller and more robust officer spoke. "You are suspected of intentional assault and we need you to cooperate with our investigation." Instantly, Han Fei understood this must be related to Zhao Feilong. After the injury Zhao Feilong suffered yesterday, he probably couldn't attend tomorrow's college entrance exam, and Zhao Feilong's parents would certainly not let this go. Han Fei replied calmly, "No problem, but I need to make a phone call first." The tall officer agreed. Han Fei activated his communicator and called Li Zhengdao, whose image soon appeared. Li Zhengdao smiled. "Xiao Fei calling me so early, what's up?" Han Fei smiled slightly. "Nothing much, just wanted to let Uncle Li and Xinya know I might not make it to Tiandao Martial Arts Gym today." Li Zhengdao, puzzled, asked, "Oh, what happened?" Han Fei explained, "2 law enforcers are here asking me to go to the Law Enforcement Bureau for an investigation." Frowning, Li Zhengdao said, "The Law Enforcement Bureau? All right, I know. I'll come to the bureau later." Han Fei replied, "There's no need to trouble Uncle Li, I can handle it." Li Zhengdao didn't insist and said, "All right then, contact me if anything." After ending the call, the 2 officers looked at Han Fei with surprise. "Was that Li Zhengdao, the head of Tiandao Martial Arts Gym?" asked the overweight officer, astonished. Han Fei nodded. "Yes, let's go." Curious, the overweight officer asked, "What's your relationship with Head Li?" Han Fei answered, "Nothing special, just an acquaintance." The taller officer remarked, "That's a 6th-tier martial artist, a hero of our high city. Not just anyone has such contacts." Smiling, Han Fei asked, "What exactly do I need to cooperate with in the investigation?" The tall officer replied, "Zhao Feilong has accused you of intentional harm and now his parents are relentless at the Law Enforcement Bureau. We must take you there for investigation." Han Fei calm responded, "I will cooperate fully." Despite this being a high martial world where martial artists are revered, there are still certain constraints, especially for those who are not martial artists or are of lower ranks. In this high martial world, the Law Enforcement Bureau serves as the primary authority handling crimes. To join the bureau, one must at least be a 1st-tier martial artist. They possess significant authority over civilians and lower-tier martial artists, but their influence wanes when dealing with higher-tier fighters. For instance, a 6th-tier martial artist like Li Zhengdao is generally beyond the bureau's concern unless he commits a grave error that threatens the safety of the entire Sea City. At this moment, 2 1st-tier martial artists who represent the most common presence within the bureau accompanied Han Fei to the Law Enforcement Bureau, where Zhao Feilong's parents were already waiting. Being 1st-tier martial artists themselves, Zhao Feilong's parents enjoyed a relatively comfortable life and naturally carried an air of arrogance around common folks. Upon seeing Han Fei, Zhao Feilong's father looked at him with fury in his eyes. "I can't believe someone as young as you could be so malevolent, using despicable means to severely injure my son Feilong. He can't even take part in the college entrance exam now. What were you thinking?" Zhao Feilong's mother, Lu Mei, added with a fierce look. What else could he be thinking? He's just jealous that our Phylong could get into a top martial arts college while he, a failure, couldn't even get into a community martial arts college. Officers, you must severely punish this scoundrel. The stout officer Gao Yan tried to calm them down. Please don't get agitated yet. The matter has not been fully investigated and we cannot just take your word for it. Zhao Hai scoffed. Would my son lie? Does he need to frame a failure? The tall officer Tang Jun interjected. Whether there's been any framing is not for you to decide. We need evidence. Based on your statements, we brought Han Fei here and another witness. Nangong Jing is on his way, Lu Mei coldly stated. Nangong Jing witnessed the whole incident and even recorded it. We have both eyewitness and physical evidence. Let's see how you will argue against that. As Lu Mei finished speaking, Nangong Jing along with his father Nangong Wu, who was a second-tier martial artist, and another officer appeared. Upon seeing Nangong Wu, Zhao Hai quickly greeted him. Brother Nangong, you're here. Nangong Wu responded indifferently. Zhao Hai, I am sorry to hear about Fei Long's injury. Jing will fully cooperate with the investigation. Zhao Hai, relieved, eagerly asked, Jing, please tell the officers what exactly happened yesterday. Fei Long said you were there the entire time and even captured evidence. Nangong Jing glanced at Han Fei, who remained calm and detached as if the matter did not concern him. Noticing Han Fei's demeanor, Nangong Jing turned back and said, Uncle Zhao, I only learned about Fei Long's injury this morning when the law enforcement officers informed me. After our gathering ended yesterday, we went our separate ways and I had no idea anything had happened. Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Zhao's faces changed instantly. Lu Mei quickly asked, how could this happen? You are Xiaolong's good friend, how could you lie? Xiaolong told me that you had some disagreements with Han Fei yesterday and later you wanted to find Han Fei to resolve these issues, but Han Fei ended up injuring Xiaolong. Isn't that what happened? Nangong Jing responded. Auntie, I wasn't with Xiaolong at all yesterday. Xiaolong lied to you about how he got injured. I really don't know. Mr. Zhao and Lu Mei exchanged looks, utterly incredulous. This was completely different from what Zhao Feilong had described. Could it really be that Zhao Feilong was lying? Mr. Zhao said, I believe Jing wouldn't lie. I am sorry for Xiaolong's injury, but we must not wrong a good person. You know, Han Fei's parents were heroes of Hai City and were killed by beasts, and he himself was injured and might not even become a martial artist. How could he possibly have hurt Xiaolong? Nangong Wu's words carried a double meaning, firstly reminding Mr. Zhao of Han Fei's heroic parents, and secondly asserting that Han Fei, who might not even qualify as a martial artist, couldn't possibly be Xiaolong's assailant. It must be that Zhao Feilong has deceived you, he concluded. Mr. Zhao's expression was grim, his gaze fixed on Han Fei, trying to read something from his indifferent expression. Gao Yan then spoke, now that the situation is clearer, if Nangong Jing is not lying, then it must be Zhao Feilong who is. Also, Han Fei, can you provide your whereabouts after leaving the birthday party yesterday? Han Fei replied, I left the party early and went straight home, that's all. Tang Jun asked, is there anyone who can verify this? Han Fei shook his head. No, I went home alone. Mr. Zhao furious exclaimed, he's clearly lying. Officers, you must not let him go. Gao Yan coldly stated, this isn't about who shouts the loudest. Your witness has already proven Zhao Feilong lied. There is no evidence that Han Fei is the assailant who injured Zhao Feilong, so we have no grounds to detain Han Fei. You can leave now, Han Fei, but we will summon you if new clues or evidence arise. Nodding, Han Fei said, all right, I'll be going then, and he walked towards the exit followed by Nangong Wu and Nangong Jing. The Zhao couple looked extremely upset. Lu Mei, clenching her teeth, said, Xiaolong would never lie. I won't let this go, he must pay the price. After leaving the enforcement office, Nangong Wu and Nangong Jing quickly caught up with Han Fei. Nangong Wu with a smile said, Mr. Han Fei, may we have a chat? Looking at the time, Han Fei replied, what would you like to discuss, Mr. Nangong? Nangong Wu said with a smile, this isn't the place to talk, let's find a place to sit down. Han Fei did not refuse and the three of them went to a cafe. As Nangong Wu stirred his coffee, he said, I hear from Jing that you know Director Li and you have been progressing rapidly, easily defeating Zhao Feilong. Your strength must have reached over 500 by now, right? Han Fei responded calmly, what would you like to say, Mr. Nangong? Nangong Wu smiled and said, I bear no hostility, I simply wish to befriend you. Although I'm only a second-tier martial artist inferior to Director Li, I still hold some status in high market. If there's ever anything you need, don't hesitate to ask, I'll help you with all my might. Han Fei was not surprised by Nangong Wu's approach. Firstly, knowing Li Zhangdao was enough for Nangong Wu to use him as a stepping stone to get closer to Li Zhangdao. Secondly, it was his own strength that made Nan Gongwu see him as a rising star, a talented genius that no one would want to miss out on befriending, all as a groundwork for the future. Facing Nan Gongwu's friendly gesture, Han Fei naturally did not resist. Although Nan Gongwu was only a second-tier martial artist, he was after all a seasoned fighter and could still be of some help to him. The martial arts circle was one Han Fei needed to integrate and understand to gain more valuable clues. After parting with Nan Gongwu, Han Fei headed straight for Tiandao Martial Arts Gym. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Zhao Feilong lay on the bed, his expression filled with immense anger which aggravated his injuries, causing him to grimace in pain. Nan Gongjing is spouting nonsense. He was right there, why didn't he tell the truth? Why? Zhao Feilong howled in madness. Nan Gongjing, who called him a brother and was his best friend, not only refused to vouch for him but even testified falsely. Seeing Zhao Feilong like this, Lu Mei felt heartbroken and immediately comforted him. If Nan Gongjing can do this to you, then he's no friend of yours. Xiaolong, don't worry, your parents will definitely stand up for you. Zhao Hai coldly said, someone hurt my son, would I still be a father if I didn't make them pay a price? Xiaolong, since he ruined your future, I'll make him a cripple. Zhao Feilong's eyes were sinister as he said, Dad, I want to destroy him myself. Zhao Hai reassured, don't worry, although this Han Fei has some skills, he's not a first-tier martial artist, it will be easy for me to deal with him. Tonight, I'll bring him before you to do as you please. Back at the Tiandao Martial Arts Gym, after arriving, Han Fei immediately entered the third-level speed training room. His current main focus was on speed training. His strength had already reached the level of a second-tier martial artist. As long as his speed surpassed 15 meters per second, he could become a second-tier martial artist. With the free training opportunities at Tiandao Martial Arts Gym, Han Fei was not about to waste them. He trained intensely in the speed room until his thighs completely lost sensation and he could no longer lift them. After resting for about half an hour, Han Fei fully recovered and continued his training. After another 3 hours, around noon, Han Fei took a second break. At that moment, someone knocked on the training room door. Han Fei opened the door to find Li Hyuna standing there with a lunchbox, smiling. Have something to eat first, how else will you have the energy to train? Han Fei laughed and said thank you. He and Li Xianya sat down on the floor of the speed training room. Han Fei devoured his meal, which consisted entirely of exotic beast meat, greatly beneficial for physical replenishment during training. Curious, Li Xianya asked, what speed have you reached now? Wiping his mouth, Han Fei replied, I'm not sure at the moment. My speed can only reach 9 meters per second. I estimate it'll take more than 3 months to break through to 10 meters per second. Li Xianya looked somewhat helpless. Han Fei continued, martial arts training is all about gradual progress. You have great talent, why worry about not becoming a formidable martial artist in the future? With hopeful eyes, Li Xianya looked at Han Fei and eagerly said, I want to see your speed. Han Fei smiled lightly and agreed, all right. Han Fei also wanted to know his current speed, so he began the test. As he sprinted past the speedometer, the numbers on the display rapidly increased, quickly reaching 14. Li Xianya stared in disbelief at the numbers 10, 14. Seeing this, Han Fei wasn't too surprised but rather felt a bit disappointed that it wasn't 15. His reaction completely baffled Li Xianya. 14 isn't enough, you're not even excited? What am I supposed to do with my mere 9? She lamented with a wry smile, since you've reached 14-inch, tell me honestly, how much has your strength reached? You haven't already become a first-tier martial artist, have you? Han Fei nodded, not hiding anything. I am indeed a first-tier martial artist now, but please, keep this a secret. I don't want any unnecessary trouble before the college entrance exam. After getting a definite answer, Li Xianya's eyes widened even more in awe. To become a first-tier martial artist before the college entrance exam is truly a genius among geniuses. She assured him, don't worry, I'll keep your secret. Regaining her composure, Li Xianya looked at Han Fei with newfound admiration. Afterwards, they discussed some training methods and Li Xianya was deeply inspired to begin her training. Meanwhile, Han Fei continued to train his speed, aiming to reach 15 meters per second. However, despite practicing until late at night, he was unsuccessful. Increasing speed still required the accumulation of strength, and it wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. Han Fei then visited the third-level strength training room to absorb vital energy. After depleting the room's energy, he tested his strength, 4,580. Murmuring to himself, Han Fei noted, my strength has increased too quickly, I must keep up with my speed. In the future, I should focus more on speed. By now it was past 9 in the evening and Han Fei finally left the Tiandao Martial Arts School. Just as he stepped out, a pair of eyes were already watching him, following his Usual route home. Han Fei arrived at the alley where Zhao Fei Long had once blocked his path, a very dim and camera-free dead end. As he reached halfway through, he suddenly sensed a presence, a natural reaction brought about by his enhanced spiritual power. Han Fei cautiously slowed his pace and soon a figure appeared before him. "Who are you?" Han Fei furrowed his brows and demanded. The other person was dressed in black, his face covered, making it impossible to discern his features. However, this man was none other than Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai spoke coldly. "You little rascal, today you must pay the price." Without wasting words, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hai charged towards Han Fei. Zhao Hai was a seasoned first-tier martial artist with a strength of over 1900 and a speed of 12 meters per second, a respectable level among first-tier fighters. But what Zhao Hai didn't realize was that Han Fei's strength far surpassed his own. As Zhao Hai rushed over, Han Fei instantly readied himself for combat. Zhao Hai threw a punch, his fist shooting towards Han Fei's chest like a cannonball. Seeing this, Han Fei swiftly sidestepped, avoiding Zhao Hai's punch with ease. Zhao Hai's eyes widened in shock. He had used 80% of his strength in that punch, and yet Han Fei had dodged it effortlessly. In the moment of Zhao Hai's astonishment, Han Fei's fist was already thundering towards him. Cannon punch. The moment Han Fei sidestepped, he had readied his punch, unleashing it with fierce might. A gust of wind accompanied the punch, startling Zhao Hai. How is this possible? Despite his shock, Zhao Hai is an experienced first-tier martial artist who had fought with exotic beasts, naturally had much more combat experience than the rookie Han Fei. Recovering quickly from his surprise, Zhao Hai crossed his arms in defense. In his view, although Han Fei's performance was shocking, it was only because he had been careless. Thus he still underestimated Han Fei's strength, thinking such a crossed-arm defense could block the attack. But when Han Fei's punch landed on his arms, Zhao Hai instantly regretted it. The force was like a cannonball hitting his arms, shattering the bones instantly with a clear sound of cracking. Moreover, under the impact of Han Fei's punch, Zhao Hai's arms rebounded, striking his own chest. In that instant, Zhao Hai felt his ribs cracking and a gush of blood spurted out. Simultaneously, Zhao Hai's body flew backwards 5 or 6 meters, crashing painfully onto the ground, his expression one of agonizing pain and utter shock. Zhao Hai looked at Han Fei in horror. "How is this possible? How can your strength be so immense?" Han Fei's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Even though Zhao Hai was not trying to kill him this time, his actions were meant to cripple Han Fei completely, which was no different from attempting murder. All of this was Zhao Fei Long's own doing. Han Fei had spared Zhao Fei Long's life before showing mercy, and Zhao Hai's current revenge only stirred great dissatisfaction and hatred in Han Fei. Like superior, like subordinate, Zhao Fei Long is arrogant and self-conceited, and so are you, Han Fei said coldly. Feeling Han Fei's anger, Zhao Hai was even more terrified, quickly pleading, "I will never bother you again, please spare me." Han Fei slowly walked towards Zhao Hai, who kept scooting back. Han Fei said, "You only know fear now. If I were not stronger than you, would I now be crippled, suffering at your hands?" Zhao Hai was now deeply regretting his actions, finally understanding why Nangong Jing and Nangong Wu lied to protect Han Fei. It was all because of Han Fei's strength. An 18-year-old martial artist of his caliber was rare not just nationally but globally. In desperation, Zhao Hai pleaded for mercy. "I can compensate you." But Han Fei coldly replied, "I don't need compensation, I need you to pay the price." With a scoff, Han Fei stepped forward and threw a punch, sending Zhao Hai flying back, spitting out blood before fainting. Although Han Fei's punch did not take Zhao Hai's life, he would never wake up again in this lifetime. This act was also a form of self-protection for Han Fei. Having survived the pursuit of exotic beasts, witnessed his parents' tragic deaths under their claws, and endured mockery, Han Fei's mind had matured early. After the confrontation, Han Fei indifferently turned and left. Upon returning home, he took a bath, then lay down in the boat to rest his consciousness. Entering the system, Han Fei sat by the pool of chaos in the heavens fishing. He had purchased 3 hours of fishing time, and during these hours his luck was good. He caught 12 fish and unexpectedly obtained a speed increase pill, which thrilled him for a long time. Additionally, he acquired 2 heavenly soul pills, 1 strength pill, 3 blood explosion pills, and 6 vitality pills. The blood explosion pills were a type of medicine that could instantaneously enhance one's combat power by 10%, useful when facing a stronger opponent. With his good fortune, Han Fei stored all items in his inventory. His inventory now contained 37 stasis pills, 37 vitality pills, 1 strength pill, 1 speed increase pill, 3 blood explosion pills, and 2 heavenly soul pills. He decided to consume the heavenly soul pills first. After emerging from the system space, he took the pills. The pain was less intense than before, probably due to an increase in his mental strength. After absorbing the pills, Han Fei could clearly feel his senses sharpening. His eyesight became so keen that he could see insects 20 meters away even in the dark. It's time to learn more about training mental strength, Han Fei muttered to himself. He then consumed the speed increase pill, boosting his speed to 15 meters per second, reaching the speed limit of a first-tier martial artist. Tomorrow was the day of the college entrance exam. Han Fei stroked his chin, pondering something, then took out his communicator to call Li Zhengdao. Li Zhengdao's face appeared on the screen, smiling. Little Fei, it's late. What's up? Han Fei spoke. Uncle Li, sorry to disturb you this late, but I was wondering if there's a way for me to skip the martial arts exam and directly take part in the special recruitment test for the martial arts college. Upon hearing this, Li Zhengdao understood Han Fei's intention and replied with a laugh, of course, that's no problem. Each year, the major martial arts colleges have special recruitment. I'll arrange it for you. Han Fei immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, Uncle Li. Li Zhengdao chuckled. What's there to thank me for? By the way, today Huna told me that after talking to you she was greatly inspired. She wants to keep communicating with you in the future. You know, she's my only precious daughter and I'd be so relieved if she could become stronger. Alright, I will. Han Fei agreed then. Closed his contact list. Early the next morning, Li Tao knocked on the door and Han Fei was already ready to set off. Li Tao asked Fei, do you think you'll be able to get into a top martial arts university this time? Han Fei smiled and said, not sure, let's see after the exams. They arrived at the school. The liberal arts and martial arts exams were held at the same time. Those who wished to take the martial arts exam went directly to the martial arts testing area. After Han Fei and Li Tao separated, Han Fei went to the liberal arts testing area. After the exam, Li Tao hurriedly found Han Fei and questioned him. Fei, why didn't you take the martial arts exam? Han Fei replied indifferently, I have my own plans, you don't need to worry about me. How did you do? Li Tao laughed, not bad, I performed normally. I should have no problem getting into a second-tier university. Han Fei said, that's good, just wait for the admission notice then. After leaving the school, Han Fei headed straight to the Tiandao martial arts gym, preparing to break the speed of 16 meters per second. In the hospital, Lu Mei looked at Zhao Hai, who lay unconscious on the hospital bed, her eyes swollen from crying. Zhao Feilong couldn't believe it, unable to accept that his father had become a vegetative state. Zhao Feilong said angrily, it must have been Han Fei's doing. If I get the chance, I will make him pay. Lu Mei couldn't believe what was happening. Your dad is a seasoned first-tier martial artist. Han Fei isn't even a martial artist. How could he have done this to your dad? You said he knows Director Li. Could it be? Zhao Feilong was startled, then sat down powerlessly beside the bed, crying out in despair, everything is ruined. I can't even take the college entrance exam now. I've even dragged my dad down with me. Suddenly Zhao Feilong's eyes reddened with anger. No, this is all because of Han Fei. I must make him pay the price. Back at Tiandao Martial Arts Gym, Han Fei dove into the speed training room and started his intense training regimen. After consuming a first-grade strength pill which could increase his strength by 200 inches, corresponding explosive power and speed naturally improved. Han Fei first took a first-grade strength pill, his strength instantly increasing from 4580 to 4780. Then he started to train. Han Fei trained from day to night, resting 3 times each for about half an hour. He wanted to test whether his speed had increased. After his last rest, Han Fei eagerly began the test. As he sprinted past the speedometer, the display still showed 15. Although he hadn't broken through to 16-inch, Han Fei could clearly feel his speed had increased, almost reaching 16. After leaving the speed training room, Zhao Xian approached Han Fei saying, Xiao Fei, the director is waiting for you in his office. Han Fei nodded, then went to Director Li Zhendao's office. Uncle Li, you wanted to see me? Han Fei asked with a smile. Director Li gestured for Han Fei to sit down. You really are crazy, spending the whole day in the speed training room. Only through diligent study and practice can one make rapid progress, Han Fei said with a smile. Li Zhengdao returned the smile, clearly pleased, and remarked, you are already quite excellent, yet you remain humble and composed, which is truly rare. By the way, I have arranged the school for your special admission. The examiner will arrive in High City tomorrow. Here is your admission ticket. Han Fei took the ticket, which clearly stated East China Martial Arts Academy. East China Martial Arts Academy? That's the best martial arts academy in the eastern region, ranked 10th nationwide, Han Fei noted. Li Zhengdao chuckled and said, if it weren't for my limited ability, I would have gotten you into the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. Even at East China Martial Arts Academy, it's somewhat beneath your talent. Han Fei replied nonchalantly. East China Martial Arts Academy is quite good already. Li Zhengdao smiled slightly. I hear your speed has reached 15. It looks like you're aiming to advance to the second tier of martial artists. Han Fei didn't hide it, nodding. Yes, my strength is there, but increasing speed is much more challenging. Li Zhengdao nodded in agreement. The speed largely depends on strength. If the strength is formidable, the explosive power is naturally strong and the speed will increase. However, that's only in training. In actual combat, it's a different story altogether. Han Fei's eyes lit up, showing his interest. Please, Uncle Li, enlighten me. Li Zhengdao explained. During combat, a martial artist can use not only the explosive power of their muscles, but also harness qi to enhance their strength. The higher the martial artist's level, the denser the qi they can mobilize. The same goes for speed, it can be enhanced by qi, so if your speed is 16, with the addition of qi you might temporarily reach 17 or 18. Do you understand what I mean? Han Fei nodded. I understand. She is not only for cultivation but also for combat. Li Zhengdao nodded. You still don't know how to control qi in battle. If you could master that, it would be fearsome. Why? Han Fei asked, puzzled. Li Zhengdao stared at him. Your rate of qi absorption is so fast, and the amount of qi stored inside your body must be terrifying. You still ask why? Han Fei scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. Then how do I control qi? He asked eagerly, now realizing that he had been somewhat naive about cultivation. He somewhat regretted not asking Li Zhengdao, a 6th-tier martial artist, for advice sooner. Li Zhengdao took a sip of tea and smiled. We need to talk about breathing techniques. I assume your technique is not simple, otherwise you wouldn't absorb qi so quickly. Han Fei remained expressionless, understanding the critical importance of breathing techniques for martial artists. Some powerful techniques could drive countless people crazy. Seeing Han Fei's expression, Li Zhengdao continued. You need to use your breathing technique to control the qi. A large part of the qi you absorb is taken up by your body and converted into strength. There's another part that moves around in your body which you haven't noticed, and that's what you can use in combat. Certainly, if you learn to store your vital energy in your dantian, you will be able to mobilize it at any time during combat. However, vital energy can be depleted. Once it is exhausted, or if consumed excessively, your body will feel very tired, so you must always reserve some vital energy just in case. Han Fei, upon hearing this, felt as if a new world had opened up before him, and he nodded, saying, Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Li. Li Zhengdao smiled and said, It's getting late, you should go back and rest. I believe you will soon master how to control your vital energy. Han Fei stood up. Uncle Li, I'll take my leave now, and I'll come to consult you if I have questions. After leaving the Tiandao Martial Arts School, Han Fei went straight home and then started fishing. At this moment, Zhao Feilong was lying in bed at home. Activating his communicator, a screen appeared. Zhao Feilong quickly manipulated the communicator, swiftly navigating to a page that displayed 3 blood-red characters, dark ones. Zhao Feilong entered Han Fei on the page and submitted it, then closed the page. Han Fei, I don't believe your luck is so good that not even the dark ones can kill you. Zhao Feilong's gaze turned chilly. In the system space, Han Fei had only purchased 1 hour of fishing time, but his luck was incredibly good, you could say explosively good. He caught only 1 fish, which yielded him a speed enhancement pill. It's like being offered a pillow as soon as you feel sleepy, Han Fei thought. Overjoyed and without hesitation, he consumed the speed enhancement pill. Now officially a 2nd-tier martial artist, he planned to register at the Martial Artists Association tomorrow, which would allow him to receive a martial artist allowance and even attempt trials. After coming out of the system space, Han Fei sat cross-legged, recalling Li Zhengdao's words, and tried to operate the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique to mobilize his vital energy. After practicing this technique, every cell in his body had transformed, becoming as powerful as dragons and elephants. For now, Han Fei used the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique primarily for cultivating vital energy, not yet exploring its other potential applications. He felt that if he could thoroughly understand and integrate the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, it would significantly enhance his combat power. Han Fei cast aside all distractions and began studying how to use the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique to mobilize the vital energy in his body. Once he activated the technique, focusing his mind on the method in his body, he could distinctly sense the condition inside his body. Each cell was like a dragon or an elephant lurking within, poised to explode rapidly into a formidable force at the trigger. Han Fei discovered that the vital energy stored in his body seemed to be concentrated in all the dragons and elephants, meaning that mobilizing the vital energy was akin to mobilizing these mighty creatures. Han Fei attempted to mobilize this vital energy, and, as expected, the dragons and elephants in his cells began to stir, then detached from the cells and moved as dragons and elephants within his body. Moreover, faintly Han Fei could hear the sounds of dragons roaring and elephants trumpeting spreading within him, a sound only he could perceive. Han Fei extracted this power from his cells, concentrating it in the muscles throughout his body. During this process, he distinctly felt his strength surge wildly, becoming incredibly fierce. Was this a success? Han Fei opened his eyes and observed the changes in his body, noticing a faint glow enveloping his skin. He decided to test his limits in this state. Walking over to the testing machine, he threw a punch without hesitation. Boom! The sound was thunderous, and the numbers on the testing machine skyrocketed madly, reaching 6,900. Han Fei's mouth slightly agape. His current strength was only 4,780, yet under the influence of this vital energy, it had increased by over 2,000. This was the power level of a third-tier martial artist. Such an increase, wasn't that exaggerated, or was it because he had practiced the dragon-elephant prajna? Han Fei pondered. He didn't have an answer to this question yet and would have to consult Li Zhangdao tomorrow. However, Han Fei was quite satisfied if he could perfectly harness the dragon elephant's power. He could definitely fight above his level. But just then Han Fei sensed something amiss, his eyebrows furrowing slightly before he instantly turned off the lights in the room and leaned against the wall, hiding in the darkness. Outside Han Fei's room, a shadow cautiously approached. Seeing the lights go out, the shadow hesitated but did not stop. It paused at Han Fei's door for a moment, then suddenly burst in, heading straight for Han Fei's bed with a gun equipped with a silencer, firing several shots at it. Realizing the bed was empty, the intruder's eyes shifted, suspecting danger as the light was off, but no one was on the bed. His instincts from years of experience screamed danger. Just as the shadow was about to retreat, Han Fei appeared behind him. The intruder's pupils dilated, but before he could react, his body was blasted away like a cannonball. Thud. The shadow slammed heavily against the wall, creating cracks, his gun flying away as he coughed up blood. Han Fei turned on the light and walked towards the shadow. The intruder was shocked. How can an 18-year-old high school student be so strong? Han Fei asked coldly. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Taking a deep breath, the shadow replied, the Dark Ones. We never betray our employers. The Dark Ones? Han Fei had heard of this assassination organization. They dared to kill anyone for money and were a prime target of law enforcement crackdowns. You don't need to tell me, I can guess who it is. But today you're out of luck and will die here, Han Fei said coldly. The intruder sneered, the Dark Ones are not afraid of death. With that, his head slumped to one side, dead. Han Fei checked the body, finding poison in the intruder's mouth, a typical practice of the Dark Ones to commit suicide upon mission failure. Han Fei pulled out his communicator and dialed out, and the figure of Li Zhangdao appeared. Uncle Li, I need a favor from you, Han Fei said. Li Zhangdao replied, what's the matter? A Dark Clan member tried to kill me and he's dead now. I need your help to deal with the body, Han Fei explained. Upon hearing this, Li Zhangdao's expression instantly turned grave. About 15 minutes later, Li Zhangdao arrived at Han Fei's home with two men. After confirming the identity of the Dark Clan member, they took the body away. Li Zhangdao, with a solemn face, asked, do you know who wanted to kill you? It's only Zhao Feilong's family who has a grudge against me, no one else. Han Fei narrated the whole incident to Li Zhangdao. Li Zhangdao snorted coldly, they are courting death. Don't worry about this, I'll handle it and make sure they pay for what they've done. Han Fei nodded. Indeed, having Li Zhangdao handle this was most appropriate and would save him a lot of trouble. Uncle Li, I have a question, said Han Fei. Li Zhangdao responded, go ahead. After mobilizing vital energy, how much does one's strength usually increase? Han Fei asked. Li Zhangdao explained, normally a martial artist can increase their strength by about 500 to 1000 when they mobilize their vital energy. It depends on the individual's energy reserve. Those with larger reserves see a greater increase. To my knowledge, the record increase is 3000, and that was many years ago, a prodigy like no other in the world. 3000? Han Fei's eyes widened in shock. Li Zhangdao smiled, such a monster cannot be judged by normal standards. Moreover, reaching that level not only requires a huge reserve of vital energy but also a high proficiency in breathing techniques. The higher the level of the breathing technique, the greater the potential increase. Additionally, being able to use the breathing technique effortlessly is crucial. Han Fei nodded and smiled. I understand. Li Zhengdao patted Han Fei's shoulder. Even if you can't surpass that unique prodigy, you won't be far behind. Han Fei smiled in response. Afterward, Li Zhengdao left. Unable to sleep, Han Fei continued his practice, repeatedly trying to mobilize his vital energy and perfecting the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique to maximize his power. Unknowingly, dawn was breaking. Han Fei approached the testing machine, threw a punch, and watched the numbers on it rapidly increase before settling at 7,100. Pleased, Han Fei smiled. His strength was increasing, getting closer to that 3,000 mark. After taking a shower and eating some food, Han Fei rested for an hour before heading out to the City Martial Artist Association. This was the Hall of Martial Artists. Every martial artist who wanted to enjoy good benefits had to register here, getting their own number and martial artist information. With this identity, they could gain respect and convenience wherever they went. Standing at the entrance of the association, Han Fei looked at the shield emblem with crossed swords and muttered to himself, from today onwards I too will have such a badge of honor. Han Fei strode into the Martial Artist Association and, with the help of the staff there, completed the registration for the martial artist assessment. Following the guidance provided, he took his registration form to the assessment point. Anyone needing to register for the assessment, please hand in your form and wait for your turn, announced a staff member. Han Fei glanced over at the queue of people waiting for the assessment. There were about 20 or so, not too many. He handed his form to a staff member who, upon seeing it, exclaimed in surprise, "You're only 18, are you sure you're here for the martial artist registration assessment?" Han Fei nodded solemnly and replied, "Yes, I'm sure, to take the martial artist assessment at 18? Kid, you're not joking, are you? If you pass, being an 18-year-old martial artist would certainly shock the entire Dragon Nation. You just finished your college entrance exams, right? If you really could pass the martial artist assessment, you wouldn't be here. You'd have been taken away by the Imperial Martial Arts Academy for special protection." The staff member continued, half mocking, half in disbelief. "Kid, could you please stop causing trouble here? We're all very busy and you shouldn't waste our time." Despite the mocking tones from several people around, Han Fei paid them no mind and simply sat down to wait. After submitting his form, the assessment was conducted indoors, out of sight from those outside, but announcements would be made regarding who passed or failed. In truth, passing the first and second tiers, strength training and body training, was fairly straightforward, as long as one's strength and speed met the standards. However, the third tier bone training was different. It wasn't just about meeting strength and speed requirements, bone density tests were also required, most of those here for the assessment are tier 1 or 2 martial artists. It's rare to see tier 3 and above. "Han Fei, it's your turn," called a staff member. Han Fei stood up and entered the testing room. This young fellow, if he passes, that would truly be something remarkable. It's been a long while since Dragon Nation has seen an 18-year-old martial artist. He must be confident to attempt this assessment. Haven't heard of such a prodigy emerging from Sea City. I did hear the daughter of the head of Heavenly Path, Martial Jim, is a genius, reaching over 500 in strength at 18. Inside the testing room, another staff member looked at Han Fei and said, "First item is strength test. Begin when you're ready." Han Fei nodded, approached the strength testing machine, and was reminded, "You cannot use chi enhancement, only your body's pure strength, understand?" Han Fei responded, "Understood." As soon as the staff member finished speaking, Han Fei didn't hesitate and threw a punch, crisp and decisive. The numbers on the testing machine wildly surged, finally stabilizing at 4850. Han Fei looked at the numbers and thought to himself, it has increased again, probably due to yesterday's practice of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. The staff member was so stunned that he dropped his pen on the floor, unable to believe the figures displayed on the testing device. Seeing that the staff member remained motionless, Han Fei spoke up, "Excuse me, can we proceed to the next test?" The staff member snapped back to reality, glanced at the device's display and then back at Han Fei, saying, "Just give me a moment." Clearly shocked by Han Fei's formidable strength, after composing himself, he walked over to the device and threw a punch, freezing the numbers at 4850. Completely dumbfounded, he checked the device for errors, then turned to look at the calm-faced Han Fei, coughed and hurriedly said, "Try again, please." Without much comment, Han Fei punched the device again. This time, the staff member watched closely. Han Fei did not use any spiritual energy, relying solely on his physical strength. The device still registered 4850. The staff member swallowed hard, looking at Han Fei with a startled expression. "Are you really only 18 years old? Han Fei nodded yes, trying hard to control his astonishment. The staff member's arms trembled as he said, "Let's start the second test, then the speed test." Han Fei nodded in agreement. The testing room was a long, narrow space specially designed for speed tests. From the starting point, Han Fei instantly accelerated, and after 100 meters passed by the speedometer. The numbers on the device fluctuated rapidly before finally settling on 16. The pen dropped from the staff member's hand once again unnoticed as he stood there frozen like a statue. Han Fei approached him and asked, "Can I now receive the second-tier warrior's medal?" Coming back to his senses, the staff member seemed flustered. An 18-year-old second-tier warrior, this could cause a sensation throughout the entire Dragon Nation. "Just a moment, I need to consult with the management," he said, then without looking back rushed out of the testing room. Those waiting outside were puzzled by the delay. "Brother Wang, what's going on?" asked another staff member curiously. Without responding, Brother Wang dashed out, leaving everyone even more perplexed. "What's the matter? Did the kid pass or not? What exactly is going on?" Everyone was speculating. The staff member collecting forms entered the testing room, glanced at Han Fei, then saw the readings on the speed and strength devices and stiffened. "Is this your data?" he asked. Han Fei nodded yes. "When can I get my medal and leave? I still need to go to an exam." Shaking, the staff member said, "You're actually a second-tier warrior and only 18 years old." His voice wasn't loud, but those outside the testing room could hear him, and everyone was shocked. "What, an 18-year-old second-tier martial artist? That's impossible. This young man is actually a second-tier martialist. My goodness, can it be this exaggerated?" The martial artists waiting for their tests all exclaimed in shock, causing an uproar in the entire hall. The news was incredibly stunning. "Where is he? Where?" At this moment, a bearded man, so excited that he was almost losing his composure, rushed over, followed by Brother Wang. This bearded man was none other than the president of the High City Martial Artists Association, Tang Jinlong, a 7th-tier martial king whose strength exceeded 120,000 jin and speed surpassed 43 meters per second, one of the three great martial kings of High City. Upon hearing about the 18-year-old second-tier martial artist, Tang Jinlong rushed over excitedly. "President Tang himself has come. It must be true then." Someone spoke, unable to calm their inner turmoil. "An 18-year-old second-tier martial artist. If this news spreads, it will definitely cause a huge sensation. The capital would probably come over to snatch him up. We in High City had such a genius and knew nothing about it. It seems this genius has been very low-key. Many people were discussing this." Tang Jinlong made his way into the testing room, his gaze landing on Han Fei, and then he saw the numbers 48, 50 and 16 on the testing instrument. Tang Jinlong's eyes widened, then he burst into laughter. "It's true, indeed. An 18-year-old second-tier martial artist. My heavens, our High City Martial Artists Association is going to be famous." Tang Jinlong said as he approached Han Fei with a smile. "You are Han Fei?" Han Fei nodded. "President Tang, hello." Tang Jinlong sized up Han Fei. The more he looked, the more satisfied and excited he became. "Good lad, not bad at all. How many years has it been since our Dragon Nation last had an 18-year-old second-tier martial artist? The last prodigy like this was Grandmaster Xian Wu 50 years ago, who sadly fell in a battle against a foreign beast, a great loss for our Dragon Nation." Han Fei was naturally aware of Xian Wu, the first prodigy in the history of Dragon Nation to reach second tier as an 18-year-old, who became a supreme master before 30. He had a great chance of reaching the highest realm before 40, but tragically fell during a fight with a powerful foreign beast attacked by another lurking beast. At that time, the whole Dragon Nation lowered flags to mourn, and his heroic deeds are still taught in textbooks. Han Fei, full of respect, said, "I dare not compare myself to Senior Xian. I have other matters to attend to. If there are no other issues, may I receive my martial artist medal?" Tang Jinlong laughed. "Of course you can have it. I will have someone register it immediately and issue your second-tier martial artist medal." Han Fei nodded, and shortly after someone brought the second-tier martial artist medal to Tang Jinlong's hands. Tang Jinlong handed the medal to Han Fei. "Han Fei, from today onwards you are a second-tier martial artist. I hope you will contribute to the fate of our nation and humanity in the future." Han Fei accepted the medal with a solemn expression. "President Tang, I will." Tang Jinlong patted Han Fei on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "If you need anything in the future, you can come directly to me. I can arrange things for you and introduce you to the best connections and resources. By the way, you must have just finished your college entrance exam. If nothing unexpected happens, you would be applying to the Imperial Martial Arts Academy, right?" Han Fei shook his head with a smile and said, "I didn't apply for the martial arts program, I applied for the liberal arts program." However, today I am going to the independent recruitment test at Huadong Martial Arts Academy. Tang Jinlong was extremely puzzled with your grades. You didn't apply for the martial arts program. You could have been admitted to the Imperial Martial Arts Academy and become a key trainee there. The resources you could access would be unimaginable, Han Fei calmly replied. I have my own plans, President Tang. I'm in a hurry, so I'll be going now. After saying that, Han Fei quickly left. Tang Jinlong could not understand at all. Han Fei had the chance to receive the best educational resources but chose to give them up. For Han Fei, there wasn't much difference between the Imperial Martial Arts Academy and Huadong Martial Arts Academy. As long as he had guidance from a Grandmaster level tutor, that would suffice. Huadong Martial Arts Academy really lucked out, didn't they? Tang Jinlong could only smile wryly. After leaving the Martial Artists Association, Han Fei headed straight to the independent recruitment test site of Huadong Martial Arts Academy. By this time, news of an 18-year-old second-tier martial artist named Han Fei had already started spreading in the martial artist circle. Li Zhengdao was leisurely drinking tea in his office when his contact list received a mass message from none other than Tang Jinlong. Gentlemen, I have some big news to tell you. Our city has produced an 18-year-old second-tier martial artist. Upon seeing the message, Li Zhengdao immediately understood that this was none other than Han Fei. Oh, old Tang, you're not joking, right? An 18-year-old second-tier martial artist? You can't be careless with such claims, replied a member called Wu Tiangang in the chat. Wu Tiangang, one of the three great martial kings of the city and leader of the city's hunter group, an organization that arranges martial artists to hunt outside the city. Old Wu, would I joke about something like this? His name is Han Fei. I just registered him as a second-tier martial artist and personally awarded him the second-tier martial artist medal. 18 years old and already a second-tier martial artist. My heavens, our city actually has such a genius, replied someone named Luo Jiuxiu, shocked. Luo Jiuxiu, one of the three great martial kings of the city and head of the city's law enforcement agency. Gentlemen, I won't lie to you, I know Han Fei and I was the first to discover his talent. However, he didn't want me to reveal it. He is currently training for free at our Tiandao martial arts gym every day. Li Zhengdao sent the message proudly. Woldly, you knew him all along? That's not fair keeping it from us, someone replied. Han Fei is low-key, so don't broadcast this everywhere. Such a favored child of heaven should be well protected to avoid attracting dangerous organizations. If something happens, it would be too late to regret, and we couldn't bear the responsibility, Li Zhengdao said. Now that the word is out, many martial artists already know about this. It's already spreading in the martial artist circle. Now all we can do is keep a close watch on Han Fei's movements to prevent any criminals from targeting him. Tang Jinlong spoke. This group is comprised entirely of 6th and 7th rank martial artists, making it a gathering place for the strongest in all of Hai City. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of another school in East China, Zhang Hua was busy handling documents when his communicator suddenly rang. He opened the device and said casually, hello old Luo, what's up? The image of Luo Jiuxiu appeared, responding, old Zhang, don't blame me if I didn't tell you the good news. There's an 18-year-old second-rank martial artist in Hai City personally tested and awarded by old Tang with the second-rank martial artist medal. What? Zhang Hua exclaimed, standing up in shock. Luo Jiuxiu continued, also there's another piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Zhang Hua replied, the good news. He didn't apply for the martial arts school, he applied for literature, Luo Jiuxiu said. Zhang Hua frowned upon hearing this, immediately grasping Luo Jiuxiu's implication, and promptly asked, and the bad news? Luo Jiuxiu said, the bad news is that he's going to apply for a special admission to the East China Martial Arts Academy today. With his status, the academy will definitely accept him. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? I'm heading to Hai City right now. Zhang Hua cut off Luo Jiuxiu, hung up the communicator, and dashed out of his office. At the Tianjin Sports Gym in Hai City, the special admission for the East China Martial Arts Academy was being held there. Han Fei arrived at the gym with his admission ticket, entered the waiting area, and handed his ticket to the staff on duty. A bald, chubby man took the admission ticket from Han Fei. Sir, here is my admission ticket. Han Fei said. The bald man glanced at Han Fei, took the admission ticket, and then searched for Han Fei's name on a form. After finding the name, he frowned slightly and muttered, so he got in through the back door. Huh? Han Fei also frowned upon hearing this. He noticed that not only was his name written on the form, but there was also a remark stating, introduced by someone entered through the back door, did not pay the relevant fees. Before Han Fei could respond, the bald man added, since you entered through the back door, you should know the rules of doing so. I'm not sure what rules you are referring to. Could you please clarify? Han Fei asked. The bald man impatiently said, you really don't have any sense. Others earn their qualification through their own abilities, and here you are trying to obtain such a qualification through the back door. Don't you know what that entails? He rubbed his fingers together, hinting that Han Fei needed to pay. How much is it? Han Fei inquired. Not much, just 100,000 dragon coins, and that's just the fee for the qualification to take the exam. If you're not admitted, the fee will not be refunded, the bald man declared. That much? Han Fei exclaimed. The bald man replied, that's a lot. This is your ticket into East China Martial Arts Academy. Many people would pay 10 times that amount for such an opportunity. I'm giving you a friendly price because of your connections. Don't be ungrateful. Is this the rule of East China Martial Arts Academy, or is it your rule? Han Fei asked. The bald man's face darkened. I am currently representing the admissions office of East China Martial Arts Academy. You tell me whose rule it is? Upon hearing this, Han Fei picked up his admission ticket and said, first of all, I did not use any backdoor. I merely asked someone to help me register for the individual recruitment. Secondly, if East China Martial Arts Academy really has such rules for entry tickets, then I am disappointed in East China Martial Arts Academy. I will not participate in this exam, nor will I attend this academy. The bald, chubby man laughed in anger upon hearing this, looking down his nose as he said, who do you think you are? You talk as if you could actually pass the exam. Look at those candidates waiting over there. Each one of them looks stronger than you. In front of them, you're just a small fry, understand? Wanting to use a backdoor without spending money. What are you thinking? Don't take the exam then, just get out of here and don't delay my work. Without saying a word, Han Fei turned around and left. Watching Han Fei walk away, the bald man disdainfully muttered, what a nobody, doesn't even deserve to be a martial artist, just a lifelong lowlife. As Han Fei left the gymnasium, his communicator rang. He opened it and Li Tao's image appeared. Brother Fei, where are you? Asked Li Tao. Han Fei replied, what's up? Li Tao excitedly said, the results of the college entrance exam are out and we are all at school preparing to fill out our preferences. Already? Han Fei asked. Isn't it always like this? Test one day, results the next, then fill out preferences, Li Tao responded. How much did you score? Han Fei inquired. With a proud face, Li Tao replied, 309 points, just enough for the second-tier martial arts colleges. Though it's not a top second-tier college, it's good enough to get in. Han Fei smiled and said, congratulations, then I'll be right there. At that moment, the bald man was collecting admission tickets when his communicator rang. The caller ID showed it was the principal, so he immediately answered. With a sycophantic expression, he said, Principal, I'm collecting the admission tickets right now. Any instructions? A man in his 60s appeared, visibly agitated. Fan Jian, is there a candidate named Han Fei on the single recruitment list? Caught off guard, Fan Jian stuttered, Principal, what's the issue? This man in his 60s was Li Qiuxing, the principal of East China Martial Arts Academy, a true 9th-rank martial saint. Just tell me if he is there, demanded Li Qiuxing. Realizing something was wrong, Fan Jian hurriedly answered, no, there isn't such a person. Li Qiuxing frowned. No. As Fan Jian broke out in a cold sweat, he insisted, really there isn't? Li Qiuxing angrily repeated, say it again, is he there or not? Scared, Fan Jian turned pale. Principal, what's going on? Seeing Fan Jian's demeanor, Li Qiuxing realized something was amiss and urgently asked, did he come or not? No longer daring to lie, Fan Jian quickly admitted he came, then left. Left? Why did he leave? Wasn't he supposed to take the exam? Fan Jian faltered. Well, this that Li Qiuxing burst into rage. Do you know who he is? He is a newly registered second-rank martial artist from Hai City, an 18-year-old second-rank martial artist. He gave up on Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy to apply to our East China Martial Arts Academy, and you lost him. Terrified, Fan Jian collapsed into a chair, his legs trembling. An 18-year-old second-rank martial artist. Now realizing the gravity of his mistake, he knew that if East China Martial Arts Academy failed to enroll Han Fei, his own career there would not just be over, he would likely be suppressed and never have a chance to advance. Li Qiuxing had mistakenly thought that Han Fei was just someone who had gotten in through the back door, but it turned out that this backdoor entrant actually had real skills. Li Qiuxing, burning with rage, demanded, go find him immediately. If you can't find him, I'll pull out and then punish you. After hanging up the call, Fan Jian was sweating profusely, his face pale. Without a moment's delay, he rushed out, hoping he could still find Han Fei. Even if it meant begging desperately or kneeling down to Han Fei, he had to persuade him to return. Inside Li Qiuxing's office, he was extremely angry. I must personally make a trip to High Market An 18-year-old second-tier martial artist, if we let him slip through our fingers, I won't be able to sleep well for years. The academic director in the office spoke up. This Fan Jian really knows how to mess things up. Han Fei was introduced by Li Zhangdao, and Li Zhangdao took him very seriously. How could he just let him go? Li Qiuxing replied coldly. We'll deal with his issue later. I'm going to High Market now, hoping it's still not too late. Han Fei's news will spread sooner or later. Whoever gets the news first will have the advantage to secure him. As Li Qiuxing was preparing to head to High Market, Zhang Hua had already chartered a private jet and arrived there. After leaving the airport, Zhang Hua immediately boarded a flying car and sped toward Tianjin Gymnasium at 300 km per hour. Checking the time, Zhang Hua said nervously, I hope I can make it in time. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I must try. Zhang Hua's car landed at the entrance of the Tianjin Gymnasium and he rushed inside. Exams were underway inside in Zhang Hua had already obtained Han Fei's information from Tang Jinlong, which included a photo of Han Fei. Zhang Hua searched the gymnasium for Han Fei but didn't see him. Approaching an examiner, he asked, Did Han Fei come for the exam? The examiner, recognizing Zhang Hua, replied hastily, Principal Zhang, let me check. After searching the register, he said Han Fei did not register. He probably didn't take the exam. Zhang Hua was overjoyed. He didn't take the exam. That's great. He immediately left the gymnasium and dialed a number on his communicator. The image of Li Zhangdao appeared. Principal Zhang, what can I do for you? Zhang Hua said directly, I know you are close to Han Fei. Could you give me his contact number? Li Zhangdao smiled. Principal Zhang also heard about Han Fei and news spreads fast, but you might be a step too late. Han Fei went to participate in the Huadong Martial Arts College's special recruitment. Zhang Hua laughed. Han Fei didn't go there at all. I just came out from Tianjin Gymnasium. Surprised Li Zhangdao responded, What? He didn't attend the exam? How could this be? Oh, Zhang Hua replied directly, Don't ponder over this, just give me Han Fei's contact number, I need to find him. Li Zhangdao smiled, Since that's the case, I'll send it to you. After turning off the communicator, the information from Li Zhangdao soon appeared on Zhang Hua's device. Just after Li Zhangdao closed the communicator, Li Qiuxing called, and Li Zhangdao answered, the image of Li Qiuxing appearing on the screen. Principal Li, Han Fei didn't attend the exam. What happened there? Li Zhangdao asked curiously. Li Qiuxing responded, Don't even mention it. Some incompetence at the admissions office messed up. Han Fei went but then left. I am currently on a plane almost arriving in High City. Can you check where Han Fei is now? Li Zhangdao laughed and said, Just now Principal Zhang of Tianhai Martial Arts Academy called me wanting information on Han Fei as well. Li Qiuxing replied, Zhang Hua knows too? What right does his Tianhai Martial Arts Academy have to compete with me for someone? Directly, could you please find out where Han Fei is? Li Zhangdao said, All right, I'll ask right now. After ending the call, Li Zhangdao was about to call Han Fei, but the line was busy. Meanwhile, just as Han Fei arrived at the school, his communicator rang with an unknown number, and upon answering, Zhang Hua's image appeared. Han Fei frowned slightly and said, Hello, may I ask who this is? Zhang Hua quickly said, Hello, Han Fei. I am Zhang Hua, the principal of Tianhai Martial Arts Academy. Where are you now? I am coming to find you. Han Fei paused. The principal of Tianhai Martial Arts Academy, the second-ranked martial arts academy in eastern China. Zhang Hua confirmed, Yes, where are you? Han Fei startled then said, I am currently at High City No. 1 High School. Zhang Hua responded, I'll be right there, and immediately hung up and sped off in his car. Han Fei, puzzled, thought, the principal from Tianhai Martial Arts Academy is coming to find me. Could it be that he knows I am a second-tier martial artist? Just then Li Zhangdao's call came through and Han Fei answered, Uncle Li. Han Fei, where are you? I'm at High City No. 1 Middle School. Why didn't you go to the exam? They said I was a backdoor entry and asked me for a 100000 dragon coin registration fee, or they wouldn't let me sit the exam, so I didn't take it. That's outrageous. I'll inform Principal Li right now. He's already on his way to High City and will come to see you soon. Li Zhangdao ended the call. Han Fei muttered to himself, the principal of Tianhai Martial Arts Academy personally coming to find me. It seems this second-tier martial artist identity really carries some weight. Li Zhangdao then contacted Li Qiuxing to relay the events. Li Qiuxing was furious, that scoundrel Fan Jian daring to tarnish the reputation of our Eastern Martial Arts Academy. I won't let him off. Meanwhile, Fan Jian was aimlessly searching for Han Fei. Han Fei, where are you? Why didn't you disclose that you are a second-tier martial artist? Fan Jian was almost in tears. At that moment, his communicator rang. It was Li Qiuxing. He immediately answered, Principal, I am trying my best to find him. Fan Jian, you fool, you actually asked Han Fei for a 100,000 dragon coin exam fee, which made him leave angrily. Is this your doing? Li Qiuxing scolded. Furiously, Fan Jian's face turned pale. Principal, I just found out Principal Zhang Hua from Tianhai Martial Arts Academy has gone to find Han Fei. If you can't bring Han Fei back, I will send you to the beast battlefront, Li Qiuxing thundered. Fan Jian's legs went weak. I am on my way right now. He's at High City No. 1 Middle School. I'm heading there immediately, Li Qiuxing yelled. Without a moment's delay, Fan Jian hurried towards High City No. 1 Middle School. If Han Fei really didn't manage to bring back Han Fei and had to face the battlefield of exotic beasts himself, the chances of returning alive were extremely slim. At Haishur No. 1 Middle School, Han Fei entered the classroom. By this time, almost all the students had arrived. Li Tao waved his hand. Fei, go over here. Han Fei walked over and sat next to Li Tao. Nangong Jing soon joined them. Fei Gu Zhao Feilong has colluded with the dark forces and has been arrested. Han Fei replied indifferently. What punishment will he receive? Nangong Jing sneered. Probably just a few years in prison. His life is completely ruined. Han Fei remarked. He brought it upon himself. Nangong Jing nodded earnestly. Fei Gu is right. The other classmates were shocked to see Nangong Jing, who used to often humiliate Han Fei, now addressing him as Fei Gu and acting like a subordinate. What's going on? Why is the class president so polite to Han Fei? Who knows? At Zhu Ziyuan's birthday party, it said that Han Fei defeated Zhao Feilong with a single punch. Didn't Zhao get arrested for colluding with the dark forces? His life is over. Zhu Ziyuan looked towards Han Fei, noticing Nangong Jing's attitude and keenly sensing something. He walked over to Han Fei. Han Fei, I heard you didn't take the martial arts exam. You could have easily been admitted to a second-tier martial arts college with your ability to defeat Zhao Feilong. Why give up? Han Fei responded lightly. I just didn't want to take it. Didn't you all suggest I should focus on liberal arts? So, I'm doing just that. Zhu Ziyuan smiled. Is it really that simple? Han Fei nodded. Zhu Ziyuan turned to Nangong Jing, class president, your behavior seems a bit off. How did you become Han Fei's lackey? This isn't like you. Nangong Jing glanced at Han Fei, knowing he preferred to keep a low profile, and replied, really, I've always been on good terms with Fei Gu. You're thinking too much. Zhu Ziyuan frowned slightly. No one will believe that. Nangong Jing, uninterested in further explanation, simply said, believe it or not. Just then the classroom buzzed with excitement. Isn't that the school beauty, Li Sunya? Why is she here in our class? Who is she looking for? It couldn't be me, could it? Get lost, you look like a toad. Do you even have to ask? Dressed in a white skirt and sporting a lively ponytail, Li Sunya walked straight towards Han Fei. Could she be looking for Han Fei? What's going on with Han Fei lately? First the class president is so nice to him, and now the school beauty is looking for him. Maybe she's looking for the class president. Our class president is also quite handsome and talented in martial arts. Amidst the whispers, Li Sunya approached Han Fei. Nangong Jing tactfully stood up. Miss Li, are you looking for Fei Gu? Please have a seat. Everyone was stunned. She really was looking for Han Fei. Fei Gu, I won't disturb you, Nangong Jing said as he pulled Li Tao away. Li Tao was baffled. What's happening? The school beauty, my dream girl, is actually looking for Han Fei. Li Sunya sat down and smiled. My dad said you didn't go for the exams? Now both principals from the East China Martial Arts Academy and Tianhai Martial Arts Academy have personally come looking for you. What an honor. Han Fei smiled and asked, how did your exam go? You should have no problem getting into East China Martial Arts Academy, right? It all depends on which martial arts academy you choose then. Li Xinya smiled, then leaned close to Han Fei and whispered, I have to follow an 18-year-old second-tier martial artist, right? It feels safer that way. This scene made all the boys in the class gape in astonishment, their faces a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Wow, Han Fei is impressive. When did he manage to charm the school beauty? What does Han Fei have that he doesn't even qualify for the martial arts academy yet dares to pursue the school beauty? Where's the justice in that? Zhu Ziyuan also frowned. Li Xinya was significantly more outstanding than her, and she had never thought highly of Han Fei, yet Li Xinya was so close to him. There must be a reason. Han Fei's cheeks also turned slightly red, as this was the first time he had been so close to a girl, and not just any girl, but the school beauty. Just as Han Fei was about to speak, the class teacher, Sun Yat, entered the room. Seeing this, Li Xinya said, I'll go first, then make sure to let me know your choice. As Li Xinya stood up to leave, she politely said to Sun Yat, hello teacher Sun. Sun Yat smiled back. Xinya, what brings you here? Li Xinya replied, I came to talk to Han Fei about something. I'll be leaving now. Li Xinya left with a smile, leaving Sunya puzzled as she looked towards Han Fei, surprised that he could end up being close to Li Xinya. Sunya then addressed the class. Everyone please take your seats. Today we'll be filling out our college applications. You all know your scores, so think carefully about which schools to apply to, as this will affect your future achievements. I have here the cutoff scores and rankings of literary and martial arts academies nationwide, so please look them over carefully and make your choices wisely. Sunya handed the documents to Zhu Ziyuan, who began to distribute them. Sunya approached Han Fei and said, "You scored 590 in the liberal arts exam, which is more than enough to apply to East China Literary Academy. Study hard and you'll definitely do well." Han Fei smiled, just about to reply when Zhang Hua, the principal of Tianhai Martial Arts Academy, appeared at the classroom door. His gaze swept over the room, immediately spotting Han Fei and walking over with a smile. "Hello, Han Fei. I am Zhang Hua, the principal of Tianhai Martial Arts Academy." The room fell silent at his words. Zhang Hua, that name was too well known. A ninth-tier martial saint, there was no martial artist in East China who didn't know of him. Sunya, also startled, nervously greeted Principal Zhang. "Hello, I am Han Fei's homeroom teacher." "Sunya, may I ask what brings you here?" Zhang Hua laughed. "Teacher Sun, you're amazing, producing such an outstanding student. I must report back to your school leaders to give you full praise." Sunya, baffled, then awkwardly replied, "Principal Zhang, Han Fei applied to the Literary Academy, not the Martial Arts Academy." Zhang Hua laughed heartily. Han Fei really keeps a low profile, even his own homeroom teacher doesn't know his true strength. Sunya looked puzzledly at Han Fei. What on earth was happening? Why was Principal Zhang of Tianhai Martial Arts Academy here personally looking for Han Fei? Tianhai Martial Arts Academy, after all, is the second-ranked martial arts academy in eastern China, and entering it requires at least a score of 500. Even the class president might not be able to get into Tianhai, right? What exactly had Han Fei done? Zhang Hua said with a smile. "Han Fei, I am now sincerely inviting you to apply to our Tianhai Martial Arts Academy. We will spare no effort or resources in guiding you." At these words, everyone was even more shocked. Li Tao swallowed hard. The dean of Tianhai Martial Arts Academy came personally to invite Brother Fei to enroll? Am I dreaming? Nan Gongjing looked envious and said, "This isn't a dream, it's real. Brother Fei is too incredible." Zhu Ziyan, shocked and envious, thought to herself, "Han Fei is not as simple as we imagined. Defeating Zhao Feilong with one punch was no accident. He has always been concealing his true abilities. Is Han Fei here?" At this moment, Fan Jian rushed to the classroom door, gasping for air, his gaze sweeping across the room, and he immediately spotted Han Fei and Zhang Hua. Fan Jian, unable to catch his breath, hurried to Han Fei and then knelt down, making everyone's eyes nearly pop out. Fan Jian hurriedly said, "Han Fei, I was blind to your greatness before. Please don't hold it against me. Our Eastern China Martial Arts Academy's doors are always open for you. Just agree, and whatever you want you shall have. Our Eastern China Martial Arts Academy will provide unconditionally." The classroom was once again silent, the sound of breathing audible. Sunya was dumbfounded, completely unaware of what was going on. The top two martial arts academies in eastern China were vying for Han Fei. Zhang Hua became anxious and said, "Han Fei, if Eastern China Martial Arts Academy doesn't want you, our Tianhai Martial Arts Academy does. They don't recognize a true dragon, but we at Tianhai Martial Arts Academy are different. Just agree to join Tianhai Martial Arts Academy and I will personally be your mentor. Additionally, a scholarship of 1 million every semester, and you can choose any of the school's resources you want." Everyone present had completely lost their minds, filled with nothing but envy. Hearing this, Fan Jian's headache worsened. Although Tianhai Martial Arts Academy ranked lower than Eastern China Martial Arts Academy, his previous attitude had already offended Han Fei. If Han Fei was still angry and refused to go to Eastern China Martial Arts Academy, then he was completely doomed. Fan Jian slapped his own face, pleading, "Han Fei, it was my fault before, please forgive me. If you don't enter Eastern China Martial Arts Academy, my life is over." All the students watched as the Eastern China Martial Arts Academy's recruitment officer slapped himself and begged Han Fei to join, all of them shocked to the point of questioning their existence. "Who can tell me what exactly is going on? Is Han Fei really that outstanding to make Eastern China Martial Arts Academy fight this hard to recruit him? He is truly a role model. If I could encounter such a situation in my life, I would happily live a few years less." Zhu Ziyan, witnessing all this, could not verbalize her shock, secretly thinking, how many secrets does Han Fei have that we don't know about? If only I had known, I would have interacted with him more from the start. Sunya was completely dumbfounded. As Han Fei's homeroom teacher, she had always thought that Han Fei was most suited for the literary academy. She couldn't believe that one of the top 2 martial arts academies in East China was so aggressively recruiting him. Such a phenomenon was probably unprecedented in the whole region. Zhang Hua scoffed, since when did the East China Martial Arts Academy become so despicable, to stoop so low just to recruit someone? Han Fei, you didn't even take the exam for the East China Martial Arts Academy. There must be a reason for that. They must have made you feel wronged. Come to Tianhai Martial Arts Academy, where you will be the darling of the entire academy. If anyone dares to slight you, I'll be the first to deal with them. Fan Jian clung to Han Fei's legs, pleading. Han Fei, just agree to go to East China Martial Arts Academy. I'll personally give you a scholarship of 100 no 2 million from my own pocket. Please, just agree. Get up first, Han Fei said. Kneeling here isn't proper. Fan Jian responded. If you don't agree, I won't get up. Then keep kneeling, Han Fei replied. At that moment, Li Qiuxing and Li Zhengdao appeared at the classroom door. Pointing at Han Fei, Li Zhengdao said, "This is Han Fei." Seeing Fan Jian kneeling before Han Fei, realizing that it was Fan Jian who had driven Han Fei away, Li Qiuxing was furious. He rushed over and kicked Fan Jian, whose hefty body rolled on the ground, knocking over desks and chairs. You useless thing, Han Fei is so outstanding and you dared to drive him away? We'll settle this later, Li Qiuxing shouted angrily. Fan Jian hurriedly said, "Principal, I was wrong, I really was wrong." The students and Sunya gasped in shock. Was that Li Qiuxing, the principal of the East China Martial Arts Academy? He had come personally for Han Fei? The principals of the top 2 martial arts academies were here for Han Fei. Was this a dream? To think I would see 2 ninth-rank martial saints in person, it was unbelievable. The entire classroom was buzzing with excitement. Zhang Hua addressed Li Qiuxing. Principal Li, if your East China Martial Arts Academy didn't want Han Fei, why are you now begging him to join? Li Qiuxing retorted. Principal Zhang, in terms of capabilities, our academy is more suitable for Han Fei, and we can make him even more outstanding and achieve greater heights. Zhang Hua replied. Well, that's debatable, isn't it? Han Fei was already rejected by you once, which shows you weren't that keen on having him. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Han Fei, who was visibly conflicted. The East China Martial Arts Academy had always been his first choice, but after what happened with Fan Jian, he felt somewhat dissatisfied. Han Fei's gaze fell on Li Zhengdao, who just smiled, clearly letting Han Fei make his own decision. Han Fei then asked Principal Li, Principal Zhang, do your schools have mentors who are spirit manipulators? Li Qiuxing immediately said, of course, we have 3 spiritist instructors at the East China Martial Arts Academy, all of whom are 6th-rank martial lords. Zhang Hua scoffed. What's a 6th-rank martial lord? As everyone knows, our Tianhai Martial Arts Academy has a spiritist who was an 8th-rank martial emperor. An 8th-rank martial emperor? Han Fei was also astonished, suddenly feeling tempted. Li Qiuxing quickly realized something and said, Han Fei, have you also cultivated spiritual power? Zhang Hua was equally surprised. Are you planning to cultivate spiritual power? Han Fei replied indifferently, I don't yet know how much spiritual power I have, but I think I can cultivate it alongside my other skills. Zhang Hua was overjoyed. If that's the case, coming to Tianhai Martial Arts Academy is definitely the right choice. Li Qiuxing said, although we don't have an 8th-rank martial emperor spiritist, a 6th rank is enough. After all, it's rare for martial artists to reach the same heights in both fields. Han Fei fell silent for a moment. What he needed now was guidance from a strong mentor, and he was indifferent about resources, as he could acquire them on his own each day. Besides, the resources of the 2 martial arts academies were not that different. The presence of an 8th-rank martial emperor spiritist at Tianhai Martial Arts Academy, however, was relatively more appealing to Han Fei. Both Li Qiuxing and Zhang Hua watched Han Fei, waiting for him to make his choice. Han Fei glanced at them and then said, I choose Tianhai Martial Arts Academy. Hearing this response, everyone was somewhat surprised, given that Tianhai Martial Arts Academy was only ranked second. Zhang Hua laughed heartily. Good, rest assured, I will make every effort to train you personally and offer you all the resources of Tianhai at your disposal. Not willing to give up, Li Qiuxing said. Han Fei, think it over carefully. Han Fei smiled and said, Principal Li, thank you for your generous offer. Although I have chosen Tianhai Martial Arts Academy, whether I go to one academy or another, the goal is still to become a strong warrior, to hunt exotic beasts and to benefit mankind, isn't it? Hearing this, Li Qiuxing, still reluctant, did not say much more. He blamed Fan Jian for not seizing this opportunity. Li Qiuxing sighed. If that's the case, I won't press you further. The doors of East China Martial Arts Academy are always open to you, and you are welcome to visit us anytime. Han Fei thanked Principal Li with a smile. Li Qiuxing smiled appreciatively, then looked at Fan Jian and angrily said, "Come with me, get out." Turning around, Li Qiuxing left with Fan Jian following. Hastily, his face pale, Zheng Hua said, "I will have your admission notice sent over as soon as possible. Just come to Tianhai Martial Arts Academy and look for me." Han Fei nodded. "Thank you, Principal Zhang." Zheng Hua nodded with a smile. "Then I will leave you be and take my leave." After saying this, he turned and left. After Zheng Hua, Li Qiuxing and the others had left, the whole classroom instantly erupted. Li Tao pounced on Han Fei excitedly, saying, "Fei, tell us what's going on. How did you become so incredible?" Zheng Quan also ran over, saying, "Fei, that's not very brotherly of you, hiding your strength and making us worry." Zhu Ziyuan approached with a smile, saying, "Han Fei, congratulations, you are the only one in our class who got into Tianhai Martial Arts Academy. When you become a strong warrior, don't forget about us, your classmates." Nan Gongjing added with a grin, "Our brother Fei isn't that kind of person. Class leader, why don't we organize a celebration for him?" Zhu Ziyuan replied, "No problem, I'll arrange it and I'll cover the expenses." Han Fei responded indifferently, "There's no need for that." After his words, Han Fei walked over to Teacher Sunya and cheerfully said, "Teacher Sun, since I've chosen Tianhai Martial Arts Academy, I don't need to fill out any more applications here, I'll be leaving now." Sunya smiled back, "Congratulations, go on and get busy." Han Fei nodded, "Thank you." With that, he left the classroom under everyone's gaze. Han Fei let out a sigh of relief. School was starting in 2 months, and he knew he had to strengthen his combat skills within this time. "I'll start by visiting the hunting squad today to see if there are any hunting missions available," he decided. Leaving the school, Han Fei headed for the hunting squad. The hunting squad was an organization dedicated to hunting exotic beasts and also served as a defense system for the city. They frequently had random missions, and any registered martial artist of at least the first order could sign up to venture into areas where exotic beasts roamed. Upon entering the hunting squad, a staff member approached him and said, "Please show your martial artist medal." Han Fei presented his second-order martial artist medal. The staff member, surprised to see such a young second-order martial artist, looked at Han Fei incredulously. After placing the medal on a machine, Han Fei's information and photo appeared, confirming that he was indeed a second-order martial artist. The staff member recalled something and exclaimed, "Are you the 18-year-old second-order martial artist?" Han Fei nodded and asked, "Hello, are there any missions available recently?" Regaining composure, the staff member smiled and said, "You can register your information here on the hunting squad system. You can use your real name or a pseudonym. Once registered, you can log into the hunting squad's mission portal on your communicator and view available missions." Following the staff's guidance, Han Fei registered with a nickname unrelated to his real name. After registration, he logged on to the hunting squad's official website, clicked on the mission tab, and immediately a mission interface popped up with detailed descriptions including time, locations, suitable martial artist levels, and required number of participants. Han Fei clicked on the second-order martial artist missions and 9 missions appeared. The earliest one was scheduled for this afternoon, needing 12 people, and there was still one spot open. This mission was located in an abandoned town close to the city now, occupied by exotic beasts mostly of the first and second order with rare appearances of third-order beasts. Seeing the mission, Han Fei didn't hesitate and clicked to join. "There are 3 hours until assembly. I'll grab some food and get ready," he thought to himself. Han Fei muttered to himself before leaving the hunting group. After lunch, Han Fei entered the system space to fish for an hour. No sooner had he cast his line into the water than he hooked a fish, which then transformed into a knife. Han Fei's face lit up with surprise. He was heading out to hunt exotic beasts in the afternoon, and now he had just received a knife. It was like getting a pillow as soon as he felt sleepy. The Thunder Knife, a basic combat weapon capable of slicing through the fur of a third-tier exotic beast. Han Fei held the Thunder Knife, finding it exceptionally handy, and was very satisfied. He continued fishing and soon caught 3 more fish, astonishingly obtaining a Thunder Bow and 2 Grade 2 Storm Pills. The Thunder Bow, also a basic combat weapon, came with 3 thunder arrows capable of piercing through the fur of third-tier exotic beasts. The Grade 2 Storm Pills were a type of pill that instantly enhanced speed. Consuming one would increase one's speed by 20% for 30 seconds. With Han Fei's current speed at 16 meters per second, after taking a storm pill, his speed could maintain at 19.2 meters per second for 30 seconds, a truly terrifying prospect. Han Fei was very pleased with his haul. With these items, his upcoming hunt for exotic beasts was guaranteed to be foolproof. Han Fei arrived at the hunting group gathering At the designated location, 7 or 8 people had already arrived, each clad in battle armor which could defend against the claws of exotic beasts but not against their striking power. Although Han Fei wasn't wearing battle armor, he wore a mask and tight-fitting clothes with the thunder knife slung over his back. Sitting in the waiting area, many people looked towards Han Fei mainly because his attire was somewhat out of place. Han Fei didn't mind. At that moment, a middle-aged man in silver armor asked, "Is this your first mission?" Han Fei replied, "How did you know?" The man chuckled, "Anyone who has participated before wouldn't dress like you. They would have prepared a suit of fitting battle armor. When the time comes you'll see just how terrifying the claws of the exotic beasts are. A slight touch could tear your skin open. Kid, if you go to Tianhe Town you better stick close to us. Get familiar with the environment first, then you can separate. You can also choose to stick with us throughout, otherwise without experience, it's easy not to come back." Another man clad in golden armor with a scar on his face, looking somewhat ferocious, spoke up. Han Fei just nodded, not saying much more. All 12 people had gathered, and a man in blue armor said, "This mission is not very difficult. Each person needs to hunt at least 2 exotic beasts to earn a bonus of 30,000 dragon coins. For each additional beast you can earn 10,000 dragon coins. Additionally, the exotic beasts can be sold to the hunting group according to set standards. Since there's a newcomer, I must make it clear, once we enter the location be very careful. It's best to follow the veterans to learn from their experience to ensure you can return alive." The man in blue armor looked towards Han Fei, who nodded in response. The man in blue armor then said, "Let's set off." Subsequently, everyone left the waiting room and arrived at a vast square filled with numerous small fighter jets. Led by the man in blue armor, everyone gradually boarded the jets. Han Fei looked at the jets with a sense of solemnity, realizing that he was finally about to confront the alien beasts. Once the small fighters took off, they shot out like bullets, reaching the skies above Tianhe Town in just 3 minutes. From the window of his jet, Han Fei looked down at the town below, which was a scene of devastation, ruins and rubble everywhere, along with traces of the alien beasts. On the fighter jet, Han Fei also learned the names of the 12 individuals. The leader in the blue armor did not use his real name. He called himself Quanglong, Mad Dragon. The man previously in golden armor was known as Baoga, Explosive Brother, named for his fierce fighting style. The man in silver armor was called Quiche, Viper. Quiche glanced at Han Fei and said, "Kid, once we land follow me. We've been to Tianhe Town a few times. Although it's not very dangerous, accidents can happen." Han Fei nodded in agreement, saying okay, not being overly confident. Especially since it was his first time hunting alien beasts, Han Fei preferred to be cautious. The fighter jet lowered a rope and everyone descended to the ground. Quanglong spoke, "Form your teams and begin operations. A fighter jet will come tomorrow morning to take us back." After Quanglong finished speaking, the 12 individuals began forming their teams. Viper, Explosive Brother and Han Fei formed one team, generally creating trios for an efficient triangular formation. After the teams dispersed, Explosive Brother, Viper and Han Fei carefully moved in a chosen direction. "Kid, if we encounter an alien beast you're on lookout, Viper, and I will handle the killing. All gains will be equally shared among us," Explosive Brother stated. Viper added, "The only thing you must remember here is not to overestimate yourself. Alien beasts are more cunning and powerful than you think. Every year many overconfident folks die under their claws." Han Fei, still a novice and although a second-tier martial artist, had never truly fought an alien beast before, so he nodded, agreeing to proceed with caution. After a while, Han Fei suddenly stopped and said, "There's an alien beast." Explosive Brother and Viper paused, scanning the surroundings but seeing no beast. "Where is the beast? Are you too nervous?" asked Explosive Brother. Viper chuckled, "It's normal to be nervous when facing an alien beast for the first time." Han Fei shook his head, "It's not nerves, I can sense a very subtle fluctuation in the atmosphere." Before he could finish, a massive ironclad rhino burst from the rubble beside them, shaking the ground like an armored vehicle. Viper and Explosive Brother were shocked at its speed. Han Fei prepared, quickly dodged to the side. Though surprised, the experienced Explosive Brother and Viper promptly dove away in opposite directions as the ironclad rhino charged between them, then braked sharply and turned around to face them again. A third-tier beast. Bao Ge was shocked. Viper looked pale. Fate was truly against them, facing a third tier right at the start. Their only option now was to flee. No air force, third tier beasts are tough to handle, and their best bet was to scatter and regroup later at their initial landing spot. Bao Ge relayed the plan to Han Fei. Han Fei nodded, and after exchanging glances, the trio turned and ran simultaneously. The armored rhinoceros bellowed and charged straight at Han Fei, who was surprised. Why had the armored rhinoceros singled him out? Despite its bulky appearance, the beast was fast, hitting speeds of 21 meters per second. Han Fei's speed was only 16 meters per second, forcing him to use the ruins to circle around. The rhinoceros was fast, but its only flaw was its poor turning ability due to its lack of agility. Han Fei tried to use the ruins to escape, but the rhinoceros, ignoring the usual tactics, bulldozed through with its iron-like fur. Seeing the rhinoceros gaining on him, Han Fei knew escaping was nearly hopeless due to the speed difference. The power of a third-tier beast was far greater than that of a second-tier warrior. Facing it head-on was not an option. Han Fei's mind raced, searching for a strategy. Just then he spotted a high point ahead. An idea flashed through his mind and he dashed towards an uncollapsed building to take the high ground. As the armored rhinoceros crashed through obstacles in its path, Han Fei reached the high point and quickly climbed up. With a thought, a thunder bow and 3 thunder arrows appeared in his hands. These could penetrate the height of a third-tier beast and allowed for long-range attacks. It was his only chance. While pondering his next move, Han Fei drew his bow and readied an arrow. As the rhinoceros charged, Han Fei took a deep breath to calm himself, then activated his dragon elephant prajna technique, concentrating his vital energy into the thunder bow and arrows. With the rhinoceros closing in, Han Fei waited for the right moment. Too far and the beast could dodge, too close and it was dangerous. He had to strike a balance. When the rhinoceros was about 5 meters away, Han Fei suddenly released the thunder arrow. Whoosh! The arrow turned into a streak of silver, cutting through the air. Han Fei didn't pause to see if it hit. He quickly readied and shot a second arrow. The 2 arrows, one after the other, left and right, effectively blocked the rhinoceros's path. At such close range, dodging was not easy for the beast. The first arrow struck, embedding about 10 centimeters deep. The impact caused the rhinoceros to stagger just as the second arrow pierced its eye. The rhinoceros roared in pain and anger. Han Fei was overjoyed. The arrow that struck the eye drove at least 20 centimeters deep directly into the rhinoceros's brain. The beast's body crashed into the building beneath Han Fei's feet, causing it to shake and begin to collapse. Han Fei leapt down, then drew his thunder blade, gathering all his energy and releasing it in one mighty slash at the neck of the armored rhinoceros as he hit the ground. With a thrust, despite the creature's tough defenses, only a third tier after all, the thunder blade pierced through its hide, sinking 20 centimeters deep. The massive body of the armored rhinoceros crashed to the ground, breathing heavily but not yet dead. Without hesitation, Han Fei delivered a finishing blow, stabbing the rhinoceros in the head, ensuring its demise. Catching his breath, Han Fei was relieved to have his thunder bow and arrows, otherwise a direct confrontation would not have been so effortless. How am I going to transport such a huge beast? Han Fei pondered, frowning at the corpse. Shaoyi, can this body be stored in the system's inventory? He asked. Shaoyi replied, yes. Overjoyed, Han Fei touched the rhinoceros's body, and with a thought the creature vanished, its image and a description appearing in the system's inventory alongside a count of 1. After a brief rest, Han Fei set out to meet up with Bao Gu and Viper. He walked towards where he had initially landed, and after a few hundred meters he heard the sounds of battle nearby. Immediately alert, Han Fei surveyed his surroundings and quickly sprinted to a vantage point. Crouching, he observed a gray wolf fiercely battling Bao Gu. From the looks of it, Bao Gu was at a disadvantage. The wolf's speed and strength surpassed his. Despite trying to evade, Bao Gu was overwhelmed by the wolf's aggressive attacks. The wolf's claws left a mark on Bao Ji's armor, and with a powerful swipe, Bao Gu was sent flying, not seriously wounded, but certainly in pain. As the wolf pounced on Bao Gu, who was clearly shocked and in danger of having his throat ripped out, a silver flash suddenly shot through the air. The wolf, caught mid-jump and unprepared for this ambush, was unable to dodge. The silver light pierced through the wolf's body, the force throwing it away. Seeing this, Bao Gu turned towards the source of the arrow. Han Fei was already drawing another arrow from his position. With no hesitation, Han Fei leapt down from his spot and shot another arrow straight at the wolf's head. The arrow pierced through, ending its life instantly. Bao Gu was stunned. What just happened? How is this kid so strong? With such decisive actions, he doesn't seem like a rookie. Bao Gu, are you alright? Han Fei called out. Bao Gu responded, I'm fine, you kid, you're quite something. Han Fei grinned. If it weren't for you drawing its attention, I wouldn't have been able to strike so easily. Bao Gu laughed and said, nonsense, what does this have to do with me? If it weren't for me, I'd be dead by now. Han Fei walked over to the corpse of the gray wolf and pulled out the thunderbolt arrow. Bao Gu looked at Han Fei's thunderbolt arrow in surprise and exclaimed, is this a primary level combat weapon? No wonder it's so powerful. You couldn't possibly be the son of some big shot or martial arts family, could you? This set of primary level combat weapons isn't cheap, ordinary warriors really can't afford them. Han Fei just smiled faintly and didn't answer the question. Since Bao Gu thought so, he let him think whatever he wanted. Bao Gu said, hurry up and collect the body. I don't know how Viper is doing. I feel that there are noticeably more beasts this time than before. Han Fei frowned slightly and asked, were there not so many before? Bao Gu shook his head. I come here often, but each time I have to search around before encountering any beasts. Now, it's easy to encounter them, and it was rare to see third-tier beasts before, but this time we encountered a third-tier armored rhinoceros right from the start. It's very unusual. Han Fei asked Bao Gu, after you guys hunt these beasts, what do you use to take them back? Bao Gu smiled and shook the communicator in his hand, saying this is a special communicator made for intermediate warriors. It has a very important feature, storage. Your primary communicator doesn't have this feature. Han Fei looked at the communicator in Bao Ji's hand, which didn't look much different from the outside. Your communicator is for ordinary people, mine is for warriors. It has at least 10 cubic meters of storage space, enough to store these beast corpses, Bao Gu continued. Han Fei, hearing about such a communicator for the first time, realized there was still much about the world of warriors he needed to understand. He asked, is this thing expensive? Bao Gu replied, the cheapest is 200,000 dragon coins like this one I have with 10 cubic meters of storage space. If you don't have this communicator, let's store the Grey Wolf in mine for now and I'll give it to you when we get back. Han Fei nodded, okay. He naturally couldn't reveal the system space in front of others. Bao Gu activated his communicator and a blue light enveloped the corpse of the Grey Wolf, which then disappeared instantly. Bao Gu said, all right, let's go meet up with Viper. Han Fei and Bao Gu left the scene and headed straight for the rendezvous point. When they arrived, they did not see any sign of Viper. According to the scheduled time, if Viper hadn't encountered any threats, he should have already arrived. Bao Gu frowned slightly. Han Fei looked around and said, let's hide and wait a bit longer. Bao Gu nodded, and the two found a safe hiding spot to wait. After half an hour, Viper still hadn't appeared. Bao Gu had a bad feeling. Viper must have run into danger. We can't keep waiting, let's go find him. Han Fei followed Bao Gu and they moved very cautiously elsewhere. Viper was bleeding from his chest, his armor torn open. He hid in a corner, his expression one of pain, and took out a small bottle containing hemostatic powder, pouring it on his wound. Not far from him, a huge black tiger was searching for his trail. The black tiger's nose constantly sniffed the air, adapted following the scent of blood to trace the viper's path. The viper knew this place was no longer safe. After stopping the bleeding and enduring the pain, he carefully prepared to leave. But just then, the wall behind him exploded. The viper was blasted a few meters away as the silhouette of the black tiger appeared. Without a moment to consider his agony, the viper scrambled up, ready to flee. The black tiger roared and leapt forward, pouncing toward the viper. Taken by surprise, the viper tried to dodge, but couldn't fully escape, getting struck on the shoulder by the black tiger and sent flying again, his armor now bearing another gash. Rolling on the ground in pain, the viper wondered, how could there be so many tier 3 beasts here? He knew he had to find a way to escape or he would end up as a meal for the black tiger. As the viper attempted to run, the black tiger transformed into a black blur and pounced again, the disparity in their speeds painfully evident. The black tiger swatted the viper once more, sending him flying. The viper felt as if his spine would break as blood spurted from his mouth, his fighting spirit thoroughly crushed. Am I really going to die here? The viper pondered, struggling to rise but unable to move. His spine was broken, completely sapping his strength. The black tiger approached, roaring skyward as if celebrating its captured prey, its crimson eyes fixed on the viper, who sweated profusely, unwilling to die in such a manner. He thought of his children, his wife. The black tiger extended its sharp claws toward the viper, who then saw only darkness, knowing nothing more until a streak of silver pierced through the air, impaling the black tiger. The beast screamed in pain. Bao Gu yelled at the sight of the viper's body. Viper. Han Fei too was stunned. The viper was the first person he had interacted with and his first partner in hunting beasts. It was after his first mission that the viper had invited him to team up, such a kind-hearted person, now dead by the claws of a beast. Reality was indeed harsh. The viper's death was merely a reflection of countless warriors in this world constantly battling beasts. Every day warriors died, and no one knew if they would return alive from their missions. Viper, Han Fei murmured. The roar of the black tiger brought Han Fei back to his senses. His eyes red with rage, he didn't hesitate to draw his bow again. Bao Gu, we must retrieve the viper's body. We can't let these beasts desecrate it. Bao Ji's expression was fierce, his Anger palpable, he was the Viper's partner, having faced numerous life and death situations together. Now that the Viper was dead, they absolutely had to reclaim his body, yet he was also remarkably calm. No way, this is a tier 3 beast and we're only tier 2 warriors. Do you have a plan to deal with it? Bao Gu asked. Han Fei replied, Bao Gu distracted while I hit it with a thunder arrow, then I'll have a way to deal with it. Believing in his resolve, Bao Gu nodded, then turned to face the Black Tiger and charged without hesitation. The Black Tiger roared in pain, having been struck by an arrow. Though not fatal, the arrow penetrated 10 centimeters deep, causing considerable harm. As Bao Gu charged toward it, the Black Tiger met him head-on, its massive paw slashing down with undiminished speed. Bao Ge's role was merely to distract the tiger, so he quickly dodged rather than confronting the beast head-on. With a thunderous crash, the tiger's paw struck the ground, shattering it. Meanwhile, Han Fei had found an ideal high point for a stealth attack. From this vantage point, even if the Black Tiger attempted an assault, it would not be easy. Instead, it provided Han Fei with a better opportunity. Han Fei Bao drawn and arrow set was ready. He was just waiting for Bao Gu to create the perfect chance to strike, at which point Han Fei would release the bowstring without hesitation. If only I were a psychic able to control objects from afar, this wouldn't be so troublesome, Han Fei thought to himself. He resolved to explore more about psychics once this mission was over. Bao Gu, facing the Black Tiger's onslaught, indeed found it challenging. This tiger was no ordinary tier 3 beast, it seemed to be in the later stages of that tier. Its speed and strength were far superior to Bao Ge's, and Bao Ge's ability to dodge was only possible because the tiger was already injured. To make an effective shot, the tiger needed to be in the air where it couldn't maneuver, only then would an arrow strike true. After rolling to dodge another attack, Bao Gu quickly considered his options. This was the experience of a seasoned warrior. Even in such a moment, his mind remained clear. Observing the terrain, Bao Gu spotted a location near Han Fei that would force the tiger into the air. He sprinted toward it with the roaring tiger in hot pursuit. The disparity in their speeds was evident and the tiger was rapidly gaining ground. Bao Gu leaped over a wall and the tiger followed suit. Now Han Fei! Bao Gu shouted. Seizing the moment, Han Fei let loose the arrow he had been holding taut. Thud, the arrow struck the Black Tiger again, this time at close range and with full force, burying itself halfway into the beast's body. The tiger crashed to the ground with an enraged roar. At this moment, Han Fei quickly consumed a blood-burst pill and a storm pearl. As the power of the pill spread through him, he drew his sword and charged at the Black Tiger. The blood-burst pill enhanced his combat strength by 10% and the storm pearl increased his speed by 20%. With these enhancements, Han Fei activated the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, summoning the Dragon Elephant's energy within him. As the essence of the Dragon Elephant manifested, Han Fei's combat abilities reached their peak. Struggling to rise, the Black Tiger, weakened by at least 40% from the 2 thunder arrows, roared ferociously at Han Fei. As Han Fei swung his sword down, the tiger simultaneously raised its claw to strike. Boom! The thunder blade clashed with the Black Tiger's sharp claws, splitting its force. The Black Tiger roared in pain, and suddenly Han Fei had a flash of insight in his mind about the essence of splitting punch. Using the blade as his fist, he executed the splitting punch movement of Xingyi Quan. Thud, the blade struck, leaving a deep gash on the Black Tiger's head. This scene left Bao Gu utterly stunned. He hadn't even seen how Han Fei managed it, it was so fast. Han Fei was now fully immersed, realizing that Xingyi Quan could be merged with the blade. Viewing the blade as an extension of his body as his fist, he could unleash formidable power. The Black Tiger howled in agony, but Han Fei's assault was far from over. Strike while the enemy is down, finish it off. Han Fei's footwork was agile, and with a drilling punch motion he thrust the blade towards the Black Tiger's abdomen. Thud, the blade pierced through the Black Tiger's belly. Letting go of the thunder blade, Han Fei then roared, "Cannon punch!" This time, he truly threw a punch, his cannon punch blasting into the Black Tiger's body. At that moment, Han Fei faintly heard the roar of dragons and trumpeting of elephants from within his body. Every cell transformed into dragons and elephants, unleashing astonishing power. As if a dragon and a giant elephant were charging at the Black Tiger, the beast's body was hurled several meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground. Bao Gu was completely dumbfounded. Had Han Fei actually defeated a third-tier Black Tiger? The tiger was seriously injured, lying on the ground coughing up blood, struggling to stand but failing utterly. Han Fei immediately rushed to the Black Tiger's side, pulled out the thunder blade, and without hesitation he slashed at the Black Tiger's neck. thud, the black tiger's head was severed, its blood splashing onto Han Fei's face warm and sticky. Han Fei gasped for air, using the blade to support himself, somewhat dazed as he looked at the black tiger. He had slain another third-tier martial beast in a head-on confrontation. Bao Gu, hurry and collect the viper's body. Let's find a place to rest, Han Fei said as he came back to his senses. Bao Gu snapped to rushed over, and upon seeing the viper's body, tears welled up in his eyes. Even this tough man couldn't help but shed tears. Viper, I'm taking you home now, Bao Gu said as he activated his communicator and stored the viper's body. Then he also collected the black tiger's body. Han Fei said, we've encountered several third-tier beasts now, the situation looks grim. Bao Gu contact Quang Long and ask about their situation. Nodding, the two left the scene and found a relatively safe spot to sit and replenish their energy. Night was approaching, and with darkness the danger increased. Some beasts lurked unseen in the dark, appearing silently behind you like ghosts. Moreover, martial artists must never use lights, doing so would be tantamount to revealing themselves. To avoid disadvantages in the dark, many martial artists purchase night vision devices. These devices are expensive because ordinary beasts, unlike extraordinary beasts, can conceal themselves, rendering regular night vision devices useless. Only night vision goggles specifically designed for detecting exotic beasts could accurately capture their presence. Bao Gu quickly activated his communicator to contact Quang Long. The connection went through immediately, but the screen showed Quang Long lying on the ground bleeding. Bao Gu and Han Fei were shocked. Quang Long, what's going on? The situation in Tianhe Town is abnormal. I've contacted the hunting squad, they should be arriving soon to back us up. You must hide and wait for their support, Quang Long managed to say before something crushed the communicator and the screen went black. A shiver ran through Bao Gu and Han Fei as they realized something terrible had happened to Quang Long. Bao Gu clenched his fists in anger. Han Fei took a deep breath, quickly ate some food to replenish his energy, and then sat cross-legged to perform the dragon elephant prajna cultivation to restore his vital energy. Should we try to retrieve Quang Long's body? Bao Gu looked at Han Fei. Han Fei shook his head. It's getting dark and we don't even know where exactly Quang Long is. With our strength, if we encounter a third-tier exotic beast, surviving would be a challenge. Besides, there are clearly a lot of third-tier beasts around here. If we run into two of them, we're done for. Though Bao Gu was reluctant, he knew they had to hide and wait for the hunting squad. Upon hearing Han Fei's advice, not long after, a fighter jet appeared in the skies above Tianhe Town. Warriors of Tianhe Town, please stay put. The hunting squad is here to support you. Do not move rashly. Immediately send a signal through your communicator and we will come to your aid. A voice from the fighter jet announced. Relieved, Han Fei and Bao Gu watched the jet shimmering in the sky. Bao Gu sent a message and the jet quickly pinpointed their location, hovering directly above them. Soon a rope ladder was dropped and an armored warrior descended from the jet. What exactly is happening in Tianhe Town? The warrior asked as he landed. Bao Gu replied, the number of third-tier exotic beasts in Tianhe Town has increased many-fold. We've encountered almost exclusively third-tier beasts. Quang Long is likely dead. So many third-tier beasts in Tianhe Town. The warrior nodded in understanding. Climb up. Han Fei and Bao Gu ascended the rope ladder onto the jet. After the warrior joined them, the fighter jet set off to assist others. About half an hour later, of the 12 who had originally come, only 4 survived, including Han Fei and Bao Gu, and the other 2 had sustained serious injuries. If the support hadn't arrived in time, they likely would have perished too. Afterward, the fighter jet left Tianhe Town for Hai City's hunting squad headquarters. Wu Tiangang sat in the command room, flanked by high-ranking members of the squad, all of whom were at least 4th-tier warriors. Numerous screens displayed images transmitted by the fighter jet from Tianhe Town. These highly precise imaging devices installed on the jet captured very clear pictures in the dark. The screens displayed various exotic beasts and even labeled their tier levels, clearly showing that third-tier beasts were indeed numerous. Commander, Tianhe Town is the closest to our high market, and previously there were few third-tier beasts around, mostly just first and second-tier beasts active. Now that so many third-tier beasts have appeared, it's indeed quite strange. A man with thick eyebrows spoke up. Doesn't this seem like they are gathering? Another burly man added. Should we send another fighter jet to patrol outside Tianhe Town to check the situation? I think that makes sense. If it really is a gathering of beasts, then we must prepare early. Many agreed with a nod. Wu Tiangang stared at the screen, taking this unusual scene seriously, as any slight oversight could jeopardize the safety of all the people in High Market. Dispatch 2 fighter jets for patrol. Wei Shanha Pang Wuli Guihai Long Xiang. The 4 of you go personally. be careful, Wu Tiangang ordered. Yes, sir, the four-named responded in unison. Han Fei and Bao Ge returned to the hunting group. Han Fei had killed 2 beasts, completing his mission, earning 30,000 in rewards, and after selling the 2 beasts he made another 100,000. Bao Ge, let's send this 130,000 to Viper's family. Without their breadwinner, life is tough. Han Fei handed over the 130,000 dragon coins to Bao Ge. With tears in his eyes, Bao Ge said, Viper's daughter is only 3 years old and his wife isn't a warrior, just a common person. Now that Viper is gone, their family indeed faces hardships. I'll also apply for a death gratuity from the Warrior Association for Viper, and I have some savings to add. Altogether, it's about 1 million, which should be enough for the mother and daughter to live on. Han Fei nodded. Please take care of these matters, Bao Ge. Bao Ge patted Han Fei's shoulder. My life was saved by you. Just give me a shout if you need anything in the future. I won't hesitate. Han Fei smiled. Alright, by the way, I still don't know your real name. I'm Zhang Yi, Bao Ge curiously asked. Han Fei. Bao Ge frowned slightly. That name sounded familiar. Scratching his head, Han Fei just smiled and then left. Han Fei. Something clicked in Bao Ge's mind, slapping his forehead. Isn't he that 18-year-old second-tier warrior from our high market? How did I not realize it sooner? I should have known. So young and already a second-tier warrior. After leaving the hunting group, Han Fei went home, took a bath, and fell into bed, sleeping instantly. This mission's biggest takeaway for him was the realization of how life and death are separated by a thin line. Life is so fragile, even as a warrior facing beasts in battle. Life and death are unpredictable. The next morning, Han Fei's communicator rang. It was Bao Ge. Bao Ge briefly explained the situation of Viper's family. The death gratuity combined with the money from both Han Fei and Bao Ge totaled 920,000. This amount would normally sustain a family for over 10 years. After ending the call with Bao Ge, Han Fei went to the Warrior Association. Knowing of Han Fei's arrival, Tang Jinlong personally came to meet him and invited Han Fei into his office. Tang Jinlong smiled. Make yourself comfortable, no need to be formal. Han Fei sat down and said, President Tang, I came here mainly to ask if our Haisher Martial Artists Association has any information on psychic masters. Tang Jinlong knew about Han Fei's choice of Tianhai Martial Arts Academy. Apart from Fan Jian's foolishness, which displeased Han Fei, another important reason was that the psychic masters at Tianhai Martial Arts Academy were stronger than those at East China Martial Arts Academy. Would you like to test what level your psychic power has reached now? Tang Jinlong asked curiously. Han Fei nodded. Okay. Tang Jinlong led Han Fei to a testing room specially designed for measuring psychic power. Han Fei put on a special headgear and sat in a large, comfortable chair. The tester said, just release your psychic power in a moment. Han Fei frowned. How do I release my psychic power? The tester paused, then instructed, focus your attention on one point and try to control something with your mind. Han Fei said, I'll try. His gaze fixed on a water cup not far away. He concentrated all his energy on the cup, attempting to move it with his mind. However, the cup did not budge. At this moment, the tester was completely stunned. His eyes were glued to the testing instrument, even suspecting that it might be broken. Han Fei curiously asked, is it over? The tester looked at Han Fei as if he were a monster. Your psychic power has reached the second tier? Second tier, the tester explained. Psychic power is also divided from 1st to 12th tier, including Xian, Di Tian and Super God levels, which generally correspond to the martial artist's ranks. This means your psychic power has already reached the standard of a second-tier psychic master, which is incredible. Han Fei, not having much concept of this, asked, what level is a normal martial artist's psychic power? The tester explained, let me put it this way, even President Tang's psychic power is only at the second tier. A 7th-tier martial artist's psychic power is only at the second tier? Han Fei was surprised. The tester continued, many martial artists do not actively cultivate their psychic power. It's mostly a slow passive enhancement due to their strength improvement. Even for those at the supreme level, psychic power mostly does not exceed the 12th tier. Han Fei asked, I understand that psychic masters can control objects through the air. What tier must one reach to do this? The tester replied, it's not definite, one needs to deliberately practice how to control psychic power, so even a first tier might be able to control objects through the air. Han Fei nodded in understanding and said, thank you. The tester smiled, I didn't expect you to be not only a martial arts genius but also a psychic power prodigy. Our Haisher is fortunate. Han Fei humbly smiled and then left the testing room. Tang Jinlong was waiting outside. Seeing Han Fei come out, he asked, how did it go? Han Fei replied, second tier. What? Second tier? Tang Jinlong gasped, goodness, a 7th tier martial artist like myself only has 2nd tier psychic power. He, a 2nd tier martial artist, has already reached 2nd tier psychic power. Tang Jinlong chuckled bitterly, a genius is indeed a genius. It seems you intend to cultivate both martial arts and psychic mastery. Han Fei nodded and said, indeed, I have such an idea. I wonder if the Martial Artist Association has any materials on mentalist techniques that I can study? Tang Jinlong laughed and replied, there are some, but I suggest you go see Principal Zhang Hua. With your exceptional mental power talent, the 8th tier mentalist at Tianhai Martial Arts Academy will be eager to guide you. Han Fei smiled and said, I'll start by understanding it a bit, and after school starts it will be easier to study at Tianhai Martial Arts Academy. Tang Jinlong agreed, that sounds good. I'll have someone bring the materials to you. Thanks. Soon after, someone delivered a thick stack of materials to Han Fei. He immediately took them home and eagerly began to read through them. The documents contained numerous accounts of mentalists and their deeds, as well as various methods of training. Of course, these were all very basic. Currently, Han Fei was only relying on the Tianhun pill to enhance his mental power, and he knew nothing else. He began to try out the most basic training methods described in the materials. The training of mental power was rather straightforward and brutal. It involved continuously using mental power and gradually learning to control it. The first step was to sense the presence of mental power. Since it was something intangible, the documents described it as treating the mental power like a thread. To control objects through the air, it was like using this thread to tie up the objects and then using the thread as a medium to control them. Han Fei tried to sense it and continued to release his mental power according to the methods described. Training mental power was exhausting, and after trying for about half an hour, Han Fei felt dizzy and wanted to sleep. This was a normal phenomenon. The materials also mentioned that beginners often felt sleepy due to excessive consumption. As one used mental power over a long period, this feeling would disappear unless it was really overused, then the fatigue would still occur. After resting for an hour, Han Fei recovered and continued his training. He repeated this process over 3 days, barely leaving the house. Initially, he could only last half an hour before needing to sleep, but now he could endure for more than 45 minutes. Training mental power was much harder than martial arts, no wonder few people practiced it. Han Fei exhaled deeply. He still needed to enhance his practical experience, to go to the boxing gym and fight in the ring, to integrate Xingyi Quan with actual combat to truly master it. Han Fei left his home for the High Market Martial Spirit Boxing Gym. This was the official boxing gym of the city, very formal. Every participant in the ring fight at the gym was recorded in the rankings from 1st tier martial artists to 12th tier ones. Moreover, it was networked with the rankings determined by the ratio of wins to losses. Then a national ranking was compiled. As Han Fei entered the gym, he ran into Zhu Ziyuan. Upon seeing Han Fei, Zhu Ziyuan immediately smiled and approached him. Han Fei, are you here for the ring fight? Han Fei nodded. Zhu Ziyuan said, you've really kept a low profile. It turns out you've already become a 2nd tier martial artist. No wonder the principals of Huadong Martial Arts Academy and Tianhai Martial Arts Academy both defied their statuses to vie for you. Han Fei offered a casual smile without much explanation and asked, what brings you here? Zhu Ziyuan responded with a laugh, my dad is in charge here. I often come to watch the arena matches when I'm free. Han Fei nodded in understanding. Zhu Ziyuan's father Zhu Yulong was also a 5th tier martial artist holding a respectable position. Han Fei then mentioned, I'm here to participate in the arena match. I'll go register first. Zhu Ziyuan offered, let me take you there. I'm quite familiar with the process. Han Fei agreed, and Zhu Ziyuan led him to the registration area in the boxing gym, where everything was operated by machines. Participants only needed to register as a member using their martial credits, and then they could sign up. The rules of registration typically matched competitors with those of the same level, but one could also opt to challenge fighters one level higher. This option would be displayed in the system, and the gym would sporadically arrange matches with possibly higher tier fighters. After Han Fei finished registering, he had to wait for 5 more matches before it was his turn facing another 2nd tier martial artist. Together with Zhu Ziyuan, he then went inside the gym. The interior of the gym was vast, resembling an arena with seating all around that could accommodate thousands of spectators. At the center was a 100 by 100 arena. At that moment, 2 first-tier martial artists were engaged in a heated duel, evenly matched and fiercely competitive. The audience around them was continuously shouting, cheering on the fighters they supported. Han Fei found a spot to sit and watch the Ongoing matches. While waiting for his turn, Zhu Ziyuan looked at Han Fei and said, "I've just informed my dad. He'll come over in a bit and introduce himself." Han Fei simply nodded in response. He was well aware of his value as an 18-year-old second-tier martial artist. Establishing good relationships could be beneficial as he advanced. "Hello Han Fei, I'm Zhu Yulong, the manager of this gym and Ziyuan's father." Zhu Yulong greeted him warmly. Dressed in a sharp suit and with a robust stature, Han Fei stood up and politely greeted him. "Hello Uncle Zhu." Zhu Yulong was clearly pleased to be addressed as Uncle Zhu and chuckled. "Then I'll call you Xiao Fei. How about joining me for lunch if you're free?" Han Fei replied calmly. "Uncle Zhu, after the match I need to continue my training." Despite feeling slightly disappointed, Zhu Yulong laughed it off. No wonder a talented and diligent young second-tier martial artist at 18, truly rare. "Ziyuan, make sure to keep good company with Han Fei. I'll be off then and we can have lunch another day." Han Fei nodded. After Zhu Yulong left, Zhu Ziyuan playfully suggested, "How about I treat you to dinner tomorrow night?" Han Fei replied, "I have plans with Hyunya tomorrow night." Zhu Ziyuan felt a slight panic inside. "What's your relationship with Li Hyunya?" Han Fei simply smiled, "Just friends." Relieved, Zhu Ziyuan thought to herself, "Then I still have a chance. Despite Hyunya being stronger, I cannot back down." Match after match continued, mostly involving first and second tier martial artists, with third tier ones being a rarity in a place like High Market where only a few could reach such a level. Broadcast. Next up, second-tier martial artist Han Fei faces off against second-tier martial artist Jiang Shang. Upon hearing the broadcast, Han Fei stands and heads towards the arena. Zhu Ziyuan cheers, swinging her fist. "Go Han Fei!" The audience murmurs. "Han Fei? Which Han Fei? Could it be the 18-year-old second-tier martial artist who has been causing a stir lately? Can it really be him?" Even though he's a second-tier martial artist, his combat skills are probably not that great, isn't he? Just asking for trouble by entering the arena. Is that Han Fei? He looks so young. It must indeed be that 18-year-old second-tier martial artist. Many in the crowd are discussing. As Han Fei steps onto the stage, he faces Jiang Shang, a man in his 30s with a burly physique, making Han Fei appear much smaller in comparison. Jiang Shang sizes up Han Fei. "So you're the 18-year-old second-tier martial artist, Han Fei?" Han Fei nods. "Yes, that's me." Jiang Shang remarks, "Even though you're immensely talented, I doubt your practical combat skills are up to par." Han Fei responds, "That's why I'm participating in the arena battles, to train and improve." Jiang Shang smiles, "Well, then I'll take it upon myself to teach you a lesson. Beating me might even boost my ranking a bit." Clearly, Jiang Shang sees Han Fei as just a stepping stone and doesn't take him seriously at all. Although Han Fei is indeed a second-tier martial artist, his young age means he lacks real combat experience. In contrast, Jiang Shang, a veteran of many arena battles and missions against exotic beasts, has a wealth of combat experience. "Please enlighten me," Han Fei replies humbly. Jiang Shang charges at Han Fei, immediately moving at a speed of about 17 meters per second. Although Han Fei's speed is slightly slower at 16 meters per second, he could surpass Jiang Shang if he utilizes his vital energy. Seeing Jiang Shang approaching, Han Fei does not summon his vital energy but instead takes up the stance of Xingyi Quan, waiting for Jiang Shang to come closer. The audience speculates who will win this match. The consensus seems clear. Obviously it's Jiang Shang. His ranking might be just over 50,000 among the national second-tier martial artists, but he's an experienced fighter. Though Han Fei has an exceptional talent for cultivation, his training time has been short and he might not stand a chance in a real fight. Almost no one in the spectator stands favors Han Fei. In the monitoring room, Zhu Yulong, with his arms crossed, watches the situation on the large screen intently. A man beside him asks with a smile, "Zhu, do you think Han Fei can match Jiang Shang?" Zhu Yulong shakes his head. "We'll see soon enough. Even if he's not a match now, he'll certainly be a fearsome figure as he grows." The man nods. Every martial artist needs time to grow. Reaching the second tier at 18 proves his monstrous talent and hard work. Zhu Yulong nods in agreement. Curious about Han Fei's current combat capabilities, on the stage Han Fei takes his opponent seriously. Although he has participated in a mission to hunt exotic beasts, or he even killed a third-tier beast, most of that was in cooperation with others and with the advantage of weapons. Now without these advantages, his combat experience is less than Jiang Shang's, so he remains cautious. Jiang Shang throws a punch, a very forceful straight punch without even a feint. Upon seeing this, Han Fei swung his fist to collide with Jiang Shang's, choosing to face him head-on to gauge the extent of Jiang Shang's strength. With a loud thud, their fists met and Jiang Shang's expression changed. Drastically, he felt a sharp pain in his fist, clearly outmatched by Han Fei's superior strength. Han Fei raised an eyebrow. His opponent was weaker in strength. It seemed that Han Fei could dominate with his physical power, and coupling that with Xingyiquan, victory should be no issue. Jiang Sheng staggered back several steps, causing a stir among the spectators. Had Jiang Sheng been at a disadvantage from the first clash? With a grimace, Jiang Sheng realized he had underestimated his opponent and needed to change his strategy. Greater strength did not guarantee victory. With renewed resolve, Jiang Sheng approached Han Fei again, this time not intending to clash directly but rather to use his agile footwork and accumulated experience to find an opening in Han Fei's defense. Han Fei remained calm, responding to the myriad of changes with constancy. If his opponent's strength was inferior, all he needed was one opportunity to defeat him. During this, Han Fei activated the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, enhancing his defensive capabilities ever since he started practicing this technique. Han Fei had felt his body's strength far surpass that of ordinary martial artists, making his defense almost terrifyingly formidable. Despite Jiang Sheng's skilled footwork and experience, his attacks failed to inflict any harm on Han Fei. With Han Fei not showing any signs of panic, Jiang Sheng could not find any openings. Anxiety began to set in for Jiang Sheng. Han Fei was far more formidable than he had anticipated. At that moment, Han Fei suddenly launched an attack, having spotted an opening in Jiang Sheng's defense. He delivered a thunderous punch, its momentum akin to a cannonball, directly targeting Jiang Sheng. Caught off guard by Han Fei's sudden assault, Jiang Sheng crossed his arms in defense, but upon impact he felt a force like a cannonball smashing into him. Boom! Jiang Sheng was sent flying backward, his arms trembling, uncontrollably drained of strength. The crowd was shocked. Was Jiang Sheng defeated by just one strike? In the control room, Zhu Yulong watched the scene unfold, his eyebrows raised in amusement. It seems he does have practical experience after all. We underestimated him, he commented. Indeed, Han Fei spared much energy by ending the fight with a single move, remarked a man beside Zhu Yulong. Zhu Yulong smiled. A true genius isn't just about fast cultivation, they must excel in all aspects. Lacking in any area doesn't make one a genius. On the stands, Zhu Ziyan cheered wildly. Han Fei, you're amazing. Other spectators, recovering from their initial shock, also began chanting his name, waving their fists in the air. Standing in the ring, Han Fei looked up at the crowd, shouting his name, feeling a surge of adrenaline. Han Fei wins, announced the broadcaster as the giant screen above the ring displayed Han Fei's image with a large victory sign. However, Han Fei had not yet ranked, as he needed to compete in over 10 matches, with the system evaluating his win rate and the performance of his opponents before making a judgment. Han Fei stepped down from the ring feeling indifferent about the fight. The competition in the boxing gym seemed mundane and failed to evoke a sense of danger in him. If I want real training, I'll have to go to the underground boxing rings, Han Fei thought to himself. In those places, life and death were disregarded. One could kill an opponent without consequences. It was a battle for survival, much like facing a fierce beast. Sometimes it's either you or them. Zhu Ziyuan approached Han Fei, unable to stop herself from taking his hand and smiling. Han Fei, you were incredible. Jiang Sheng is an experienced second-tier martial artist, and yet you defeated him with ease. Realizing she was still holding his hand, Zhu Ziyuan quickly let go, her cheeks flushing as she stammered, sorry. Han Fei gave a slight smile. It's fine, I have other things to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. When are you free? I'd like to invite you for a meal, Zhu Ziyuan asked eagerly. I've been quite busy lately. We'll see, Han Fei replied before leaving Zhu Ziyuan feeling somewhat dejected. Han Fei did not have much fondness for Zhu Ziyuan. Her behavior at the previous birthday banquet had disappointed him. Her current closeness was solely due to his displayed talents. Without such talents, her attitude toward him would be completely different. After leaving the gym, Han Fei returned home and continued his cultivation of mental strength. Cultivating mental strength was more challenging and time-consuming than martial training, but it was more beneficial in the long run. Han Fei practiced until around 10 o'clock at night, gradually growing accustomed to the fatigue brought by the mental exertion, enduring longer with each session and feeling increasingly mentally refreshed after each rest. This was a clear sign of his improving mental strength. In his system space, Han Fei purchased 3 hours of fishing time. Sitting alone by the side of the chaotic heavenly pond, he began to fish. Soon he was catching fish after fish. In 3 hours he almost had a full haul: 9 soul heaven pills, 3 speed increase pills and 3 first-class strength pills. Han Fei couldn't help but laugh joyfully. After fishing, Han Fei immediately consumed the 3 first-class strength pills and 3 speed increase pills. The 3 strength Pills increased his strength by 600 inch, and considering the strength he had gained from previous battles with exotic beasts, his strength had now reached 5,500. The 3 speed pills increased his speed to 19 meters per second, with a maximum strength of 5,999 and a speed of 20 meters per second. Han Fei had essentially reached the peak of a second-tier martial artist. He didn't hesitate to swallow 2 of the Soul Heaven pills. After a period of cultivating his mental strength, taking the Soul Heaven pills was no longer as painful. After consuming all 9 Soul Heaven pills, Han Fei could clearly feel an enhancement in his mental strength. His focus was entirely on the glass of water in front of him. Aside from it, his mind was a blank slate. At that moment, the glass shifted ever so slightly, just a few millimeters. Han Fei suddenly felt a wave of fatigue, but the movement of the glass filled him with an unprecedented excitement. I did it! I finally did it! Now all I need to do is continuously enhance my mental power and keep practicing, and I will definitely be able to control it effortlessly, Han Fei thought, his chest heaving with excitement. The very next morning, Han Fei logged onto a website using his communicator to register for an underground boxing match. Although underground boxing was somewhat covert, it was still permitted as it served as a form of training for martial artists. Han Fei signed up for tonight's fight under the alias Changguan. After registering, Han Fei left his home and headed straight for Tiandao Martial Arts Gym. Upon arrival, he entered the Level 3 strength training room and began his intense training regimen. He planned to push his strength to the martial limit of 5999. Inside the training room, Han Fei practiced the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, voraciously absorbing vital energy. Meanwhile, Chen Hao was leisurely sipping tea in the monitoring room when an alert for insufficient vital energy sounded from room 11. Chen Hao glanced at it nonchalantly. He wasn't surprised, even though he had just refilled the room with vital energy the evening before. This freak, if he continues training like this, even the gym owner won't be able to keep up. Hopefully he grows quickly and brings enough returns to the gym, Chen Hao muttered to himself. Inside the Level 3 strength training room, Han Fei's body radiated bursts of light, and sounds akin to dragons roaring and elephants trumpeting emanated from within him. His body was undergoing a transformation. Have I reached the martial limit of a second-tier martial artist? Han Fei wondered, feeling the transformation within and reveling in the pleasant surprise. Each martial limit represented a significant transformation of the body, and even more so with the enhancement from the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. Han Fei felt that not only had his strength reached 5,999, but his body's overall robustness had transformed. His defensive capabilities were definitely beyond those of a second-tier martial artist, perhaps even surpassing some third-tier ones. After a while, Han Fei took a deep breath and went to test his strength on the measuring device. He threw a punch. The display on the device showed 5,999. What level could I reach if I used the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique and harnessed the vital energy? Without hesitation, Han Fei activated the technique, enveloping his fist in a glow, and delivered a swift, forceful punch. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as the device rapidly cycled through numbers. 8730. Seeing such a number, Han Fei's eyes widened. The strength of a third-tier martial artist was only up to 9,999 pounds, and here he was with a punch boosted by vital energy, nearly surpassing the majority of third-tier martial artists. Most third-tier martial artists plateau around 7,000 or seek ways to advance to the fourth tier. With this, Han Fei felt absolutely confident that he could confront a third-tier martial artist. Han Fei grinned broadly. With his formidable bodily defenses and this monstrous strength, he could easily dominate among third-tier martial artists. Subsequently, Han Fei entered the speed training room and began his fervent training. If his strength could reach 20, he would soon truly become a third-tier martial artist. Han Fei trained in the Tiandao Martial Arts Gym until the evening, and after resting well, he finally left. At this moment, Li Zhangdao had learned that Han Fei's strength had reached 8,730, and he was utterly shocked. Could it be that Han Fei had already stepped into the ranks of third-tier martial artists so quickly? This was simply unbelievable. Li Zhangdao took a deep breath, feeling that this was not just a peerless genius, but a terrifying freak of nature. Han Fei went to eat some food, consuming exotic beast meat to better replenish his nutrients, and afterwards he was set to compete in an underground boxing gym. Han Fei prepared a half mask for himself and then made his way to the underground boxing gym. This so-called underground boxing gym was privately owned, where life and death fights could occur and bets could be placed. things not officially sanctioned were dubbed underground. Upon arriving at the underground boxing gym, the space wasn't very large, but it could accommodate a few hundred people. Those who came here were either rich or noble, if not wealthy, then they were martial artists. They all came for the spectacle and the gambling. Han Fei checked out his opponent, because he had chosen the option to fight a third-tier martial artist. His opponent was a third-tier martial artist with the code name Sky Wolf. Han Fei had chosen to fight against a third-tier martial artist firstly to hone his own skills and secondly because if he won a challenge above his level he could receive 5 times the prize money. Sky Wolf had a record of 21 fights, 13 wins, 5 losses and 4 draws. This record was already impressive, and it was estimated that more would bet on Sky Wolf winning tonight. If I'd bet on myself to win, then the odds would definitely be much higher. Han Fei's lips curled up as he walked towards the betting counter. With Sky Wolf's unquestionable performance and the majority betting on him, the odds were lower, whereas there were fewer bets on himself, so the odds were higher. You there? I bet on the 7th match, Han Fei against Sky Wolf, Han Fei to win. The female staff member at the counter paused, saying, "Sir, are you sure? No one has bet on Han Fei winning yet." Han Fei replied, "I'm sure. Bet 100000." The female staff member looked surprised. Han Fei took out a card and said, "Swipe the card." The female staff member swiped the card for Han Fei, then issued a ticket. Han Fei took the ticket and left. A nearby counter staff watched Han Fei leave, muttering, "Such a fool with too much money." With Sky Wolf's outstanding combat record and Han Fei fighting above his level, it's a definite loss, and he still bets on Han Fei winning. The female staff member said, "If Han Fei really wins, then he'll make a clean million." "That's impossible. I'd bet 1,000 on Sky Wolf winning this time. Sky Wolf is sure to win." The female staff member thought for a moment. "I'll bet 1,000 on Han Fei to win. If he wins, it could be a huge profit. If it's wrong, consider it 1,000 less in salary." "You're crazy," another staff member commented disdainfully. Han Fei chose a spot to sit down and the match was about to begin soon. Participating here, there are rarely any newcomers, all are seasoned fighters who have battled with mystical beasts. After watching one match after another, Han Fei took it all in. Out of 6 matches, 1 ended in a fighter's death, 3 in severe injuries, and only 2 were less severe, and that was when the fighters conceded quickly. Indeed, it was brutal, but also a perfect way to hone one's skills. A slight lack of attention could be fatal, Han Fei thought to himself. Next was the 7th match, and it was the only one featuring a second-tier fighter against a third-tier fighter. On the stage, the host, microphone in hand, shouted, "Please welcome the second-tier fighter Gan Changwan and the third-tier fighter Tian Lang to the arena." The crowd cheered. Han Fei walked towards the stage, facing Tian Lang, a man not very tall but looking exceedingly fierce, his eyes filled with hostility. The host announced, "Everyone knows Tian Lang well, 21 fights, 13 wins, 5 losses and 4 draws, an impressive record. And Gan Changwan, with no record to his name, is here for the first time. As a newcomer, what makes him bold enough to challenge across levels, even daring to challenge Tian Lang? Let's wait and see." The audience erupted in cheers again. "Tian Lang will win, Tian Lang will win. Tian Lang can defeat this kid in one move, right? Not just second tier, even third-tier fighters dare not challenge Tian Lang. We are going to make a fortune this time. I lost quite a bit before, but this time I will win it all back." Tian Lang hit him hard. All the spectators were shouting Tian Lang's name, paying no attention to Han Fei. Both Tian Lang and Han Fei stepped onto the stage. Tian Lang grinned, "Kid, you still have time to forfeit. A second-tier fighter like you doesn't even pique my interest." Han Fei responded calmly, "I'd advise you to focus fully when fighting me, or else it'll be too easy for me, and that wouldn't be fun." Tian Lang snorted, "You're quite arrogant for someone standing before me. Even third-tier fighters don't talk big like this." The host observed, "It seems Gan Changwan is very confident in his abilities, daring to talk big to Tian Lang. But once the fight starts, how many moves can he withstand from Tian Lang? Go on." Tian Lang hit him hard. Tian Lang show no mercy, just overpower him." From the stands, everyone was waving their fists, shouting excitedly. Han Fei didn't care about their words. He was already positioning himself in the Xingyi Quan stance. Tian Lang sneered, "Since you're looking for a beating, I'll gladly oblige." With those words, Tian Lang stomped his foot violently and charged at Han Fei like a bullet through the air. Han Fei squinted at Tian Lang. "This speed should be around 22 meters per second. I don't have the advantage in speed. I must rely on strength to counter and use my mental power to control Tian Lang's movements." Han Fei quickly strategized in his mind. Tian Lang's fist was already on its way, a very fierce punch seeming to explode upon impact. "Bring it on," Han Fei shouted internally. he needed Tianlang's fierce power for a true contest. If Tianlang relied on speed to win, Han Fei would have been in trouble, but Tianlang was overly confident in his own strength, so he disdained using speed. He preferred to end the battle with overwhelming force. In an instant, Han Fei activated the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, filling his body with the power of both dragon and elephant. As a surge of light swirled around him, Han Fei launched a punch, cannon fist. Han Fei didn't throw his punches randomly, each was meant to secure victory. Boom, the fists of the two collided in a flash. How could he dare to meet Tianlang head-on like this? A second-tier martial artist, no matter how strong, couldn't possibly match the power of a third-tier one. Ending the fight with just one punch was too boring. Haha, I won, I can finally break even today, someone in the crowd thought. On the spectator's stand, everyone watched the scene expecting Tianlong's punch to blast Han Fei away. Bang! A loud noise erupted, and to everyone's disbelief, it was Tianlong's body flying backwards, his feet scraping the ground as he retreated, nearly falling off the stage. Meanwhile, Han Fei only took 3 steps back to stabilize himself. The crowd issued incredulous gasps, some even scratching their heads, goosebumps all over. This scene was shocking. Tianlang almost knocked off the stage by a second-tier martial artist. If one hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe it? Tianlong's face was solemn, his arms trembling slightly. He had not expected Han Fei's strength to be so formidable. At the moment of impact, he felt as if he had collided with a solid block of iron. Han Fei himself hadn't realized his physical strength had reached such a terrifying level, worthy of a veteran warrior, battle-hardened. If it had been any other martial artist, they probably would have fallen off the stage, but Tianlang managed to stabilize at the critical moment. That's real strength. Han Fei looked at Tianlang, secretly amazed. What am I seeing? Tianlang almost knocked off the stage by a blow. It's unbelievable. Could it be that today he's the dark horse? The host, snapping back to reality, shouted excitedly, Tianlang, come on, I'd bet all my possessions on you winning. If you lose, I'll be ruined. Tianlang must have been careless just now. That guy couldn't possibly be a match for Tianlang. On the spectators' stand, no one wanted to believe Tianlang could lose. Tianlang gritted his teeth. Damn, my arms can't recover for a while. Tianlang's arms were still trembling, and Han Fei noticed this. So severe, it seems my physical strength has exceeded my expectations. Since that's the case, let's end this battle. Han Fei rushed towards Tianlang at a terrifying speed of 19 meters per second. Tianlang, seeing Han Fei charge at him, roared angrily, channeling his energy to meet him head-on. Drill fist. Han Fei punched again, his fist like a drill bit, highly penetrative. Tianlang had no choice. The two collided again. Tianlang's body inevitably retreated while Han Fei seized the opportunity, closing in for another punch. Bang! Under everyone's gaze, Tianlang was knocked off the platform by Han Fei. The entire audience fell silent, so quiet that even breathing seemed to cease, and you could hear a pin drop. Their favorite fighter Tianlang had lost, and lost utterly. He won. He actually won. A woman at the counter managed to say, barely containing her excitement, how is this possible? A nearby employee muttered in disbelief. On the stage, everyone was stunned. It took the host a moment before he could speak. What did I just witness? Tianlang was defeated by Han Fei with just 3 punches and knocked off the platform, he announced. Han Fei spoke calmly, announced the result. The host quickly declared, in this contest, Han Fei emerges victorious. The audience couldn't accept this outcome, many throwing their betting slips towards the platform. In anger, Tianlang, still beneath the stage, seemed as if he was in a dream, just staring blankly at the fluttering slips falling all around him. Han Fei stepped down from the platform, reflecting on Tianlang's defeat due to his arrogance and overconfidence. If he had been cautious from the start and used his speed advantage, perhaps the battle might have ended differently. Han Fei knew in his heart, even though his strength could match a third-tier fighter, his speed, even enhanced by vital energy, couldn't compare to Tianlang's. Without the advantage of speed, strength could seem clumsy. This was a lesson for him, to be more cautious in future challenges beyond his level. Han Fei, holding the betting slips, approached the counter. Exchange these, he said. The woman, still excited, exclaimed, so it was you, Han Fei? You knew you were going to win, didn't you? No wonder you bet on yourself. Han Fei simply smiled. I also bet 1,000 on you winning, and I made a profit. Please show your bank card and I will transfer the money directly. Han Fei handed over his bank card, and after the woman operated the machine, the transaction was completed. Checking his communicator for the balance, Han Fei thought, an extra million just like that. Now I have the money to buy exotic beast meat and more time for fishing. Soon after Han Fei left the underground boxing arena, his communicator rang. It was from Brother Bao. Brother Bao, what's up? Han Fei answered. Brother Bao appeared on the screen smiling. Just got the news, there's a large gathering of exotic beasts in Tianhe town. The hunting group is organizing a large-scale hunt. Do you want to join? Han Fei was puzzled. A large-scale hunt? Does that mean even the group leaders will be going? That's right, Brother Bao confirmed. After their scouting, they discovered a large assembly of beasts in Tianhe town, the strongest among them reaching the 5th tier. So the leaders are preparing to hunt these beasts to prevent any dangers, and we could tag along to hunt some 1st and 2nd tier beasts. There are no restrictions this time. Any beast slain and brought back not only sells for a high price but also brings a substantial reward. If that's the case, then I'll sign up, said Han Fei. Do you want to continue as a team? Brother Bao asked. Han Fei paused for a moment, then replied, Brother Bao, this time I want to go alone, mainly for the experience. That's fine too, Brother Bao said. With the number of people participating, even if there is danger, support can be quickly mobilized. See you tomorrow then. Han Fei nodded and turned off the communicator, then returned home and directly purchased 4 hours of fishing time. Tomorrow I must head to Tianhe town. If I can enhance my abilities, chances of survival will certainly increase, Han Fei muttered to himself. By the chaotic pond of the heavens, Han Fei set aside his premonitions and began to fish. Today the fish weren't biting well, but the loot was decent. He got a weapon upgrade charm, 2 pills of strength enhancement grade 1, 3 blood explosion pills, 1 speed enhancement pill, and a set of basic battle armor. The weapon upgrade charm can directly elevate the level of a weapon. Han Fei's weapons were all basic, and using the charm would upgrade them to intermediate level. Intermediate weapons can inflict damage on beasts ranging from the 4th to the 6th order. Basic battle armor, also a type of weapon, can defend against attacks from 1st to 3rd order beasts. This armor is much stronger than the ones Bao Gu and his friends have. Their armor would be torn apart by a 3rd order beast, and even a slap could cause internal injuries. However, Han Fei's basic armor could defend against all attacks from 3rd order beasts, meaning that as long as he doesn't encounter a 4th order beast, he wouldn't have to worry about injuries. Han Fei was thrilled and immediately took out the battle armor. Initially, the armor was just a belt. With a press of the button in the middle, it quickly transformed, enveloping Han Fei's entire body, leaving no angle uncovered. Even his eyes were shielded. Moreover, the eye part of the armor had a special ability to see the attributes of all items. This meant that Han Fei could discern the combat strength of other warriors and beasts. This armor is incredible, Han Fei exclaimed excitedly. Now I can clearly know the real data of my peers. Among 3rd order warriors, some have a strength of just over 4,000, but others reach over 5,000, something you can't see from the outside and can only determine with a testing device. But with this armor I can see it clearly. Then Han Fei took out his thunder arrow and used the upgrade charm to elevate it to an intermediate weapon. Now, as long as the thunder arrow hit a vital part of a beast, it could kill with a single shot. Following that, Han Fei consumed a strength enhancement pill and a speed enhancement pill, boosting his strength by 200 to a total of 6,200 and his speed to 21 meters per second. From this moment, Han Fei officially entered the ranks of 3rd order warriors. With these 3 blood explosion pills and 4 more in reserve, he could still stand a chance even against a 4th order beast. Han Fei's lips curled into a smile. The next morning, Han Fei arrived on time at the hunting group. At this moment, many warriors had gathered within the group, most of whom Han Fei did not recognize, so he simply found a corner to sit and wait to head to Tianhe town. At that moment, Bao Gu came over, clapped Han Fei on the shoulder and laughed. Why not join everyone for a chat? Han Fei smiled faintly and replied, I'm not good at socializing. Bao Gu laughed. The warriors who came today basically make up over 80% of High City's warriors, though their overall strength is mostly within the 3rd order. Han Fei nodded. He had some understanding of the warriors in High City, most of whom were relatively weak. Han Fei, I didn't expect you to join the hunting group's operation too. At this time, Nangong Wu came over with a smile. When Bao Gu saw Nangong Wu, he asked, Nangong, you know Han Fei as well? Nangong Wu smiled and replied, my son and Han Fei are classmates. Of course I know him. Bao Gu sighed. Look at that, at the same age, Han Fei is already a 2nd-tier martial artist and your son isn't even 1st tier, there's a huge gap. Nangong Wu responded irritably, can you even compare them? You're in your 40s and only 2nd tier. Han Fei is just 18 and already 2nd tier, why don't you mention that? Bao Gu laughed heartily. Attention all martial artists, we are about to depart. Please head to the airstrip in an orderly manner. At this moment the announcement came through the speakers. All the martial artists stood up and walked towards the airstrip. Upon reaching the airstrip, the announcement sounded again, instructing first and second tier martial artists to board fighters number 6, 7, and 8, while third tier martial artists should board fighters 4 and 5. Han Fei thought for a moment, then walked towards fighter number 4. Bao Gu and Nangongwu were stunned. Bao Gu said, "It's not the Air Force, second tier martial artists should be on fighters 6, 7, and 8. Han Fei gave a faint smile. "I have already stepped into the third tier." Bao Gu and Nangongwu were petrified. Nangongwu's lips trembled. "He stepped into the third tier already? What kind of cultivation freak is this?" Bao Gu exclaimed, "Comparing people can be deadly. Let's not embarrass ourselves here, let's hurry on." When Han Fei boarded fighter number 4, his armor had already covered his entire body, mainly to keep his real face unnoticed. The fighter quickly took off, heading straight for Tianhe Town. I heard that not only our Sea Lion martial artists were mobilized, but also the neighboring Yun city had dispatched their hunting groups, a third-tier martial artist was discussing. "It seems the situation in Tianhe Town is more serious than we thought. If we can't stop this assembly of exotic beasts, once they gather completely, they might launch an attack on Heist City. It's been a long time since exotic beasts have attacked Heist City. This time we can really enjoy the fight." Many martial artists were chatting among themselves, while Han Fei quietly listened alone in a corner, not saying a word. The fighter soon came to a halt. Everyone prepared to land. The announcement came, the fighter's hatch opened and ropes were dropped down, with all martial artists gradually landing. After landing, Han Fei immediately set off in one direction and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. With his basic combat achievements protecting him, he could ignore the attacks of third-tier exotic beasts and moved boldly and fearlessly. Bang! Just then, 100 meters from Han Fei, a wall suddenly collapsed and a 2-meter-tall serrated King Kong pig appeared in his view. Beneath the collapsed wall, a figure was also buried. Upon seeing the serrated King Kong pig, Han Fei didn't hesitate for a moment, instantly bent his bow and drew an arrow, releasing his power to the extreme. Whoosh! The arrow shot out like lightning. Thud! In the blink of an eye, the lightning arrow penetrated the brain of the serrated King Kong pig. The massive body of the serrated King Kong pig fell to the ground, twitching a few times before it lay still. Han Fei moved with utmost speed to the side of the serrated diamondback boar and collected its carcass. Then, with a wave of his hand, the thunderbolt arrow returned to him. He approached the buried warrior, who was already gasping for breath. Before Han Fei could act, he sensed someone approaching. Quanglong. At that moment, several men appeared and exclaimed in shock upon seeing the buried warrior. They rushed over. One man checked the buried man's condition, while the remaining 3 surrounded Han Fei. "How is Quanglong?" One of the men encircling Han Fei asked. The man who had checked shook his head. "He's dead." "Did you kill him?" another man angrily accused. Han Fei replied, "It wasn't me. The serrated diamondback boar killed him." "Where is this boar then?" "It seems like you just want to rob and kill," a man coldly stated. Han Fei answered, "Think what you will, but I didn't kill him." Saying this, Han Fei prepared to leave. "You think you can just kill one of our companions and walk away?" another man shouted angrily. "What do you want to do?" Han Fei also grew angry. "Unless you can prove it was the serrated diamondback boar that killed him," one man challenged. The boar was already slain by Han Fei and stored in his system storage, a detail he couldn't reveal without exposing some of his secrets. Han Fei pointed to a pool of blood on the ground. "That's the boar's blood." The men glanced at the blood stain and one of them's eyes flashed coldly before they exchanged looks. "You think a mere blood stain will fool us?" "Take him down," one commanded, and then charged at Han Fei. With rapid retreat aided by his armor, Han Fei, knowing these men were Tier 3 warriors with the strongest, reaching power levels of 7,590 and speed of 22, realized they were targeting him deliberately, likely to seize the exotic beast's corpse. Such incidents were common in hunts where some warriors disregarded the greater good for personal gain. To win, Han Fei knew he must go all out and consumed a storm pill, dodging an initial strike. His mind raced. Since these men intended to kill him, he saw no reason to hold back. Unleashing his full power, his vital energy surged as he wielded the Thunderblade to meet the charge of one man. The Thunderblade slashed down, clashing with the man's combat sword. A mere instant, and the combat sword was cleaved in two. The disparity between their weapons was clear. Han Fei wielded a primary combat weapon, while the men's were crafted from special materials but still ordinary, their lethality no match for a true combat weapon. "He's using a combat weapon," one man realized instantly, his eyes growing even more fervent. After cutting through the man's sword, Han Fei advanced with a sliding step forward, swinging the Thunderblade in a wide arc. His movements were crisp and fast, leaving the man no chance to react in time. As the man retreated, Han Fei's thunderblade cleaved through, tearing open a gash across his belly. Pft. The man was thrown backward, blood streaming down as terror filled his eyes. "Let's get him," one of the men exclaimed, also taken aback by the sudden turn of events. 3 men charged at Han Fei. Although Han Fei was not as fast as one of them, his strength, enhanced by his vital energy, could reach about 8,000 units. Moreover, his thunder blade held a certain advantage, making the trio wary of confronting him directly. Ingesting his storm pill to hasten the battle, Han Fei knew he had to finish quickly. If others saw him kill a warrior, even if it was self-defense, it would be hard to explain later. With the storm pill, Han Fei's speed immediately shot up to nearly 26 meters per second. His sudden acceleration caught the 3 men off guard. Pft, pft, pft. Han Fei struck 3 times, each blade hitting the throat, swiftly ending the battle. The 3 men never understood why they died so quickly. Han Fei quickly took their communicators and, utilizing the remaining effect of the storm pill, made a swift exit. After Han Fei left, people soon arrived at the scene, seeing 5 bodies, 4 of which were clearly slain and their communicators taken. They were greatly shocked. "Who dares such boldness here? If I catch him, I'll chop him to pieces," exclaimed a man in golden armor, his face twisted with rage. "They look unfamiliar, they must be warriors from the Yun City hunting group," commented a man with a square face beside him. The golden armored man took a deep breath. "Let's focus on hunting the mutant beasts first. If we don't clear them out, they'll pose a great threat to the people of High City." Meanwhile, Han Fei had reached an abandoned house. He used his mental power to check the surroundings. There were no mutant beasts. He quickly turned on the 4 communicators to check for any trace of mutant beast corpses, but unfortunately found none. Han Fei discarded all 4 communicators, deeming them useless. Mutant beasts are dangerous, but human hearts are even more so. "If I encounter another warrior, I must be extremely vigilant," Han Fei murmured to himself before stepping out and moving swiftly in search of his next target. In a part of Tianhe Town, a young woman dressed in a tight outfit that perfectly outlined her figure, wielding a combat knife a foot longer than typical, was on the hunt. Her knife, as long as her legs and complemented by her perfect proportions, made her a striking sight in Tianhe Town. Behind her, 2 men in silver armor followed, vigilantly scanning their surroundings for any mutant beasts that might attack the lady. "Miss, this area is frequented by 3rd-tier mutant beasts, and you've just reached the 2nd tier. It's not safe for you here," said the man in silver armor on her left. Before he could finish, the young woman snapped, "Shut up, can't you handle a 3rd-tier mutant beast? If we encounter one, you strike first. After it's weakened, I'll take over. Even if we can't beat it, it'll be good training for my combat skills." The man in the silver armor on the right spoke up. "The young lady is correct." Just then, a thunderous rumbling shook the ground as a massive beast akin to a tank and ablaze with fire appeared. The young girl exclaimed with delight, "A prey has emerged." Before her words even settled, a streak of silver light flashed, piercing through the head of the fiery rhinoceros. The colossal body of the beast thudded down and slid over 10 meters due to inertia. The girl was startled and then turned her gaze toward a nearby rooftop, where she saw a figure swiftly leap down and head towards the fallen beast. Han Fei, having spotted the 3 from the rooftop, did not pause. He dashed straight to the fiery rhinoceros and stored it in his system storage. Han Fei glanced at the trio. His armor's combat analysis indicated that the young girl, about his age, was a 2nd-tier martial artist, which greatly shocked him. To reach such a level at her age, even just entering the 2nd tier, was an indication of her monstrous talent. Behind the girl stood 2 5th-tier martial warriors as guards. The mere fact that 5th-tier warriors served as guards suggested the girl's extraordinary background. Despite his astonishment, Han Fei prepared to leave without lingering. "Stop," the girl immediately commanded. However, Han Fei did not stop. He didn't know the girl and maintained his guard, aware that if the 2 guards made a move, he wouldn't stand a chance. Seeing Han Fei as if he hadn't heard her and was about to leave, the girl frowned and ordered, "Catch him, but do not harm him." The silver-armored guard on the left charged out with terrifying speed, and Han Fei only felt a gust of wind by his side before the guard was upon him. "Our young lady has summoned you," said the silver-armored guard. Faced with the guard, Han Fei was far from a match and turned to walk towards the girl. The girl spoke with dissatisfaction. "Why did you run when I called you?" Han Fei replied indifferently. "May I ask what the matter is? The fiery rhinoceros just now was a 3rd-tier beast and you killed it with a single arrow. You're quite strong. Let me see your face," said the girl. Han Fei removed his facial protection to reveal his face. The girl was taken aback, and the 2 guards were also immensely shocked. So young and yet capable of killing a 3rd-tier beast with 1 arrow, his strength was terrifying. Moreover, Han Fei's armor was clearly not ordinary, appearing even more advanced than theirs. The girl, astonished, looked at Han Fei and then asked, "What is your name?" After a moment, Han Fei responded, "Bukong Jun, Bukong Jun." The girl slightly frowned, then realizing that many martial artists adopted nicknames during their endeavors, she didn't dwell on it further. "You're about my age and yet you killed a third-tier beast with a single arrow. Are you a third-tier warrior?" Han Fei replied. "Young lady, what exactly do you want to say? I'm in a hurry." The girl coldly huffed. "I want you to fight me." Han Fei said, "I'm not a match for you." The girl snorted, "Are you looking down on me? Watch out." Saying that, she didn't hesitate and slashed at Han Fei with her sword. Han Fei quickly dodged and immediately a thunder blade appeared in his hand. Weapons. The silver-armored guard on the right side looked at the thunder blade in Han Fei's hand and recognized it as a weapon of war at a glance. Such a young age and already possessing such strength, his equipment is not weak either. It seems this young man has a significant background, yet he has no one to protect him. "Quite the audacity," remarked the silver-armored guard on the left. "Keep a close eye on the young lady, we mustn't let her get hurt," the right guard added. Han Fei was only blocking and dodging, not attacking, but the young lady's attacks grew increasingly fierce. It was clear she had spent considerable effort on real combat. "If you do not stop now, I will have to make a move," Han Fei warned. The young lady scoffed. "Go ahead, make your move." Han Fei no longer held back, he instantly counterattacked, his blade slashing down like a fist, colliding with the young lady's blade. The impact forced her to stagger back, her arms trembling slightly. Such tremendous power, that strike was as fast as thunder. "Unbelievable," the left guard exclaimed in awe. Han Fei sheathed his blade, saying, "Miss, let's stop here. I still need to hunt exotic beasts, so I won't keep you company any longer." Having said that, his armor covered his face and he quickly turned and left. The young lady did not stop him but instead smiled and said, "Did you remember what he looks like? Find out who he is for me." "Miss, with his age and such strength, even among the major financial conglomerates, it's very rare. He might be someone important. However, I don't recall anyone of my acquaintance with such abilities," the right guard mentioned. "Even though he didn't reveal his real name, as long as he's registered in the Martial Association, we should be able to find out who he is," the left guard pointed out. The young lady's lips curved into a smile. "Make sure to find out, I'm very interested in him." Meanwhile, Han Fei stood atop a roof, using his psychic powers to sense the surroundings. Some exotic beasts might not appear within visible range, perhaps lurking or hiding in some corner. These beasts are highly intelligent and cunning, preferring surprise attacks. Han Fei scanned the area within 100 meters. Finding no targets, he continued to move swiftly in search. Just then, Han Fei's communicator suddenly rang, showing a call from Bao Gu. Han Fei immediately answered, and Bao Ji's image appeared, his mouth stained with blood. "We've encountered an ambush by exotic beasts, we've suffered heavy losses and need support," he said urgently, seeing Bao Ji's anxious expression. Han Fei felt a surge of unease and quickly responded, "Send your location, I'm on my way." Bao Gu immediately sent a location, and seeing that it wasn't too far, Han Fei rushed over without delay. At this moment, in another part of Tianhe town, Bao Gu, Nangong Wu and 5 other martial artists were surrounded by more than 10 second-tier exotic beasts. On the ground lay the bodies of 2 or 3 beasts, but even more were the bodies of fallen warriors. For second-tier martial artists, battling second-tier beasts was no easy task, especially outnumbered. There was little hope of survival. Bao Gu had called for Han Fei's support and other warriors were also calling for help. "What do we do now? I've called for support, but no one's available, they're all tied up with these monsters." "Same here." The other 3 warriors all looked anxious. Without support, they were almost certainly doomed. "Bao Gu, what did Han Fei say?" Nangong Wu asked. Bao Gu replied, "Han Fei said he's coming right away." Han Fei is really loyal, but even if Han Fei comes facing so many monsters, can he really manage? Nangong Wu frowned, his heart filled with worry. Bao Gu said, "You're right, we can't let Han Fei come here to die. I'll call him right now and tell him not to come." Just as Bao Gu was about to contact Han Fei again, the monsters launched another attack and Bao Gu no longer had time to make the call, hastily dodging the assault. "These creatures aren't just trying to kill us, they're playing with us," Nangong Wu said with a frown. One of the warriors said, "These beasts probably want to use us to lure more people here for a slaughter. Are these second-tier monsters really that smart? Maybe there's a more powerful beast directing them." Nangong Wu suddenly spoke up, his face turning pale and even showing signs of panic at the thought. If there really was a powerful monster controlling the others, the idea sent chills down his spine. "I hope we're overthinking this," Nangong Wu thought to himself. He knew that if there were Monsters orchestrating these attacks from the shadows. It wasn't just a simple case of monster behavior, it was an organized, purposeful targeting of human warriors. The sheer terror of this possibility was clear to any seasoned warrior familiar with battling these creatures. These dozen or so beasts could have easily killed them by now, but they were merely toying with them, not aiming to kill directly. As the monsters continued their relentless assault, treating Bao Ge and the others as mere playthings, even when they struck, they did not kill, only inflicted injuries. Bao Ge, caught off guard, was sent flying by a giant spectral cat larger than a tiger, his armor torn, but fortunately he suffered no fatal wounds. Bang! Nan Gongwu was also blown away, crashing into broken walls and debris, spitting blood, but also not fatally injured. Looks like these beasts really are planning to cut us off and wait for reinforcements, Bao Ge observed with a foreboding feeling. Just then a squad of 7 second-tier warriors happened by and saw the dozen monsters attacking Bao Ge and his group. They immediately charged to help. Kill! Don't come over, retreat quickly, Bao Ge shouted. The 7 second-tier warriors, confused by Bao Ge's words, paused, but just then a giant gray wolf appeared behind them. This wolf, as large as an elephant and with bristling fur and blood-red eyes gleaming murderously, struck fear into everyone. A third-tier monster, Nan Gongwu gasped in shock. So there is a monster in control, but why only a third tier? Seeing the gray wolf, Bao Ge's premonition grew even more ominous. The 7 warriors, seeing the wolf, were also shocked, and they instantly understood Bao Ge's warning as several second-tier monsters turned to face them. The countenances of the 7 warriors grew stern, for they knew a brutal battle was imminent. With a roar, a monstrous beast charged furiously towards them, closely followed by a gray wolf sprinting towards the group. The warriors and the beast clashed in an instant. With a swipe of its paw, the gray wolf sent one warrior flying, spewing blood and severely wounded. Against a third-tier beast like the gray wolf, second-tier warriors stood no chance and were almost helpless. Bao Ge and his companions watched the scene in agony. They wanted to help but were held back by other beasts, making it impossible to get through. These beasts! Bao Ge roared in anger. Nan Gongwu watched as the 7 warriors were torn apart by the beast's claws and sharp teeth, his face turning pale. The warriors did not last long, they were all swiftly annihilated. Bao Ge angrily exclaimed the intelligence was wrong. Although this area is mostly inhabited by second-tier beasts, there are a few third-tier ones too, and with a third tier leading a group of second-tier beasts, encountering them means certain death. I just hope Han Fei doesn't come. Even though he's a third-tier warrior, he's only just advanced and struggles against the Grey Wolf, not to mention these second-tier beasts. It's impossible for him to win. Nan Gongwu sighed, knowing his fate was sealed and there was no need to drag Han Fei into this sacrifice. After the Grey Wolf slaughtered the 7 warriors, it hurled skyward. Then the other second-tier beasts turned towards Bao Ge and his group, their eyes revealing that they had achieved their goal and were ready to kill the bait. One of the beasts roared and pounced towards Bao Ge. As its body leaped into the air, Bao Ge roared, "Even in death, I won't make it easy for you. I'll fight you." Bao Ge was about to meet the charge when suddenly a flash of silver light pierced through the beast's head, spraying blood as the massive body crashed to the ground, shaking the earth. Everyone was shocked by the scene. As they looked towards where the silver light had come from, Han Fei was already drawing his bow again, aiming at the Grey Wolf. With a decisive arrow, the silver light flashed. The Grey Wolf tried to dodge, but the lightning arrow was too fast. It hit the wolf's neck and the beast thudded to the ground, shrieking. The other beasts howled in response. Han Fei stowed away his lightning arrow and Bao drew his lightning blade and charged at the beasts. With a slash of his blade, he nearly split one beast in two, its innards spilling out. The Shadow Cat tried to use its speed against Han Fei but was quickly decapitated by his blade. Han Fei moved swiftly among the dozen beasts, and all Bao Ge and the others could see were flashes of silver as one beast after another fell. They watched, dumbstruck. Is this the 18-year-old second-tier warrior? He's terrifying. One warrior swallowed hard. Nan Gongwu laughed loudly. This is just like slicing vegetables, incredibly powerful. Bao Ge finally breathed a sigh of relief, then plopped down on the ground, thinking to himself that he had luckily escaped death once again. In less than a minute, Han Fei had slain over 10 second-tier beasts and collected their corpses. "Bao Ge, how are you doing?" Han Fei asked with concern. Bao Ge managed to smile and replied, "I won't die yet." Nan Gongwu chuckled and added, "I thought we'd be a burden, but against you, these second-tier beasts are just trash." Han Fei smiled and took out 5 hemostasis pills and 5 vitality pills, saying, "Take these pills, they'll help you recover quickly." Bao Ge and the others looked at Han Fei in amazement. "You actually have such good stuff?" Han Fei responded. No time to explain now, we need to move. After swallowing the pills, they prepared to leave with Han Fei, but at that moment Han Fei's keen senses detected a dangerous presence. He suddenly stopped and said, Bao Gu, you guys go first, there's a big one coming. Bao Ji's face fell. What big one? Before Han Fei could answer, a huge lizard appeared before them, flicking its tongue like a deadly arrow. Before anyone could react, another gigantic lizard appeared and shot its tongue out at a warrior who had no chance to dodge. The tongue latched onto him and like lightning pulled him back and swallowed him whole. These are third-tier beasts, Nan Gongwu said, his face turning grim. Han Fei's expression grew serious. These lizards are tough, especially their tongues. Their speed is nearly that of lightning bolts. Once they attack, dodging is almost impossible. These are swift lizards, terrifyingly fast, their tongues even faster than arrows. We're in a dire situation, it's almost certain death. Bao Gu looked terribly upset. The remaining two warriors were also extremely nervous. Their companion had just been devoured by the swift lizard in an instant, and they feared their fate would be the same. What do we do now? Are we just going to wait for death? One of the warriors, already trembling, his face pale with fear. Nan Gongwu looked towards Han Fei, realizing that even Han Fei might struggle to handle this situation. Bao Gu, we might have to sacrifice ourselves to let Han Fei escape, otherwise dying here would be too great a loss, Nan Gongwu said solemnly. Bao Gu also looked at Han Fei and agreed. You're right, if someone with Han Fei's talent dies here, it would be a huge loss for humanity. Han Fei will distract the swift lizards while you make a run for it. If you survive, all I ask is that you look after Nangong Jing. That's all I ask. Nan Gongwu spoke earnestly. Han Fei pulled out his last storm pill and said, no need to be so pessimistic. We may not die here today. After saying this, he took out his thunder bow and arrows, and his body suddenly moved with astonishing speed, shocking Nan Gongwu and Bao Gu. This speed is terrifying, probably beyond a third-tier warrior's, maybe even reaching a fourth-tier warrior's speed, Bao Gu exclaimed. Nan Gongwu, in disbelief, added, this is terrifying. How did he do it? After Han Fei moved, the two ferocious lizards had already noticed his movements, sensing imminent danger. In an instant, they perceived Han Fei as their greatest enemy. Both lizards immediately focused their attention on Han Fei and charged towards him. Han Fei quickly drew his bow and knocked an arrow, his entire body's energy harnessed, and then he released the arrow without hesitation. The arrow, like a bolt of thunder, pierced through the air. The lizard's body flashed quickly, narrowly dodging the thunderbolt arrow as it whisked past. Seeing this, Han Fei narrowed his eyes. No, at this distance, with the lizard's speed, it can dodge. I need to get closer. He drew his bow again and charged towards the lizard. As the distance between them closed, Han Fei held his breath and loosed another arrow. As this arrow flew, he already knocked a third arrow onto his bow. This time, the lizard didn't dodge completely, although it still avoided a fatal hit. The thunder arrow grazed through its body, eliciting a painful roar from the creature. In that instant, Han Fei's third arrow was released. Thud! The thunder arrow penetrated the lizard's head, causing its body to tremble before it slowly fell to the ground. Be careful, Han Fei, Nan Gongwu shouted. Suddenly, Han Fei turned around, barely reacting before feeling as though he had been struck. Fortunately, his armor was exceptionally defensive, preventing any injury, but a powerful force knocked him backwards. The second lizard had firmly caught Han Fei's armor with its tongue. If not for the armor, the lizard's tongue could have pierced through his body. Han Fei quickly approached the lizard as it opened its mouth to bite him. Suddenly his thunder blade appeared in his hand, and with a swift motion he struck. Thud! The lizard's head now bore a deep cut, but its defenses were strong, and without an enhanced thunder blade, Han Fei couldn't split its head in two. The lizard, in pain, released Han Fei's armor and roared. The moment Han Fei landed, he stomped the ground, his body spinning like a cannonball. At that moment, he employed the essence of Cannon Fist from Xingyi Quan, thrusting the thunder blade towards the lizard's neck. Thud! In the blink of an eye, the lizard's neck was pierced by the thunder blade. Han Fei roared loudly, forcefully slashing downwards, tearing open the lizard's throat. A gurgling sound emerged from the throat of the dying lizard before it collapsed, dead beyond doubt. With the speed of lightning, Han Fei had slain the two ferocious lizards, leaving Nan Gongwu and Bao Gu along with others utterly dumbstruck. So strong, a warrior muttered in disbelief, still not snapping back to reality. Bao Gu quickly regained his senses and said, Han Fei, we need to leave this place. Everyone gathered around Han Fei. He collected the bodies of the two lizards, and just as they were preparing to leave, not more than a dozen meters away, a wall suddenly exploded, revealing a lizard even larger than the previous ones, fourth rank. Upon seeing the swift lizard, Han Fei's armor's eyepiece immediately provided information. Nangong Wu and the others involuntarily gasped, their bodies tensing up. A fourth-rank beast and a swift lizard at that, this was completely beyond their ability to contend with. Even for Han Fei, death was certain. On a nearby rooftop, a young lady and two silver-armored guards watched the scene unfold. Miss, his strength is truly formidable, and what's key is his youth. To be able to slay two third-rank swift lizards with the speed of lightning, even those famous prodigies of the heavens can't achieve this, said Jiang Tao, the guard on the left. I think he must have some special techniques. His speed clearly surpasses that of a third-rank warrior, commented Tang Hai, the guard on the right. The young lady's gaze remained fixed on Han Fei, saying, now that a fourth-rank swift lizard has appeared, let's observe the situation first. If necessary, you two intervene. Jiang Tao and Tang Hai nodded in agreement. Yes. Han Fei stared down the swift lizard, the power of the Storm Pearl still not fully dissipated, allowing him to utilize his speed to match the swift lizard. You guys go first, I'll handle this. Even if I can't beat it, escaping won't be a problem, Han Fei said, then charged at the swift lizard. Nangong Wu and Brother Bao's hearts tightened. Brother Bao clenched his teeth and said, facing a fourth-rank swift lizard, we can't be of much help, let's go. With that, Brother Bao turned to leave and Nangong Wu along with the remaining warriors gritted their teeth and followed. Han Fei rushed towards the swift lizard, bending his bow and arrow without hesitation in firing. Following that, another thunder arrow appeared in his hands. The swift lizard easily dodged, and Han Fei knew in his heart that the lizard's speed was even more terrifying. The next second his second arrow was also shot, and by this time he was even closer to the swift lizard. The body of the swift lizard flickered and the thunder arrow nearly grazed its body. As the swift lizard dodged the second arrow, the third arrow was already flying towards it. The swift lizard attempted to dodge, but its skin was cut. After feeling the pain, the swift lizard showed a ferocious expression, and in the next second it lashed out its tongue in retaliation. Seeing the swift lizard's tongue shooting towards him, Han Fei swiftly dodged the tongue, missing him closely. The gap is too big, I have to use the blood explosion pill, Han Fei calculated in his mind. The blood explosion pill could enhance his overall strength by 10%, with Han Fei exerting his full strength his power reached over 8,000. With a 10% increase he could barely reach over 9,000 in strength, but this still wasn't enough. Han Fei took out a blood explosion pill and swallowed it, waiting for the drug's effects to kick in before swallowing another. This was equivalent to boosting the effects of the blood explosion pill by another 10%. With this his strength could surpass 9,000, reaching 10,000. With 2 more blood explosion pills left, it seemed he would have to use them all. Han Fei moved quickly, avoiding giving the swift lizard any opportunity. After consuming the remaining blood explosion pills, Han Fei's strength reached 14800. Boom! At that moment, the swift lizard's tongue struck Han Fei's body, sending him flying, but with the protection of his armor he was unscathed. Han Fei quickly got to his feet, brimming with confidence. The information displayed at the eyepiece of his battle armor showed that the strength of the swift lizard was only 15,900. The gap wasn't too large anymore. Seizing the right opportunity, a reversal of fortunes was not out of the question. Holding his thunder blade, Han Fei charged at the swift lizard. The girl on the rooftop, along with Jiang Tao and Tang Hai, watched in astonishment as Han Fei fought the level 4 swift lizard for so long. Jiang Tao furrowed his brow and said, I can feel this kid's aura continuously changing. He's at least reached the level of a 4th stage martial artist now. Tang Hai added he must have taken some special elixir. Ordinary people can't possibly have access to such things. It seems he really is a scion of some major power. Could he be from one of those mysterious ancient martial families hidden from the world? The girl pondered. Jiang Tao explained, those mysterious ancient martial families have existed since 6,000 or 7,000 years ago. It is said that they possess extremely ancient alchemy and martial arts traditions. At the onset of the mutation era, if it weren't for those ancient martial families, humanity might have been wiped out. They bought time for humanity to grow stronger. If he really is a descendant of those families, then the power behind him is truly formidable, Tang Hai remarked with emotion. The girl's lips curled into a smile. It seems this training expedition has been quite fruitful. At that moment Han Fei was still dueling with the swift lizard, looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The swift lizard kept attacking relentlessly, not only with its tongue but also using its claws and tail. Han Fei was repeatedly knocked back, but thanks to the protection of his battle armor he remained unscathed, otherwise he would have been dead by now. This swift lizard's speed is too fast. If there's a gap in strength, it's too hard to win, Han Fei thought to himself. If it were some other mutant beast, perhaps the odds would be slightly better, but a swift lizard with such terrifying speed is too difficult to handle. Just as Han Fei was getting up, he was caught by the swift lizard's tongue and violently pulled toward it. The swift lizard had already opened its huge gaping mouth, just waiting for Han Fei to enter so it could crush him in one bite. Whoosh, the speed was too fast and Han Fei couldn't react in time. He was already at the mouth of the swift lizard, its sharp teeth about to clamp down. Han Fei immediately propped the lizard's mouth open with his hands, preventing it from biting down. Man and beast were locked in a fierce struggle. Han Fei roared, unable to make any other move but to hold on in this stalemate. To be able to fight a fourth-tier swift lizard to this extent, the sky is really something, Jiang Tao exclaimed in surprise. Tang Hai noted his battle armor has helped a lot, otherwise just those few impacts earlier would have seriously injured him. The girl said, it looks like he's not able to kill the swift lizard just yet. You guys go ahead and finish this battle. Jiang Tao nodded, yes miss. Just as Jiang Tao was about to rush towards Han Fei to kill the swift lizard, suddenly he stopped. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Just then a golden light pierced through the upper jaw of the ferocious lizard. The golden light, after penetrating the lizard's jaw, fell down. It was Han Fei's goldfish sword. As the lizard's strength faded, so did Han Fei's. He was exhausted and somewhat dazed, his body plummeting down. In that moment, Han Fei had pushed his mental power to its limit unintentionally, activating the goldfish sword to pierce through the lizard's jaw. It was an unexpected victory, but at that moment Han Fei was utterly drained, his consciousness blurring. Tang Hai's voice trembled as he asked, how did he do that just now? And Jiang Tao exclaimed, he's still a psychic master. My god, he can actually control objects, that's terrifying. Tang Hai could hardly believe it. The girl was also incredibly shocked and then said, he's exhausted now, bring him over so he won't be attacked by other beasts. Jiang Tao immediately went to Han Fei, picked up the dazed man and quickly brought him to the girl. Han Fei, in a haze, saw the girl, but he was too tired and instantly fell into a deep sleep. The girl said, let's leave here first and find a safe place to rest. The trio quickly disappeared with Han Fei. Meanwhile, Bao Gu and Nan Gongwu had already retreated to the outer edges of Tianhe City, a region that, under normal circumstances, harbored only first-tier beasts and was relatively safe. Nan Gongwu expressed his concern, I wonder if Han Fei has escaped? Bao Gu replied, we can only leave it to fate now. An urgent notification came, change of plans, all warriors gather at the entrance of Tianhe town immediately. Fighter jets will arrive at the town entrance in 3 minutes. At that moment, all warriors received the message. What's happening? Are they coming to pick us up? Something's clearly wrong in Tianhe town, looks like something big is about to happen. Hurry to the town entrance. All warriors headed towards the town entrance, now fully aware that the situation in Tianhe town was far more horrific than they had imagined. In a part of Tianhe town, Wu Tiangong's expression was dark, his body bore several new scars and several large beast corpses lay on the ground. It had been a significant and well-coordinated attack and they needed to call for reinforcements. Wu Tiangang clenched his teeth and said, these beasts are more cunning than we thought. Could there be other powerful beasts commanding them? A warrior next to him spoke. Very likely, we should return to High Market and plan further. All the warriors were retreating as fighter jets began arriving at the town entrance. Bao Gu and Nan Gongwu reached the entrance looking around for Han Fei. Bao Gu frowned, why haven't we seen Han Fei? I hope nothing's happened. Nan Gongwu replied gravely, it's unclear, we should inform the leader. If something has happened to Han Fei, the loss would be great. Bao Gu nodded. At that moment, Nan Gongwu saw Wu Tiangang appearing at the town entrance and immediately ran towards him. Leader, Nan Gongwu called out. Wu Tiangang looked at Nan Gongwu, what's the matter? Nan Gongwu responded, Han Fei was here too. Earlier he encountered a fourth-tier swift lizard, now his life or death is uncertain. Nan Gongwu briefly described the situation. Wu Tiangong's face changed dramatically. What, Han Fei is here too? Nan Gongwu guiltily said, he was covering for us to escape, that, damn it. Wu Tiangang was furious, if anything happens to Han Fei you all will be the sinners of High City. Nan Gongwu was so frightened that he dared not speak. Wu Tiangang immediately ordered, leave one fighter jet behind, level 5 martial artists, follow me, everyone else should board the fighter jet and leave immediately. After giving his instructions, 3 level 5 martial artists followed Wu Tiangang and left. Commander, what's going on? Asked one of the level 5 martial artists. Wu Tiangang replied gravely that 18-year-old level 2 martial artist Han Fei has also come to Tianhe town. He encountered a level 4 fierce lizard. earlier and now his life or death is uncertain. We need to search for him, and if we find nothing we must evacuate immediately. Yes, the 3 level 5 martial artists, though surprised, didn't say much and began searching immediately. On the other side, Han Fei was lying on a dilapidated rooftop. A young girl and 2 men, Zhang Tao and Tang Hai, were standing beside him. Zhang Tao, looking worried, said, "Miss, all the warriors from Hai City are evacuating. Something big must have happened." "We should also leave," Tang Hai added. "There are level 7 martial artists in Hai City, yet there's such tension. It seems something drastic is about to occur. We should hurry and leave." The girl said, "Take him with us, we are also heading to Hai City." Tang Hai and Zhang Tao exchanged glances. Tang Hai then picked up Han Fei. Zhang Tao pressed a button on his communicator and a small fighter jet appeared. The 3 of them, carrying Han Fei, boarded the jet, which disappeared instantly. Wu Tiangang and the 3 level 5 martial artists searched Tianhe town for a long time but still saw no sign of Han Fei. "Commander, there's no sign of him. It couldn't be." One of the level 5 martial artists feared the worst. Wu Tiangang's expression was incredibly grim. Given Han Fei's abilities, facing a level 4 fierce lizard was almost certainly a fatal scenario. Now that Han Fei is neither seen alive nor found dead, the prospects are mostly grim, Wu Tiangang said. Though reluctant, he had to face the reality. A level 2 martial artist, no matter how talented, has no chance against a level 4 fierce lizard. "Let's go back to Hai City," Wu Tiangang decisively said. He had more important matters to attend to. Hai City. The girl Zhang Tao and Tang Hai with Han Fei arrived in Hai City and found a hotel to stay. Han Fei lay quietly in the hotel room. His eyelids twitched slightly, then he opened his eyes and saw the scene in front of him. Sitting up abruptly. "You woke up quite fast," the girl said, sitting nearby and smiling slightly at Han Fei's awakening. Han Fei looked at the girl. "Did you save me?" The girl replied, "Who else?" "Thank you," Han Fei said. The girl stared at Han Fei. "Can you now tell me your real name?" Introducing herself, she said, "I'm Sitamushue." Han Fei, he replied. Sitamushue said, "I never expected you to be able to kill that level 4 fierce lizard. It's really eye-opening. Have you been observing me all this time?" Han Fei was startled. Reading his wariness, Sitamushue said, "Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. I'm just curious. You're as young as me, yet why do you possess such strength? Among the geniuses I know, your name doesn't seem to appear, and I guess perhaps you hail from some ancient martial family, but then again I think that's unlikely. There's something about you that doesn't match the tools used by those ancient martial families. What surprised me most is that you're also a psychic master." Han Fei recalled the scene where he killed a 4th level swift lizard. If it weren't for the last moment when he activated the goldfish sword, he might have been the one slain. Han Fei thought to himself. This is a surprise gain indeed. Sitamushue looked at the distracted Han Fei somewhat displeased and said, "Hey, I'm talking to you. What are you daydreaming about?" Han Fei came back to his senses and replied, "I'm not from any ancient martial family. I am just an ordinary martial artist from High Market." "You are from High Market? How is that possible?" Sitamushue could hardly believe it. Han Fei calmly said, "That's the fact." Sitamushue pulled out a communicator, logged onto a website right in front of Han Fei, and entered his name. Immediately Han Fei's basic information appeared. Han Fei from High Market, 18 years old, 2nd level martial artist, registered on June 13, 307 new calendar. Sitamushue stared at the information displayed about Han Fei, then turned to him in astonishment. "You really are from High Market?" What shocked her was that Han Fei, coming from High Market with far fewer resources than herself, had managed to reach the 2nd level as a martial artist. If those born into great financial and martial families who reach 2nd level before the age of 20 are called geniuses, then Han Fei was simply a freak of nature. You see, those geniuses from wealthy and martial families achieve their current status with abundant resources. Although they are highly talented, without resource backing, such quick growth would be impossible. And here was Han Fei, a true grassroots warrior who became a 2nd level martial artist with nothing at all. If not a freak, then what? But what Sitamushue didn't know was that Han Fei's resources were even more substantial than those of the big financial and martial families. At that moment, Zhang Tao and Tang Hai entered. Seeing Han Fei awake, they were also slightly surprised. Tang Hai said, "Miss, we have found out that there might be a beast attack in High Market soon. We should leave High Market as quickly as possible." Zhang Tao added, "Miss, the strongest warrior in High Market is only 7th level, and this beast attack might far exceed that level. High Market is currently seeking help and setting up defenses all over. For your safety, we need to evacuate High Market." Hearing this, Han Fei was shocked. "Beasts are attacking High Market?" Zhang Tao nodded. "That's the current information." Sitamushue said, "You can leave with us. If you join our Situ family, I can give you the best resources." I believe it won't be long before you can become a great hero revered by thousands. Han Fei looked at Sitamushua slightly surprised and said, you belong to a great wealth family? Han Fei knew that in this world the rulers were essentially these big financial powerhouses. They controlled the best resources and also bore the mission of protecting humanity. Of course, protecting humanity also came with satisfying their own interests first, so for the great conglomerate, family interests come first, and only then does the mission to protect humanity follow. Sitamushua nodded and said, exactly so, think about it carefully. With your talent, if you add the resources of the Situ family, your growth will be unimaginably terrifying. Han Fei refused decisively, saying, I'm sorry, I cannot be a deserter. Sitamushua was momentarily stunned, then asked a deserter. Han Fei solemnly replied, High City is facing such danger now, I cannot leave. I am very grateful for Miss Situ's life-saving grace and I will repay it in the future, but now I must leave. Farewell. As Han Fei spoke, he prepared to leave the room. Jiang Tao scoffed and said, Miss is kindly trying to pull you into the Situ family and you actually don't appreciate it. Do you know how many people are lining up hoping to get into the Situ family but can't even touch the door? Tang Hai added, the Situ family is a well-known great conglomerate in Dragon Country. It would be your honor to join the Situ family, do not mislead yourself. Han Fei still spoke earnestly, I have thought it through. I became a martial artist to slay strange beasts and protect our homeland. I would rather die in battle than retreat. After speaking, Han Fei walked out of the room. Tang Hai scoffed, he really doesn't know what's good for him. However, Sitamushua revealed a very appreciative smile and said, don't you think what he said is right? He has a pure heart protecting humanity and not just pursuing the fame and fortune of a martial artist. Jiang Tao said, he simply doesn't understand that only by becoming strong can one be qualified to protect humanity, otherwise it's just a senseless sacrifice. Sitamushua countered, you are wrong. If every martial artist thought that way, then who would protect humanity? By the time martial artists become powerful, those ordinary citizens would have already been wiped out. Jiang Tao and Tang Hai were left speechless. Sitamushua smiled and said, I actually want to see what he will do next. After Han Fei left the hotel, he immediately contacted Bao Gu using his communicator. When Bao Ji's image appeared, he was already in tears. Han Fei, you're still alive, that's really great. Han Fei smiled, I was saved by someone. Bao Gu said, it's good that you're alright. Han Fei asked, what's the situation now? Bao Gu replied, according to the news, the strange beasts in Tianhe town are much stronger than we thought and they are now gathering to launch an attack on Hai City. Chairman Tang and the head of the martial group are already making plans and help has been called. Presumably martial artists from nearby cities will soon arrive in Hai City. Han Fei frowned, why would the strange beasts suddenly attack Hai City? Bao Gu said, the reason is still unclear. Han Fei said, alright, I understand, that's it for now. Han Fei hung up the communicator, the strange beasts are going to attack, I must further enhance my strength, I should go back to fishing and try to catch more good items, Han Fei muttered to himself. Then Han Fei returned home. He entered the system space and requested 24 hours of accelerated time. Xiaoyi asked, are you going to fish for that long? Han Fei replied, I must quickly enhance my strength. Once the strange beasts attack Hai City, I'll be able to kill more of them. Without wasting time, Han Fei began to fish seriously. In less than 5 minutes, Han Fei hooked a big fish and it took him 20 minutes to reel it in. What could possibly be so good about such a massive fish? Han Fei was immensely curious. The fish quickly transformed into a talisman. Holding it in his hand, Han Fei was puzzled. One-punch kill technique. Using this talisman allows the user to execute a one-punch kill skill, ensuring the death of any opponent. Han Fei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the talisman in his hand. Could there really be such a heaven-defying item? Xiaoyi responded, what's so surprising about that? I told you, within the chaotic heavens pool there's nothing you can't fish up, only what you can't imagine. You're quite lucky to have fished up such an item so quickly. It took me 20 minutes to reel it in, but it was well worth it. Han Fei burst into laughter. Immediately Han Fei stored the one-punch kill technique and continued fishing. 10 minutes later he caught another fish. This one was quickly brought up and eventually transformed into a weapon upgrade talisman. Not bad at all, thought Han Fei. If I upgrade my armor, enhancing its defensive power, I'll be much safer. Han Fei was very satisfied. In the time that followed, Han Fei successively caught 10 grade 2 strength pills, 3 speed increase pills, 5 storm pills, 3 supreme blood explosion pills, 3 weapon upgrade talismans, 3 beginner techniques, 1 intermediate technique and 9 soul pills. The grade 2 strength pills were stronger than the grade 1 inch, each increasing strength by 400. The Supreme Blood Explosion pills could enhance combat power by 30%. The 3 beginner techniques were the Heavenly Thundersword technique, Thundering Slash, and 9-Wave Slash. The intermediate technique was Cloudbreaker. Han Fei spent the entire 24 hours without rest, consuming all 10 grade 2 strength pills. The 10 pills increased Han Fei's strength by 400. His strength, originally around 6,200, was now at least 10,200, surpassing even the martial limits. The strength of a 4th-tier martial artist ranges from 10,000 to 29,999, marking Han Fei's entry into the 4th tier. The gap between a 3rd tier and a 4th tier martial artist is significant, evident from the roughly 20,000 strength range, while the range from 1st to 3rd tier is only several thousand. Then Han Fei consumed the 3 speed increase pills, boosting his speed from 21 meters per second to 24 meters per second. His speed hadn't reached the 4th tier yet. It seemed he needed to continue fishing and try his luck. Han Fei muttered to himself. Next, Han Fei used all 4 weapon upgrade talismans, 2 of which were applied to his armor. The armor quickly upgraded from beginner to intermediate level, which puzzled Han Fei. How could 2 weapon upgrade talismans only advance it to intermediate level? After putting on the armor, Han Fei immediately noticed the problem. Not only had his defensive power increased, but his combat power had also increased by 10%. This armor is quite special, he thought. Now even a 6th tier exotic beast probably couldn't harm me. Han Fei became excited. Finally, Han Fei used the remaining 2 weapon upgrade talismans on the Thunder Sword and the Goldfish Sword, upgrading both weapons to intermediate level. They were now capable of piercing the hide of 4th to 6th tier exotic beasts. Subsequently, Han Fei checked the status of the mythical sea creatures. Currently, there was no sign of an attack, giving him more time to continue fishing. Han Fei was clear on what he needed to do next. He purchased another 24 hours of fishing time. Xiaoyi, his assistant, cautioned, "Master, you're running low on credits." Without hesitation, Han Fei commanded, "Top up 500,000. Xiaoyi responded, "Please wait, Master. The transaction is successful. You now have 5,130 credits left. After deducting for 24 hours of fishing, you'll have 4,650 credits remaining." Although it was painful to spend so much, Han Fei knew that money could be earned back, but a lost life cannot be recovered. After securing more fishing time, Han Fei continued his endeavor and soon caught a fish. He obtained an invincible gauntlet, usable 3 times, capable of defeating any opponent regardless of their strength, a 9-turn golden elixir which could heal any injury quickly, and an invisibility charm granting invisibility for a minute. He also got an invincible golden body pill which made him indestructible for a minute. Over the 24 hours, Han Fei's haul was substantial. He acquired 6 speed pills, 5 3rd-grade strength pills, 3 2nd-grade strength pills and 6 1st-grade strength pills, along with 5 weapon upgrade talismans, a 1-punch kill skill talisman, and 3 flight pills. After stopping fishing, Han Fei consumed all 6 speed pills, reaching a speed of 30 meters per second, the limit for a 4th-tier martial artist. The 3rd-grade strength pills could enhance strength by 600 each, totaling 3,000. Adding the strength from the 2nd and 1st-grade pills, Han Fei's strength could increase by 5,400, making his overall strength at least 15600. Weapon upgrade. Han Fei used 2 talismans on his armor, elevating it to a high level that could defend against 7th to 9th tier mythical beasts and enhance his strength by 20%. He used the remaining talismans on his Thunder Knife and Thunder Bow. Previously, the Thunder Arrow was enhanced, but the Thunder Bow was not. Now that both were upgraded to mid-level combat weapons, slaughtering 4th to 6th tier beasts became effortless. The Thunder Knife reached the level of a high-level combat weapon, allowing Han Fei to exert more surrogate power after practicing his techniques. The last weapon upgrade talisman was applied to the Goldfish Sword, enhancing its power when driven by his mental force. He decided to use all the Heavenly Soul pills to boost his mental strength. This would allow him to practice and get accustomed to controlling objects with his mind, preventing issues like before. Han Fei consumed all 9 Heavenly Soul pills one after another. As the power of the pills entered his body, he could distinctly feel his mental strength increasing. After absorbing the power of all 9 pills, Han Fei focused his attention and tried to activate the Goldfish Sword. The sword trembled and then levitated. Overjoyed, Han Fei succeeded. the last time he accidentally activated the goldfish sword, killing a swift lizard, and now he managed to do it again, proving that he had mastered the ability to control objects with mental power. Subsequently, Han Fei began to familiarize himself with his newfound ability, ensuring that he could harness his mental power to effectively slay exotic beasts. As he controlled his psychic power, the golden fish sword moved swiftly around the room. At its fastest, the sword transformed into a beam of golden light, reaching distances of over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. If I can manipulate multiple swords simultaneously, it would catch any opponent off guard, Han Fei thought to himself. He also recognized that mastery wouldn't come overnight. He needed to perfect his control over the golden fish sword before attempting to handle multiple blades. With the resources I currently possess, I should be able to handle this beast attack. First, I'll head to the Tiandao Martial Arts Academy to refine my techniques. After all, I must rely on my own strength to defeat enemies most of the time. Han Fei left his home and soon arrived at the Tiandao Martial Arts Academy. Upon reaching the academy, Han Fei went straight to the level 3 strength training room. First, he tested his strength on the power meter to see how far he had come. With a single punch, the meter's numbers soared rapidly, finally stopping at 16,000. Not bad, he mused. Let's see what happens if I use my vital energy. With his vital energy enhancing his next punch, the meter's display locked at 19,999. Nearly reaching 20,000. Han Fei thought, with the beast attack yet to commence, I still have time to improve. With the boost from my vital energy, I can definitely surpass 20,000. Not wanting to waste time, Han Fei sat down cross-legged to absorb vital energy. He quickly absorbed the energy, but feeling unsatisfied, he moved to another level 3 training room and continued his absorption. Chen Hao, watching from the monitoring room, was stunned as alarms went off in 2 consecutive training rooms. After checking the monitors, he was speechless, thinking, at this rate the academy will have to close down soon. After depleting the vital energy in 3 training rooms, Han Fei settled down to focus on his technique training, starting with the Heavenly Thunder Blade technique. The moves of the Heavenly Thunder Blade technique appeared in his mind. Although there were only 18 moves, each required agility and focused on speed and variation. Holding the Thunder Blade, Han Fei practiced continuously in the training room. His Thunder Blade, combined with the Heavenly Thunder Blade technique and enhanced by his vital energies, struck with the force of thunder powerful enough to tear open the training room's floor, let alone the hide of exotic beasts. After half a day of practice, Han Fei had mastered the first 9 moves. At that moment, outside the city of High Market, numerous exotic beasts began to gather. Upon seeing this, the warriors responsible for surveillance on the city walls immediately sounded the alarm. The deafening sound of the alarm echoed throughout High Market. The citizens, hearing the alarm, were terrified. The exotic beasts are attacking, they're coming for High Market. What do we do? Many panicked. Don't be afraid, came the reassurances. We've called for warrior reinforcements from neighboring cities, and our own warriors of High Market are fully prepared. We will fight with all our might to protect our city. In every district of Haishur, the voice of Tang Jinlong could be heard. Everyone, do not panic. Return to your homes immediately and secure your doors and windows. With us martial artists here, we will not let any beast step into Haishur. Many warriors, while running, shouted loudly, heading towards the city walls. This matter was discussed within the Martial Artist Association. Tang Jinlong, Luo Jiuxiao and Wu Tiangang, the 3 strongest martial kings of Haishur, had already met. Soon after, the 6th and 5th rank martial artists of Haishur also arrived, one after another, including notable figures like Li Zhangdao and Zhu Yulong. Tang Jinlong looked at the 5th and 6th rank martial artists before him and said, "Gentlemen, the beasts have already begun to gather towards Haishur. Yunqing, Jiangdu and Zhonghai, the 3 major cities, will also send some martial artists to support us. Currently, we do not fully understand the overall strength of this wave of beasts. But our duty is to protect Haishur, fight to the death, and repel the beasts. Anyone who flees the battle will be executed." The mood in the meeting room was grave. They knew that if the beasts attacked the city, it would be a matter of life and death. Luo Jiuxiao addressed everyone. "We are the strongest martial artists of this city and we enjoy the best treatments it offers. We must unconditionally protect our city. I hope you can lead the other martial artists bravely into battle." Wu Tiangang added, "I won't say much more. I hope you all make it out alive." With a wave of his hand, Tang Jinlong commanded, "Depart." All the martial artists stood up and, led by the 3 great martial kings, they proceeded majestically towards the city wall. Outside the city walls, the number of beasts was increasing, densely packed, at least 10,000, and all of them were at least 1st rank. On the city walls, martial artists continued to arrive, standing solemnly, their eyes filled with a fighting spirit. Bao Gu and Nan Gongwu were on the city wall trying to spot Han Fei but did not see him. Could it be that Han Fei doesn't know yet? He must have been held up by something. He is not a coward, said Nan Gongwu. Has Han Fei arrived? Sita Shue asked from not too far away. Jiang Tao replied, we haven't seen him yet. He couldn't be hiding, could he? Looking at Jiang Tao, Sita Shue said, do you think he would hide? Tang Hai remarked, the scale of this beast tide is not small. It's hard to say whether Haishur can withstand it, Sita Shue replied. Since we've encountered it, we might as well take action too. Let's kill as many as we can. Tang Hai frowned. Miss, it's too dangerous, Sita Shue scoffed. As a martial artist yet afraid to face the beasts, what kind of martial artist is that? If you are scared, you can hide among the civilians, Jiang Tao quickly said. Miss misunderstood, we are just concerned about your safety, Sita Shue retorted. I am not a flower in a greenhouse. Inside the practice room of Heaven's Path Martial Arts Gym, Han Fei was studying the Heavenly Thunder Knife technique when his communicator rang. He answered, and the image of Li Tao appeared, saying, Brother Fei, the beast tide has arrived. Where are you? Han Fei, startled, replied, the beast tide is here already. Li Tao, puzzled, said, you didn't know? I'm currently training and wasn't aware, Han Fei explained. Li Tao asked, so will you join the battle? Han Fei declared. Nonsense, as a martial artist, how can we retreat? I'm heading to the city wall now, Li Tao, fired with enthusiasm, said. Brother Fei, although I can't join the battle, I will cheer you on. Han Fei smiled and replied, I will give it my all. He then hung up the communicator and immediately left the Tiandao Martial Arts Gym. Along the way, Han Fei received calls from Li Hianai and Zhu Ziyuan, both asking if he was going to join the battle. Upon arriving at the city wall, Han Fei saw that a large number of martial artists had already gathered. Without any hesitation, he climbed up the wall. Sita Shue saw Han Fei's figure and quickly moved towards him, teasing, I thought you wouldn't show up. Han Fei, seeing Sita Shue still there, asked in confusion, why haven't you left yet? Sita Shue snorted, you're a martial artist and so am I. With the beast tide approaching, did you think I would flee? Han Fei chuckled, then be careful. Sita Shue, slightly annoyed, replied, don't underestimate me, I'm also a second-tier martial artist. Han Fei advised, you've just entered the second tier, it's better not to engage with second-tier beasts. Killing first-tier beasts should be enough. Sita Shue glared at Han Fei and declared, I will kill a second-tier beast just to show you. After speaking, she turned and left. Han Fei didn't pay much attention, his gaze was fixed on the beasts outside the city. These beasts had stopped about a kilometer from High Market, seemingly following some sort of command. All the martial artists on the wall were fully alert, preparing for the battle. The total number of martial artists in High Market was less than 1,000, but the beasts numbered in the thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, a stark disparity. Even with support from Yunqing, Jiangdu and Zhonghai, they couldn't send all their martial artists, only a fraction. After all, if the martial forces of any city were depleted, that city might be vulnerable to beast attacks. During the wait, squadrons of large fighter jets flew in from the distant sky, eventually hovering over High Market. Then one by one martial artists slid down ropes from the jets. The reinforcements from Yunqing, Jiangdu and Zhonghai have arrived, exclaimed a martial artist. The reinforcements from the three cities totaled around 800 to 900 people. The leaders of the reinforcements, all 6th-tier martial artists, approached Tang Jinlong, Luo Zhouxiu and Wu Tiangang. Chairman Tang Liqing, captain of the Yunqing support team, reporting for duty. We are here to support and will follow your commands, said Liqing solemnly. Wang Meng from Zhonghai and he too from Jiangdu also reported in. Tang Jinlong smiled and said, good, your arrival is very timely. The beasts haven't attacked yet, but looking at their numbers, today will surely be a fierce battle. He too spoke with determination, since we are here we will fight to the death. Yes, fight to the death, fight to the death, echoed along the wall. Fight to the death, fight to the death. This scene ignited the passion of many young people aspiring to be martial artists. Li Tao, Zhangquan, Nangong Jing, Li Hianai and others all gathered near the city wall to watch. I see Brother Fei, he's one of our classmates. Han Fei's classmate shouted excitedly, that's my brother, an 18-year-old second-tier martial artist. He's fighting today too, I'm so envious, Li Tao said with a mix of pride and envy. Go Han Fei, kill more beasts, Nangong Jing yelled enthusiastically. It seemed Han Fei heard the cheers. When he turned around, he saw Li Tao and others nearby cheering him on, and he responded with a pumped fist. This is my home, I must protect it. Han Fei looked at Li Tao and the others and at the civilians, feeling a profound sense of mission. The beasts are approaching, everyone be alert and ready to fight. Just then, the voice of Wu Tiangang rang out and everyone prepared for battle. Han Fei immediately covered himself in armor, his thunder bow and arrows ready on his back, his thunder blade shimmering with a silver light. "Isn't Han Fei's gear just too cool?" Nan Gongjing exclaimed. "Even my dad doesn't have gear like this." "What kind of man is Han Fei, an 18-year-old second-tier martial artist? Is your dad even a match?" Li Tao scoffed dismissively. Han Fei awkwardly added, Exactly. My dad said Han Fei could slay a third-tier swift lizard and even escape from a fourth-tier one. He's incredibly powerful." Li Tao added, "Watch Han Fei slay those damned beasts outside the city, the strange beasts." We're drawing closer, though not very quickly. Tang Jinlong had donned his armor shimmering in silver light, a mid-level armor capable of defending against 6th-tier beasts' attacks, though it only protected against superficial wounds. This meant that while it could prevent skin lacerations, it wouldn't completely absorb the impact, and pain could still be felt. Not just Tang Jinlong, but Luo Jiuxiao and Wu Tiangong's armors were similar. Only Han Fei's armor provided full protection. Why? Are these beasts approaching slowly? Are they waiting for something? Tang Jinlong frowned slightly, sensing an ominous feeling. Luo Jiuxiao also watched the beasts intently, saying, "Be careful, these beasts can be extremely cunning if they are organized by powerful beings." All the warriors stood on the city wall ready and focused, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Boom! Just then a house within the city suddenly collapsed. Everyone was shocked, and before the civilians could react, a swarm of ground demon rats burst out from the ruins. These rats were not very large, about the size of an adult pig, but their claws were razor-sharp. A single scratch was enough to disembowel an ordinary person. There were at least 100 of these ground demon rats, though only first tier. They posed a lethal threat to the civilians. Spurts of blood marked where civilians were disemboweled by the sharp claws of the rats. Hundreds of ground demon rats rushed towards the city's people, causing utter panic and chaos. "Run!" Li Tao screamed. They were not far away, and anyone slow to react was doomed. The city descended into chaos in an instant. The warriors on the city walls were equally stunned by the scene. They had never anticipated that these bizarre beasts would dig their way into the city, an occurrence unprecedented before. "Beasts!" roared Luo Jiuxiao as he commanded some warriors, "Follow me and slay these demonic earth rats." Luo Jiuxiao charged forward, his 4-foot-long blade slicing through a demonic earth rat, cleaving it in two with a blade energy over 20 meters long, its force hurling nearby rats through the air. Dozens of warriors followed in Luo Jiuxiao's wake. As more demonic earth rats surged out from collapsing buildings, other strange beasts also launched their attacks. With ferocious roars, these massive creatures pounced towards the humans. As these beasts emerged from their burrows, their roars reached outside the city, seemingly signaling the beasts outside, who then began bellowing in response. Thunderous roars. The beasts outside the city walls suddenly quickened their pace, charging towards the walls with a momentum that seemed capable of overturning them. Tang Jinlong, witnessing this scene, immediately realized these beasts have been preparing for this, burrowing all the way from Tianhe town, waiting for a coordinated attack from inside and outside. Truly cunning. Wu Tiangang drew his sword and bellowed, "Prepare for battle." All the warriors erupted with their strongest auras, eyes fixed on the beasts outside the city. On the other side, Han Fei, seeing the increasing number of beasts inside the city and knowing that Li Tao and others were not far away escaping, didn't think twice before dashing towards Li Tao. Han Fei ran furiously. Situ Mushua, understanding Han Fei's intentions, immediately followed him. "Miss," Jiang Tao shouted. Situ Mushua replied, "It's relatively safer inside the city and I can take this opportunity to gain some experience." Tang Hai agreed, saying, "Jiang Tao, you handle the beasts outside the city, I'll protect the miss." Jiang Tao nodded. At that moment, Han Fei drew his bow and aimed an arrow at a demonic earth rat chasing Li Tao. Li Tao and others, terrified, kept running as the rat drew closer, feeling the grip of Death's Sphere. Just as the rat was about to pounce on them, an arrow flew through, piercing the rat. Li Tao almost cried out, "Brother Fei!" Han Fei quickly approached, saying, "Hurry and go, leave this to me." Li Tao moved, said, "Brother Fei, be careful yourself." After speaking, they quickly departed. Han Fei, wielding his thunder blade, charged at the demonic earth rat. To him, these first-tier rats were mere lambs. With each swing of his blade, one fell. After slaying more than 20 demonic earth rats, Han Fei made his way towards the tunnel entrance, where more beasts continued to emerge. Without hesitation, he slew 5 second and third-tier beasts. "Director Luo, leave this to us, go handle the beasts outside the walls," Han Fei called out. Luo Jiuxiao replied, "Han Fei, you are only a second-tier warrior, whereas I am now a 4th tier." Han Fei declared his words, leaving Luo Jiuxiao astounded. "What? you're already a 4th-tier martial artist. Luo Joshio, gazing into Han Fei's resolute eyes, knew he wasn't lying. At that moment a 3rd-tier beast burst from the cave and, with a flash of lightning from his blade, Han Fei decapitated it. Easily slaying a 3rd-tier beast, it was clear he had indeed reached the 4th tier. Such talent, truly monstrous, Luo Joshio thought to himself, then said, I'll leave this place to you. If you can't hold it, don't force yourself. Your life is more important, understand? Han Fei nodded, I understand. Without further delay, Luo Joshio headed towards the city wall. At that moment, Han Fei stood guard at the cave entrance, ready to strike any beast that emerged. Other warriors pursued different beasts that had entered the city, aiming to clear this wave and ensure the townspeople's relative safety. Another beast charged out of the cave, and Han Fei, putting all his might into his swing, decapitated it. He didn't know the strength of the next beast, so he had to ensure each strike was his strongest. The beast's head split open, its body collapsing at the cave entrance. Soon after, more beasts rushed out, and Han Fei continued his assault, each one falling to his blade. It was as if he was a one-man barrier, unstoppable. A roar from within the cave signaled a stronger presence. The beast this time was beyond Han Fei. As he focused intensely on the cave entrance, a massive creature burst forth. Han Fei swung his blade, gashing the beast's head, but the force repelled him backward. A 5th-tier beast, Tang Hai, upon seeing the beast emerge, was shocked. Sita Muxue quickly said, Go help Han Fei. Tang Hai replied, Miss, do you think such a beast could harm me? Despite Sita Muxue's disdain, Tang Hai saw no immediate threat and charged forward. This 5th-tier beast was a black demon bull, its body robust and bleeding from Han Fei's strike. Tang Hai was amazed that Han Fei had managed to wound a tough-skinned 5th-tier beast. Facing the black demon bull, Tang Hai did not underestimate his opponent. As the bull charged, exuding an overwhelming force that seemed to distort the air, Tang Hai, with his war blade in hand, met it head-on. Meanwhile, Han Fei, having recovered, saw Tang Hai battling the black demon bull and rushed back to the cave entrance to continue his defense. The beasts were getting stronger, and with his 4th-tier abilities he wouldn't last long. He needed to block the cave entrance. Focusing on the cave, he didn't hesitate and jumped inside. Sita Muxue, witnessing this, was shocked. That fool, doesn't he know he's marching to his death? Inside the cave, it was spacious enough for any beast to pass through, yet the limited space gave Han Fei a tactical advantage. Fighting the beasts inside, he held the upper hand. Han Fei's mind raced with calculations. If he could make use of the terrain to maneuver flexibly, combined with the advantages of his armor and weaponry, he could potentially slay any beast of up to the 7th rank. As Han Fei pondered, a beast charged at him. The space here was limited, allowing only one beast to pass at a time. It was a cloud leopard, as big as a cow and a 4th-rank beast with a combat power of 20,000 and a speed of 29. Information flashed across his armor's visor, and a smile crept over Han Fei's face as he charged forward with his blade. With a strength of 20,000 in, he felt no fear. The cloud leopard roared and pounced, its claws clashing with Han Fei's thunderblade, instantly tearing through. The beast's body slammed into the cave wall, and Han Fei, in a swift move, gave it no chance to recover. A flash of lightning, and the leopard was cleaved into two. Continuing forward, Han Fei thought to himself, with my one-punch kill ability and the invincible gauntlets, I can slay at least 5 beasts of any rank. If I can just find and kill the leader of this beast tide, the rest will retreat. This was indeed the quickest way to resolve the beast tide. Capture the leader first, he reminded himself. Inside the cave, another beast appeared, this time of 5th rank. Using the terrain to his advantage, Han Fei quickly disemboweled it. Meanwhile, outside the city, a massive army of beasts was relentlessly attacking. Human warriors stood on the city walls, slaughtering any beast that tried to cross. The walls, 30 meters high and 8 meters thick, reinforced with heavy steel rods and plates, could only be breached by beasts beyond the 10th rank. The beasts could only continuously leap up, stacking on each other, attempting to tear an opening, a costly but the only method available. Tang Hai had slain the black demon bull but was seriously injured. Sita Muxue, looking at the cave entrance with no beasts coming out, felt surprised and worried. Han Fei is alone inside, it's absolutely dangerous. Tang Hai, observing the entrance, commented, this kid has guts, daring to enter alone. But it's been a while with no beasts coming out, it seems. He's holding them back, Sita Muxue replied. His strength has far exceeded our expectations. He is the greatest gain I have had from this training experience. Inside the cave, Han Fei continued forward, slaying numerous beasts, though at great cost. Fortunately, his blood chi pills were sufficient. After consuming 10 pills, he regained his peak condition. I don't know what's happening outside, but I must break out soon, he thought, hastening his pace. Outside Haishur city behind the vast army of beasts stood three beasts side by side observing the battle outside the city, a swift lizard, a saber-toothed tiger and a mammoth, all of the 7th rank. The swift lizard continuously roared, seemingly transmitting messages. Just then behind them appeared an even larger beast, a black bear as tall as a 2-story building, exuding a terrifying aura. After the black bear appeared, the three monstrous beasts stepped aside, their demeanor extremely deferential. The black bear's blood-red eyes surveyed the battle unfolding beyond the city walls, then it let out a fierce roar. Hearing this, the beasts outside the city also began to howl, and like beasts injected with adrenaline, they frenziedly charged toward the city walls. Meanwhile, not far away, more creatures continuously leaped into a hole. This hole was the passage leading to the Sea City. However, unbeknownst to them, Han Fei had already sealed it off. The black bear was puzzled. The strategy it had orchestrated was not unfolding as planned. The attack, meant to be a pincer movement in coordination with the beast's numbers and strength, should have at least caused some disturbance within the city, distracting the warriors on the walls. But now it seemed the situation was not as anticipated. Thus even more monstrous beasts poured into the tunnel. At that moment Han Fei in the tunnel was still unaware that more beasts were entering. He only felt the ground tremble and prepared himself to face the enemy. After slaughtering the beast at the forefront, another beast attacked immediately after. It was then Han Fei realized that their numbers were increasing. He had no time to rest. Decisively, Han Fei swallowed a pill called the Invincible Golden Body Pill. This pill would grant him invincibility for 1 minute, during which no attack could kill him. Utilizing the power of the Invincible Golden Body Pill, Han Fei had to eliminate these beasts within a minute. These beasts were all below the 7th tier. His Thunderblade was more than sufficient to slay them. Not needing to consider defense or death, Han Fei acted decisively, taking the hits head-on. Beasts fell one after another, their bodies piling up and blocking the passage. Just before the power of the Invincible Golden Body Pill was about to fade, Han Fei had slain all the beasts. He sat atop their corpses, gasping for breath. He needed to leave quickly. After swallowing a few chi blood pills, Han Fei continued forward and soon saw a glimmer of light. He rushed towards it and then crouched at the entrance to scout. There he saw the black bear along with a velociraptor, a saber-toothed tiger and a mammoth. His battle armor immediately analyzed their strengths. The black bear was an 8th tier monstrous beast. If Han Fei confronted it, no one in Sea City would be a match for it. Han Fei took a sharp intake of breath. If he could slay these 4 beasts, would this battle finally end? Han Fei leaped from the entrance and used a skill talisman called One Punch Kill. Instantly, Han Fei felt a destructive power filling his body. His fist surged with light, a force so overwhelming even he felt the pressure. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Fei charged at the black bear at full speed. The black bear noticed Han Fei and, sensing the astonishing power of his punch, its ferocious gaze turned to one of terror. The black bear roared out, but what met it was a blinding and terrifying fist. Boom! Han Fei's punch struck, engulfing the black bear in light. The nearby velociraptor, saber-toothed tiger and mammoth recoiled in fright, whimpering at the force of the punch. The black bear's massive body was hurled dozens of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, its head shattered. Han Fei looked at the corpse of the black bear, his heart also shocked. Indeed, it was a one-punch kill. No matter how strong you are, one punch and you're undoubtedly dead. Upon seeing the gruesome death of the black bear, the velociraptor, saber-toothed tiger and mammoth began to back away cautiously. After reaching the 7th tier, the intelligence of these beasts was already quite high. The instant death of the black bear proved that the human before them was terrifyingly powerful. Han Fei watched as the velociraptor, saber-toothed tiger and mammoth continuously retreated. Naturally, he wouldn't let this opportunity slip by and immediately donned his invincible gauntlets. The invincible gauntlets could be used 3 times, each time capable of defeating an opponent. Han Fei burst forth in an instant, charging at the mammoth. With one punch he struck. The mammoth let out a terrified scream, then its massive body was blasted several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. At this moment, the saber-toothed tiger and velociraptor were thoroughly frightened and began to flee frantically. With the speed of the velociraptor and saber-toothed tiger, Han Fei naturally couldn't catch up, which was why he targeted the mammoth first. The most powerful beasts had been dealt with, and the remaining ones no longer posed a threat to the 3 great martial kings of High City. Han Fei exhaled and then collected the bodies of the black bear and velociraptor. He then entered the cave entrance, and following that he punched continuously, causing the entrance to collapse and completely blocking the passage. Han Fei quickly returned to High City. Emerging from the cave, Han Fei saw that the beasts within the city had already been dealt with, and he immediately headed towards the city wall. Sitomu Shue, upon seeing Han Fei, came up to him immediately. "I thought you were dead," Han Fei replied. "I'm lucky, I won't die that easily." As they spoke, they reached the city wall. At this moment, outside the city wall, beasts were still relentlessly attacking, and many warriors had been killed, with dead beasts also lying atop the wall. This indicated that previously some beasts had managed to breach the wall. Standing on the city wall, Han Fei thought it strange the strongest beasts have been killed by me. Why haven't they retreated? Without dwelling on it too long, he directly drew his bow and shot arrows at the beasts. The 3 thunder arrows were quickly used up, and with a thought, Han Fei summoned them back to his hand. Just then, the previously fierce attacking beasts suddenly retreated. The retreat was abrupt. Tang Jinlong, Luo Jiuxiu, and Wu Tiangang were also surprised. The beasts had retreated. Some warriors began to cheer. "The beasts have retreated." More warriors started cheering. Luo Jiuxiu frowned and said, "Why did they suddenly retreat? It is indeed strange, but from the way they retreated, it seems like they didn't want to die for nothing." Tang Jinlong squinted and commented. Wu Tiangang exhaled and said, "This ordeal is finally over. Once the beasts have completely retreated, we'll go out of the city to clean up the bodies." Han Fei, witnessing this scene, also put away his thunder bow and arrows. Only he knew why the beasts had retreated. "Clean up the battlefield. Carry away the bodies of the fallen warriors," ordered Luo Jiuxiu. The surviving warriors began cleaning the battlefield, clearing away both the bodies of the beasts and the warriors. Hai City is ultimately too weak. Once there is an attack by a swarm of beasts, it's hard to hold out. I must continue to grow stronger. Han Fei thought to himself that this time, with his one-punch knockout skill and invincible gauntlets, the city of Haishur would have fallen had the black bear and the 3-headed 7th-order beasts made their move. After descending from the city wall, Sitomu Shue approached him. "Han Fei, have you really not considered joining the Situ family? With your current talent and strength, you could definitely access the best resources the Situ family has to offer." Han Fei replied indifferently, "No need. I'm planning to attend Tianhai Martial Arts Academy in September." "What, Tianhai Martial Arts Academy?" Tang Hai looked puzzled. "With your strength, you're choosing Tianhai Martial Arts Academy?" Han Fei maintained his calm demeanor. "I think it's quite good." Jiang Tao chimed in, "Do you know what a good martial arts academy can offer you? Tianhai Martial Arts Academy is only second in the eastern China region. If you went to the capital martial arts academy, they would treat you like a treasured gem. The resources there are incomparable to what Tianhai can offer. Anything you want, the capital martial arts academy could provide." Sitomu Shue added, "Even if you don't join the Situ family, you should at least consider the capital martial arts academy." Han Fei cut her off. "This is my choice. If there's nothing else, I'll be going." With that, he quickened his pace. Sitomu Shue pouted in frustration and Tang Hai shook his head. "I really don't understand his thinking." Jiang Tao said with a wry smile, "At 18 he can slay a 4th-order beast. If word gets out, it would drop jaws in the capital." "Don't talk about Han Fei's affairs when you get back," Sitomu Shue instructed. "He doesn't want to go to the capital martial arts academy, which means he dislikes being the center of attention. He prefers to keep a low profile." Jiang Tao and Tang Hai nodded in agreement. Sitomu Shue's lips curled into a smile. "Since he's going to Tianhai Martial Arts Academy, then so will I." Jiang Tao and Tang Hai were stunned. Back at his home, Han Fei took a shower and prepared to continue fishing to enhance his strength. Just then Li Tao knocked on his door. "Fei Guo, are you home?" As Han Fei opened the door, Li Tao threw himself at him, exclaiming, "Fei Guo, I admire you so much, you're so cool." Han Fei kicked Li Tao away. "Get lost." Li Tao fell to the ground, then excitedly got up, dusting off his pants. "Fei Gu, you don't know, the whole school group chat is talking about your deeds. I bet all the girls at school have a crush on you." Han Fei looked at Li Tao with disdain. "What does that have to do with me?" Li Tao sighed. "It's true, people can be so envious. I could never have dreamed of having such an outstanding brother like you." "You can't despise me in the future," Han Fei replied irritably. "What nonsense are you talking about? You're my brother always." Li Tao laughed. "From now on I can brag when I go out." Han Fei smiled. "If there's nothing else, go back and train, get stronger and become a martial artist." Li Tao nodded earnestly. "You're right, I will take you as my role model. Strive to train hard and at least become a 3rd-order martial artist." Han Fei nodded. "That's the spirit. Off you go." Han Fei then pushed Li Tao out the door and shook his head with a wry smile, thinking of finding an opportunity someday to leave some good items for Li Tao to help him get stronger too. Han Fei entered the system space. Right now, the most important thing was to enhance his own strength. the ability to kill with one punch was just a one-time skill, something he could achieve only occasionally, therefore, becoming stronger was the essential path. Han Fei purchased another 12 hours of fishing time. Xiaoyi, his system assistant, informed him, "Master, your account now has 4,410 points remaining." Previously, Han Fei had thought that with the system he could gradually become stronger and his speed was still unmatched by others. Now he realized that once major events occurred his own strength was insufficient to cope, thus he had to spend more time fishing to acquire resources that would make him stronger. Han Fei began to fish. Within less than 20 minutes he started catching fish. Over these 12 hours Han Fei's harvest was quite good. He got 5 third-grade power pills, 4 second-grade power pills, 9 first-grade power king pills and 4 battle gear upgrade talismans. He also obtained 5 soul pills, 3 speed pills and a bottle of rage liquid. Rage liquid was a substance that, upon consumption, allowed one to enter a berserk mode for 3 minutes, completely losing the sense of pain and numbing the nerves while boosting combat effectiveness by 50%. This meant that no matter what injuries Han Fei sustained, he wouldn't feel pain. As long as he didn't die, he could continue fighting. Han Fei immediately consumed all the power pills and his strength increased by 6,400 on the existing basis, meaning his strength had now reached at least 20,400. The 3 speed pills increased his speed to 33 meters per second, which was the speed of a 5th stage martial artist. Afterwards, Han Fei upgraded his battle armor again, but the higher the level, the harder it was to upgrade. After using 1 battle gear upgrade talisman, the battle armor was still of a high level, but its functionality had increased by 25%. Han Fei used the remaining 3 battle gear upgrade talismans on the Goldfish Sword, Thunder Knife and Thunder Bow. These 3 pieces of battle gear did not advance to a high level, but they were definitely top of the mid-level range. Finally, Han Fei consumed the soul pills. He planned to find an opportunity to test what level his spiritual power had reached. Feeling great, Han Fei decided to first train his spiritual power to maximize the effectiveness of his spiritual attacks. To better wield the Goldfish Sword, he left his home. It was already dark outside. Han Fei went to the playground of a high school. The space there was spacious enough for him to freely control the Goldfish Sword. Under his mental command, the Goldfish Sword transformed into a streak of golden light in the darkness, swiftly piercing through the air. Thud. Han Fei thrust the Goldfish Sword towards the school's perimeter wall, piercing a basketball-sized hole through it. The wall was 30 centimeters thick. Being able to easily pierce through it meant the power was not weak, at least capable of easily slaying 3rd or 4th tier beasts. Han Fei looked at the hole and was very satisfied. He urgently needed to practice the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique to master the remaining 9 moves of the technique, which would again elevate his strength. Han Fei took out the Thunder Knife and began to practice. In such a vast space, unrestricted, he continuously swung the knife, unknowingly leaving marks on the playground. It was well past midnight when Han Fei finally stopped. His Thunder Blade technique still needed further refinement. The speed and power of his strikes were not fully expressed yet. Although my realm has improved rapidly, I must also accelerate the enhancement of my techniques. Han Fei sheathed his blade and then left the school to go home to sleep. Early the next morning, after washing up, Han Fei pondered how to deal with the numerous exotic beasts in his system. Selling them at the Martial Association in High City would definitely expose his circumstances. His only option was to go to the neighboring Yun City. Han Fei mulled over his options outside the cities. Although the areas are occupied by exotic beasts, there are railways between the cities with high-speed railcars traveling between them. These high-speed railcars can reach speeds of 1,000 kilometers per hour, but their major drawback is the potential attacks from exotic beasts. Han Fei's parents had perished in such an attack. Another mode of travel is by plane, which is quite expensive but generally safer unless attacked by flying exotic beasts. Most common folks would choose the high-speed rail car as there are martial artists guarding it, making it relatively safe and affordable. However, Han Fei had no intention of using any transportation. He planned to traverse the land between High City and Yun City. The two cities were over 700 kilometers apart and he was sure to encounter numerous exotic beasts along the way, which Han Fei intended to confront as part of his training. From his understanding, the strongest exotic beast ever encountered between High City and Yun City was of the 9th tier, but they were rare. His armor could defend against attacks from 9th tier exotic beasts, so his safety was somewhat guaranteed. Han Fei made ample preparations, purchasing a lot of food. Even if he ran out, he could still roast the meat of exotic beasts. Taking advantage of the night, Han Fei scaled the city wall and left High City. under the cover of night his armor covered his entire body and the visor allowed him to see clearly in the darkness, in the quiet of the night only occasionally disturbed by the roars of exotic beasts. A golden flash of light suddenly pierced through a beast that was deep in sleep. Han Fei was practicing using his mental power to kill enemies. Only through continuous use could he achieve mastery, and his mental power would also improve in the process. He collected the body of the slain beast and continued on his way, killing any exotic beast he encountered that was of the 5th tier or lower. By dawn, Han Fei had already slain 19 exotic beasts. At that moment, Han Fei sat on a high ground surveying his surroundings. He ate and drank a bit to replenish his energy, and after a brief rest he resumed his journey. Not far from Han Fei, 7 individuals clad in armor were moving cautiously. I figured it out, that gold armor dragon must have laid its eggs. Now is when it's weakest, and if we can kill it, we'll make a fortune, said a man with a beard barely containing his excitement. This gold armor dragon is a 6th tier beast. Even weakened after laying eggs, its strength won't be less than that of a 5th tier. We still need to be very careful, a tall man spoke cautiously. Rest assured, all 7 of us are 5th level martial artists with ample experience. Along with our thorough preparations, the golden armor dragon is as good as dead. The man with the mutton chop beard confidently added, for the sake of capturing this golden armor dragon, we've spent a considerable sum on an anesthetic. Once we inject this dragon with it, it will be no different from a lamb waiting for slaughter, a burly man declared proudly. Under the cover of night, 7 figures steadily approached a dilapidated building. Inside this structure lay a dragon-like creature twice the size of an elephant and covered in golden scales lying on the ground. Beside it were several eggs, each half a meter in diameter. This was the golden armor dragon. It seemed relatively weak and powerless as it was laying eggs. Elsewhere in the building was Han Fei, who moved stealthily. Why is there such a strong presence of beasts nearby? Han Fei frowned slightly. His spiritual senses detected that at least 6 or 7 beasts were lurking around, all concentrated near this particular building. Could it be that there's something inside this building? With this thought, Han Fei used the cover of darkness to enter the building adeptly. There's a presence here. His spiritual senses quickly picked up on it and he carefully followed the trail. It didn't take long for Han Fei to witness the astonishing sight of the golden armor dragon laying eggs. Through the visor of his battle armor he saw the current state of the dragon: strength 30,000, speed 31 meters per second, a 5th level beast with such stats. Han Fei squinted as his gaze fell on the eggs. These eggs of the golden armor dragon are valuable, nourishing if consumed. There were 8 eggs, plus the one being laid, making it 9 in total. With my current strength, boosted by my vital energy, I should be able to reach 24,000 in strength, if I attack with a thunder arrow. Inflicting heavy damage on the golden armor dragon and killing it shouldn't be a problem. Han Fei calculated carefully, knowing that the dragon was at its weakest while egg-laying. The several beasts lurking outside the building were likely there to protect the golden armor dragon. Han Fei hid, taking out his thunder bow and thunder arrow, his vital energy surging as the strength of dragons and elephants converged within him. Whoosh! He released an arrow, a flash of silver light. The golden armor dragon, realizing the threat but unable to dodge at such a distance and in its current state, could only close its eyes and rely on the strength of its scales for defense. Boom, puff! What the dragon hadn't anticipated was that its most trusted defense would be effortlessly breached by the arrow. It let out a painful roar. The arrow had penetrated at least 20 centimeters, causing significant injury. The dragon's roar echoed throughout the building. Hearing this, the beasts outside also began to bellow and charged towards the building, rushing inside. As the 7 martial artists approached the building, they were startled by a sudden noise, exchanging confused glances among themselves. The man with a goatee's face changed as he exclaimed, "What's going on? Could there be a problem with Jin Jialong?" The burly man expressed his concern. From the sounds of it, there seemed to be mythical beasts guarding near the Jialong. "Let's go check it out," said a tall man, prompting them to move quickly toward the building. They soon reached its exterior. Inside the building, after Han Fei released his first arrow, his mental power unleashed in the goldfish sword swiftly took flight through the air. Meanwhile, Han Fei was already drawing his bow for the second arrow, which he shot swiftly. As the Jialong roared, its eyes flung open, Han Fei knew that although his thunder arrows could penetrate the Jialong's scales, they wouldn't be enough to kill it. However, if he could hit its eyes, the thunder arrows could definitely pierce through the Jialong's body. Moreover, Han Fei also heard the roars of mythical beasts outside the building. The slight tremors indicated that the beasts were charging towards him and he needed to quickly deal with the Jialong. Sensing another thunder arrow, Approaching, the Jialong quickly shut its eyes and the arrow hit its eye socket, causing damage but not a fatal one. As the Jialong roared again, Han Fei seized the moment and the goldfish sword transformed into a golden light, stabbing into the Jialong's mouth, a spot far more fragile than the scales outside. With a thrust, the goldfish sword emerged from the back of the Jialong's head, piercing it completely, causing the massive body of the Jialong to collapse thunderously. "Success, Han Fei!" exclaimed joyfully. Just at that moment, several mythical beasts charged over. Spotting Han Fei, they roared furiously. All of them were Tier 5 beasts. Han Fei was taken aback. Given his current condition, it was tough to take them on, so his only option was to flee. He rushed towards the Jialong and the dragon eggs, quickly storing the dragon eggs in his inventory slot. The massive body of the Jialong disappeared in a blink, and Han Fei immediately fled with the furious beasts roaring intensely behind him. Han Fei leapt out of the building's window, pursued closely by the beasts that broke through the walls to chase him. It was then that Han Fei encountered the 7 Tier 5 martial artists, both parties equally shocked. Without much thought, Han Fei took off running with the mythical beasts hot on his trail. Seeing this, the 7 martial artists quickly ducked for cover. Meeting these beasts was certainly not good news. The 7 mythical beasts continued roaring and chasing, oblivious to the 7 martial artists. "Let's go inside the building and check," urged the man with the goatee. One of the martial artists dashed into the building, only to find it empty except for the blood traces left by the Jialong, which left him pale with shock. He came out, his face grim, saying, "The Jialong is gone, only blood remains. Could that guy have gotten there first?" "What?" the goatee man exclaimed in shock. "No wonder that kid was being chased by the beasts. Let's follow them, we can't let him get away with the Jialong that easily." The bearded men quickly pursued. Meanwhile, at another location in the area, a ruin exploded, and a golden behemoth rose from the ground. It was another golden armored dragon, even larger than the one before. It roared, shattering the silence of the night. Following its roar, many other exotic beasts also started roaring. This golden armored dragon ran wildly, followed by a dozen other beasts. It was visibly furious. At this time, Han Fei utilized his speed and agility to dodge the pursuit of these beasts as much as possible. However, these were all 5th tier beasts, fast and reckless, constantly roaring and drawing the attention of other beasts in the area, seemingly passing messages to each other. Suddenly, a massive creature appeared in front of Han Fei, blocking his path, a 5th tier beast, the Black Demon Porcupine. Han Fei was taken aback. Although it was only a 5th tier, the Black Demon Porcupine was tough to deal with. Its body was covered with spikes as hard as steel needles, each over a foot long, making it look like a giant porcupine. Warriors could not engage it in close combat, and even using a battle saber, it was hard to cut through those spikes to injure the beast. Before Han Fei could react, the Black Demon Porcupine had already pounced. Han Fei knew he couldn't afford a direct confrontation. He had to use his speed to dodge. If the other 5th tier beasts caught up and surrounded him, he would have to waste his invincible gauntlets and ultimate moves to escape, a last resort he couldn't afford to use unless absolutely necessary. Han Fei popped a storm pill into his mouth, which could increase his speed by 20%. His speed temporarily reached an incredible 40 meters per second, pushing the limits of a 6th tier warrior. With this increased speed, Han Fei's figure flashed quickly under the night sky, eluding the Black Demon Porcupine entirely. By the time it realized Han Fei had vanished, the pursuing beasts, relying on their sense of smell, continued their search. Meanwhile, the 7 warriors were extremely puzzled. They had just seen Han Fei's shadow, but now he had completely disappeared. How could he be so fast? Has he reached the 6th tier? Wondered the burly man. Impossible. If he were a 6th tier warrior, he wouldn't be running from a few 5th tier beasts, said the bearded man, his expression grim. It seems he has some tricks up his sleeve. No matter what, we have to find him. Just then, the roar of the golden armored dragon grew louder. The 7 warriors were shocked. "This sound, another golden armored dragon," exclaimed the tall man in surprise. "If this golden armored dragon can lay eggs, there surely must be a male. It's lucky we didn't act rashly. If that dragon had caught up with us, we would have been doomed." The bearded man's face changed slightly. "Let's go continue the search." Roar! The cries of exotic beasts echoed throughout the area. Han Fei, using the power of the storm orb, ran wildly. He had to get out of there quickly, or his life would be in danger. Once the power of the storm orb faded, Han Fei's pace slowed down. Where was he now? Looking around, Han Fei realized he was lost. There were no stars in the sky to guide him. He decided to move forward for a while to ensure safety and then Wait for daylight to determine his position. After making up his mind, Han Fei continued forward, and after traveling more than 20 kilometers he reached the rooftop of a high-rise building. From here he could overlook the entire area. Standing on the rooftop he looked down into the darkness below. He decided to rest here for a while as it would be daylight in 4 hours. Han Fei checked the time, then sat down cross-legged. His consciousness entered the system space where he looked at the 9 dragon eggs and the corpse of a golden armor dragon in the storage column. He planned to keep the dragon eggs for himself to eat and sell the golden armor dragon, which, although only a 6th tier, was more valuable than many 7th tier beasts because every part of it was a treasure. Han Fei smiled at the thought. Right now he needed to keep making money to afford more fishing time. Han Fei sat cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation. The spiritual energy here was at least 30% richer than in the city, making it a good place for cultivation despite the dangers. Han Fei muttered softly. He practiced the dragon elephant prajna technique, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He didn't dare to absorb too aggressively. If an exotic beast sensed anything, it could mean trouble. At that moment, both the 7 warriors and the exotic beasts led by the golden armor dragon were searching for Han Fei. Following the exotic beasts, which could track other presences, they believed Han Fei couldn't escape. The bearded man spoke. They followed behind the exotic beasts, with the golden armor dragon leading a dozen others in a furious charge. Boom! The ground shook as the golden armor dragon reached the building beneath Han Fei and roared. Several beasts entered the building while others surrounded it from the outside. The golden armor dragon stood guard outside. Hearing the noise, Han Fei looked immediately to the base of the building, his spiritual sense probing. He sensed strong presences below. Had they caught up so quickly? Han Fei's expression changed slightly as he prepared to leave. Just then he saw exotic beasts rushing up. Boom! The rooftop was breached and 6 or 7 exotic beasts appeared before Han Fei. 5th tier, 6th tier beasts. Han Fei's combat armor's eyepiece quickly identified the strengths of these beasts. The beasts kept advancing toward Han Fei, continuously emitting angry sounds. More beasts were below. Engaging in battle here would likely lead to no good end. Han Fei calculated quietly, and finally he took out a pill and popped it into his mouth. This was a flight pill allowing 1 minute of flight. Instantly a pair of translucent wings sprouted from Han Fei's back. The wings flapped, lifting him off the ground. With a thought, Han Fei swiftly flew off the rooftop. The mythical beasts witnessed the scene in shock. Roar! The beasts began to howl. The creatures below, having received the signal, joined in the cacophony. The 7 warriors looked up to the sky, their eyes wide as they saw Han Fei taking flight. "How did that guy just fly?" exclaimed the man with the beard in surprise. "Spirit wing transformation," said the burly man incredulously. "Impossible, that's definitely not spirit wing transformation. To achieve that, one must be at least a level 12 martial artist. If he were a level 12, wouldn't he have easily slaughtered these beasts?" The bearded man quickly rationalized. "Makes sense," agreed the tall man. "This guy has something valuable on him, let's chase him." The bearded man was getting more excited. "Killing Han Fei, we could not only get the golden armor dragon but also uncover the secrets he carries." As Han Fei swiftly flew away, not a minute could be wasted. Just when he thought he was in the clear, suddenly a piercing cry shattered the sky and a huge blackbird swooped down towards him. Han Fei was taken aback. A flying beast, a falcon. In front of this falcon, Han Fei was nothing but an insect easily picked off in one bite. Han Fei quickly changed direction, dodging the falcon's pursuit, and tried to stay low, using buildings as obstacles to shake off the falcon's chase. However, the falcon was faster and was quickly gaining on him. The falcon's sharp beak pecked at Han Fei's back. Feeling like he was hit by a tank, his body smashed into a building. Boom! The building was struck, creating a huge crater. Han Fei's body quickly plummeted towards the ground. Below, a dozen mythical beasts raised their heads, waiting for Han Fei to fall so they could tear him to pieces. Han Fei knew he absolutely couldn't afford to fall. Even with his armor, he'd be mercilessly mauled. With quick reflexes, he grabbed the edge of a building window, swung his body, and broke through into the building. Roar! The beasts on the ground howled in immense anger. The golden armor dragon charged forward, and the already dilapidated building now started to sway and crumble. Inside, Han Fei ran desperately, and just as he leaped from a window, the building collapsed thunderously. Han Fei grabbed the railing of a building across from him and quickly climbed up. The falcon screeched in the sky and dived towards Han Fei. It was like a swift arrow, so fast that only a dark shadow could be seen. Han Fei barely had time to react. His body was slammed by the falcon, thrown over 10 meters away, nearly falling off the building. Fortunately, he managed to catch the edge of the building. The beasts on the ground continued to move, starting to ram into this building. Han Fei was in a dire situation with threats from both the ground and the air. If not for his armor protecting him, just those few hits from the falcon would have been the end of him. Han Fei climbed atop the building, and before it could collapse he had to reach another location. Han Fei ran swiftly. This time he held a thunder bow and thunder arrows in his hand, bending the bow and setting an arrow. Upon sighting Han Fei, the falcon dove down for another attack. Han Fei timed his move perfectly, throwing himself to the ground just in time. Immediately after, a thunderous arrow whizzed through the air. The falcon, swift as it was, collided with the speeding arrow in a blink of an eye. A muffled thud was heard, followed by the falcon's agonizing screech. Although the falcon was not killed instantly, it was gravely injured. Han Fei rushed forward, swung his thunder blade and decapitated the falcon, collecting its body before sprinting to the edge of the building. With a leap, he jumped into another building through a shattered window. Boom! The building he had just left collapsed. Once inside, Han Fei didn't pause, he continued to leap between buildings. Fortunately, the buildings were densely packed, and with his strength he could make the jumps, otherwise his luck would have been dire. A bearded man and his 6 companions watched from a distance, all waiting for the right moment. "This guy really can stir up trouble," one of them muttered, impressed by Han Fei's resilience even after being struck by the falcon. "What level is that armor?" Greed flashed in the bearded man's eyes. The tall man among them chuckled coldly. "No matter what, this time, the 7 of us must take him down. He's a walking treasure." The 7 men smirked and quickly followed Han Fei's steps. With the aerial threat gone, Han Fei had almost escaped the encircling beasts. Although the golden armor dragon and other beasts were still in pursuit, the buildings provided cover, and they had no way of knowing exactly which building Han Fei was in. They could only topple them one by one. At this moment, realizing he had shaken off the golden armor dragon, Han Fei continued to run relentlessly. He had to get out of here, otherwise the golden armor dragon could track him by scent. As Han Fei sprinted, the bearded man and his group maintained a certain distance behind him. An hour later, Han Fei finally left the area and arrived at a broad expanse where it was easy to spot any approaching beasts. Across this expanse was a mountain surely full of beasts. Han Fei surveyed the surroundings and found a relatively hidden spot to rest momentarily. He had used his psychic powers to scan 100 meters around him. There were no signs of beastly presences. "That was close," he muttered, retracting the face cover of his armor and taking a deep breath. He pulled out a bottle of water from his storage slot and drank deeply. After quenching his thirst, Han Fei mused to himself that golden armor dragon was a 7th tier, and there were so many 6th and 5th tier beasts. If I could kill them all, that would be a fortune. Han Fei was calculating his next moves, planning to find a safe place to fish and boost his power. Then he could go after the golden armor dragon and clean up all those beasts for a huge profit. Just then he suddenly sensed 7 presences approaching him, and they were not beasts, warriors. Han Fei was startled. He became alert, realizing that in such a place, be it encountering exotic beasts or other warriors, one must stay vigilant. The 7 men with mutton-chop beards quickly appeared before Han Fei, each bearing a meaningful smile as they looked at him, which instantly made Han Fei sense their ill intentions. Han Fei covered his face, his eyes swiftly assessing the strength of the 7 men, each a 5th-tier warrior, with the strongest possessing a force of over 45,000 and speeds reaching 33 meters per second. Without showing any reaction, Han Fei asked, "What do you want?" The mutton-chopped man looked at Han Fei and sneered. "Nothing much, just here to borrow something." Han Fei responded indifferently. "Borrow what?" With a fierce grin, the man said, "Ahead." Han Fei's expression darkened. "Sorry, I don't have that," the burly man scoffed. "We'll have it once we cut it off." Han Fei coldly replied, "Then let's see what you've got." After saying this, Han Fei took out a storm pill and swallowed it. The fastest among the 7 was as fast as him, so without the storm pill, escaping from these 6 would be challenging. The strongest among them had a force exceeding 45,000 inch, and even if Han Fei exerted all his might, he wouldn't stand a chance, as the gaps between warriors of the same realm could be vast. Even using vital energy to enhance his abilities wouldn't suffice. Thus Han Fei's only option now was to flee. After swallowing the storm pill, Han Fei immediately ran. "Where do you think you're going?" the mutton-chopped man sneered as he swiftly pursued. The other 6 followed closely, but they soon were stunned. Han Fei's speed had suddenly increased. They chased at a speed of 33 meters per second, and even boosting it to 34 meters per second with vital energy, they still couldn't catch up, as Han Fei completely lost them. "Darn it, how did this kid get so fast again?" the mutton-chopped man said with a grim face. The burly man added, "Seems like he's got quite a few treasures on him. Keep chasing, I refuse to believe we can't find him." After shaking off the 7, Han Fei coldly thought, find a place to enhance my strength, once I'm stronger. None of them will escape. Han Fei searched for a long time before finding a place devoid of exotic beasts. He scouted around a radius of about 1 kilometer and finding no trace of beasts finally felt at ease, yet he wondered why there were no signs of exotic beasts. Given their usual density, not seeing even one in a kilometer was abnormal, let alone a dozen or more. But indeed, Han Fei found no traces whatsoever indicating that not even exotic beasts had tread in this area. Regardless, he decided to leave it be for now. Finding a spot with cover, Han Fei concealed himself and then entered the spatial system to fish. Shaohui, give me 12 hours off, Han Fei said. Shaohui replied, 240 points deducted, 4170 remaining. Han Fei began to immerse himself in fishing, not aiming for anything specific now, as the more third-grade strength and speed pills he had, the better. 6 hours flew by swiftly and Han Fei had made some decent gains. He was thrilled to have obtained 9 Grade 3 strength pills. Even his speed pills were extraordinary this time, having secured a double speed pill that could instantly increase his speed by 2 meters per second. But that wasn't enough. Keep going, he muttered to himself. In the following 6 hours, Han Fei's luck with fishing wasn't the best, netting only 3 grade 1 strength pills, 2 speed pills and a single top-tier blood burst pill. Reviewing his inventory, Han Fei decided to push further. Shaohui, let's go for another 12 hours, he said. Shaohui, his virtual assistant, responded, 240 points deducted, leaving a balance of 3,930 points in your account. The path to becoming a 7th stage martial artist was still far ahead. Han Fei could feel it getting tougher to level up his skills even with the help of his fishing exploits. Over the next 12 hours, having changed his location, Han Fei found the fishing spot to be more generous. He managed to catch 3 grade 4 strength pills, 6 grade 3 strength pills, 5 grade 2 strength pills, 3 speed pills, 2 double speed pills and 5 soul pills. He also secured 500 milliliters of essence concentrate, a viscous fluid formed under high pressure packed with terrifying amounts of energy. Han Fei used all these items. Combining all the strength pills, Han Fei had increased his strength by 14,000 and his speed had increased by 11 meters per second. His total strength now sat at 34,400 with a staggering speed of 44 meters per second, the maximum speed for a 7th stage martial artist was 45 meters per second, meaning that even if Han Fei couldn't overpower a 7th stage martial king or a beast, he could certainly escape from one. With a strength of 34,400, Han Fei had now entered the ranks of 5th stage martial artists, albeit at the initial phase, 5th stage strength, 7th stage speed, but the strength still isn't enough, Han Fei contemplated as he opened the essence concentrate. He then circulated his dragon elephant prajna technique and swallowed the essence concentrate in one gulp. Almost instantly, Han Fei felt a powerful force spreading throughout his body. The dragons and elephants within him seemed to resurrect, fervently absorbing the power from the essence concentrate. He felt his strength skyrocketing, even denser than the essence in the 3rd-level training room of the Heavenly Path Martial Academy. At that moment, data began scrolling through the eyepiece of Han Fei's battle armor. This was a function he had discovered where the armor could not only observe an opponent's data but also monitor his own. His strength before was 34,400, but after absorbing the essence concentrate, the numbers kept updating until they finally settled at 42,000. The limit for a 5th stage martial artist was 59,999 and now Han Fei's strength had reached 42,000, firmly placing him in the mid-phase of the 5th stage. His armor could enhance his combat power by 25%, meaning his combat strength could reach 52500. With such power he could easily defeat those 7 without even needing the boost from the essence. A smirk formed on Han Fei's lips as he thought, if I boost my strength with the essence, it would be even more terrifying. Han Fei circulated his vital energy, and the data in the visor of his armor increased from 42,000 to 48,000. This meant that by using his vital energy his combat power could increase by 600. Li Zhengdao had mentioned before that the maximum boost from vital energy someone had achieved was 3,000, yet Han Fei had reached 6,000, and it was likely to increase further. Han Fei speculated that this was definitely related to the dragon elephant Prajna Kung. The power of the dragon elephant was extraordinary. 25% of 48,000 would bring him up to 60,000. Han Fei's eyes widened in realization. A combat power of 60,000 was equivalent to a 6th-tier warrior. This meant that among the 5th-tier warriors Han Fei was now invincible. 24 hours had passed and it was uncertain whether those 7 individuals were still around. A man must avenge his wrongs. With a light snort, Han Fei stepped out of his hideout, intent on finding those 7 men. At that very moment, the 7 men, including a bearded man, were also searching for Han Fei. They had scoured the area for a day and had almost covered it completely. Could that kid have completely left this area? The tall man frowned. The bearded man was also a bit frustrated. If Han Fei had left this region, it would be much more difficult to encounter him again. Keep searching anyway, we came here to hunt exotic beasts, the bearded man said reluctantly. At that moment, Han Fei suddenly appeared behind them, arms crossed and a blade of grass in his mouth, saying, "Are you looking for me?" Upon hearing Han Fei's voice, the 7 men immediately turned around. The bearded man coldly said, "You actually showed up yourself. What, do you want to counter-kill us?" Han Fei responded indifferently, "I have no grudge against you. Why do you want to kill me?" The burly man sneered, "Don't you understand? That armor on you is a treasure, and you must have many other valuable things on you, like items that enhance your speed and let your vital energy take wing. Aren't these reasons enough for us to kill you?" Han Fei nodded. "You're not wrong, but sadly you won't be able to get them." The bearded man laughed heartily, his laughter filled with disdain. "You think you alone can kill us 7 5th-tier warriors?" Han Fei nodded seriously and smiled. "Is there a problem?" The burly man scoffed, truly boastful. "Although you managed to escape the claws of those exotic beasts, thinking you can kill all 7 of us by yourself, you're not qualified. I alone am enough to crush you." The burly man's vital energy surged and he stomped on the ground, which exploded under his force like a powerful beast charging toward Han Fei. Han Fei remained unimpressed, watching the burly man's approach. The burly man's vital energy concentrated in his fist and he threw a punch that shimmered with light, a strong gust of wind accompanying it, revealing extraordinary power. The burly man sneered, thinking he had his opponent pegged. He's not even a 5th-level fighter, otherwise how could he fail to react in time? It seemed he had overestimated him, believing that Big Bull alone could handle the situation. The bearded man chuckled, sensing the fight was nearing its end. Just as his punch was about to land, Han Fei finally raised his hand. His movement appeared slow, yet in a flash he grasped the burly man's fist. Shocked, the burly man's eyes widened in terror. His fist, thrown with all his might, which should deliver a force of 46,000 pounds, was effortlessly caught by Han Fei. Impossible! The burly man thought his fist frozen as if clamped by pliers. The bearded man and his companions were equally astonished. They had underestimated Han Fei, thinking he was easy prey, yet there he stood firmly, catching the burly man's fist. Shaking his head, Han Fei said, 46,000 pounds of force can't even harm a single hair on my head." Disbelief still painted the burly man's face as he stammered, No way, how can you be so strong? 24 hours ago, I was indeed no match for you." Han Fei spoke calmly, "but now killing you all would be effortless." Without waiting for a response, Han Fei twisted sharply, breaking the burly man's wrist. The man screamed in agony. Han Fei then threw a devastating punch, cannon punch, die. His fist struck the burly man's chest like a cannonball, sending him flying back, blood spewing from his mouth as he fell dead. The bearded man and his 5 companions turned pale at the sight. "We underestimated him," the bearded man said gravely. "Let's not be careless, everyone, let's attack together." "I refuse to believe that just 24 hours can make such a difference." The 5 nodded in agreement, aware of their own strength as 5th-level fighters. As they released their energy, Han Fei scoffed, "All 6 of you together? That just makes things easier. Go ahead, die." With a roar from the bearded man, all 6 charged at Han Fei. But in that instant, Han Fei vanished from sight with a speed of 44 meters per second, overwhelming them completely. They were shocked. It was as if he had disappeared. "What's happening? Where is he?" As the bearded man spoke, his pupils shrank. He instantly sensed a killing intent behind him. Turning around to strike, he was too late. Han Fei had already landed a punch, sending the bearded man flying, blood gushing as he too met his end. The remaining 5 were terror-stricken, and Han Fei, moving to another, raised his fist and struck. The punch was lethal, a one-hit kill under such formidable power and speed. The remaining 4 martial artists were dripping with cold sweat, consumed by extreme fear. They could hardly believe that Han Fei's power was so terrifying. Escape! At this moment, that was the only thought in their minds. Escape! The 4 immediately scattered in different directions. With a cold snort, Han Fei summoned his goldfish sword. The sword transformed into a streak of golden light, chasing after one of the men. The man's eyes widened with terror. A psychic master, puff. Before he could react, the goldfish sword had pierced through his throat. Han Fei's body flashed again, speeding towards another man. In an instant, Han Fei appeared in front of him. The man gasped for air, pleading for his life. "Don't kill me, I was wrong," but Han Fei, unheeding, threw a punch that sent the man flying backwards, spewing blood as he died. "Forgiveness is God's job, my task is to send you to him," Han Fei coldly snorted. The goldfish sword then moved towards another man. The man tried to defend himself, but the goldfish sword, being a mid-level combat weapon, was unstoppable. Puff! This man too was struck through the heart by the sword. Now only one man was left. The goldfish sword hovered over Han Fei's shoulder. With a wave of his hand, the sword flew towards the last man. Simultaneously, Han Fei's body flashed like lightning, charging towards the desperately fleeing man. Whoosh! The goldfish sword whistled through the air. The fleeing man barely began to speak, "Don't kill," but before he could finish, the sword had pierced through his head. Han Fei looked at the bodies on the ground, not lingering. He quickly left the scene. Afterwards, Han Fei returned to his previous hidden spot and continued to fish in seclusion. Now, having reached the strength of a 6th stage martial artist, he still wasn't strong enough to slay a gold-armored dragon. Han Fei entered the system space. "Shaoyi, I need 24 hours of fishing time." Shaoyi, 480 points deducted, 3450 points remaining. Han Fei hurriedly prepared his bait and hoped for a good catch. Filled with hope, Han Fei had a bite just 2 minutes after casting his line. "So big!" Han Fei exclaimed as the fishing line buzzed under the strain. It took him 10 minutes to pull the fish up. Whoosh! After a flash of light, the fish transformed into a ball of light with thunder. "What's this?" Han Fei wondered. "Technique, Palm Thunder, a type of thunder magic which enhances with the user's strength. This is great stuff." Han Fei grasped it in his hand, and the Palm Thunder merged into his body through his palm. This technique did not require cultivation from Han Fei, it could integrate directly and be used immediately. As Han Fei thought, thunderous power appeared in his palm. The Palm Thunder was divided into Yin 5 thunders and Yang 5 thunders, each distinct and with different effects, a powerful technique indeed. Many details about Palm Thunder emerged in Han Fei's mind, making him increasingly excited. Not wanting to waste fishing time, Han Fei did not delve deeper but immediately continued fishing. In the next 6 to 7 hours, Han Fei's catch was quite good: 6 first-grade strength pills, 3 second-grade strength pills and 2 third-grade strength pills. Han Fei cast his fishing rod into the water once again, and just as the float stood upright, there was a sudden bite. Han Fei immediately lifted the rod. The fishing line was pulled taut, emitting a piercing sound. "This is something good," Han Fei exclaimed in surprise. As long as it was a big fish, it was generally something valuable. Han Fei steadied the rod and smoothly landed the fish. With a flash, the fish transformed into a golden talisman. Han Fei held the talisman in his hand and information instantly flooded his mind. Iron Bone Talisman. Once fused, the hardness of all bones in the body would reach the hardness of iron, enhancing defense capabilities. "This is great. Fusing this means I'll be tougher to beat. Even if I'm not strong enough, I won't easily suffer from broken bones," Han Fei thought, nodding in satisfaction before he fused the talisman with himself. As the Iron Bone Talisman merged into his body, Han Fei's bones crackled and he felt a bearable pain throughout. He could clearly feel his bones being strengthened. A minute later, the sensation faded. "If my defense becomes impeccable, then no matter the opponent, I can save my life," Han Fei mused as he exhaled and continued fishing. Another 5 hours passed. During this time, Han Fei caught 13 fish: 2 4th-grade strength pills, 4 3rd-grade strength pills, 6 2nd-grade strength pills and 1 1st-grade strength pill. "Today seems to be all about strength pills," Han Fei said with a wry smile. "These strength pills are not bad either." Just then, Han Fei got another bite. Got snagged?" As he lifted the rod, it felt as if it were stuck to the bottom, but there was trembling indicating it wasn't snagged. But a fish. The fishing line suddenly yanked hard and Han Fei was startled by the size of the fish. The fish surged forward and Han Fei firmly held the rod upright to avoid the line being cut. He handled the rod with care, knowing that such a large fish was definitely a treasure that should not be allowed to escape. 20 minutes later, the fish finally surfaced, roughly estimating it weighed at least 30 pounds. Han Fei landed the fish, and with a flash another talisman appeared. Holding the talisman in his hand, he read impenetrable. Upon use, it renders the user completely invulnerable for 1 minute, making all attacks ineffective. Han Fei's eyes lit up and he laughed heartily. No wonder this fish was so large, it was such a treasure. A minute of being completely impenetrable means that even if a supremely powerful being tries to kill me, they won't be able to within that minute. I won't feel a thing. He regretted that it was only a single piece and quite rare. Otherwise, with this talisman he could have walked invincibly. Han Fei happily stored the impenetrable talisman in his storage space. In the time that followed, Han Fei did not catch any other special items. He caught 3 5th grade strength pills, 5 4th grade strength pills, 3 3rd grade strength pills, 9 soul pills and 1 speed pill. Han Fei was very satisfied with this fishing session. He consumed all the strength pills, instantly increasing his strength by 19,000, his own strength had now reached 61,000 inch, truly elevating him to the rank of a 6th order martial artist. After taking the speed pill, his velocity reached 45 meters per second, the maximum speed for a 7th tier martial artist. Within the 7th tier no one could catch up to him. Besides, hardly anyone in the 7th tier could achieve 45 meters per second. If I combine all my skills now, my strength can reach a maximum of 82,500 Jin. Han Fei himself took a deep breath. The limit of strength for a 6th tier martial artist is 99,999 Jin, and now, giving his all, he reached 82,500 Jin. Among the many 6th tier martial artists, very few can reach 80,000 Jin, most stop at over 70,000. Only those who break through to the 7th tier can push their strength beyond 80,000, and they are exceedingly rare. For a 6th tier martial artist to break through to the 7th tier is also very challenging. It's akin to the difficulty of advancing from the 3rd tier to the 4th tier, a real hurdle and watershed moment. First I'll head to Yunchang, and after returning from Yunchang I will hunt the Golden Armored Dragon. Han Fei didn't want to waste more time here. Now he wasn't far from Yun City, he could reach it in half a day. However, he still needed to pass through a region inhabited by exotic beasts. This area is often frequented by Yun City martial artists for hunting. Han Fei didn't rush off but swallowed all the heavenly soul pills, absorbing their power to enhance his spiritual energy once again, which meant that the power of his spiritual force had significantly increased. Afterwards, Han Fei set off towards Yun City. In less than half a day he arrived at this region teeming with exotic beasts. This was the critical path, and there was even a high-speed rail line that passed through here. When Han Fei arrived, he released his spiritual energy searching for exotic beasts. With his current strength, as long as no 7th tier exotic beasts appeared, he could easily slay them. While searching for exotic beasts, suddenly Han Fei spotted several fighter jets sweeping across the sky not far away, heading towards the direction of the high-speed rail a few kilometers away. A voice from the fighter jets rang out. Martial artists hunting exotic beasts, please head immediately to the high-speed rail. Exotic beasts are attacking the rail and there are over 600 civilians on board. Please provide immediate support to the high-speed rail. All the martial artists in the area could hear this. Quick, head towards the rail direction, a martial artist shouted. Many martial artists rushed towards the direction of the high-speed rail. I was wondering why there are fewer exotic beasts here today. They've gone to the high-speed rail, another martial artist angrily said. Hearing the announcement, Han Fei looked towards the direction of the high-speed rail and quickly moved towards it. At the high-speed rail, one train had already been forced to stop. Some of the carriages were badly damaged by the attacks of exotic beasts. The train was not made of ordinary material. It wasn't easy for exotic beasts to break through, but it wasn't impossible either, it just took some time. The civilians inside the carriages started screaming in panic, creating chaos. Everyone, don't panic, stay calm, the martial artists from Yun City are coming to save us, the train conductor loudly reassured all the passengers. Everyone, don't run around, it only makes it easier to get hurt. Am I going to die? When will the warriors arrive? This place is about to be torn apart. Panic erupted among the crowd as some began to scream in despair, descending into chaos. Just then several fighter jets arrived near the high-speed rail car and one by one warriors began to land. The warriors are here. We're saved. Cheers erupted from inside the high-speed rail car. Boom! At that moment a loud explosion sounded as one of the fighter jets suddenly blew up, killing all the warriors inside who hadn't managed to land yet. Everyone was stunned by the sight. What happened? The warriors who had just landed were terrified. Fragments from the exploded fighter jet scattered everywhere, injuring some warriors and even piercing several holes in the high-speed rail car. As everyone was in shock, a massive tail struck another fighter jet. Bang! The jet exploded instantly, unable to react. The red tail, it's the fire spirit python, a warrior exclaimed, his face filled with sheer terror. What, a fire spirit python? From its size, it's definitely beyond 7th rank. Beyond 7th rank? Don't scare me. The strongest warrior in Yun City is only at the 7th rank. As people on the high-speed railcar saw two jets destroyed, despair set in. It's over. How powerful is this beast? We're all going to die here. open the doors. Let us out, I don't want to wait here to die, open the doors, it's all beasts outside, if we open the doors there's even less chance of survival, but it's better than waiting here to die, open the doors. The railcar was plunged into turmoil with some people roaring and kicking at the doors, others crying out in a chaotic mess. Outside the high-speed railcar, the lead warrior immediately used his communicator to call for help, calling the Warriors Association, calling the Warriors Association. The Warriors Association responded, please report, the situation has changed, we've encountered a fire spirit python estimated to be above 7th rank requesting support. The lead warrior's face grew solemn. At that moment, in the Yun City Warriors Association, the president Qi Zhantian received the news and immediately activated his communicator, displaying two men, the strongest forces in Yun City, the head of the hunting squad and the director of the enforcement bureau. Both 7th rank Marshal Kings, having just received the latest intelligence, the high-speed railcar is trapped, possibly by a fire spirit python above 7th rank. Now Lao Lu and Lao Zhang, you might need to take action, Qi Zhantian said. The head of the hunting squad Lu Bai turned pale. Above 7th rank? How could there be a beast above 7th rank? The director of the enforcement bureau Zhang Qing was also shocked. This region of Yun City has never seen a beast above 7th rank, usually at most 6th rank. This is definitely unusual. Qi Zhantian continued, recently the Sea City was attacked by a beast tide, and now we have a 7th rank or higher beast here. These events are just days apart. It's indeed very strange. No matter the circumstances, you both need to check it out, but be extremely cautious. If it really is above 7th rank, retreat immediately and we'll plan further. Lu Bai Fish and Zhang Qing also nodded. After the communicator was turned off, Qi Zhantian's brow furrowed deeply. He immediately dialed up the communicator and Tang Jinlong's figure appeared. Old Qi, you seem to have quite a bit of free time to reach out to me, Tang Jinlong said with a smile. Qi Zhantian snorted coldly. Do I look like someone who has leisure time? A fire spirit python of at least 7th rank has appeared near Yun City, and it has led a group of exotic beasts to attack a high-speed rail car. There are hundreds of people on the rail car, and the situation is critical. I've already sent old Lu and old Zhang to handle it. What, a 7th rank or higher fire spirit python? Tang Jinlong's face changed drastically. Are you sure? Qi Zhantian replied, it's not certain yet, but the fire spirit python definitely exists. If it really is of the 7th rank or higher, then we're in big trouble. Tang Jinlong pondered for a moment, then said, I'll send Wu Tiangang to support you. You know High Market has just experienced a beast tide attack and we cannot let our guard down. I can only send old Wu alone. Good, make it fast. Qi Zhantian nodded. After hanging up the communicator, Qi Zhantian still paced restlessly in his office. Outside Yun City, at the high-speed rail car, the leading warrior immediately gathered the warriors who had come to support. They dared not act rashly. That was at least a 7th rank fire spirit python. If they made a move, the python could easily annihilate them all. Are we just going to hide like this? A warrior said. Unwillingly. Even if you rush out now, it's a dead end. No one can save you, the leading warrior scolded. The principle of rescuing is to save oneself first. If you can't survive, how can you save others? Boom! The fire spirit python's massive tail fiercely whipped onto the high-speed railcar, instantly deforming it. Everyone inside the railcar screamed in terror. Fear and despair filled the carriage. Boom, boom. Other exotic beasts also continuously struck their sharp claws, trying to tear open the carriage. Several parts had been torn open, but the beasts were too large to squeeze in. The fire spirit python's body kept moving, starting to coil around the high-speed rail car. Only then did the warriors on site see the full extent of the fire spirit python. Its body was not much smaller than the high-speed rail car itself, capable of swallowing the entire thing in one bite. Under the python's coiling, even the hard shell of the rail car began to deform gradually. The people inside couldn't stand firm, falling to the ground, their cries chaotic. It's over, the people inside this high-speed rail car are doomed. A warrior clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger. What can we do? Another warrior sighed helplessly, shaking his head. Boom! The fire spirit python ruthlessly crushed a carriage into a pile of twisted metal, pulling it off. People inside were dead or injured, with blood dripping from the torn parts of the carriage. At that moment, a fighter jet approached from the distance. Inside the jet, Lu Bai and Zhang Qing looked at the fire spirit python, their expressions becoming grave. From its size, this fire spirit python is indeed at least 7th rank, said Lu Bai. Zhang Qing coldly said, let's go, let's meet it. Zhang Qing opened the hatch and leaped down without hesitation. Lu Bai followed closely, landing on the ground with him. It was Commander Lu and Director Zhang who had arrived. Both were 7th-tier martial kings, perhaps capable of defeating the fire spirit python. Murmurs of awe rose among the warriors. Gathered, many saw a glimmer of hope. These were two of Yun City's strongest fighters. If they were at a loss, true despair would be undeniable. Lu Bai and Zhang Cheng drew their swords, their vital energies radiating outward, and charged directly at the fire spirit python. They coordinated their attack from both front and rear. Zhang Qing led the frontal assault to draw attention, while Lu Bai aimed for a stealth attack from behind, hoping to catch the beast off guard. Zhang Qing swung his sword towards the fire spirit python, concentrating his vital energy on the blade. A sharp blade aura emerged and slashed towards the head of the python. The fire spirit python roared furiously, its body glowing with a fiery red light as it unleashed its full power. Zhang Qing's strike, delivered with all his might, failed to inflict any damage. Astonished by the beast's formidable defense, Zhang Qing realized the severity of their challenge. At that moment, Lu Bai also made his move, slashing decisively at the python's tail. Sensing danger, the massive tail of the python whipped around to meet Lu Bai's attack. Boom! The two forces collided, and Lu Bai was thrown backward, sliding across the ground and carving deep grooves in the earth. His expression grew solemn, realizing that their foe was likely beyond a 7th tier. Its strength was overwhelming. Old Zhang, even if we can't defeat it, we must lead it away to protect the civilians on the train, Lu Bai shouted. Zhang Qing nodded in agreement and readied himself for another attack. Wild blade slash! Zhang Qing roared as he gathered his energy. His power reaching its peak, he launched a series of slashes at the fire spirit python. Despite the relentless attacks, the python remained unscathed, its terrifying defensive power thwarting all attempts to penetrate it. On the other side, Lu Bai deployed his signature technique, bellowing 9 waves. With each swing of his sword, ripples formed, building up into 9 successive waves, each multiplying in power before converging into a formidable force aimed at the python. The python's fiery glow intensified, striking back fiercely as it collided with the blade energy, causing ripples of pure force to emanate. Lu Bai staggered backward, his face etched with gravity. Their joint assault seemed futile against the python's impenetrable defense. Seeing that neither Zhang Qing nor Lu Bai could find a way to subdue the fire spirit python, the previously hopeful warriors and civilians aboard the train succumbed to despair. Can even two martial kings not prevail? Murmured a warrior, feeling as though the sky itself were collapsing. It seemed there was no hope left. This was their final hope now. Extinguished, tears fell freely among those on the train, enveloped in utter despair. Roar! The fire spirit python let out a bellow, seemingly very displeased with Zhang Qing and Lu Bai's actions, readying itself to attack. Its massive body moved swiftly, turning into a fiery red blur that charged towards Zhang Qing at a heart-stopping speed. Such incredible speed, at least over 45 meters per second. Zhang Qing thought, his face draining of color. He attempted to dodge, but found himself too slow. Although a 7th-tier martial artist, his strength and speed had not reached the martial limits. His speed was only 43 meters per second, no match for the fire spirit python. The python opened its massive jaws, gathering vital energy that transformed into a ball of light, shooting towards Zhang Qing. Boom! Zhang Qing hastily swung his sword to block, but the moment the two forces met, they exploded. Bang! Zhang Qing's body was hurled away, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop in a disheveled heap. At that moment, Lu Bai made another move, leaping forward and slashing his sword at the fire spirit python. The python, without even a glance, whipped its enormous tail, smacking Lu Bai before he could react, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. It was then that Lu Bai and Zhang Qing realized that the fire spirit python had been holding back its strength until now, completely overwhelming them. When it finally exerted full force, the python continued its advance towards Zhang Qing, its fiery body zipping close in an instant. Zhang Qing's face paled, he retreated rapidly and swung his sword down, but the fire spirit python didn't even bother to dodge. Zhang Qing's attack had no effect and he was sent flying again. Bang! Zhang Qing smashed into the ground, dust billowing and blood spilling from his mouth. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt a chill in their hearts. At this moment, Han Fei appeared nearby, shocked at the sight of the fire spirit python. His combat armor's visor relayed that this was an 8th-tier exotic beast. An 8th-tier beast has appeared. Han Fei frowned. He recognized Lu Bai and Zhang Qing, both martial kings. Yet they were helpless before the fire spirit python. Seeing that there were many civilians inside a nearby tracked vehicle still under attack by other exotic beasts, Han Fei knew he had to act, or else both martial kings and all the civilians would perish. Memories of 3 years ago flooded his mind. His parents had also been attacked by exotic beasts on a train, sacrificing themselves to protect the civilians. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei carefully surveyed the surroundings. Besides the fire spirit python, the strongest of the remaining beasts were of the 6th tier. This meant that if he could take down the fire spirit python, the rest would be manageable. Donning his invincible gauntlets, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then, with a speed of 45 meters per second, Han Fei charged at the fire spirit python. All eyes were on the battle, with Zhang Cheng and Lu Bai lying bloodied on the ground, completely at the mercy of the fire spirit python, which seemed not in a rush to kill them but rather to torment them. Otherwise they would have probably died already. Right after the incident, the fire spirit python suddenly looked up, gazing ahead. Zhang Cheng and Lu Bai were also stunned for a moment. Following the gaze of the fire spirit python, they saw dust rising from the ground as a figure rushed forward at a terrifying speed. Who was that? Lu Bai wondered. Such incredible speed. This speed is at least of a 7th-rank martial artist, Zhang Cheng thought, alarmed. Han Fei suddenly leaped high into the air, throwing a punch towards the fire spirit python. His invincible gauntlet was surging with thunder. Die! Roared Han Fei. The fire spirit python hissed loudly, spewing a mass of vital essence from its mouth. Boom! The vital essence collided with Han Fei's thunderous punch and exploded. Unable to withstand the force, the invincible gauntlet was unstoppable. No force could hold it back. The fire spirit python had not expected Han Fei to be so powerful. To block its attack and smash it directly on its huge head. Bang! With that punch, the massive head of the fire spirit python was fiercely smashed into the ground. Dust flew up, obscuring the head of the fire spirit python and Han Fei from view. Everyone who witnessed this was left with their mouths agape stunned. Even the other mystical beasts at the scene felt fear, all stopping to look towards where Han Fei and the fire spirit python were. Silence fell over the area. Zhang Cheng and Lu Bai swallowed hard, exchanging glances, both shocked by Han Fei's punch. Is the fire spirit python dead? Someone cautiously whispered, returning to their senses. Everyone was eager to know the outcome. If the fire spirit python was not dead, it would be a disaster for them. The dust gradually settled. Han Fei and the head of the fire spirit python reappeared before everyone's eyes. People saw Han Fei standing on the head of the fire spirit python, which was spewing a large amount of fresh blood, its head punctured by a hole. The fire spirit python is dead. A punch has pierced through the head of the fire spirit python. Heavens, could this be a 9th-rank martial saint? No, even a 9th-rank martial saint might not be able to do this. Everyone was profoundly shaken in their hearts at that moment. It was simply incredible. Lu Bai and Zhang Cheng exchanged glances, both swallowed again, and then slowly approached Han Fei. Han Fei collected the body of the fire spirit python, which was of considerable value. The crowd was once again stunned by the scene. Such a massive fire spirit python had vanished in an instant. Han Fei glanced around, seeing Lu Bai and Zhang Cheng approaching. He said, "Hurry and deal with the remaining mystical beasts. Let's rescue the civilians." Hearing this, Lu Bai and Zhang Cheng immediately stopped in their tracks. "Senior is right," Zhang Cheng quickly replied. "The fire spirit python is dead. All martial artists fully hunt the mystical beasts. Rescue the civilians," Lu Bai immediately added. The martial artists present also charged out, then rushed towards the mystical beasts. The civilians inside the railcars, seeing the fire spirit python slain, also cheered, knowing they were saved. With the threat of the fire spirit python gone, the remaining 6th rank or so mystical beasts posed no significant threat to Zhang Cheng and Lu Bai anymore. Han Fei didn't miss the opportunity to hunt down these 6th-tier beasts either. He charged forward swiftly, wielding the thunder blade to strike down his foes. Now, under the edge of his thunder blade, these 6th-tier beasts were as easy to cut through as fruits and vegetables, each falling with a single stroke. Witnessing Han Fei's prowess, both Lu Bai and Zhang Cheng were inwardly exclaiming in amazement. This is the strength of a true powerhouse, a 6th-tier beast falling with each stroke of his blade. How terrifying! Lu Bai was filled with respect. Zhang Cheng commented, "Could he be a 10th-tier martial emperor?" Lu Bai nodded, "Very likely. How else could that fire spirit python have been punched through with a single blow? Even a 9th-tier martial saint might not manage that." After slaying 6 or 7 6th-tier beasts, there were no threats left in the area, so Han Fei did not linger and turned to leave. Lu Bai and Zhang Cheng, having intended to approach him and perhaps make his acquaintance, after all, meeting a 10th-tier martial emperor could be the honor of a lifetime, found themselves too entangled to do so and had to give up on the idea. Not long after Han Fei left, Wu Tiangang arrived at the scene in a fighter jet. Jumping down from the jet, Wu Tiangang was surprised by the calm. Old Zhang, weren't there supposed to be beasts above 7th tier here? He asked, puzzled. Lu Bai smiled. Indeed, there was an 8th tier fire spirit python, but it was already punched through by a martial emperor. A martial emperor? Wu Tiangang was astonished. Zhang Qing replied, yes, the martial emperor himself just left. If we hadn't been held up by these beasts, we would have at least thanked him. Wu Tiangang, sensing the sincerity in Zhang Qing and Lu Bai's tone and demeanor, mused, to think that a martial emperor appeared in our small place. Meeting him would indeed have been an honor. Too bad I arrived just a bit too late. Lu Bai added, we didn't even see his face. His body was covered in silver armor, completely encased, and even his eyes sparkled with light, making him look like a robot. He wielded a silver blade that flashed with lightning, cutting down 6th tier beasts as if slicing through vegetables. Silver armor? Light in the eyes, fully enclosed. Wu Tiangang recalled a familiar figure upon hearing this description, Han Fei, who he had seen wearing such armor and wielding a thunder blade during a previous beast siege. However, Han Fei was only a 2nd-tier warrior. How could he be the martial emperor described by Lu Bai and the others? Perhaps the gear was just similar. Wu Tiangang thought to himself. Looking around the site, Wu Tiangang suggested, let's save the people first. Lu Bai and Zhang Cheng nodded, and the three of them set to work clearing the remaining beasts. Meanwhile, Han Fei had left the area and headed straight for Yun City. Upon reaching Yun City, he removed his battle armor and approached the city gates, which were protected by a light screen. If a strange beast enters the protective area of the light screen, an alarm will sound, but if a human enters, it will not. After Han Fei entered the city, he first found a hotel to stay in. During this time outside, his mental strength was kept highly tense, which was also very exhausting for him. Now he just wanted to rest well. In the hotel room, Han Fei fell asleep without any burden. He didn't know how long he had slept. He woke up naturally. Han Fei pulled back the curtains and it was dark outside. He went to the bathroom to take a shower and he felt much more comfortable. Afterwards, Han Fei left the hotel. Yun City and Hai City are cities of the same level, so their scale is quite similar. The number of warriors in each is also roughly the same. The urgent task now was to deal with these strange beasts, but their numbers were too great and he estimated that it would cause a huge commotion. It was still necessary to disguise this a bit, as being too conspicuous wouldn't be good. Han Fei walked, his armor already beginning to cover his entire body. He arrived at the Yun City Warriors Association. Hello, I have some strange beasts to exchange, Han Fei said to a staff member. The staff member smiled and asked, how many and what level are they? Han Fei replied, there are quite a few. The staff member paused, then said, the most we can exchange at one time here is 12. Han Fei said, more than that? The staff member paused again, looked at Han Fei carefully and asked, exactly how many? Han Fei pondered for a moment and then said, 68. The staff member was completely stunned, speechless for a good while. The staff member came back to his senses and said, seriously sir, that joke isn't funny at all. Han Fei replied, I'm not joking. Do you have a storage room here? I can bring them all out for you to see. Hearing Han Fei say this, and in such a tone, the staff member replied, if that's true I must report it first. Please wait a moment. Han Fei nodded. The staff member immediately dialed the communicator, and after the connection an old man appeared saying, Shaoli, what's the matter? The staff member said, Director Su, there's a warrior here to exchange strange beasts. The old man said, just go ahead with the exchange, no need to report to me. The staff member said, he says he has 68 strange beasts. The old man casually said, 68 what? 68? The staff member glanced at Han Fei and said, no mistake, it's 68, please come over. The old man pondered for a moment and then said, all right, I'm coming now. The communicator shut off. The staff member said, please wait, Director Su will be here soon. Han Fei nodded lightly. After waiting for about 2 or 3 minutes, the old man Su Chuanhui arrived in front of Han Fei. The staff member introduced him saying, Director Su. This is the gentleman. Su Chuanhui looked at Han Fei, sized him up carefully, and then said, you have 68 strange beasts to exchange? Yes, Han Fei nodded. Su Chuanhui said, come with me. Despite some doubts, Su Chuanhui still led Han Fei away. The two came to a storage room. This place was specially designed for storing the bodies of strange beasts, with very low temperatures to ensure the freshness of the strange beast bodies to the greatest extent. Su Chuanhui said, bring them all out. He even doubted whether Han Fei's communicator had enough capacity to store 68 exotic beasts. With a wave of his hand, Han Fei instantly filled the entire storage room with 68 beasts. Su Chuanhui was completely dumbfounded, especially when he saw the corpse of the fire spirit python. He was utterly stunned. His eyes trembling, Su slowly turned to Han Fei and knelt down on one knee. Su Chuanhui greets the great martial emperor. Han Fei was thoroughly scared by Su Chuanhui's actions and quickly said, Director Su, what are you doing? Su rushed to explain, I was blind not to recognize Tai Shan. I didn't know it was you, the martial emperor. Now, Huanyun City does not know that it was you, the martial emperor, who with one punch defeated the 8th tier fire spirit python and saved hundreds of lives. I really didn't expect to see you here. I will go and notify the president right now. No need, Han Fei quickly said. I don't want to make a big fuss. I have 2 8th tier beasts here and quite a few 6th tier ones. Calculate how much they can be exchanged for in dragon coins. Su Chuanhui was in a dilemma and said, Martial Emperor, this puts me in a difficult position. If the president finds out, I just say it was my decision. Exchange them immediately, Han Fei said with a bit of a headache. He hadn't expected this. He wanted to keep a low profile, but now that was impossible. He just needed to exchange them quickly and leave. Su Chuanhui was stunned by Han Fei's words. These were the martial emperor's orders after all. If he didn't comply, there could be trouble. Yes, I will assess them right now, Su hurriedly responded, his heart trembling with excitement. To be so close to a martial emperor and even exchange exotic beasts for him was the honor of a lifetime. Su Chuanhui took his task very seriously, so it took a full hour. After careful calculations, he said, Martial Emperor, these beasts can be exchanged for 56 million dragon coins. Han Fei was surprised by the amount but nodded his approval. Thank you for your hard work, Su hurriedly replied. It is my honor to serve the martial emperor. Would you like the money transferred to your account or should we issue you a card? Give me a card, Han Fei decided after a moment of thought. If he gave them his account details, they could use them to trace his identity. The Martial Association's card was anonymous and non-reportable, meaning if it was lost it could be misused by others. Please wait a moment, Martial Emperor, I will handle it immediately, Su said and led Han Fei to a restroom before leaving. Less than 10 minutes later, Su returned to the restroom and respectfully handed Han Fei a card. Martial Emperor, please accept this. Han Fei took the card and stored it in his storage slot. Thank you, I will take my leave now. Martial Emperor, you're too kind, let me escort you, Su offered. No need, Han Fei replied and quickly left the Martial Association, speeding away and shedding his battle armor. Meanwhile, in Qi Zhantian's office, Qi violently slammed his desk, startling Su Chuanhui. Lord Wudi arrived and you didn't report it. Qi Zhantian was furious. Su Chuanhui lowered his head, looking aggrieved. Lord Wudi ordered me not to report it. Qi Zhantian was so angry he couldn't speak. Lu Bai interjected, since it was Lord Wudi's command, old Su had no choice but to obey. Don't be angry with him. Zhang Qing chuckled and said, Old Qi, I know you're upset about not seeing Lord Wudi. Why don't you just watch the surveillance? We haven't seen his true face either. Qi Zhantian rolled his eyes and then waved his hand dismissively. You may leave now. Su Chuanhui exited the office. Qi Zhantian sat down, sighed deeply and said, if it wasn't for Lord Wudi stepping in, both of you might not have made it back. It's truly a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Lu Bai and Zhang Cheng nodded in agreement. Zhang Cheng added, what's crucial now is to investigate why a rank 8 beast appeared near Yun City. This has never happened before. If a rank 8 beast attacks Yun City, won't stand a chance. Lu Bai nodded. With the appearance of such beasts, it feels like the evolution of these creatures is accelerating outside. Qi Zhantian's expression grew serious. Set up an investigative team to check the outskirts. If you find anything unusual, report immediately to prevent a catastrophic problem. Lu Bai and Zhang Cheng nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Han Fei returned to the hotel, planning to stay for a couple of days, first to rest well and second to make time for fishing. He still couldn't contend with a 7th tier beast, so he needed to fish more to enhance his strength. He still couldn't forget that golden armored dragon. Han Fei entered the system space. Shall we recharge 24 hours of fishing time? Han Fei said. Recharge successful, 480 points deducted, 2,970 points remaining, Xiaoyi replied. Han Fei immediately started fishing. If I can enhance my mental power again, I'll have more means to save my life, he thought, filled with anticipation. If his mental power reached the 4th or 5th rank, he could unleash unexpected lethal moves in critical moments. Within less than 5 minutes, Han Fei caught his first fish, which only yielded a war weapon upgrade charm. Over the next 9 hours, all the fish he caught were strength pills. 6 4th grade, 8 3rd grade, 10 2nd grade and 5 1st grade. Han Fei continued casting his line. About a minute later, a large black float appeared. Han Fei quickly jerked the rod. The fishing line whizzing taut. He steadied the rod with both hands, carefully playing the fish. this was no small catch. Excited Han Fei watched as the fish finally surfaced after 10 minutes, weighing around 50 pounds. A big catch indeed. Excited Han Fei scooped the fish out of the water, and with a flash of light it transformed into a blood-red elixir. Puzzled, Han Fei held the elixir in his hand, and its information flowed directly into his mind. Tyrant Blood Holy Pill. Consuming this pill transforms one's body into a Tyrant Blood Saint physique, endowing it with formidable physical strength and extraordinary defensive capabilities. Once the Tyrant Blood is activated, the blood boils, enhancing strength by 20%. Tyrant Blood Saint physique. Han Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. As someone who had crossed over from Earth, he had read plenty of novels, and such unique physiques were always portrayed as incredibly powerful. Without hesitation, Han Fei swallowed the Tyrant Blood Holy Pill. The power of the pill instantly dispersed within his body, and he immediately felt his body undergoing a transformation, with every cell experiencing a qualitative change. Additionally, his practice of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique had already fortified his physical body, and now, with the Tyrant Blood Holy Pill, the transformation was surprisingly remarkable, elevating the original effects of the pill to a higher level. Feeling the changes in his body, Han Fei then willed the tyrant blood within him to boil, unleashing a tremendous surge of vital energy. He instantly felt an overwhelming power about to burst forth. Indeed, this physique was powerful and incredibly dominant, capable of overpowering everything. Han Fei was ecstatic. With various powers enhancing him, his combat abilities had become incredibly formidable. Overwhelmed with excitement, Han Fei then continued fishing. In the following 10 hours, Han Fei harvested 12 Heavenly Soul Pills, which he found quite satisfactory. These 12 Heavenly Soul Pills would significantly enhance his mental power. By the end of the 24 hours, Han Fei had ultimately acquired 10 4th grade power pills, 9 3rd grade power pills, 15 2nd grade power pills, 10 1st grade power pills, 15 Heavenly Soul Pills, and 3 Battle Gear upgrade talismans. The greatest gain, however, was the Tyrant Blood Holy Pill. It had fundamentally changed Han Fei's physique. Even without using battle armor, relying on the defensive power of the Tyrant Blood Saint physique, it was difficult for both exotic beasts and warriors of the same realm to injure him. Even if facing an opponent a level higher, he could withstand powerful attacks, at least buying himself time to survive. Moreover, as his own strength and the Tyrant Blood Saint physique's defenses grew stronger, along with the aid of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, his defense would become increasingly formidable, ultimately making his physical body invincible. Han Fei consumed all the power pills, increasing his strength by 21,400, adding to his previous strength of 61,000. Han Fei's strength reached 82400. If he used Vital Energy Enhancement, which previously added 6,000, his strength could reach 88400. His battle armor could further increase it by 25%, taking it to 110,500. Once he activated the Tyrant Blood, it could increase by another 20%. Thus Han Fei's strength could potentially reach up to 132,600, calculating his own strength. He was amazed. Moreover, this was a conservative estimate, as the enhancement from vital energy would definitely exceed 6,000, likely even higher. The maximum strength for a 7th tier warrior was 149,999. Han Fei, now at 132,600, meant that once he fully unleashed his power, he was capable of slaying a 7th tier warrior. Moreover, most 7th tier warriors definitely did not reach a strength value of 132,600. Han Fei took a deep breath, quite satisfied with this instance of his substitute. He immediately covered his body with his battle armor and unleashed all his strength, utilizing every enhancement at his disposal. He watched his stats skyrocket, eventually reaching 134,000. Han Fei chuckled excitedly. Indeed, I had underestimated it. It must have been the spirit energy enhancement that boosted the stats by over 6,000. Han Fei then removed his armor and applied 3 battle weapon upgrade talismans to the Goldfish Sword, Thunder Bow, and Thunder Arrows. All 3 battle weapons were upgraded to high-level weapons. Now, the 4 weapons in his possession were all high-level, capable of inflicting effective damage on beasts of the 9th order and below. After a sleep, I'll take that 7th order golden armored dragon, Han Fei muttered to himself before falling into a deep slumber, not knowing for how long. When he awoke and checked the time, it was already 3 in the afternoon. After freshening up and eating something, Han Fei checked out of his room and left Yun City. On the return journey, he planned to fight his way back. Beasts and humans were mortal enemies, there was nothing to discuss. Just kill on sight. With Han Fei's current strength, he could easily decapitate beasts of the 7th order and below with a single slash of his thunder blade. Along the way, he harvested 48 beasts in 3 days, 10 of the 6th order, 12 of the 5th order, and the rest below the 5th order. Han Fei eventually reached the secluded fishing spot he had used before, still devoid of beasts. He had specifically returned here previously. He had been too focused on fishing to increase his strength to pay much attention, but he couldn't stop thinking about this place. It was too peculiar. In a region teeming with beasts, how could there be none? Here, it must be a sanctuary of sorts, an anomaly worth investigating. Han Fei meticulously explored the area, searching for the reason why no beast would tread here. Unfortunately, after a long search, he found nothing. Am I just overthinking this? Han Fei wondered, having scoured every part of the area without any discovery. I'll try luring a beast here to see if it dares to enter this area. Suddenly, Han Fei thought of a way to validate his hypothesis. He left the area, found a beast and provoked it. Then, feigning weakness, he quickly retreated back towards the special area. As he entered the area, the unicorn, which had been furiously charging, suddenly seemed to realize something, braking sharply and halting. It then began to retreat as if something terrifying was making it fearful. Following this, the unicorn turned and fled as if its life depended on it. Seeing this, Han Fei exclaimed in surprise, "It looks like my guess wasn't wrong. There must be something here that terrifies these beasts." Han Fei looked around, but despite his thorough search, there was still no sign of anything unusual. Han Fei reiterated his search, convinced that something must have escaped his notice, otherwise these strange beasts wouldn't exhibit such fear. Not daring to cross the boundary, he meticulously combed the area, narrowing his search from the periphery towards the center. After covering every possible spot, he stood in the middle of the region, yet he found nothing. Just then, Han Fei suddenly felt something pierce through the sole of his battle armor. Lifting his foot, he indeed saw a hole punctured through the armor. This was high-grade armor, impervious to ordinary weapons. What could have pierced it directly? Looking closely at the ground, Han Fei spotted a sharp object protruding about a centimeter, buried in the ground and well hidden among the stones, barely noticeable unless scrutinized. Clearing the surrounding debris, he examined it further. It looked like crystal. Digging around it, he found that the buried part was about a foot long. Holding it in his hand, it seemed to be a shattered fragment, irregular at the edges, as if it had broken off from something larger. Could there be more buried underneath? Frowning slightly, Han Fei pondered whether to continue his exploration. What if there were dangers? Could he handle them? After a moment, curiosity overcame caution and he decided to delve deeper. Preparing to unleash his power, he planned to punch a hole into the ground. Clad in his armor, he executed his punches not merely with brute force but using specialized techniques like the drill punch and cannon punch, designed to efficiently penetrate the ground. After delivering 49 punches, a dark opening emerged. Peering into it, Han Fei was startled by the abyss-like darkness. Activating the light on his armor, he shone beams into the hole but could only see a little inside. The depth unfathomable. Unsure of the depth, he swallowed a flying pill and jumped in, using his armor's lights to quickly survey his surroundings. He was astonished to find a massive object resembling a UFO. As an Earthling, although he had never seen a real extraterrestrial UFO, he recognized it from descriptions he had imagined, which seemed to match what he saw. How could such a thing be here? Could this be an alien civilization? Landing on the UFO, Han Fei explored further. The UFO was about 43 feet in diameter and 30 feet high, but severely damaged. The earlier fragment must have been a part of this UFO. Finding the hatch, he tried opening it, and it swung open. Cautiously, he entered, finding the interior in disarray, as if it had suffered a massive impact with debris scattered everywhere. Slowly, he observed the cabin's condition, then proceeded to what seemed to be the control room, likely where the UFO was piloted. At this moment, there lay 2 strangely shaped corpses. Each corpse had 2 antennae on its head, resembling the aliens often depicted in Earth stories. Could there really be an extraterrestrial civilization? Han Fei's confusion deepened upon seeing these 2 bodies. He walked around the cockpit and then searched elsewhere, only to find 5 more bodies, all clad in armor. Han Fei felt that this UFO was of significant research value, so he called out, "Xiaoyi, do you know what this is?" Xiaoyi appeared and said, "This is an extraterrestrial fighter used for spaceflight with a minimum speed of the speed of sound." Han Fei was startled. The speed of sound in air is 340 meters per second. Legends say that even the speed of a supreme master is around 300 meters per second, and this is just the minimum speed. "Xiaoyi, it seems this fighter is broken. Can you fix it?" Han Fei asked. Of course, but not me, you can fish for a fighter repair talisman, Xiaoyi replied. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Fishing is all about luck, who knows when I'll catch a fighter repair talisman. You can spend points to buy a chance, Xiaoyi suggested. Han Fei paused. That's possible, yes, but it's expensive. It costs 1,000 points for a 50% chance, Xiaoyi explained. Han Fei speechless said, so I spend 1,000 points and only have a 50% chance to get the talisman, and just one chance. That's right, confirmed Xiaoyi. Han Fei complained, you're really ripping me off. It's up to you, Xiaoyi replied nonchalantly. After thinking it over, Han Fei realized the immense potential benefits if the fighter could be repaired. Gritting his teeth, he said, fine, I'll buy it. Let's try once. Xiaoyi deducted 1,000 points, leaving Han Fei with 1970 points, then mentioned, forgot to say the bait also costs an extra 100 points. Han Fei felt like he was bleeding money. Just deduct it. After the deduction, 100 points were taken, leaving 1870 points. Han Fei immediately began fishing, praying for success. 5 minutes later, the float dipped and Han Fei swiftly jerked the rod. He caught a fish that turned into a third-grade strength pill. Han Fei felt like crying, having spent 1,100 points only to get a strength pill. Xiaoyi, are you tricking me? Is there even a talisman? He asked discontentedly. Xiaoyi replied, 50% chance. How can you say there isn't? Want to continue? Biting his lip, Han Fei continued. Another 1,100 points were deducted, leaving him with 770 points. His heart ached as he continued fishing. 10 minutes later, the float dipped again, his heartbeat racing. This time it has to work, Han Fei thought as he jerked the rod, feeling a heavy weight as if he had hooked the earth itself. Initially he thought his hook had snagged on the bottom, but suddenly he felt a strong pull forward. Reacting quickly, Han Fei used his fishing skills to shake the rod rapidly, forcing the fish to change direction. Otherwise it would have been a tug-of-war. Once the tug-of-war with the fish began, it was clear that this was no ordinary catch. How big is this fish? Han Fei's heart raced with excitement. If this was a big fish, it was bound to be something special. With Han Fei's skilled handling, the fish finally stabilized and stopped rushing forward. Han Fei controlled it steadily, not rushing. Even if it took half an hour, he was determined to reel it in. After a struggle, the fish finally surfaced. Upon seeing it, Han Fei exclaimed, could it be 80 or even 100 kilos? When Han Fei finally landed the fish, he prayed for a successful catch. In a flash of light, the fish transformed into a talisman, which Han Fei quickly grasped in his palm. It was a 9th-rank weapon repair talisman. Using this talisman could repair any weapon. Overjoyed, Han Fei celebrated his success. Xiaoyi commented, you're really lucky. Han Fei snorted, what, you thought I'd have to spend more money? Xiaoyi remained silent. Han Fei immediately used the 9th-rank weapon repair talisman on his war machine. The talisman flashed brightly, instantly enveloping the war machine in light, covering it completely. Every damaged part and internal mechanism visibly began repairing itself at a speed visible to the naked eye. How do I operate this thing? Han Fei wondered, scratching his head as he stood at the control panel of the now repaired war machine. This device from outer space was still beyond his full understanding, and he had to figure it out on his own. The machine had some inscriptions which Han Fei couldn't fully understand, but he felt it was worth a try. After some tinkering, Han Fei spotted a green button and decided to press it. Buzz! A light flashed in front of him and a screen appeared with an image of an alien-like intelligent being. Hello Master, welcome to piloting the U-408 war machine. How may I assist you? The mechanical voice asked. I want to start the U-408, Han Fei inquired tentatively. Acknowledged, the intelligent being responded. Then Han Fei felt the war machine start up, shaking and vibrating intensely. He could feel the war machine rising, breaking through the ground. As the war machine burst out from underground and hovered in midair, Han Fei was thrilled. With this war machine, he could easily travel anywhere, which was also beneficial for escaping. The intelligent being spoke. Energy crystals detected underground. Shall we excavate? Han Fei, puzzled, asked. Energy crystals? What are those? The intelligent being explained. Energy crystals produce strong vital energy. They are crystals formed by the condensation of the essence of heaven and earth, and can be used as fuel for the U-408 or for cultivation. Realizing its importance, Han Fei immediately responded, start mining. The intelligent being spoke again, warning. Strong unidentified creatures detected in the energy crystal mine. Danger, danger. The screen in front of Han Fei started flashing red and the intelligent being turned red as well. Shocked, Han Fei sensed imminent danger. Just as he was astonished, a huge tentacle burst from the ground and slammed violently towards the war machine. Boom! The war machine shook violently. The intelligent being announced U-408 hull damaged, U-408 hull damaged, please evacuate immediately. Han Fei was shocked and quickly commanded leave. The AI responded received. The fighter jet immediately soared into the sky, and from within Han Fei could see what was happening on the ground. There was a massive red tentacle resembling that of an octopus, but there was only one. It was this tentacle that had just damaged the outer shell of U-408, and one could only imagine how terrifying the strike was. Could it be that U-408 appeared here because it detected energy crystals, and had the entire fighter been damaged, killing the aliens inside, all because of that tentacle? Han Fei felt a chill. What on earth was this tentacle creature, and how powerful was it? At that moment Han Fei understood why other beasts dared not come close. It was out of fear of this tentacle creature. How severe is the damage to the outer shell? Han Fei asked. The AI answered 1% damage. Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief, thankful it was only 1%. That shouldn't affect anything, right? The AI responded, no impact. To ensure the integrity of U-408, it is recommended to repair it as soon as possible. Han Fei smirked, no need, as long as it can get me out of here. Then he asked, what other functions does U-408 have? What about its defense capabilities, its speed? Does it have any offensive features? The AI replied, U-408 can withstand attacks of up to 3 million Gene in force, has a speed of 500 meters per second, and is equipped with an energy cannon capable of killing Grandmaster-level warriors. Hearing this, Han Fei's eyes widened. It can withstand 3 million Gene of force, then the tentacle strike that damaged the shell must have exceeded 3 million Gene. That's terrifying, Han Fei gasped. He knew that even the strength of a 12th tier warrior was only around 400,000 Gene. This meant that the tentacle creature was at least of the true martial level. What shocked Han Fei even more was that the energy cannon could kill Grandmaster level fighters, which completely astounded him. Can the energy cannon be used now? Han Fei asked. The AI answered, the energy cannon requires energy crystals to operate, and 10 crystals can activate it once. Upon hearing this, Han Fei felt deflated. Do we still have any energy crystals left? The AI replied, there are 10 energy crystals left, only sufficient for 1 hour of flight. Realizing the urgency, Han Fei quickly commanded land 1 kilometer away and then shut down. With only an hour of operation time left, every second was precious. In the blink of an eye, U-408 reached 1 kilometer away and then powered down to land on the ground. Han Fei emerged from U-408, still thrilled by the sight of the massive fighter jet. Then, with a wave of his hand, he stored the jet in his storage slot. Now, whenever danger arose, he could always use U-408 to escape, even from true martial level threats. Han Fei was quite pleased, as this was a real life-saving tool. He thought to himself, I need to find a way to get more crystals and get this energy cannon working. It can kill Grandmasters with one shot, haha. Han Fei immediately asked Xiaoyi, can the energy crystals be fished for? Xiaoyi said, of course, I've told you my chaos pond of the heavens can fish up anything, but well, I understand it costs money to increase the chance. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Xiaoyi continued, this one's a bit pricey, 2,000 points per attempt and 200 for the bait. Han Fei stared wide-eyed, I'm finding you're getting greedier by the day. Xiaoyi explained, the points vary depending on the value of the item. Of course, you can also choose not to use it, but then there's only a 1 in 10 million chance you'll fish up an energy crystal. Han Fei took a deep breath, knowing he still needed to make money. The more energy crystals, the better. Looking into the distance, his eyes gleamed. Those exotic beasts were now money in his eyes. Han Fei swallowed a 3rd-grade strength pill, boosting his strength by 1,800, bringing his total to 84,200. Below the 7th tier, he was invincible. Within the 7th tier, relying on various methods, he could also be unbeatable. Han Fei charged forward, starting his hunt for exotic beasts. With his current skills, even if he encountered a 12th tier exotic beast, he could easily escape with the help of U-408, so he really wasn't worried about anything. Han Fei fought his way through until he reached the area where the golden armored dragon was located. As he slew other beasts, he searched for the dragon. His psychic powers sensed the surroundings, following slight clues until he finally found the trace of the golden armored dragon. The dragon was near the building where Han Fei had slain another golden armored dragon, surrounded by 6th tier exotic beasts. Han Fei stood on a nearby building, a smirk forming on his lips. The hunt was about to begin. He leaped down and charged at the 6th tier beasts. With swings of his thunder blade, flashes of silver light sparked, splattering blood everywhere as the beasts screamed in agony, their massive bodies falling one after another, collected by Han Fei. Roar! The golden-armored dragon, sensing the disturbance, roared and charged out. On seeing Han Fei, its blood-red eyes flickered with a wild rage and it bellowed, charging at Han Fei. Facing the dragon, Han Fei unleashed all his power, his strength instantly soaring to 135,000. Holding his blade, his body surged with thunder, and then he exploded off the ground, rushing towards the dragon at 45 meters per second. The dragon's speed didn't match 45 meters per second, making Han Fei's approach even more terrifying. Han Fei raised his blade and struck, thunder roaring as he yelled, "Yin 5 Thunder, Bone Erosion." The greatest destructive power of the Yin 5 Thunder was its corrosive effect. Black energy surged like water, flowing over the ground and in the air, enveloping the golden-armored dragon. The Yin 5 Thunder wrapped around the dragon's feet, then like maggots and bone, it crept up the dragon's legs, intending to completely envelop it. This power of the Yin 5 Thunder would penetrate the flesh and eventually reach the marrow, utterly destroying the bones from within. The golden-armored dragon, feeling the power of the Yin 5 Thunder, exploded with all its vital energy, its scales flashing as it tried to fend off the attack. But it was to no avail, as the power still penetrated its body. The golden-armored dragon roared fiercely, ignoring the pain as it charged at Han Fei. With another swing of his blade, Han Fei slashed down, releasing a violent burst of silver lightning that headed straight for the dragon's head. The golden-armored dragon roared and released a beam of vital energy from its mouth. When the vital energy collided with Han Fei's lightning, it exploded instantly. However, the power of the lightning was more terrifying, and after shattering the vital energy, it struck the dragon's head with a fierce blow. With a loud thud, the tyrannical lightning pierced through the dragon's scales, causing blood to flow freely from its head. The beast roared in agony. Han Fei quickly withdrew the power of his Yin 5 Thunder technique. After all, the golden-armored dragon could still fetch a high price. If it were completely ruined by the Yin 5 Thunder, it would be a significant loss. Thus, with its head wounded and its legs somewhat eroded by the thunder, the dragon's combat effectiveness was greatly reduced, and Han Fei decided to finish it off. The dragon tried to move, but it found itself unable to lift its legs, and its body suddenly collapsed, unable to stand again. Not wanting to waste more time, Han Fei rushed forward and swung his blade down, severing the dragon's head with a massive strike of lightning energy. He sighed in relief. It was still quite easy. Han Fei collected the dragon's body and continued his search for exotic beasts. 3 days later, Han Fei found himself outside the city of Hai. How should I sell these items to the Warrior Association of Hai City without revealing my true strength? Wondered Han Fei as he stroked his chin. Then he entered into the system and asked Xiaoyi, "Do you accept the bodies of exotic beasts?" Xiaoyi replied, "Yes, they can be directly processed internally and exchanged for points." Han Fei, who had only been testing the waters, was surprised by the affirmative response. Rolling his eyes, he couldn't help but retort, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "You never asked," Xiaoyi responded. Han Fei was speechless. That was indeed his fault. Of course, Xiaoyi added. "How many points can these exotic beasts be exchanged for?" Han Fei asked. With a wave of Xiaoyi's hand, all the exotic beasts in the storage bar disappeared, and in less than half a minute, Han Fei's points changed dramatically. He now had an additional 365,000 points, with a previous balance of 770, totaling 365,770 points. "All these exotic beasts, and you're giving me only 365,000 points." Han Fei was dissatisfied. "That's the internal exchange rate. You don't have to proceed if you don't want it," Xiaoyi explained. Frustrated beyond words, Han Fei realized he had no other choice at this point. With over 365,000 points, which could be used to attempt energy crystal fishing 166 times with a 30% success rate, he could likely obtain about 50 energy crystals. Considering his previous earnings of several tens of millions, he decided to first try using these points. After giving it some thought, Han Fei entered Hai City. He returned home and rested for a day. This expedition had been immensely fruitful, the greatest gain being U408. A day later, Han Fei visited the Warrior Association and went straight to Tang Jinlong's office. Tang Jinlong greeted with a smile. "Ah, Han Fei, what brings you here today?" Han Fei returned the smile. "I wanted to test my psychic powers." Tang Jinlong chuckled. "You don't need to come all the way to me for such a trivial matter. You could just head to the psychic power testing area." Nodding, Han Fei replied, "All right, then I won't disturb you further." Something seemed to occur to Tang Jinlong as he added, "Han Fei, there was an incident in Yun City recently. An 8th-tier fire spirit python appeared and was slain by a martial emperor wearing armor similar to yours. The leader of the martial group almost mistook that person for you." Han Fei showed a hint of surprise. "How could it be me?" I'm not strong enough yet. Tang Jinlong laughed. Indeed, go on then. After leaving the office, Han Fei pondered, so the leader of the martial group was also in Yun City. It's good he didn't recognize me, that would have been troublesome. Arriving at the testing center for psychic powers, the staff member greeted him warmly. Han Fei, here to test your psychic powers again? Han Fei smiled. Yes, just to see if there's any progress. The staff member laughed. You're quite the anomaly, so young yet your psychic powers have reached the second tier. It hasn't been long and you're testing again. From my experience, it takes a long time for mentalists to improve. Han Fei simply smiled. Let's just test it. Nodding, the staff member agreed. Alright then. Han Fei began his test, having experience from before he donned the headgear and released his psychic powers. To the staff member's astonishment, a water cup nearby began to move under Han Fei's influence. The staff member almost cried out in surprise but quickly covered his mouth, not wanting to disturb Han Fei's concentration. Last time he couldn't even manipulate objects, and now he can move a water cup so effortlessly. He's truly a full-fledged mentalist now, the staff member thought, unable to calm his excitement. This is monstrous, his growth rate is too fast. Then, looking at the data on the monitoring device, the staff member was almost shocked, speechless. Fourth tier, he muttered in disbelief. Han Fei stopped and removed his headgear. How did it go? The staff member looked at him as if seeing a monster. Fourth tier. Han Fei glanced at the measuring device and wasn't too surprised. After all, with his long training and the aid of the soul spirit pill, reaching the fourth psychic tier was expected. Han Fei thanked him and left. After Han Fei had left, the staff member still hadn't recovered from his shock. It was simply too incredible to think that in less than a month he had elevated his psychic power from the second to the fourth tier. If any psychic mentor heard of this, they would probably go mad. The news of Han Fei reaching the fourth psychic tier quickly reached Tang Jinlong, who was so startled he nearly fell off his chair. Say that again, fourth tier, are you sure? Tang Jinlong stared at the staff member, unable to believe it was true. The staff member assured him very seriously, I guarantee it, he's definitely at the fourth tier and he can now manipulate objects. I believe he's fully capable of using his psychic powers in combat now. Tang Jinlong was visibly unsettled as he muttered to himself, impressive, this young man's mental strength is increasing faster than that of a martial artist. Is he aiming to become a psychic master? Do not tell anyone about this, understood? He issued this command with utmost seriousness. Seeing Tang Jinlong's grave expression, the staff member nodded solemnly, understanding the importance he placed on this matter. After leaving the Martial Artists Association, Han Fei headed straight to the Heavenly Path Martial Arts Gym. He planned to spend some time refining the techniques he had acquired, knowing they would prove beneficial in actual combat. With his current strength, there was no longer any point in boxing at the gym, thus he shifted his focus entirely to cultivation. Upon arriving at the Heavenly Path Martial Arts Gym, Han Fei encountered Li Haionia as she was exiting the training room. Li Haionia, seeing Han Fei, quickly jogged over, smiling. I haven't seen you since the last Beast Siege. Where have you been? Han Fei replied indifferently, I had to take care of some matters in Yun City. Li Haionia chuckled and said, is that so? I'm about to break through to the first tier of martial artists. Do you have time to give me some pointers? Han Fei laughed. How could I possibly advise? Isn't Director Li a 6th tier martial artist, better suited to guide you? Li Haionia rolled her eyes. That's just it. Because my dad is a 6th tier martial artist, his guidance is too advanced for me to grasp. Alright, I'll give you a few tips then, Han Fei conceded. Li Haionia, delighted, naturally hooked her arm through Han Fei's and said, let's go to the training room. Han Fei glanced at Li Haionia, who, feeling a bit embarrassed, loosened her grip on his arm and then headed towards the training room. Once there, Han Fei asked, which aspect would you like guidance on? Li Haionia pondered for a moment and then asked, I heard you absorbed qi very quickly. Can you teach me how to improve my qi absorption rate? Han Fei scratched his head. That might be difficult. Different breathing techniques mean different absorption rates. How about I teach you a set of boxing techniques? Practicing it daily will not only enhance your strength but also your combat skills. That sounds great, Li Haionia beamed. Then Han Fei taught her the splitting fist from Xingyi Quan, demonstrating it in front of her. Astonished, Li Haionia exclaimed, what kind of fist is this? It looks incredibly powerful. Han Fei explained, this is the splitting fist from Xingyi Quan. You can integrate it with a weapon, like applying it to a war blade. The principle of force is the same, so the power is enhanced as well. Li Haionia nodded. That's amazing, I'll practice it diligently. Han Fei then said, I'll leave you to it. After leaving the training room, Li Haionya watched Han Fei's departing figure and pouted. He has no sense of romance, just a cultivation maniac. Han Fei entered another third-grade training room and began practicing the Heavenly Thunder Blade technique. Although he had already achieved a certain proficiency with the technique, he was still a bit away from being able to use it freely and seamlessly integrated. Han Fei practiced diligently at the Tiandao martial arts gym every day, staying until it closed. Over the following half-month he was the first to arrive when the gym opened and the last to leave. During this time he had mastered both the Thunder Slash and the Nine-Wave Slash. These techniques, including the Thunder Blade technique, were considered elementary. He had yet to practice the intermediate technique, Breaking Clouds, which he planned to master before the start of school, hoping to use the remaining time for fishing to possibly gather more energy crystals. Intermediate techniques were more challenging than the elementary ones. While Han Fei could handle an elementary technique in about a week, Breaking Clouds had taken him half a month to just get a grip on. Further progress would require more practice, perhaps through combat. During this period, both Yun City and Hai City remained relatively calm. With 1 week left until school started, Han Fei joined Li Tao, Zhang Quan and Nangong Jing for a meal before they all prepared to head to their respective schools. Han Fei planned to pack and head to Tianhai Martial Arts Academy, located in Tianhai City on the eastern coast. The city used to be one of the top-ranking cities in the region with a once safe sea. However, the seas now brimmed with danger, inhabited by sea beasts no less numerous than those on land and even more ancient. These sea creatures, referred to as the Sea Clan by humans, marked a drastic change from the world's past, a time without beasts or warriors. Historical investigations attribute the emergence of these creatures to a country that had discharged a powerful radioactive substance into the ocean for its benefit, which first led to the appearance of these beasts in the seas. The effects soon spread to land, and that country was among the first to fall to these beasts, leading to a catastrophic extinction event that drastically altered the world. Many species died, and those that survived had to evolve and adapt to the new environmental conditions over hundreds of years. As Han Fei packed, he realized he didn't have much to pack, just a few clothes and daily necessities, all of which he placed in his system's storage compartment. At that moment his communicator rang. Opening it, he saw the figure of Li Xuanyue, who smiled and asked Han Fei, "When are you heading to Tianhai Martial Arts Academy?" Han Fei replied with a smile, "I'm packing right now and planning to leave today." "Really? That's a coincidence, I'm also leaving today. How about we go together? My father arranged a fighter jet to escort us," said Li Xuanyue. Surprised, Han Fei responded, "A fighter jet escort? You really are Li Zhendao's daughter. The treatment is indeed different." Without declining the offer, Han Fei agreed to meet Li Xuanyue at the Martial Artists Association, and they would travel together by fighter jet to Tianhai Martial Arts Academy. Han Fei had just arrived at the Martial Artists Association when Zhang Hua called him on the communicator. "Han Fei's school is starting soon, when are you coming over?" Zhang Hua said with a smile. Han Fei replied with a laugh, "I was planning to head over today." "Really? I'll send a fighter jet to pick you up right away," Zhang Hua responded. Han Fei said, "No need, the Martial Artists Association of Hai City is sending a fighter jet to take us there." Zhang Hua nodded. "All right, then I'll wait for you at Tianhai Martial Arts Academy." Han Fei turned off the communicator and boarded the fighter jet with Li Xinya. Li Xinya was extremely excited, saying, "I've never ridden in a fighter jet before, and it's also my first time leaving Hai City." Han Fei smiled faintly, not saying a word. As the jet took off, the pilot announced, "We are taking off." The fighter jet swiftly ascended and then zoomed away. Han Fei closed his eyes. Even at the speed of a fighter jet, it would take about 2 hours to travel from Hai City to Tianhai City. About half an hour into the flight, the pilot suddenly exclaimed, "There are 3 flying beasts ahead, and they seem to be preparing to attack us. Brace yourselves." Han Fei furrowed his brows, and Li Xinya immediately tensed up. Han Fei asked, "Can we shake them off?" The pilot shook his head. "I can only try my best to see if we can make it to the nearest city for refuge." Looking outside, Han Fei saw 3 gigantic hawks approaching. Covering his body with his battle armor, Han Fei threw the visors saw that all 3 hawks were of the 4th tier. These 4th tier hawks were formidable, and the pilot only at the 3rd tier found it challenging to handle them. Although the fighter jet was equipped with cannons capable of inflicting damage on these strange beasts, hitting hawks with such high speed and agility was difficult. The 3 hawks swooped in, charging directly at the fighter jet. Boom! Something seemed to have struck the jet harshly, causing it to plummet sharply, and Li Xinya screamed, "These 3 hawks are too cunning, they're not within my line of fire." The pilot frowned. Han Fei said, "Open the hatch." you slow down the jet and I'll go up and take care of these hawks. The pilot immediately objected. No way, these 3 hawks are at least 4th tier and you're only 2nd tier. Going out there is suicidal and I can't take that responsibility. Han Fei reassured, don't worry, I don't even consider these 3 hawks a threat. Open the hatch, otherwise not only will the fighter jet be damaged, but if we fall it will be disastrous. Seeing Han Fei's confidence, the pilot hesitated, then opened the hatch. Li Xianye grabbed Han Fei. Han Fei, are you really sure? Han Fei replied, it's just 3 hawks. Han Fei stepped out of the hatch and quickly climbed atop the fighter jet. The pilot slowed the jet to almost a hovering state. Watching the 3 hawks circling in the sky, Han Fei's swordfish sword appeared, and with a swoosh he charged at one of the hawks. Puff! The hawk tried to dodge, but it couldn't escape the lightning-fast swordfish sword. The body of the hawk was pierced and fell straight down. The other 2 hawks let out angry screeches and charged at Han Fei. Han Fei hummed lightly and the swordfish sword traced through the air, heading towards another hawk. Puff! Another falcon was pierced through the head, its massive body falling from the sky. The last falcon felt terror and turned to flee, but Han Fei didn't give it a chance. His goldfish sword transformed into a streak of golden light, striking down the falcon. 3 falcons handled with ease. Both the pilot and Li Xianye watched in astonishment as all 3 falcons fell within a minute, utterly shocked. Could Han Fei have reached the 4th tier? The pilot was incredibly shocked. Li Xianye's cheeks flushed with a hint of red. Was he really that powerful? Han Fei returned to the fighter jet, closed the hatch, and they continued on their journey. The pilot snapped back to reality, closed the hatch, and then accelerated forward. Li Xianye looked at Han Fei, her eyes brimming with admiration growing ever deeper. Han Fei, what level are you at now? You killed those falcons so easily. Han Fei smiled and said, I'm still at the 2nd tier, but my mental strength has reached the 4th tier. I killed the falcons with my mental power. Mental strength at the 4th tier? Isn't that a 4th tier mentalist? That's even more terrifying than a martial artist. Li Xianye exclaimed in surprise. The pilot laughed and said, what? A monster so young and already a 4th tier mentalist? If this gets out it will certainly shock countless people again. Han Fei chuckled, you'll have to keep this a secret for me, I don't want too much trouble. The pilot laughed, you're too modest. If it were me, I'd want everyone to know how awesome I am. Since you say so, I definitely won't speak of it. I won't speak of it either, Li Xianye said with a compliant smile. On the rest of the journey, there were no surprises, and they arrived smoothly at Tianhai City. After arriving, Han Fei and Li Xianye went to report at the Tianhai Martial Arts Academy. Just as Han Fei and Li Xianye arrived at the entrance of the academy, Principal Zheng Hua was already waiting there. Principal Zheng. Han Fei was somewhat surprised. Li Xianye smiled, you're quite influential. Principal Zhang is personally waiting for you at the entrance. Zheng Hua smiled, I calculated the time and didn't wait long. I've already arranged your accommodation, come with me, Han Fei asked. Principal Zhang, is there something special about my accommodation? Zheng Hua smiled, of course it's different. For a student like you, the academy provides special treatment. Don't forget, once you're at Tianhai Martial Arts Academy, all resources are at your disposal. Li Xianye joked, doesn't that mean he can do whatever he wants? Zheng Hua seriously said, in theory, yes. Han Fei calmly said, I indeed need a separate dormitory, but apart from that, no special treatments, and let's keep my identity confidential for now, I don't want too much attention. Zheng Hua smiled appreciatively, steady and not arrogant. Good. Come with me, Li Xianye asked. What about me, Principal Zheng? Zheng Hua glanced at Li Xianye and said, you go and register yourself, someone will arrange a dormitory for you. Li Xianye pouted, watching as Zheng Hua and Han Fei walked away, huffed and then muttered, the difference in treatment isn't just a little. Li Xianye then headed towards the inside of the school. At that moment, a flying car descended at the entrance of Tianhai Martial Arts Academy. Sita Shue with her usual grace alighted from the vehicle, followed by Jiang Tao and Tang Hai. Jiang Tao, looking at the grand entrance of the academy, lamented, Miss, you refused the offer from the Imperial Martial Arts Academy for Han Fei and chose to come here instead. Is it really worth it? Tang Hai added, Miss, although I agree that Han Fei is exceptionally talented and will achieve great things, you are the heiress of the Situ family. How can you possibly pursue him in this manner? Sita Shue appeared unconcerned and replied with a smile, you've seen for yourself what Han Fei's background is like, ordinary to the point of banality, yet he possesses strength that rivals, if not exceeds, those pampered scions of wealthy families. Just for that alone he is worth my efforts. Jiang Tao pondered, saying, but the Situ family might not agree. Sita Shue scoffed, once Han Fei rises, they won't have a choice. Tang Hai cautioned, Miss, Remember, if those young masters learn that you are pursuing Han Fei, it could complicate his situation. Sitamushue's lips curled into a smirk. The man I choose is surely not inferior to those wastrels. Those so-called geniuses are nothing but trash compared to Han Fei. If not for their families, what are they really worth? After speaking her mind, Sitamushue walked towards the academy. Jiang Tao and Tang Hai exchanged glances, although what Sitamushue said was undeniable family background. Indeed represented a formidable strength. Meanwhile, Han Fei followed Zhang Hua to a quiet, secluded small building within the academy. Han Fei surveyed his surroundings and thought it a fitting place, quiet and secluded, ideal for his cultivation. Zhang Hua explained, "This is where you'll stay. It's not very large, but it comes equipped with a cultivation room for your practice." Han Fei nodded, "I like it." Zhang Hua grinned, "The key point is, it's only 500 meters away from the residence of Huang, a level 8 martial emperor and a psychic mentor. He's out for a couple of days, but once he returns he will come to meet you." Han Fei's eyes lit up. "Really?" Zhang Hua nodded, "I arranged it specifically. Huang will be a great guide for your psychic cultivation." Just then Zhang Hua glanced at his communicator, which displayed a message that seemed to alter his expression. "I have another matter to attend to. Familiarize yourself with the academy for now," he said, then handed over a card. "This is your student ID, specially made. You can use it to access anywhere in the academy for free." After handing over the card, Zhang Hua quickly departed. Han Fei entered the room, a comfortable setup of 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen and a bathroom, perfect for one person. After spending some time in the room, Han Fei stepped out to explore and familiarize himself with the academy. His choice to join the martial arts academy was also driven by the opportunity to access valuable information. Moreover, it would be a waste not to utilize the resources available at the martial arts academy. The resources provided by the system aren't free, so one must take advantage of the free ones. Additionally, the instructors at the academy are quite skilled, offering significant help in various techniques and combat experience. Tianhai Martial Arts Academy, being the second largest in the eastern region, indeed boasts extensive facilities including a library, cafeteria and training rooms. Inside Zhang Hua's office, Sitamushue, Jiang Tao and Tang Hai were already waiting. When Zhang Hua entered, he smiled and said, "Miss Situ, I apologize for the wait." Sitamushue replied with a smile, "Principal Zhang, has Han Fei arrived?" Zhang Hua paused, looking puzzled at Sitamushue. "Which Han Fei are you referring to?" Who is Sitamushue responded, "Han Fei from Haishur." Zhang Hua, even more surprised, asked, "Miss Situ, you know Han Fei?" "I came here specifically for him," Sitamushue admitted openly. Zhang Hua, somewhat confused, said, "Miss Situ, you came to Tianhai Martial Arts Academy for Han Fei? Why else would I give up on the Imperial Martial Arts Academy?" Sitamushue said with a smile. Zhang Hua gave an awkward smile and said, "Han Fei just arrived today, and I've just settled him in. I didn't realize you knew him." Sitamushue smiled. "Could you please arrange for me to be near Han Fei?" Zhang Hua looked troubled. "Well, there aren't any spare rooms next to Han Fei," Sitamushue calmly said. "I think it should be possible to build another one. It shouldn't take too long." "Build another one?" Zhang Hua was somewhat speechless, but he couldn't really afford to offend Sitamushue. "All right, I'll arrange it immediately." Sitamushue smiled. "Thank you, Principal Zhang. Also, please keep my identity a secret." Zhang Hua nodded, "I understand." Sitamushue smiled and left the office. Zhang Hua sighed and said with a wry smile, "This is like dealing with a formidable ancestor, but it's good. Both Han Fei and Sitamushue are top-tier talents. With them, our Tianhai Martial Arts Academy is sure to win this year's Eastern Region Martial Arts Tournament." After touring the academy, Han Fei gained a general understanding of the entire place. Since the school term was still a few days away, there weren't many students around, just a few who had arrived early. Returning to his residence, Han Fei muttered to himself, "For the next few days, I'll just go fishing and see if I'm lucky enough to get more energy crystals." Han Fei went to the training room and then entered the system space. "Shaoyi, I want to fish for energy crystals. Give me 10 tries." "Shaoyi, deducting 22,000, you have 343,770 points left." Han Fei began fishing, spending 2,200 points per attempt, so he had to be persistent. 10 minutes later, as the float suddenly dipped, Han Fei lifted the rod with excitement. "This must be a stable catch, right?" Han Fei steadied himself, carefully playing the fish. After more than 10 minutes, a fish weighing over 50 pounds was hauled up, and with a flash of light it transformed into a coconut-sized white crystal. "Is this the energy crystal?" Han Fei held the white crystal in his hand, and information instantly flooded into his brain. Energy crystals. white crystal and energy form condensed from vital essence is the lowest grade among energy crystals. Han Fei frowned, interpreting this to mean that although he had fished up an energy crystal, it was graded, and the one he had was of the lowest level. Han Fei took out U408, entered the cabin, and activated the intelligent AI. Intelligent AI. Master, Han Fei asked, what are the different grades of energy crystals? Intelligent AI. Energy crystals are categorized into 5 types: white crystal, yellow crystal, blue crystal, red crystal, and purple crystal. Han Fei continued, what grade of energy crystal is needed to operate this U408? Intelligent AI. White crystal is sufficient. Each white crystal can only maintain power for 3 minutes, yellow crystal for 10 minutes, blue crystal for 20 minutes, red crystal for 30 minutes, and purple crystal for 40 minutes. Han Fei was speechless. Just 3 minutes with a white crystal? What if it were used as cannon fire? Intelligent AI. White crystal can be used as cannon fire, but its power is relatively weak, capable only of killing enemies up to the 12th rank. Han Fei finally received some good news. Afterwards, Han Fei exited U408 and continued fishing. In the next 9 fishing attempts, he caught 4 fish, all yielding white crystals with a 50% success rate. All points will be used to purchase white crystal fishing opportunities, Han Fei declared. Xiaoyi, 343. 2000 points deducted, 156 fishing opportunities obtained, 570 points remaining. Although Han Fei felt the pinch, considering the utility of the energy crystals, he quickly felt better. During the 156 fishing sessions, Han Fei managed to fish up 80 white crystals, including the previous 5-inch that made a total of 85, which was quite satisfactory. Why are they all white crystals? Han Fei muttered in frustration. Xiaoyi, if you were fishing for yellow crystals, each attempt would cost 3,300 points. Han Fei rolled his eyes, annoyed. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Xiaoyi, you didn't ask. Han Fei, how was I supposed to know there was a difference? I thought it was just bad luck. Xiaoyi, you thought too much. Han Fei, gritting his teeth, said, I want to exchange points. Xiaoyi, how much? After a moment, Han Fei replied, I still have 56 million. Exchange 30 million. Xiaoyi successfully deducted 30 million dragon coins, 300,000 points obtained, leaving a balance of 300,570 points. Han Fei declared, I want to fish for yellow crystals. Exchange all of them. Xiaoyi, 91 attempts, exchanged 270 points remaining. Han Fei's heart was bleeding from the expense. He took a deep breath and then began fishing. With good luck, he hoped to get at least 40 pieces. 5 minutes later, a fish bit, and Han Fei, pulling up the rod, was lucky. The fish was large and it yielded a yellow crystal. A good start bolstered his confidence. In the subsequent attempts, Han Fei managed to fish up 41 yellow crystals as expected. With these energy crystals at hand, his confidence was fully restored. Han Fei smiled. For the time being, he didn't leave his home but stayed in the training room, practicing his intermediate technique, Break Cloud, which he had yet to master completely. Thus, he spent the next few days immersed in training. That day, Han Fei's communicator rang. It was Li Hyuna calling. When Han Fei answered, Li Hyuna's figure appeared and she said, Han Fei, today is the opening ceremony. Aren't you coming? Han Fei replied, I had actually forgotten. I'll be right there. As he left the training room and stepped outside, he was completely stunned. Next to his house, an identical building had been constructed. Han Fei frowned slightly, wondering how did a new building appear after just a few days? Just then, Sita Mushiue emerged from the building. Seeing Han Fei, she first looked surprised, then her eyes narrowed into a smile. Is it you? Han Fei was somewhat astonished. Sita Mushiue smiled and said, surprised, aren't you? Are you here to study at Tianhai Martial Arts Academy? Han Fei asked. Sita Mushiue replied indifferently, is there a problem? If a genius like you can be here, why can't I? I just didn't expect it, Han Fei admitted. Sita Mushiue said, well, we're neighbors now, please take good care of me. Han Fei gave a faint smile, please take good care of me too. Little did Han Fei know Sita Mushiue had come to Tianhai Martial Arts Academy because of him. Together, they headed to the opening ceremony. The opening ceremony was held for the new students, and the vast auditorium was already filled with thousands of freshmen. When Li Hyuna saw Han Fei arrive, she was about to greet him with joy, but her expression changed upon seeing Sita Mushiue by his side. Whether it was Sita Mushiue's temperament, appearance, or figure, she was always the most dazzling, although Li Hyuna was not far behind, however. In comparison, she seemed less radiant. Han Fei walked over to Li Hyuna, who looked at Sita Mushiue with evident hostility and asked, Han Fei, who is this? Sita Mushiue. Han Fei replied simply, Sito Mushue just smiled faintly and then sat down next to Li Hyuna, who was visibly displeased as that seat was originally intended for Han Fei. Han Fei sat on the other side of Sito Mushue and Li Hyuna, pouting, took her seat as well. The ceremony itself was uneventful, consisting mainly of speeches by various leaders and showcasing the new student enrollments and profiles. Several talented freshmen were named, including Li Hyuna, but Han Fei and Sito Mushue were not mentioned due to special reasons. Li Hyuna looked at Sito Mushue with pride, as if showing off her prowess. Sito Mushue just smiled sweetly. I didn't expect you to be so impressive. Li Hyuna snorted, of course, but I'm still far from Han Fei's level. Good that you know, Sito Mushue replied coolly. Li Hyuna's face changed. What do you mean by that? Sito Mushue smiled faintly. Just what I said. Li Hyuna was about to lose her temper when Han Fei, having no interest in listening to their argument, silently prepared to leave. Sito Mushue and Li Hyuna both turned to Han Fei and said in unison, "Stop." Han Fei stopped and turned back. What's the matter? Li Hyuna asked. What does she mean by just what I said? Sito Mushue replied, let's go have dinner together later. Han Fei glanced at the two women and said, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave you to your affairs. With that, Han Fei turned and left, thinking that getting involved in such matters would only hinder his cultivation. Watching Han Fei walk away, Sito Mushue smiled and remarked, he's so outstanding and yet so diligent. Truly worthy of being the man I admire. Li Xinya rolled her eyes and declared emphatically, Han Fei is mine. Sito Mushue just smiled faintly. Confidence is good, but you also need the strength to back it up. Li Xinya simply ignored Sito Mushue, who turned and walked away. After Sito Mushue left, Li Xinya sat down on a chair, gritting her teeth in frustration, muttering, this is infuriating. At that moment, a young man wearing glasses, looking very refined and handsome, approached her. He greeted with a smile, hello Li Xinya, I'm Lu Yu. Li Xinya looked up at Lu Yu, who was also a newcomer this year and stood out among his peers. It was said that Tianhai Martial Arts Academy had gone to great lengths to recruit him from Huadong Martial Arts Academy. Liu was close to reaching the first rank of martial artists, a level of strength that would have easily secured him a place at Huadong Martial Arts Academy as one of their top students. However, Liu chose Tianhai Martial Arts Academy because here he could be the best without contest. In the eyes of others, Liu was synonymous with excellence and the object of many girls' affection, but having seen the formidable Han Fei, Li Xinya found Liu quite ordinary by comparison. Hello, she responded coolly. Liu was surprised by her indifferent attitude, which was completely unexpected. With his current reputation, not just the new students but even girls from previous years would be enthusiastic. Who would refuse a man destined to become a powerful martial artist? Liu smiled slightly and said, I heard you're also about to enter the first rank of martial artists. We probably have some topics to discuss, so I was thinking of inviting you to dinner. Sorry, I'm not available, Li Xinya replied tersely, then stood up and left. Liu watched her leave, adjusting his glasses with a slightly hardened gaze. Liu, she doesn't seem to feel anything for you at all, remarked a young man who walked over, smirking. No one can escape my pursuit, Liu replied with a calm smile, confident as ever. The young man Su Ming chuckled, we'll see. She's not like those infatuated girls you're used to, you might not stand a chance. Shall we make a bet? Liu's lips curled up. What's the bet? Within a month, she'll willingly come to my bed, Liu grinned. Su Ming replied, fine, but no foul play allowed. I never use such methods, Liu scoffed. I prefer it when it's voluntary, that feels much better. Meanwhile, Han Fei returned to his residence from the auditorium. Just as he reached the door, he noticed an old man with white hair pacing in front of it. Han Fei asked curiously, hello, may I help you? The old man, studying Han Fei, responded, I'm looking for Han Fei. I am Han Fei declared. The elderly man with white hair brightened, and after scrutinizing Han Fei again, he said, you are the 18-year-old second-tier martial artist that Zhang Hua brought here. Han Fei nodded, yes, that's me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Huang Tai, a psychic mentor at Tianhai Martial Arts Academy. Everyone calls me Master Huang. The eccentric Huang Tai introduced himself. Han Fei expressed his astonishment. You are the 8th-tier martial emperor and psychic mentor, Huang Tai continued. I heard from Zhang Hua that you wish to cultivate your psychic power? Yes, Han Fei replied. Young man, cultivating psychic power is no simple matter. Your innate psychic strength must be powerful enough, otherwise you will achieve nothing. Here at Tianhai Martial Arts Academy, there are many students with decent psychic powers who, after several years, have only reached the first or second tier. Your martial arts skills are commendable, but psychic power is entirely different from martial arts. Do you understand? Huang Tai said seriously. Han Fei nodded. I understand, so I hope for your guidance, Master Huang. I am willing to assess your talent on account of Zhang Hua, Huang Tai said, but to become my student your innate psychic strength must meet my standards. No problem, Master Huang. What are your requirements? Han Fei asked. First, let's test your innate psychic power. If it's too low, I won't take you on, Huang Tai replied. Master Huang, would this be acceptable? Han Fei said, summoning his goldfish sword, which hovered in front of him. Huang Tai's pupils dilated as if he had seen a monster. Under Han Fei's control, the goldfish sword swiftly flew around, moving at will. Huang Tai watched, so astonished that he forgot to breathe. This is something I figured out through my own training. It might be a bit rough and I still need systematic guidance from you, Master Huang, Han Fei said with a smile. Huang Tai stared blankly at Han Fei for a long moment before bursting into laughter, overcome with excitement. Genius, this is true genius. All my previous students are nothing compared to this. To think you taught yourself to control objects. Tell me, how strong is your psychic power? Huang Tai, a martial emperor's psychic mentor himself, was desperate to encounter a real psychic prodigy, such a rare find. Han Fei smiled. I was tested not long ago, 4th tier. What? Oh, 4th tier? Huang Tai was completely flabbergasted. An 18-year-old 4th tier psychic mentor. This completely shattered Huang Tai's understanding. In his knowledge, those who could reach the 1st tier at 18 were rare, destined to become the most powerful and formidable beings in the world. And here was Huang Tai, who had only become a 1st tier psychic mentor at the age of 25. Such was the gap. Huang Tai burst into laughter, overwhelmed and even moved to tears. To meet such a brilliant talent in my lifetime, I never imagined Huang Tai would encounter such a prodigy. No, a monster. What fortune, he exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. Han Fei looked at Huang Tai with a slight smile. I'll be counting on Director Huang's guidance from now on. Huang Tai grasped Han Fei's hand and said, don't worry, I'll do my utmost to pass on all my knowledge to you. I'll take you to my teaching building right now and show those fools what a true genius looks like. Han Fei quickly intervened. Director Huang, let's keep a low profile. I don't like drawing too much attention. Realizing his enthusiasm, Huang Tai laughed and replied, all right, a low profile is good. I live just ahead. Feel free to contact me anytime if you have questions. Han Fei nodded. Okay. Huang Tai patted Han Fei's shoulder. Kid, under my guidance you're going to become an excellent mentalist. In a few years you'll surpass me, and that will be the most glorious moment of my life. Han Fei smiled. I'll work hard. Huang Tai laughed heartily and then left. Han Fei chuckled to himself. Director Huang is really something. Entering his residence, Han Fei proceeded to his cultivation room to begin his training. I need to find a way to make money, he thought. Considering the 20 million he had left, which seemed ample but was far from sufficient for buying energy crystals, after several hours of cultivation, Han Fei took a break and pondered his options. The only way to earn money now was to hunt exotic beasts, but since he was in school and couldn't disappear for days, he needed special privileges. Leaving his cultivation room, Han Fei went to President Zhang Hua's office. Knocking on the door, he called out, President Zhang. Zhang Hua, busy with paperwork, looked up and greeted him. Han Fei? What brings you here? I'm here to ask for a favor, President Zhang, Han Fei said seriously. I'm seeking a certain privilege. Due to personal reasons, there might be classes I can't attend, so I hope you can grant me the freedom to choose my classes. Zhang Hua pondered for a moment. Even though you're already a second-level martial artist, you shouldn't neglect your studies. Suddenly Han Fei released his energy, startling Zhang Hua. As a 9th-tier martial saint, Zhang Hua could clearly feel the strength of Han Fei's energy. You're not a 2nd tier. This energy, it's at least 6th tier, Zhang Hua said incredulously as Han Fei quickly retracted his energy, aware that releasing it like that could be felt by everyone in the building. Han Fei nodded. I have indeed reached the 6th tier. It's a secret and I hope you can keep it confidential. Zhang Hua stared at Han Fei as if seeing a monster, unable to comprehend. 2 months ago you were just a 2nd tier martial artist. How did you suddenly become a 6th tier? Han Fei replied, I can't go into details, but I hope you can understand. Gradually recovering from his shock, Zhang Hua burst into joy. With your current strength, you don't need to attend classes at all. Don't worry, I'll keep this a secret and grant your request. Han Fei said, thank you, Principal Zhang. Zhang Hua, visibly moved, responded, you've earned this with your own strength. There's no need to thank me. Given the pace at which you're improving, I guess you might surpass me within a year, right? Han Fei smiled slightly and asked, Principal Zhang, what's the situation with the exotic beasts near Tianhai City? Zhang Hua understood Han Fei's intention immediately. Han Fei was not planning to attend classes, he was definitely planning to hunt exotic beasts. Zhang Hua explained, Tianhai City is by the sea, so most of the exotic beasts are of the marine type. However, our abilities are significantly limited when facing these sea creatures in the water, so we try our best to avoid provoking them. Aside from the marine types, there are also powerful beasts to the west of Tianhai City. The strongest among them has reached the 10th rank. If it weren't for the 10th rank martial artist station in Tianhai City, that beast would have definitely attacked the city by now. If you're planning to hunt exotic beasts, the best place for you with your current abilities would be the old site near Linhai City. The strongest beasts there are around the 6th or 7th rank, but 7th rank beasts rarely appear. Plus, there are ancient ruins to explore there. Who knows, you might discover something if you're lucky. Han Fei nodded and said, "Thank you, Principal Zhang." Zhang Hua solemnly added, "Remember, your life is incredibly precious. You must not have any accidents during your growth period, so be very careful and never be complacent." Han Fei replied, "I understand." Zhang Hua continued, "Also, there are some tasks within the school that are meant to train students. Once you reach the level of a first-rank martial artist, you can form groups to take on these tasks. When the time comes, try to look out for the others." Han Fei understood what Zhang Hua meant. Raising these students wasn't easy, and losing even one was heartbreaking. However, as martial artists, they must face exotic beasts, otherwise the very purpose of their existence would be lost. "I understand," said Han Fei as he walked out of Zhang Hua's office. Zhang Hua took a deep breath. An 18-year-old 6th rank martial artist was truly an unprecedented and formidable figure. After returning to his residence, Han Fei continued his cultivation until early the next morning. His communicator rang, and upon answering, Li Hiana appeared, saying, "Han Fei, the first class is about to start, you should hurry over." Han Fei nodded. After hanging up, he left his residence. He still planned to attend the first class, if only to see who his classmates were. Just as Han Fei was leaving his residence, Sitomu Shue was already waiting at the door. Seeing him emerge, she said, "I thought you might not come." Han Fei replied, "You're in my class?" Sitomu Shue smiled sweetly. "Would you mind?" Han Fei replied indifferently, "No, let's go." Saying this, he walked ahead. Sitomu Shue's lips curved into a captivating smile. He really was as dense as a block of wood. The two arrived at the teaching building. The classrooms in this university were completely different from those in high school. They were much larger and had no desks, only cultivation platforms where each student sat. This setup was necessary because the instructors needed to teach about cultivation techniques such as breathing methods and other related knowledge. Han Fei and Sitomu Shue entered the classroom together, and upon seeing them, Li Hianai immediately frowned. Inside the classroom, Lu Yu was also present, seated near Li Xianya. His eyes lit up upon seeing Sitomu Shue. It wasn't just Lu Yu, all the male students in the class were stunned, as if they had never seen such a beautiful girl before. Lu Yu touched his chin, a smile curling up at the corners of his mouth, and said, "I didn't expect this class to have not just one but two top beauties. My luck isn't half bad." Not long after Han Fei and Sitomu Shue took their seats, a woman dressed in a tailored outfit that perfectly accentuated her figure walked in. She appeared to be under 30, with a statuesque physique, toned where it should be, curvaceous where it counts, a flat stomach and not an ounce of extra fat. On her exquisite face, she wore a pair of glasses that added to her serious and competent demeanor. This was Han Fei's homeroom teacher Morongyu, a martial artist of the 4th tier and not yet 30, and she was definitely a prodigy. Very few could reach the 4th tier before turning 30. As Morongyu entered, the male student's eyes gleamed with admiration. Liyu's eyes brightened, and he scanned her from top to bottom, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect even the teachers here to be first-rate." Coming to Tianhai Martial Arts Academy was indeed the right decision. Morongyu, expressionless, scanned the room. She was accustomed to such gazes and spoke emotionlessly, "Let me introduce myself. I am Morongyu, your homeroom teacher and also your breathing technique instructor. Today is your first day and I need to understand your capabilities, so we will conduct a comprehensive test next." Her tone was as calm as that of a robot. "Everyone follow me to the testing area." After saying this, she turned and left the classroom, with many of the male students hurriedly following her. "Wow, I didn't expect our homeroom teacher to be so young and beautiful. How will we ever concentrate in class?" whispered Su Ming, walking beside Lu Yu with a smirk. Lu Yu scoffed, "There's nothing I can't conquer. Not only are there two top beauties in this class, but also a homeroom teacher. I want them all." Han Fei, who had strong mental powers, overheard the conversation between Lu Yu and Su Ming and frowned slightly. The entire class, led by Morongyu, arrived at a vast testing area equipped with strength and speed testing machines. Holding a roster in her hand, Morongyu announced, "Next, when I call your name, you will test your strength and speed." Tang Yu, a male student, stepped forward and began his test. Morongyu announced strength 490 speed 9, Zhang Huan. Another male student came forward. Morongyu noted strength 500 speed 8 a bit slow. The assessments continued. Those who managed to get into Tianhai Martial Arts Academy were undoubtedly among the best from the East China region. Li Xianya. Li Xianya stepped forward, displaying a strength of 570 and a speed of 9, truly a prodigy who was praised at the freshman assembly. She was on the verge of becoming a first-tier martial artist, someone remarked. Li Xianya proudly looked at Sitomushua, seemingly showing off. Sitomushua merely smiled faintly, not taking it seriously. Not bad, keep up the effort and you might become a warrior within this semester. Morongyu slightly nodded, revealing a rare enchanting smile. Thank you teacher, said Li Xianya with a smile. Then Li Xianya approached Han Fei. At that moment Han Fei had Sitomushua on his left and Li Xianya on his right. Many people began to wonder when they saw Li Xianya standing next to Han Fei, who always had Sitomushua by his side. Liu frowned and said, "What's with that guy having two beauties standing by his side?" Su Ming shook his head, "Not sure, he's a nobody as far as I know." Liu coldly said, "Damn, am I Liu inferior to this guy? Both beauties are standing by his side." Morongyu called out, "Liu." Liu stepped forward confidently to take the test. His strength scored 596 and his speed was 9.5. Everyone gasped in astonishment and Liu was visibly proud. Morongyu nodded, "Keep training and aim to break through to a warrior in 2 months." Liu smiled, "Yes, I will work hard." After speaking, Liu walked towards Li Xianya and said, "We can train together in the future," spurring each other on. "In less than 3 months, we can both become first-level warriors." Li Xianya glanced at Liu. "Train with you? You're not up to par. With Han Fei's help, I will definitely become a warrior before you." Liu frowned, looking at Han Fei. "He helps you? Are you sure? Is there a problem?" asked Li Xianya. Liu smiled, looking at all the freshmen in Tianhai Martial Arts Academy. "Who can surpass me, Liu?" Su Ming also came over and said, "Liu is the top freshman in Tianhai Martial Arts Academy, much stronger than some people." Sitomushua clapped her hands and laughed, while the top freshman of Tianhai Martial Arts Academy, "That's impressive." Liu proudly said, "Beautiful lady, you can also train with me. I have many training insights to share with you." Sitomushua smiled faintly, "With Han Fei's help your insights are as good as garbage." Liu's face turned sour, his gaze shifting to Han Fei. "Han Fei, huh? I didn't realize you were so capable." Han Fei glanced at Liu, having no good feelings towards him, and said indifferently, "Because you're blind." Liu's face changed. "What did you say?" Han Fei, originally not wanting to bother with Liu, now seeing how displeased Liu was, said, "It seems you're not only blind but deaf too." Upon hearing this, Li Xianya and Sitomushua chuckled in rare agreement. Enraged, Liu's face turned pale and he clenched his fists, ready to strike. Su Ming pulled Liu back, reminding him. Gritting his teeth, Liu said, "If it weren't for being in class right now, I'd definitely teach you a lesson." Han Fei chuckled lightly, "Teach me a lesson? You should be thankful we're in class, otherwise you'd be looking for your teeth right now." Just as Liu was about to erupt, Morongyu's voice rang out, "Han Fei." Liu coldly said, "I want to see what results you can test out, daring to speak so boldly in front of me." Han Fei chuckled, "You'll see soon enough." He then walked towards the testing machine. Liu sneered, "I was the top new student, I don't believe you can surpass me." Sitomushua laughed, "Don't speak too soon." Liu scoffed, "Is that wrong?" Sitomushua replied meaningfully, "You'll soon understand what it means to be slapped in the face." Unconvinced, Liu coldly retorted, "Overestimating yourself." Standing in front of the testing machine, Han Fei casually threw a punch as if he was just playing around. Liu laughed derisively, "What is he doing? A casual punch? Has he given up? Wasn't he going to slap me in the face?" Just as Morongyu was about to reprimand him, he saw the number on the testing machine change to 599. His mouth, ready to speak, could only remain slightly agape. Everyone present saw the number and their eyes widened in disbelief. "What, 599, just 1 point shy of 600 to become a martial artist? Am I seeing things right? No mistake, the tester must be broken. Wasn't it said that Liu was the top of his grade? How could his strength be higher than Liu's? His overall score can't be better than Liu's, otherwise Liu wouldn't be the top of the grade. This guy's speed can't match Liu's." Regaining her composure, Morongyu's brow furrowed as she approached Han Fei. "Did you not use your full strength?" Han Fei replied indifferently, "Teacher, there was no need for that." Morongyu's expression changed. "What do you mean, no need? How could I plan your training if I don't know your limit?" Han Fei said, "Just take that as my limit." Morongyu sternly replied, "Every student must follow my instructions. I am responsible for you all. Don't think that just because you are talented you can be so arrogant and complacent." it will only cause you to fall behind later, eventually surpassed by others. Han Fei said nothing, but suddenly a powerful aura burst forth, pressing down on Moroniu, whose complexion changed drastically, feeling as if a boulder was pressing down on her. This force was only perceptible to Moroniu. Among those present aside from Sita Mushue, the others were not yet martial artists and could not feel it. Moroniu looked at Han Fei in astonishment. Han Fei spoke, "Teacher, let's leave it at that. Principal Zhang will explain this to you." Moroniu's pupils contracted, realizing something as Han Fei spoke. Han Fei was deliberately hiding his strength, and even Principal Zhang was aware of this. Moroniu thought to herself, he's only 18 and can suppress me with his aura, he must be at least tier 4 or even higher. How is that possible? Han Fei smiled faintly, whispering, "Teacher, you'll keep this a secret for me, right?" Moroniu, momentarily startled, muttered, "Yes." Han Fei's lips curled up. "Let's start the speed test then." Moroniu came back to her senses, coughed once and announced, "Proceed with the speed test." Just then Liu shouted, "Wait." Moroniu frowned. "What is it, Liu?" Liu replied, "Teacher, I suspect the testing machine is broken." "How could he possibly score 599? Moroniu expressed dissatisfaction. "What's the matter? Can't someone be better than you?" Liu's face slightly changed. At this moment Su Ming stepped forward and said, "Teacher, Liu didn't mean that. He was the top student in our grade when he was admitted, so naturally he is the strongest in our grade. Now that Han Fei has scored 599, Liu has the right to suspect there's something wrong with the testing machine." Moroniu sternly replied, "The college entrance exam was 2 months ago. Can't others improve?" Liu was at a loss for words, and Han Fei casually said, "Since you doubt it, why don't you test it yourself?" Liu scoffed, "I'll test it then. I absolutely refuse to believe I'm worse than you." Approaching the testing machine, Liu punched out and the display stopped at 596, exactly the same as his previous test. Liu's expression turned extremely ugly. He knew he was only humiliating himself. Still 596, this means there's nothing wrong with the machine, and Han Fei indeed has the strength of 599. How could such a casual punch be so powerful? It turns out Han Fei is really the top of our grade. In less than a month, Han Fei will become the first student in our grade to become a first-level martial artist. Hearing the discussions among the students, Liu's face became even uglier. He clenched his fists, and his aura instantly vanished without a trace. His so-called sense of superiority was also instantly gone. Moroniu asked, "Liu, do you still have doubts?" With a face ashen, Liu left. Sita Mushue teased, "How does it feel?" "Got slapped in the face, didn't you?" Liu clenched his teeth and retorted, "So what if he's a bit better? I will surpass him in the shortest time." "You will never have a chance in your lifetime." Sita Mushue scoffed with a laugh. "Surpass an 18-year-old second-level martial artist? Are you joking? You're underestimating me. I will definitely be the first new student to enter the first level." Liu clenched his fists. Moroniu glanced at Han Fei. "Test your speed." Han Fei casually ran and clocked a speed of 9 meters per second. Moroniu looked at Han Fei and asked, "What is your current level?" Han Fei smiled faintly, "Teacher, you'll find out later." Han Fei then returned to the group of students, and Moroniu occasionally glanced at him during the subsequent tests. Han Fei's expression remained unchanged, which made Moroniu even more curious about him. After the tests, Moroniu announced, "I understand your data now, and I will devise a systematic training plan for you. As long as you are not lazy, you will continue to progress and become powerful martial artists. It's only a matter of time. You're dismissed." After Moroniu finished speaking, all the students dispersed. Liu glared venomously at Han Fei before turning to leave. Han Fei also turned and left, planning to find time to go to Linhai City ruins to hunt exotic beasts. Watching Han Fei's departing figure, Moroniu's mouth curved up. "I refuse to believe. I can't find your information." Turning around, she then activated her communicator and dialed a number, and soon a woman with golden hair appeared. "My little darling, what's up?" The blonde woman laughed seductively. Moroniu said, "Stop disgusting me. Give me information about a person." "A man? Yes. Oh, my little darling is actually interested in a man. The sun must be rising from the west." "Stop yapping. This person is Han Fei, 18 years old," Moroniu replied irritably. The blonde woman smiled meaningfully and said, "I'll look him up right away. I want to see what's so special about this little lover of yours." "What little lover?" "He's my student," Moroniu snapped. The blonde woman chuckled and said, "You've never looked up your students before. This guy must be something else. Let me see." Suddenly, the blonde woman froze as if paused, prompting Moroniu's curiosity. "Did you find anything?" The blonde woman somewhat incredulously said, "I'm not sure if this Han Fei I found is the same one you're talking about. Tell me what's going on." The blonde woman said. According to the Martial Association, Han Fei is from Hai City, 18 years old, a second-tier martial artist. Moronu was completely dumbfounded by this result. An 18-year-old second-tier martial artist. He had heard of such individuals, but who were they? They were the treasured prodigies of major families and forces, nurtured through countless resources and wealth. How could such a person end up at Tianhai Martial Arts College, a regional institution ranked second? It was utterly unrealistic. If this Han Fei is your student, then he's really something. Maybe he's the scion of a major clan. Or power, if you could get him on your side, the blonde woman teased with a chuckle. Moronu replied irritably, can you be serious? I'm a teacher. So what? Teacher-student relationships aren't a big deal, they're quite normal. Alright, I'm hanging up. Moronu cut off the communicator, pondering to himself, no wonder he said Principal Zhang would explain it to me. His communicator rang again and the caller was indeed Zhang Hua. Moronu quickly answered, Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang smiled slightly and said, Moronu, there's something I need to tell you. You have a student named Han Fei, you don't need to restrict his class schedule. What do you mean by that? Moronu asked, puzzled. Principal Zhang explained, that means he can attend classes freely. If he doesn't show up, don't worry about it. Moronu frowned slightly. Principal Zhang, I know Han Fei is a second-tier martial artist, but if he's this lax, it will surely delay his training. Principal Zhang interrupted, just do as I said, don't worry about the rest. After hanging up Moronu, you still looked concerned. Although Han Fei was talented, such laxity could impede his training. Han Fei did not return to his residence but went to the school's public training room instead. His own home's training room lacked vital energy, but the school's public training room was rich with it. It was open to all students for free. This building, a towering structure of 9 stories, sits atop a gathering array that continuously condenses the essence of heaven and earth beneath it. Due to this, the first floor is rich with dense vital energy which gradually lessens with each ascending level. The first 3 floors, being the richest in energy, are reserved for senior students, most of whom are second-tier martial artists. Lower-grade students dare not compete for these resources, as it would be akin to seeking punishment. In the Tianhai Martial Arts Academy, students are encouraged to engage in martial contests to hone their skills, but they must never seriously injure or cripple their opponents. The consequences for such actions are severe. Han Fei arrived at the entrance of the cultivation building. For him, only the first floor was suitable. He searched for an available cultivation room on this level. Many were already occupied, but after some searching he found an empty one. This will do, he decided as he entered. Surprisingly, the room contained numerous personal items belonging to female students. How did a public cultivation room turn into a private space? Han Fei wondered, noticing the arrangement that made it look almost like a living room lacking only a bed. Disregarding this, Han Fei sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. The concentration of vital energy here was even denser than at the Tiandao Martial House, reaching levels above 25. He practiced the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, voraciously absorbing the vital energy. Unlike at the Tiandao Martial House, the energy here wouldn't be depleted as it was continuously replenished. Although fishing could also enhance his strength, it required a substantial amount of dragon coins, which he preferred to save for purchasing energy crystals. Moreover, practicing the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique transformed his body cells and steadily increased his strength. The enhancement he gained from channeling the vital energy was continually beneficial. Half an hour into his cultivation, a figure appeared outside the room. Someone, a woman in a pink long dress with a frown of anger. Lu Hanxue had pushed open the door forcefully. Han Fei, who was cultivating, opened his eyes. Seeing Han Fei, a face she did not recognize and clearly not a senior student, Lu Hanxue's expression turned cold. Get out, she demanded. This is a public cultivation room. Whoever enters first gets to use it. Why should I leave? Han Fei responded. Why? Lu Hanxue retorted coldly. Didn't you see all my personal items here? Everyone in Tianhai Martial Arts Academy knows this is my spot. Even those in my year don't dare to cultivate here. You must be a new student, unfamiliar with the rules. I'll let it go this time. I indeed am a new student, but this is a public cultivation room and I have the right to be here. Please leave, Han Fei replied with a calm indifference. Lu Hanxue's face darkened. Was I not clear enough in my words? I'll give you 3 seconds, or don't blame me for being rude, Han Fei said calmly. Please close the door on your way out, thank you. Lu Hanxue was furious. Schwer, what's wrong? Just as Lu Hanxue was about to explode, a young man appeared at the door, puzzled. Lu Hanxue snorted. A clueless freshman dares to take over my training room and has the audacity to challenge me. he really doesn't know his place. Bai Jingyu looked into the training room at Han Fei, his brows furrowed, and said, "Aren't you going to scram?" Han Fei looked at Bai Jingyu and replied, "It's a public training room, anyone can practice here. Aren't you being too overbearing?" Bai Jingyu snorted, "Overbearing? You're right, and we have the right to be. It's true the training room is public, but you need to understand the rules. Which of these first-floor training rooms isn't fixed? You, a freshman, dare to challenge the rules of us seniors? Rules of the seniors? Are they bigger than the school's rules?" Han Fei asked. Bai Jingyu laughed. "This is tacitly approved by the school and a reflection of our strength. Go ask those juniors and sophomores, do they dare to compete with us for the first floor, not to mention a freshman like you," Lu Hanxue shouted. "If you don't leave now, don't blame me for bullying the weak." Han Fei replied indifferently, "Try me." Bai Jingyu angrily said, "A freshman dares to challenge us. Since you don't understand the rules, I'll teach you how to follow them." Bai Jingyu charged into the training room, his energy bursting forth, and he threw a punch directly at Han Fei. In his view, Han Fei just a freshman and not even a martial artist. While he was a second-tier martial artist, a casual punch should be enough to teach Han Fei a lesson. Han Fei, looking at Bai Jingyu's tyrannical behavior, was extremely displeased. As Bai Jingyu's fist came at him, Han Fei did not even stand up. Sitting on the ground, he simply reached out and grabbed Bai Jingyu's fist. Bai Jingyu's expression changed instantly. His fist felt like it had completely lost its fire, unable to exert any power. Lu Hanxue also opened her mouth in surprise. He had actually caught Bai Jingyu's punch. Bai Jingyu exclaimed, "This is impossible." His energy burst forth again, and he threw another punch with all his might at Han Fei. Before Bai Jingyu's fist could reach him, Han Fei suddenly exerted force, and Bai Jingyu's body was thrown out by a powerful force, flying out of the training room and heavily smashing into the corridor wall. Lu Hanxue covered her mouth in shock, unable to believe what she was seeing. Bai Jingyu spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression one of pain. "How can you be so strong? Aren't you a freshman?" Han Fei responded lightly, "I am a freshman." Lu Hanxue shook her head. "Impossible, how can a freshman have such strength?" Han Fei said, "Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Before I make my move, close the door and get lost." Lu Hanxue's face turned utterly ugly. She was Lu Hanxue, who almost always had her way at Tianhai Martial Arts Academy. Accustomed to being high and mighty, not only was she talented and beautiful, attracting countless pursuers, sometimes she didn't even need to lift a finger, as numerous boys were willing to fight for her, allowing her to be so unbridled. "Get lost." Before Lu Hanxue could even speak, Han Fei lost his patience. With a furious shout, a burst of vital energy exploded, sending Lu Hanxue flying backward and slamming the door of the cultivation room shut. Lu Hanxue landed on the ground with a thud, sitting there dazed and stunned for a long while. Bai Jingyu gritted his teeth and said, "This guy is no ordinary person, his strength surpasses ours. We simply can't afford to provoke him." Lu Hanxue, furious, declared, "No one has ever dared to treat me this way. I swear I will not let him get away with this." Han Fei, however, didn't take the matter to heart and continued to immerse himself in his cultivation. It wasn't until the evening that he finally stopped. Cultivating in such a dense vital energy really speeds up the process, he thought. The armor around his eyes allowed him to clearly see his exact strength values. Previously, Han Fei's strength was 84,200, but now it had reached 84,700. "Tomorrow, I'll head to Linhai City to hunt exotic beasts," he planned. As Han Fei rose and walked out of the cultivation room, he was immediately blocked at the entrance by Lu Hanxue, who was accompanied by another sturdy-looking young man. Pointing at Han Fei, Lu Hanxue told the muscular youth, "Meng Qing." "This is the guy." Meng Qing, with his large eyes fixed on Han Fei, asked in a rough voice, "Are you the one who bullied Hanxue?" Han Fei replied indifferently, "It's not about bullying, just a simple lesson on how to keep quiet." Lu Hanxue's face soured as she said angrily, "At Tianhai Martial Arts Academy no one has dared to do this to me. How can I hold my head up if I don't teach you a lesson today?" Han Fei responded, "I've already shown mercy. Don't make me take serious action." Meng Qing angrily retorted, "A freshman daring to be so arrogant? I know you're stronger than the average newcomer, but we are your seniors. For such arrogance, you must pay a price." Han Fei looked at Meng Qing and walked directly towards him. Without lifting a hand, an aura burst forth, causing Meng Qing's face to drastically change. Thud! Meng Qing's knees slammed into the ground. Lu Hanxue beside him was visibly shocked. Meng Qing's expression was one of pain and fear. He couldn't even lift his head as his bones creaked ominously. Han Fei said, "Don't bother me again, or next time the lesson won't be so simple." With no change in expression, Han Fei glanced at Lu Hanxue, who hastily retreated in fear. As Han Fei withdrew his aura, Meng Qing collapsed on the ground, gasping for air, his expression filled with utter terror. Han Fei took a few steps, then stopped and said, "Keep today's events to yourselves. I prefer to keep a low profile." "Understood." Meng Qing and Lu Hanxue quickly nodded in agreement. Now Lu Hanxue's face only showed fear, devoid of any earlier arrogance. After Han Fei left, Meng Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief, still visibly shaken. "Is he really just a freshman? His aura is terrifying," he murmured. Meanwhile, Lu Hanxue's expression gradually shifted from fear to a scheming smile. "He's so powerful and he's only just enrolled. If I could win him over, who would dare to bully me then?" she thought, looking at Meng Qing with disdain in her eyes, thinking to herself, "Compared to these useless guys, he is far superior." Han Fei returned to the front of his residence and checked the time. It seemed early enough to consult with Master Huang on some issues regarding psychic mastery. Arriving at Master Huang Tai's residence, where the lights were on, Han Fei knew someone was inside. He knocked on the door and called out, "Master Huang, it's Han Fei. I've come for your guidance." Huang Tai opened the door with a hearty laugh. "Come in." Once inside, Huang gestured casually and said, "Have a seat, make yourself comfortable." Han Fei settled down on the sofa and began, "Master Huang, I've been studying the use of psychic power on my own based on various materials. By a sheer accident, I learned to control objects, but without a systematic theory, I'm unable to fully utilize my psychic powers." Huang Tai nodded in agreement. "You're right, understanding the principles behind anything is the first step. With theoretical support, you can fully unleash your potential during practice. A powerful psychic master can not only control objects to defeat enemies but also to fly. This is what is known as sword flight in legends. Of course, a strong psychic master can control any object for flight. Moreover, they can simultaneously manipulate multiple weapons for attacks. Although I am an 8th tier martial emperor psychic master, I can only manipulate 4 flying swords at once. If one has good talent, they might manage 4 swords even at the 4th or 5th tier." Han Fei's eyes lit up. If one could simultaneously control several flying swords, that would greatly enhance combat effectiveness. How can this be achieved? Huang Tai chuckled and said, "This brings us to a very important issue, which is multitasking." "Multitasking? I've heard of it. Some can do it. For instance, drawing a circle with the left hand while drawing a square with the right, as well as Zhou Buotong's technique of fighting with both hands. These are examples of using both sides of the brain." Huang Tai nodded. "Human thinking tends to concentrate on one thing, and distraction often leads to mistakes. So, most of the time, doing one thing well is challenging enough, let alone 2, but to multitask without error is extremely difficult." Han Fei nodded in agreement. "There's a saying that goes, devotion to a single task, and that's exactly it. So, how can one multitask effectively? Is there a special training method?" Huang Tai laughed heartily. "Indeed, there is a method of training, but it's challenging. I've been practicing for many years and can only manage 4 tasks at once. Currently, the strongest psychic masters in the world can manage up to 9, multitasking up to 9, that means controlling 9 swords." Han Fei raised an eyebrow. Huang continued, "That's considered the human limit. However, seeing your capabilities reaching the 4th tier at your age and self-learning object control, I believe you can surpass the limit of 9. Now, I will teach you the method of multitasking." Han Fei was overjoyed. "Thank you, Master Huang." Huang Tai placed a finger on Han Fei's forehead, and a surge of psychic power flowed instantly. The method of multitasking training flashed into Han Fei's mind. Han Fei was shocked. Could skills really be imparted this way? After a moment, Huang Tai withdrew his finger and said, "The method of multitasking not only requires continuous strengthening of mental power but also needs special training to achieve." Through the information in his mind, Han Fei understood how to practice, starting with the basics such as drawing a circle with the left hand and a square with the right, and then more challenging tasks like executing different commands with all 4 limbs simultaneously. These were merely auxiliary exercises, the main focus still being on controlling mental power. The method mentioned dividing one's mental power into 2 streams to simultaneously wield 2 swords, then 3 streams, and so on, increasing progressively. If the mental power is not strong enough, high levels of expertise are useless, as in the case of Huang Tai, an 8th rank martial emperor and mentalist who, due to insufficient mental strength, could only manipulate up to 4 swords. Huang Tai advised, "Go back and practice well. Handling 2 swords simultaneously should not be too difficult for you." Han Fei nodded, bid farewell to Huang Tai, and returned to his residence. Upon returning, Han Fei entered the system and asked Xiao Yi, "Can anything really be caught by buying chances?" Xiaoyi replied, yes, but the prices vary. If you want to achieve multitasking, is it possible? Han Fei asked tentatively. Xiaoyi responded, multitasking with 2 tasks costs 20,000 points per attempt with bait costing 2,000. For 3 tasks, it's 30,000 points with bait costing 3,000 and so on. You tell me, how many tasks do you want to handle at once? Han Fei's mouth twitched at the expense. That expensive? Xiaoyi retorted, multitasking is a very powerful skill. Is that really expensive? However, the chance isn't 50% anymore, it's 20%. Han Fei became uneasy, meaning that even if he spent the money, he might not succeed. Xiaoyi said, don't put it that way, there's still a 20% chance. If you weren't spending this money, you probably couldn't catch it even with millions. Han Fei took a deep breath. Alright, you're harsh. Truly, everything requires money. Xiaoyi added, if you don't want to acquire it through practice, then you must pay in other ways. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Han Fei found this reasonable. If he wanted something without practicing, he inevitably had to pay in other ways. Alright, I'll come back when I have the money. Han Fei sighed, suddenly feeling the overwhelming need for money. Millions wouldn't even be enough. He began practicing multitasking, starting with drawing a circle with his left hand and a square with his right, which he found too simple. Perhaps because his mental power was strong enough, he then tried to split his mental power into 2 streams, each controlling a thunder arrow. The arrows only trembled and did not activate at first. Through repeated attempts, Han Fei gradually became proficient, and soon he was able to activate both thunder arrows as easily as he would one with both speed and destructive power greatly enhanced. It seems that my mental strength has already reached the level where I can multitask effectively, managing 2 tasks simultaneously. Now let's try 3. Han Fei began to manipulate 3 thunder swords, but after several attempts he still couldn't successfully control the 3rd thunder arrow. Indeed, there seems to be a vast chasm between handling 2 and 3 tasks simultaneously. Nevertheless, being able to multitask with 2 is quite an achievement, and mastering 3 will require more practice. Han Fei was quite satisfied with his progress. It was yet another skill added to his arsenal. The next morning, Han Fei left his residence and headed straight out of Tianhai Martial Arts Academy, making his way towards the ruins of Linhai City. The ruins of Linhai City were a large fortress and an important historical site in the eastern part of China, notorious for the congregation of various strange beasts. Additionally, this place also housed an ancient relic. Such relics, remnants of early civilizations, are often sources from which many current cultivation methods are derived. There are numerous relics scattered across the world, with China having a total of 49. The relic at Linhai City was known as the 38th. By now, most of the accessible parts of this 38th relic site had been thoroughly explored. However, some martial artists still ventured here, hoping for new discoveries that could potentially elevate their status and identity. Upon arriving at Linhai City, Han Fei journeyed through, slaying any strange beast that crossed his path, not refusing any challenge. Even first-tier beasts, which some might scorn, had value for him. They could be sold for money. And Han Fei was indeed in need of money. Standing atop a dilapidated skyscraper, Han Fei used his mental power to scan the surroundings, controlling everything within a 300 to 400 meter radius. Holding his thunder blade, he leaped down from the building and soon found himself face to face with a 4th-tier unicorn. The unicorn roared in anger, but with a swift motion of his blade, Han Fei split it in 2. Not far off, a black demonic tiger roared, and Han Fei, turning into a blur, charged forward, and with a slash accompanied by a flash of lightning, the beast was slain. It was said by Zhang Hua that the most powerful beasts within the Linhai City ruins were generally around the 6th tier, with 7th tier appearances being rare. Therefore, for Han Fei, this place was like a realm without adversaries, as no beast could withstand his blade. In just a day he had already collected over 100 beasts, including 25 of the 6th tier. As Han Fei sat on the rooftop of a tall building, eating and replenishing his strength, he sensed several presences approaching him. Soon 4 figures appeared on the rooftop. All 4 were clad in silver armor, seemingly from the same group. One of them, a man with a sword slung on his back, spoke up. "Young man, we are planning to explore the 38th relic site. Would you be interested in joining us?" Han Fei continued eating and responded, "Hasn't everything that could be excavated from the 38th site already been dug up?" Another, who was holding a crossbow, replied, "That's what everyone thinks, but the site is vast. It's impossible to have completely excavated everything. There might still be something missed, and it's all down to luck." "Is there any danger where you are inviting me?" Han Fei asked. A man armed with a long spear replied, "Indeed there are dangers. There are many strange beasts inside, and those who enter the ancient ruins usually form groups. The more people, the higher the survival rate. Some beasts also venture inside looking for opportunities to evolve further. If luck is on their side, they might even advance further. But even with me included, we only have 5 people. Isn't that too few? Han Fei looked at the 4 people. All 4 of them were around the 5th rank, only mid-5th rank at best, and there were definitely many 6th rank beasts inside the ruins. Going in like this, isn't it no different from courting death? Of course, it's not just the 5 of us. A man carrying twin blades said, "We are just responsible for going out to find people to form a team." The main force is gathering near the number 38 ancient site. After finishing his last piece of meat, Han Fei wiped his hands, stood up and said, "All right, I'll go with you." The 4 exchanged glances, and the man with the blades added, "You first head to the area near the ancient site. There's a tower-like building there where everyone preparing to enter the ruins is gathering. We still need to find more people to form a team." Han Fei nodded, and the 4 quickly left. Watching them leave, Han Fei muttered to himself, "I must seem like cannon fodder to them." He was well aware that in the eyes of these 4 being so young, his strength probably wasn't very formidable, most likely just there to make up the numbers. In case of danger, those with greater strength could easily flee, and those weaker, unable to outrun the stronger ones, would only serve as cannon fodder to block the beast's advance, providing an opportunity for the others to escape. But naturally, Han Fei was not just cannon fodder. "If only we could find a few more cannon fodders," the twin-blade man sneered as they departed. This time, some frequency fluctuations had appeared in the ancient ruins, surely indicating something valuable inside. "If we're lucky, we'll strike it rich," the man with the spear added with a laugh. "Let's search for another half hour, and if we don't find anyone else, we'll head back," said the man wielding a crossbow. The 4 swiftly scanned the ruins for any signs of human warriors. On his way, Han Fei fought through and eventually saw the tower-like building. When he arrived near the tower, he saw a group of at least 20 to 30 people gathered, the strongest among them being 6th rank and the weakest 1st rank. There were 6 6th rank warriors, 8 5th rank including the 4 he met earlier, 10 4th rank, and a mix of 3rd to 1st rank, making up 8 individuals. Han Fei approached the crowd and no one seemed to notice his arrival. A young man in his 20s glanced at Han Fei, curious about his youth, and walked over to ask, "Buddy, how old are you? To be a warrior so young?" "I'm 25, Han Fei replied calmly. "I just look young." "A 1st rank warrior, 2nd rank," Han Fei said as he pulled out his warrior medal. "Impressive, reaching 2nd rank at 25. I'm nearly 30 and only just reached 2nd rank." The young man exclaimed. The young man smiled and said, "If we can really discover something this time, perhaps I could advance to a 3rd-level martial artist almost instantly." "What is in this ancient relic site that allows one to enhance their strength in such a short time?" Han Fei asked curiously. The young man explained, "There are many things. It depends on what you find. In the past, some very important breathing techniques, skills, and special energy crystals were found here, as well as very ancient and powerful weapons. The evolution of us martial artists is largely driven by these artifacts from ancient sites. Of course, this site also produces some very powerful divine medicines. Just a little bit of it can make you evolve quickly and strengthen your power. The exotic beasts gather there because they want to get some of this divine medicine to evolve quickly." Han Fei nodded, and just then the 4 people who had gone to find him had returned, followed by several more figures appearing. The 6 6th-level martial artists and 8 5th-level martial artists gathered together, seemingly discussing something. Han Fei released his spiritual force and clearly heard their conversation. "It looks like everyone is here. Our goal this time is very clear. The detector has already located something. Now, the key is those exotic beasts. As long as these cannon fodder can hold off the beasts, we will have a chance to get what's inside. We still have to put up a front, otherwise the cannon fodder might get scared off too early. Until we reach a specific location, we must charge ahead." Hearing this, Han Fei's expression darkened, and he thought to himself, "These guys really want to use us as cannon fodder, but it won't be that easy." Han Fei glanced at the young man and said, "Our strength is too weak. It's safer for us to stay in the back later." The young man smiled and said, "Of course, only a fool would rush to the front. Those who charge ahead are the strong ones. We just follow and pick up what they leave behind." Hearing this, Han Fei also smiled. This guy was quite shrewd. "Ladies and gentlemen, everyone is here now. Let's enter the ancient relic site. I won't say much about the dangers inside. As the saying goes, life and death are decreed by fate, and fortune comes with risks. There are dangers, but there are also great fortunes to pursue," declared a 6th-level martial artist clad in golden armor. After finishing his speech, he led the charge into the ancient relic site. Under the leadership of the warrior in golden armor, a group of martial artists rushed towards the ancient relic site. The site extended deep underground, and as soon as they entered, the roar of exotic beasts could be heard. The interior of the site was vast, resembling a small city with many ancient buildings, and various beasts occupied the area. Upon seeing the human martial artists, they roared and charged. The exotic beasts capable of entering the ancient relic site were all 5th level or above. Kill! The warrior in golden armor shouted, slashing his sword at the approaching beasts. Those at the forefront also made their move, battling the creatures. Han Fei and his companions followed behind, initially unable to encounter any exotic beasts, merely charging forward. After they entered the ancient ruins, 6 figures appeared at the entrance. A young man clad in silver armor looked at the entrance and said, "It seems that the group that just went in must have discovered something, otherwise they wouldn't dare to rush in like that. If the young master wants what they've found, would they dare not to give it to him?" Behind the silver-armored youth, a man in purple armor scoffed coldly. The silver-armored youth smirked proudly and said, "Let's go in and see." Saying this, he entered the ancient ruins. Among their group, the man in purple armor was a true 7th-tier martial artist. That a 7th-tier warrior served as a guard to a young man indicated just how extraordinary the identity of this youth in silver armor must be. As the 6 people in silver armor entered the ancient ruins, they saw that Han Fei and his group were already under attack by exotic beasts, with a large number of them swarming towards them. Han Fei's battle armor instantly covered his body, and a young man beside him said with a pale face, "Why are there so many exotic beasts?" "We're done for," Han Fei replied. "They're using us as cannon fodder. If you don't want to die, you better leave now." The young man, shocked, asked, "What about you?" Han Fei responded, "I'm different from you." Just as the young man was puzzled, a 5th-tier exotic beast charged towards them. The young man hastily retreated in fear, but Han Fei suddenly drew his sword and split the beast in two. The young man, witnessing Han Fei slay the 5th-tier beast with a single strike, was too astounded to speak. Han Fei said, "If you don't leave now, you won't be able to at all." Hearing this, the young man quickly fled. As soon as the young man had escaped, a warrior in golden armor said, "Speed up, let them entangle these beasts." 6 6th-tier warriors and 10 5th-tier warriors all nodded and suddenly accelerated, choosing not to engage with the beasts. The remaining warriors were stunned by this scene. "Mr. EU." A 4th-tier warrior began to speak but was abruptly pounced on by a 5th-tier beast and was sent flying. "We've been tricked, run damn it, they've used us as cannon fodder to attract the beasts." Many warriors screamed, then hurriedly retreated, but the beasts kept pouncing on them, and with their strength, escape was impossible. At this moment, Han Fei took action, his speed terrifyingly fast, almost turning into a silver afterimage. Wherever he went, the bodies of beasts were cleaved apart. The surviving warriors were incredibly shocked. Han Fei, holding a thunder blade against the beasts, turned his head and said coldly, "If you don't want to die, get out now." Hearing Han Fei's words, the warriors came back to their senses and quickly retreated. "No one is allowed to retreat. Whoever tries to leave dies," the silver-armored youth said coldly. The warriors were startled. Han Fei also looked towards the 6 people in silver armor, then saw the young man who had already died lying on the ground. Han Fei's rage instantly erupted. "Who are you? Why won't you let us leave?" a warrior asked. Discontentedly, the man in purple armor coldly replied, "The young master's orders cannot be defied." Saying this, the man in purple armor burst forth with an aura, and the warrior who had just spoken immediately collapsed to the ground, spitting blood. The young man in silver armor stood haughtily above the rest and declared, "I enjoy watching you fools suffer the consequences of your own delusions. With such meager strength, you dare to enter the ancient ruins? Then be prepared to face death." "We were deceived too, please let us leave, we don't want to die," a warrior pleaded. "Your fate is only to be torn apart by beasts," the silver-armored youth said, acting like a judge over their fates. Han Fei spoke in a cold voice, "We are all warriors, why must you force them to their deaths?" The silver-armored youth looked up at Han Fei. "Are you teaching me how to handle my affairs?" "Don't overstep your bounds," Han Fei said. The silver-armored youth scoffed, "And what if I am? You ants think you can shake the tree?" Han Fei replied, "I see you must be someone of no ordinary status. Why engage in such acts? These warriors are here to kill beasts and protect humanity. They should not become your playthings to slaughter. It's not your place to tell the young master what to do." A man by the side of the silver-armored youth snapped angrily. The silver-armored youth arrogantly said, "So you want to stand up for them? Fine, I'll give you that chance. If you can defeat him," pointing to a guard behind him who had reached the 6th rank, "I will let them go." The guard, full of pride, stepped forward and gestured to Han Fei to come forth. "Come on," Han Fei charged, and the guard couldn't even react. A flash of silver light and the guard's head flew off. The silver-armored youth and a man in purple armor, upon seeing this, were astounded. "How is this possible? Yun Chao was a mid-6th rank and he got killed in one move," the purple-armored man said darkly. The silver-armored youth's lips curled up slightly. "Interesting. Wu Bo, take him down." The man in purple armor stepped forward, his energy bursting forth. Han Fei could see from his eyes that this man had reached the late 7th rank, but he was no match for Han Fei. "Dare to defy the young master, there will be no good end." Wu Bo snorted coldly and charged at Han Fei. Facing Han Fei, Wu Bo was careful, knowing that anyone who could kill Yun Chao in one move was not to be underestimated. Han Fei swung his thunder blade much faster than Wu Bo. Their blades collided, and Wu Bo's blade broke instantly. The thunder blade slashed down on Wu Bo, splitting his purple armor, and blood gushed forth. Wu Bo was shocked, retreating continuously. "What kind of blade is this? It broke my primary war blade and easily cut through my armor." While Wu Bo was still in shock, Han Fei attacked again. Thunder slash! Han Fei swung his thunder blade, his body surging with lightning, and with one strike, a wild blade aura carrying the force of thunder swept out. In the blink of an eye, it reached Wu Bo, who erupted his energy in a desperate attempt to block. Boom! Wu Bo's body flew backwards, a bloody wound appearing on his chest. The faces of the silver-armored youth and his companions were filled with horror. "How is this possible?" The silver-armored youth could hardly believe it. Wu Bo, a 7th-rank martial artist, couldn't even withstand a single move. The warriors accompanying the silver-armored youth were now fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The individual before them undoubtedly possessed strength beyond the 7th tier, and the ease with which he had dispatched Wu Bo indicated a prowess not even typical of an 8th-tier martial expert. This suggested a very real possibility that they were dealing with a 9th-tier martial saint, a level of power highly regarded in any city across the Dragon Kingdom. In many cities within the kingdom, the strongest were only 7th-tier warriors. The combat power brought by a 9th-tier martial saint was terrifying. A man next to the silver-armored youth quickly shielded him, saying, "Please show mercy, friend. We are from the Chu family in the southern part of Hua." Identifying his family was an attempt to instill caution in Han Fei due to the Chu family's formidable reputation in the southern region. Anyone familiar with the martial families and powers of the Dragon Kingdom would recognize them as a force not to be triflicted with. However, they had overestimated Han Fei's familiarity with the powers of the Dragon Kingdom. Han Fei, currently unaware of many familial powers, had no concept of the southern Chu family's significance, but anyone using a 7th-tier warrior as a bodyguard certainly had a notable background. Han Fei responded, "I care not which family you hail from, nor should you disregard the lives of warriors so." Yet the young man in silver armor haughtily retorted, "My Chu family is the foremost martial family in the eastern region of Hua. Would you dare to kill me? To us, these warriors are but ants, their deaths mean nothing." Hearing the silver-armored youth's fatalistic words, several guards showed signs of serious concern. Provoking this man could mean death for them all. "Are they mere ants in your eyes?" Han Fei's tone turned icy cold. In an era dominated by monstrous beasts, warriors were the world's sole counterforce and humanity's last line of defense. Even a 1st-tier warrior could slay a 1st-tier beast. Though these warriors often fought among themselves, they would sacrifice their lives to stop a beastly assault. And now to hear such a warrior described as worthless was appalling. Was this how the premier martial family of the eastern region taught their descendants? Han Fei was enraged beyond measure. A man beside the youth hurriedly interjected, "Friend, perhaps my young master misspoke, but should you harm him, the consequences will be grave." The silver-armored youth sneered, "He wouldn't dare strike me, even if he were an 8th-tier martial emperor or even a 9th-tier martial saint. Our Chu family has plenty of martial saints and emperors. Even if you harm a single hair on my head, we could exterminate your entire lineage." Facing such arrogant bluster, Han Fei decided he would no longer hold back, especially since no one knew his true face. Given the silver-armored youth's blatant disregard for warriors, he was likely to commit even more atrocious acts in the future. Han Fei coldly declared, "I'm sorry, but your threats don't work on me. Since you don't consider warriors human, you don't deserve to live in this world." Unperturbed, the silver-armored youth dared him, "Try killing me if you dare." The Chu family swore they would turn the world upside down to grind him into mincemeat. "I'll be waiting for the Chu family to come after me," Han Fei declared, his voice barely fading away when his body flashed and suddenly appeared before the silver-armored youth. the warriors beside the silver-armored youth's face changed drastically, and before they could react, a flash of silver light was seen and the head of the silver-armored youth flew into the air. To his death, the silver-armored youth had not expected Han Fei to actually kill him, and so decisively at that, "Young master." The warriors beside him were instantly enraged, staring blankly at the now headless corpse of the silver-armored youth. Han Fei spoke coldly, "You were his accomplices, you deserve to die as well." With a flicker of silver light Han Fei struck. The few warriors could not resist at all were slain by Han Fei. Looking at the 6 bodies on the ground, Han Fei turned to face the other warriors and said, "Leave quickly, otherwise if the Chu family starts investigating, none of you will escape." Hearing this, the warriors regained their senses. One of them bowed with his fists and said, "We will never forget the grace of your life-saving, sir. We will not reveal today's events to anyone. Yes, we will definitely not speak out. Their deaths are of no consequence." Many nodded in agreement. "Thank you," Han Fei said. The warriors immediately exited from site number 38. Han Fei then hurried in the direction of the men in golden armor. Along the way he easily slew any strange beasts that crossed his path. After a short pursuit, Han Fei saw bodies of warriors on the ground. Of the dozen or so who had earlier passed by, 7 or 8 were already dead. Han Fei continued the chase and soon arrived near a pond. The man in golden armor and the remaining few warriors were fighting fiercely with strange beasts near the pond, which were quite strong, making the battle very intense. However, Han Fei's gaze was drawn to a blooming lotus in the middle of the pond. In the whole pond, there was only this one lotus shimmering with a faint glowing light. Could this be a divine medicine? Han Fei wondered, looking at the warriors and strange beasts still in battle. Then without hesitation he dashed towards the pond. Whether the lotus was a divine medicine or not, he would take it first. Seeing Han Fei charging towards the lotus, the man in golden armor was shocked and roared, "How dare you!" But before he could finish, a strange beast flung him away with a swipe of its claw. The other warriors were also extremely angry at Han Fei's actions but were too occupied to confront him. Meanwhile, Han Fei also attracted the attention of several powerful strange beasts, and a few 6th-tier beasts charged at him. The man in golden armor watched the scene and sneered, thinking to benefit from the fisherman's advantage. How could it be so easy? His words were cut short as he saw Han Fei cleave a 6th-tier beast with a single strike, followed by an even more terrifying scene. The 6th-tier beasts were slaughtered as easily as chopping vegetables under Han Fei's blade. How is this possible? Is he a 7th-tier warrior? No, even a 7th-tier warrior couldn't do this. The warriors were utterly shocked by Han Fei's strength. After slaying several 6th-tier strange beasts, Han Fei drew out his goldfish sword and headed straight for the lotus. Just as the goldfish sword was about to sever the lotus, the pond suddenly exploded and a huge tail smacked fiercely towards the goldfish sword. The sword was sent flying, startling Han Fei. An exotic beast in this pond? And according to the data from his eyes, this beast was an 8th-tier exotic beast. Han Fei retrieved the goldfish sword as a massive head emerged from the water. A black-bellied viper. The warrior in golden armor was shocked upon seeing this enormous head. Encountering an 8th-tier black-bellied viper usually meant doom. "Run!" a warrior cried out in panic, not daring to linger. The golden-armored warriors quickly retreated and then madly dashed towards the outside. The 6th-tier exotic beasts roared and chased after them, but Han Fei ignored them. His eyes locked on the black-bellied viper, his face lit up with excitement. An 8th-tier beast? That's worth a fortune, right? His eyes sparkled. The black-bellied viper's massive body slowly emerged from the water, its huge triangular head facing Han Fei, who seemed incredibly tiny in front of it. With a roar, the black-bellied viper unleashed a giant wave towards Han Fei, a wave so powerful it could have sent an ordinary warrior flying. Above the pond, a giant wave swept over it, showcasing the strength of the black-bellied viper. "I still have one punch-kill talisman left, and the invincible fist gloves also have one use left," Han Fei thought, touching his chin and then donning the invincible fist gloves. At that moment, the black-bellied viper's body suddenly lunged at Han Fei, its jaws wide open to swallow him. Han Fei threw a punch, the gloves shining brightly with terrifying power. A force burst from the mouth of the black-bellied viper, piercing through its crown, causing it to scream in pain and its massive body to crash onto the water surface. Han Fei immediately collected the black-bellied viper's corpse into his system storage. Following that, he urged the goldfish sword to sever the lotus's stem and, using his psychic power, brought the lotus in front of him. Such pure energy in this thing. The moment Han Fei held the lotus, he could feel the terrifying energy contained within it. he stored the lotus and then looked around. Seeing no other items of interest, he began hunting the exotic beasts in the area. These beasts were powerful, a tremendous wealth for Han Fei. He continued to search for exotic beasts and soon he approached a mountain peak. At that moment the AI of U-408 suddenly spoke out. Energy crystal detected. Han Fei was initially shocked, then overjoyed. He summoned U-408 and entered the cockpit. "Where's the energy crystal?" he asked eagerly. The AI maneuvered U-408 to the middle of the mountain slope. A beam of light burst from the bottom of U-408, enveloping the area below. "Right below here," the AI spoke. Han Fei emerged from U-408, then stood engulfed in light before throwing his fists down fiercely. The ground burst open. After more than a dozen punches, a huge pit was formed. Frowning, Han Fei muttered, 10 meters down and still nothing. But he knew U-408 wouldn't be wrong, so he continued to pound his fist, shaking the entire mountain until it seemed he had broken through it. Jumping down into the hole, he landed on the ground, and the sight before him was astounding. Inside the pitch-dark cave, streaks of white light twinkled easily, numbering over 100. Han Fei walked closer to examine them and confirmed they were white crystals. "I've struck it rich," he thought, unable to contain his excitement. Han Fei immediately began to dig, eventually unearthing a total of 139 white crystals. Indeed, this ancient site held treasures. Without the AI of U-408, it would have been impossible for anyone to discover these crystals. Thrilled, Han Fei returned to the U-408 capsule. "Check to see if there are any more energy crystals here," he commanded the AI. Piloted by the AI, U-408 began to move around the ancient site, but after a complete tour, no other items were found. Although disappointed, obtaining 139 white crystals was a pleasant surprise. "This expedition has been quite fruitful," Han Fei said as he put away U-408 and continued hunting exotic beasts. Hours later he emerged from the ancient site. At that moment, in a vast estate in eastern China, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses was leisurely sipping coffee while reading a book. Suddenly an elderly man in a black suit rushed over, his face pale with distress. "Masters, something terrible has happened," he said. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses put down his coffee with slight annoyance. "What's so urgent?" he asked. The elderly man swallowed, nervously hesitating before saying, "We've just received a message from the Department of Origin. The third young master's life signal has completely vanished." Upon hearing this, the coffee cup in the man's hand exploded, yet not a drop splashed onto him. "Xian'er's life signal is gone. What happened? Where did he go?" the man demanded, standing up abruptly with a terrifying aura. "The last location of the third young master's life signal was at ancient site number 38, the elder stammered, terror in his voice. "The life signals of Wu Bo and others who were protecting the young master have also disappeared." Hearing this, the man's expression grew even grimmer. He knew the ancient site was fraught with dangers. Even with a 7th-level warrior like Wu Bo for protection, safety wasn't guaranteed. However, he was familiar with ancient site number 38, having visited it more than once, and knew that it didn't contain very strong exotic beasts. Wu Bo should have been able to handle it. "I'll go to ancient site number 38 myself," he declared. "If Xian'er was killed by an exotic beast, that's one thing, but if someone else has killed him, I will make them pay dearly in blood." The man with the gold-rimmed glasses released an overwhelming aura, silencing everyone present. This man was none other than Chu Tianxiong, the head of the Chu family, a formidable mid-level 11th rank martial emperor. The young man in silver armor whom Han Fei had killed was his third son, Chu Xian. The news of Chu Xian's death quickly spread throughout the Chu family, sparking fury like thunder. The Chu family was the premier martial arts family in the eastern Huadong region, holding supreme rights and status. No one in Huadong dared to oppose them. Chu Xian's murder was a provocation to the Chu family, and they would ruthlessly annihilate anyone involved. Shortly thereafter, a fighter jet took off from the Chu family estate, heading straight for the ruins of Linhai City. Inside the ruins, Han Fei had hunted some mutant beasts and was about to leave after feeling it was enough. He had killed more than 400 mutant beasts, including one of the 8th rank and over 80 of the 6th rank. Surely, this hunt would exchange for over 1,000,000 points, right? Han Fei looked at the mutant beasts in his storage and said, "Shaoyi, I want to exchange these mutant beasts for points, all of them." Shaoyi replied, "All mutant beasts together exchange for 1.1 million points." Satisfied, Han Fei left the ruins of Linhai City and returned to Tianhai City, less than 10 minutes. After Han Fei left, a fighter jet appeared outside the site number 38 ruins. Chu Tianxiong, clad in armor with a grim expression, leapt from the jet, landing so forcefully that the ground cracked beneath him. He walked towards the inside of site number 38 and soon found Chu Xian's dismembered body along with the mutilated corpses of Wu Bo and others, their armor shredded by mutant beasts. Seeing this, Chu Tianxiong rushed over, picked up Chu Xian's body and roared in anger. "Whoever it is, I will make them pay," he bellowed. "Master, the third young master's communicator is still intact, we can trace its source," said a man from behind Chu Tianxiong. With red eyes, Chu Tianxiong activated Chu Xian's communicator, and after some operations, a holographic image appeared showing the moment Chu Xian entered the site number 38. It clearly recorded the scene where Han Fei killed Chu Xian. Despite Chu Xian's overbearing nature, Chu Tianxiong would not let his killer go unpunished. "Find this person," he commanded as the close-up of Han Fei appeared on the screen. Chu Tianxiong stared intently at it, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The face was not visible, only the armor could be used for identification. Judging by his strength, capable of killing Wu Bo with a single move, his level was around the 8th or 9th rank. Tianhai City was not far from Linhai City, and there were not many martial artists above the 8th rank whose armor matched this description in Tianhai City. Immediately, the man behind Chu Tianxiong opened his communicator, and after some manipulations, a screen displayed information on martial artists in Tianhai City above the 8th rank. In the eastern part of China, martial artists of level 8 and above cannot be unaware of the Chu family. Even fighters from other regions of Dragon Country would know of the Chu family. This person is quite strange. Expand the search nationwide. Issue a martial artists wanted notice, Chu Tianxiong said. Darkly, "Whoever provides information, I will offer 10 million, additionally add a dose of body tempering liquid." Yes. Following Chu Tianxiong's command, a wanted poster soon appeared on the official website of the Martial Artists Association. It was automatically pushed to the communicators of all registered martial artists. Chu Tianxiong's wanted notice and the reward instantly caused quite a stir. On one hand, there's the prestige of the Chu family not only in eastern China but also nationwide with immense influence. Then there's the reward. 10 million is no small sum for an ordinary martial artist, but what's most crucial is that dose of body tempering liquid. For martial artists, this liquid is practically priceless, only available to the wealthiest families. Ordinary fighters, let alone buying it, have only heard of it and never seen it. Photos of Han Fei in his battle armor began to circulate among the martial artists, all eager to find him and claim the 10 million and the body tempering liquid. When Han Fei returned to Tianhai City, he received a message push from the Martial Artist Association on his communicator. As he opened it, his expression slightly changed. "The Chu family knows it was me. Could someone have spoken out? Although those people hadn't paid much attention to me before, it's possible someone recognized my face." Han Fei frowned slightly, knowing he needed to prepare if his actions were exposed. Having the Chu family come after him would be big trouble. Upon returning to school, and just as he was about to head to his residence, Sita Muxue was already waiting at his door. "Did you kill Chu Xian?" Sita Muxue asked gravely. Knowing that Sita Muxue had also received the message and knew what his battle armor looked like, Han Fei wasn't surprised by her question. Han Fei nodded. "Chu Xian deserved to die," Sita Muxue said. "I don't know what Chu Xian did, but the Chu family won't let this go. It's not just me who knows about your battle armor." Han Fei replied calmly, "I have a way to deal with it." Sita Muxue continued, "You don't know how strong the Chu family is. The current head, Chu Tianxiong, is a mid-stage level 11 martial emperor. They have at least dozens of level 12 experts and several true martial level old monsters. How will you handle that? If you join the Situ family with your talent and strength, I can persuade the Situ family to protect you. The Chu family is strong, but they are not a match for the Situ family." Han Fei calmly said, "I appreciate your concern, but I can handle it myself." Sita Muxue looked at Han Fei. "How will you handle it?" "You'll see when the time comes," Han Fei replied casually, then added, "I need to go back to my training now." With that, Han Fei turned and entered his room. Sita Muxue sighed deeply. "No matter what, I must protect you." Han Fei went to the training room and took out the lotus. "What use is this thing?" Ask Xiaoyi if he knows about this. "Xiaoyi, here, do you know what this lotus is?" "Xiaoyi, let me check." A beam of light fell on Lotus Mountain and then a screen appeared in front of Han Fei. Primordial Chaos Lotus, an ancient divine medicine which after consumption can enhance strength and even revive the dead. After seeing the information, Han Fei was utterly shocked. It can actually revive the dead. Han Fei could hardly believe it, such a miraculous thing still existed. "Xiaoyi, is it possible to fish this thing out from the chaotic heavens pond?" Han Fei asked curiously. "Yes, but you know," Xiaoyi said. Han Fei naturally understood that the chaotic heavens pond had everything But to actually fish something out would cost money, and the better the item, the more points it would require. How many points are needed to fish for the primordial chaos lotus? Han Fei asked. 88,888 points and 8888 points for the bait, Xiaoyi replied. Han Fei was speechless. That's expensive, too expensive for something that can revive the dead. That's like having an extra life, Xiaoyi said. After thinking it over, Han Fei felt that Xiaoyi made a good point. Compared to a life, what are these points? Han Fei looked at the primordial chaos lotus in his hand and ate it immediately. The power of the primordial chaos lotus quickly released within Han Fei's body. Such a profound power. Han Fei felt the power of the primordial chaos lotus and was instantly amazed. As the medicinal properties of the primordial chaos lotus continued to spread, Han Fei instantly felt his strength continuously replacing itself, and a miraculous transformation seemed to be happening within his body. Han Fei used his battle armor to cover his eyes and saw his body's data continuously climbing. The strength started at 84700 and gradually increased. After all the medicinal properties of the primordial chaos lotus were absorbed, the final strength data settled at 95,000. The speed also increased to 47 meters per second. This data was quite terrifying. The strength of a 7th tier martial artist is 100,000 Jin, and Han Fei was only 5,000 away from reaching the ranks of a 7th tier martial artist with speed that had already reached the level that only an 8th tier martial artist could possess. Not only was his strength enhanced, but his speed had also increased so much. It was truly exhilarating. Han Fei was overjoyed. 5,000 strength was something he could easily obtain by fishing. Xiaoyi, how many points do I need for a 5th grade strength pill? Han Fei asked. Now knowing that he could directly buy chances with points, he naturally wouldn't blindly go fishing anymore. Xiaoyi, 500 points per attempt, 50 points for bait. Are 5th grade strength pills also this expensive? Han Fei pouted. Give me 10 tries, Xiaoyi. Deducting 5,500 points, you still have 109,4500 points left. Han Fei started fishing, and 5th grade strength pills weren't particularly good items, so the chances should be relatively higher. Sure enough, in Han Fei's 10 attempts, he succeeded 8 times with the 5th grade strength pills. Each 5th grade strength pill could enhance 1,000 strength, and Han Fei ate all 8, increasing his strength by 800. Han Fei's strength reached 103,000, successfully entering the ranks of 7th tier martial artists. Xiaoyi, I want to fish for the acceleration pills. How do I calculate the points? Han Fei asked. Xiaoyi, 1,000 points for one attempt and bait is 100 points. Give me 10 tries. Han Fei, now a wealthy tycoon, agreed promptly. Xiaoyi, deducting 11,000 points, you have 108,3500 points remaining. Han Fei continued to fish, succeeding 7 times out of 10, a decent result. Han Fei consumed all the acceleration pills, boosting his speed to 54 meters per second. This speed was now comparable to a 9th tier martial artist whose maximum speed is 55 meters per second. Even if Han Fei encountered a 9th tier martial artist, escape would be no issue, not to mention he had other means at his disposal and did not fear them. Han Fei asked how many points for the one-punch knockout skill. 2 million points per use, Xiaoyi replied. Han Fei almost stumbled. That expensive? One-punch knockout means defeating any opponent with a single punch, right? And you think 2 million is expensive? Xiaoyi was somewhat speechless. Han Fei sighed. Well, it seems I need to keep earning money. You don't even need the one-punch knockout skill right now, you still have one-punch knockout talisman and invincible boxing glove for one use, and if all those are used up, you still have a chance for a resurrection, not to mention the U408 cannon. What are you afraid of? Xiaoyi scoffed. Han Fei chuckled. The more the better, otherwise I feel uneasy. Purchase 20 more tries for the 5th grade strength pills, Han Fei said. Xiaoyi, deducting 11,000 points, you have 107,2500 points remaining. Han Fei continued fishing, succeeding 15 times out of 20, obtaining 15 5th grade strength pills, increasing his strength by 15,000 to a total of 118,000. As Han Fei was about to continue fishing, his communicator rang. Han Fei answered it, and the image of Li Hyuna appeared, looking somewhat anxious. Han Fei, come quickly, our class is being bullied. Han Fei frowned slightly. Bullied? What happened? Li Hyuna explained. It's all because of Lu Yu thinking he's unmatched within our freshman year. He got arrogant and offended Class 4. Little did he know one of the guys from Class 4 has a cousin who was a first-tier martial artist in the sophomore year. Now they've come over and are beating up our Class 2 students. Han Fei responded. Okay, I got it, I'm on my way. Han Fei hung up the communicator and left his residence for the training square. This place, designated for practicing martial arts, was also where the students of Tianhai Martial Arts Academy could spar with each other. At the moment it was crowded with people gathered around to watch the commotion. Lu Yu, you were quite arrogant, weren't you? Keep it up now, eh? Crew cut youth taunted aggressively. By now Lu Yu's face bore several wounds and Su Ming standing beside him didn't look much better, nor did their other male classmates. Beside the crew cut youth, a muscular blonde-haired young man stood with his arms crossed looking down arrogantly at Lu Yu. Clenching his fists, Lu Yu gritted his teeth and said, Zhang Su, don't be so proud, everyone has connections to older students. I admit defeat today, but this isn't over. The young man with blonde hair sneered, you admit defeat, your Class 2A sure is arrogant. If we don't teach you the rules of Tianhai Martial Arts Academy today, you wouldn't even know how to respect your seniors in the future. Senior Chan, this matter has nothing to do with us. It was Lu Yu who caused the trouble. Just teach him a lesson, that should be enough, a youth pleaded timidly. Yes, please show some mercy, Senior Chan, let us go, another youth chimed in. Today none of you from Class 2A will have an easy time. Only then will you truly understand that the strong are revered, and that might help you survive a bit longer once you leave the academy. Qian Sen lectured from a position of superiority. The students of Class 2A grew fearful. Facing a first-order warrior, they had no chance of fighting back. Li Xinya stepped forward and said, Qian Sen, don't be too arrogant. Our class isn't without someone who can defeat you. Zhang Su scoffed. Li Xinya, don't think just because you're a girl my cousin won't lay a hand on you. He always says, no women in heart, the sword naturally divine. Qian Sen sneered, you're just freshmen, none of you even a first-order warrior, and you want to defeat me. Do you know how big the gap is between a first-order warrior and you rookies? Even if you all attacked together you wouldn't stand a chance. He looked disdainfully at the people from Class 2A and said, where is this person you speak of who can defeat me? Let him come out and see how I crush him with one finger to crush me. A mere first-order warrior is quite arrogant, a voice came from the crowd. As Han Fei's figure approached, the onlooking students parted to make way for him. Who is this speaking so boldly? A first-order warrior seems so insignificant before him. He appears unfamiliar. Could he also be a freshman daring to be so bold? Who gave him the courage, despite Qian Sen being just a first-order warrior? None of the new students were of this rank, which seemed like a clear case of seeking trouble. Let's see how this unfolds, many whispered among themselves. Both Qian Sen and Zhang Su looked towards Han Fei with disdain. Who are you, dare to speak so arrogantly? Zhang Su said annoyedly. Seeing Han Fei, Li Xinya quickly approached him and said, you finally came. Look what they did to our classmates. Han Fei glanced at the injured classmates, then at Lu Yu, who was the instigator, and said to Qian Sen and Zhang Su, you can beat him all you want, he deserves it, but it's wrong to hit the others too. Hearing this, Lu Yu became furious. Han Fei, don't think you're anything special just because you're nearly a first-order warrior. At the end of the day you're still not there yet, you're far from it. Zhang Su jeered, thinking it was all talk. Han Fei raised his hand and slapped Zhang Su across the face, sending him flying. Han Fei retorted, still better than you. Everyone was utterly shocked when Han Fei made such a decisive move, slapping Zhang Su right in front of Qian Sen. Clutching his face, several of Zhang Su's teeth were knocked out, and he angrily shouted, you dare to hit me, cousin? He slapped me right in front of you, that's like slapping you in the face too. Qian Sen's expression turned sour. Kneel down and apologize. Li Yu watched the scene unfold with a sinister smile. Han Fei, you think you're so tough? Let's see how you handle Qian Sen now. Han Fei glanced at Lu Yu, you better take care of yourself. The one who needs to take care of himself is you. Li Yu scoffed coldly. Han Fei ignored Lu Yu, turning to Qian Sen, you guys hit my classmate, so I hit you back. That's only fair, right? Classmates, however Qian Sen hit you, that's how you should hit him back, and don't go easy on him. The classmates who were hit by Class 2 looked at each other. One of them said, Han Fei, let it go. You might be close to breaking through to a first-level martial artist, but you're not there yet. You're no match for Qian Sen. Yeah, there's no need for you to force the issue. Don't worry, even a first-level martial artist is no match for Han Fei, said Li Xinya. Qian Sen sneered, really blind until seeing the coffin. Huh, fine, I want to see what you can do today. As Qian Sen's aura burst forth, preparing to strike, Han Fei slapped him so fast Qian Sen didn't even see the move coming and his body was flung away. It was only after Qian Sen flew a dozen meters away and heavily crashed to the ground that everyone reacted, causing an uproar. Qian Sen was slapped away with one slap. Am I seeing things? Qian Sen is a genuine first-level martial artist. Everyone present watched Han Fei in disbelief. Even Lu Yu opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word for a long time. Qian Sen's face swelled up and several teeth fell out. He looked at Han Fei in utter terror, having not even seen the move clearly. that speed was definitely superior to his own. "You're already a martial artist," Qiansen said in shock. Han Fei calmly said. "Classmates like Qiansen hit you just now, hit him back the same way. If he dares to retaliate, I'll knock out one of his teeth," Qiansen roared in anger. "You dare? Although I'm just a first-level martial artist, I know many more martial artists. You won't have an easy time in the future." The classmates from Class 2 hesitated. Han Fei said, "I'll give you a chance now. Call them all here and let's settle this today so you can give up completely." "Han Fei, let's drop it. If this really blows up, it won't end well," a classmate voiced his concern. Han Fei replied indifferently, "If we don't resolve this today, you'll continue to be bullied. I'm not always at school. Let's settle this today to save me the trouble later." Lu Yu sneered disdainfully. "Han Fei, you're too arrogant. Do you think you're the strongest in the whole school?" Annoyed, Han Fei slapped Lu Yu across the face. "I wasn't going to bother with you, but you're too despicable. After getting beaten like this, you still don't stay quiet. What right do you have to mock me here?" Lu Yu covered his face full of anger. Han Fei said, "You have nothing left but anger. In this lifetime you'll never surpass me. If I find out you're up to any more tricks, or if you harbor any ill intentions towards Xianya Sitamushui or Teacher Morone, I'll cripple you." Lu Yu's face turned pale. Li Xianya and the others looked at Lu Yu in surprise. Li Xianya disdainfully said, "Lu Yu, you're truly despicable, even targeting Teacher Morone." The other students also cast scornful glances at him. Lu Yu quickly defended himself. "I didn't do it, he's framing me." Han Fei, uninterested in explaining, said, "I only say this once. If you dare to do it, I dare to cripple you." Lu Yu saw a frightening murderous intent in Han Fei's eyes and dared not utter another word. Qiansen scoffed, "I've already notified Senior Meng Qing from the senior year. I want to see how you're going to die today." Senior Meng Qing? He's a late-stage level 2 martial artist ranking in the top 50 of the entire academy. Moreover, Senior Meng Qing is known for his ruthless fighting style. This isn't looking good for Han Fei. Many onlookers began to discuss this. Hearing this, Qiansen laughed smugly. "How about that? Senior Meng Qing is a notable figure in our academy. If you kneel and kowtow now, I might consider being a bit more lenient." Han Fei indifferently said, "Meng Qing? That name sounds familiar. You've even heard of Senior Meng Qing's name. Seems like you know a bit." Qiansen scoffed. Jiangsu, clutching his face viciously, said, "Dare to hit me? Watch how I smash your face." Han Fei raised his hand and slapped him, sending Jiangsu flying through the air, his mouth spitting out several teeth, his face swollen like a pig's head. Enraged, he said, "I must smash all your teeth." "Qiansen, where's the guy who hit you?" At this moment, Meng Qing's voice came from outside the crowd. The crowd immediately parted, allowing Meng Qing to walk in. Qiansen was overjoyed and quickly said, "Brother Qing, it's this guy." Meng Qing followed Qiansen's gaze, and upon seeing Han Fei, a shiver ran through him, the previous fear resurfacing. Qiansen proudly looked at Han Fei. "See, this is Senior Meng Qing. Now kneel down and apologize, maybe you'll suffer a bit less later." Zhang Su swaggered and sneered, "Senior Meng Qing, this guy is too arrogant, you must teach him a harsh lesson." Meng Qing backhanded a slap on Zhang Su's face, sending him flying. Everyone was shocked, their mouths agape. Qiansen's eyes widened. "Senior Meng Qing, you hit the wrong person." Meng Qing kicked Qiansen to the ground angrily, saying, "I meant to hit you two jerks." Everyone on the scene was confused. Wasn't Meng Qing brought in by Qiansen to help? Why did he turn against Qiansen? Just as everyone was puzzled, Meng Qing did something that shocked everyone again. He walked up to Han Fei, bent over and said, "I'm terribly sorry, I didn't know he was targeting you, otherwise I wouldn't have dared to come even if I had 100 times the courage." Han Fei, upon seeing Meng Qing, finally remembered who he was. "Since you know this guy, just take him away and teach him a lesson yourself." Meng Qing nodded and bowed repeatedly, saying, "Yes, yes, if he dares to provoke me, I'll surely teach him a lesson." After saying this, Meng Qing turned to face Qiansen, his expression instantly turning cold and severe. Qiansen, terrified, turned pale and said, "Senior Meng Qing, what is actually going on?" Meng Qing snorted coldly and said, "This is someone even I cannot afford to provoke. How dare you provoke him? You're really seeking death." After saying this, Meng Qing dragged Qiansen away, leaving him completely disheveled. Jiang Su was even more frightened, his face pale, trembling uncontrollably. Lu Yu, witnessing the scene, was utterly incredulous. "Impossible, how could this be? Han Fei, you are truly amazing, even a senior respects you so much." A classmate excitedly said, "From now on no one in our class will dare to bully us. Isn't Han Fei just too cool?" A girl looked at Han Fei full of admiration. Han Fei casually said, "Everyone disperse now. From now on train hard and don't provoke others without cause." After saying this, Han Fei walked away. Li Xianya quickly followed him. "Han Fei, I didn't expect even a senior to respect you so much. With you around I can surely do as I please." At Tianhai Martial Arts Academy, right? Dream on, who knows you, Han Fei replied indifferently. Li Xianye pouted, if anyone bullies me, I'll use your name. If you provoke others on your own, you'll certainly get beaten up first. Han Fei looked at Li Xianye and said seriously. Li Xianye huffed, then seemed to remember something important. Becoming serious, Han Fei, come with me. Li Xianye took Han Fei to a secluded place and said, Han Fei, my dad has issued a warrant for you. You killed Chu Xian of the Chu family, and now the Chu family is on the lookout for you. Han Fei replied, I know. My dad said the Chu family is a powerful clan, having killed their young master. If someone reports it, it could spell trouble, Li Xianye anxiously said. Han Fei calmly replied, don't worry, I won't have any problems. Even if the Chu family finds me, I can escape unscathed. Can you really escape unscathed? Li Xianye clearly doubted. Of course I'm going to train now, said Han Fei, turning away to head to the training room. Meanwhile, at the Chu family estate, Chu Tianxiong was sitting at his desk with numerous pieces of information flashing on the screen in front of him. A middle-aged man respectfully said, Master, after we issued the warrant, we received many tips. After verifying, we've identified 3 individuals. The middle-aged man quickly manipulated the communicator and the screen displayed information on 3 people, including Han Fei. Chu Tianxiong looked at the screen, focusing on Han Fei's information. Han Fei, 18 years old, a second-tier martial artist. Chu Tianxiong frowned. Are you sure? Han Fei, from the eastern coastal city, passed the martial artist test of the city's martial artist association. Indeed, he is a second-tier martial artist, the middle-aged man reported. His armor was spotted during a beast-tide attack in the city, captured in photographs, and it matches the armor of the man who killed the young master. You're telling me that the person who killed Xianer was Han Fei? Chu Tianxiong snorted coldly. He's just a second-tier martial artist on paper. How could a second tier possibly kill a seventh tier? Are you joking with me? The middle-aged man's face also slightly changed. Although he found it absurd, the armor indeed looked exactly the same. Master, this is only an analysis based on the armor. It doesn't rule out the possibility that someone else's armor is identical to Han Fei's, the middle-aged man said. Chu Tianxiong stared at Han Fei's information for a long while, then commanded, go and conduct a precise comparison. No two martial artists' armors can be exactly the same, there are always slight differences. If they are identical, then it's definitely the same person. Although he is only a second-tier martial artist, we can't completely rule him out. The middle-aged man replied yes, and left. Chu Tianxiong leaned back in his office chair, his expression grim. No matter who it is, if they killed my son, I will have their life. Meanwhile, in the cultivation room of Tianhai Martial Arts Academy, Han Fei had just sat down to cultivate when his communicator rang several times. The calls were from Haishir, including Tang Jinlong, Wu Tiangang, Luo Jiuxiu, Li Zhengdao, Nangong Wu, and other acquaintances like Baoga. They had all seen the wanted notice and contacted Han Fei to urge him to be cautious. Han Fei confidently assured them that he was fine. For countless martial artists in the eastern part of China, the Chu family was a towering mountain capable of crushing a city with just one of its martial artists. But for Han Fei, pulling out any single trump card from his hand could shatter the Chu family. Han Fei activated his Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, greedily absorbing the vital energy of the cultivation room, which was continuously supplied, unlike the energy in a martial arts gym that needed replenishing. A day later, Han Fei emerged from the cultivation room, having absorbed the energy for a full day, boosting his strength to 120,000. Just as he stepped out, a fighter jet appeared overhead at Tianhai Martial Arts Academy. The jet hovered, its terrifying pressure instantly enveloping the academy, causing a wave of panic among everyone inside. Zhang Hua, the academy's strongest, immediately felt the pressure as he emerged from his office. Seeing the fighter jet, his face darkened instantly. It was a Chu family fighter jet. The jet's hatch slowly opened, and the first to step out was none other than Chu Tianxiong. He stepped through the air, each step rippling through the atmosphere. Seeing Chu Tianxiong, Zhang Hua's face soured, the invisible pressure nearly suffocating him. Not just Zhang Hua, but everyone in the academy close to him felt this overwhelming force, and the weaker their strength, the more unbearable it became. After landing, Chu Tianxiong was followed by 8 martial artists jumping out of the jet, each one a martial emperor powerhouse. Such a terrifying lineup immediately overwhelmed Zhang Hua. Zhang Hua faced Chu Tianxiong, unsure why the head of the Chu family came with such a grand force. Where is Han Fei? Chu Tianxiong asked directly. Zhang Hua replied, I'm not sure of his whereabouts. May I know why? You are looking for Han Fei? Chu Tianxiong snorted coldly. Zhang Hua, you must have seen the wanted notice issued by my Chu family. My son Chu Xian was murdered, and the killer is none other than Han Fei. At this revelation Zhang Hua's expression changed. He knew Han Fei was not just a second-tier martial artist, but he hadn't expected that Han Fei had really killed Chu Xian. With a frosty tone, Chu Tianxiong declared, "A father's vengeance for his son knows no bounds. Today I must make Han Fei pay the price." Zhang Hua calmed himself and responded, "Head of the Chu family, could there be a mistake? Han Fei is only a second-tier martial artist." Chu Tianxiong waved his hand, and a screen projected from his communicator displayed 2 photos of Han Fei wearing battle armor. "There is no mistake. We've made the most precise comparison. The battle armor is identical. As a martial artist yourself, you should know that no 2 warriors' armors are exactly the same." Chu Tianxiong continued coldly, "If I wasn't completely certain, I wouldn't be here demanding his surrender. Let's not waste time. Hand over Han Fei." His voice was not loud, yet everyone within the Tianhai Martial Arts Academy could hear him clearly. Everyone familiar with the name Han Fei was shocked. What had Han Fei done? "Did you see that fighter? It's from the Chu family in the eastern region. I heard that the young master Chu Xin was killed. Could Han Fei be the murderer? Could Han Fei really have killed the young master of the Chu family? Impossible, right?" Liu sneered. "Han Fei, this time I see no one can save you." Li Xuanya was anxious. "What do we do? The Chu family has really come. How will Han Fei deal with this?" Han Fei, having seen the Chu family's fighter, murmured, "They've arrived quite quickly, worthy of the Chu family." Saying this, he walked towards the direction of the fighter. At this moment, Sitamu Shue appeared in front of Zhang Hua and Chu Tianxiong, flanked by Tang Hai and Jiang Tao, and followed by an old man in a long robe. The old man, expressionless and releasing no aura, looked just like an ordinary elderly man. Sitamu Shue spoke up, "Han Fei, you can't take him away." Chu Tianxiong glanced at Sitamu Shue and snorted coldly, "In the eastern region, there's no one the Chu family can't take away." Sitamu Shue replied indifferently, "The Chu family is indeed powerful in the eastern region, but it seems the Situ family does not need to give face to the Chu family, does it?" "The Situ family?" Chu Tianxiong was taken aback. Jiang Tao snorted coldly, "This lady is Sitamu Shue, the beloved pearl of the Situ family head, and the most cherished daughter of the Situ family." Chu Tianxiong's expression changed again. "Are you the famous Sitamu Shue, the pride of heaven?" "Indeed, I am Sitamu Shue," confirmed. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was shocked and his mouth fell open. She is Sitamu Shue from the Situ family." His face turned pale, thinking of any intentions he might have had towards Sitamu Shue earlier, now realizing it was akin to seeking death. Li Xuanya was also extremely surprised, suddenly feeling dwarfed in stature compared to Sitamu Shue, realizing her own status could not compare to that of Sitamu Shue. Chu Tianxiong took a deep breath. Although the Situ family was more powerful than the Chu family, he could not just let the murder of his son go unavenged. Chu Tianxiong said, "Miss Situ, even though your family is stronger than ours, should my son just die in vain?" Sitamu Shue snorted coldly, "Do you as his father not know what kind of person your son was? Would you like to hear why Han Fei killed Chu Xian?" At this moment Han Fei appeared and said bluntly, "Chu Xian deserved to die." "What did you say?" Chu Tianxiong was furious. Han Fei replied, "I am Han Fei. What right do you have to say that my son deserved to die?" Chu Tianxiong's expression turned grim. Han Fei continued, "Chu Xian treated human lives like grass. For his own selfish interests he would dispose of others' lives at will, treating other martial artists as lesser than pigs and dogs, killing them as he pleased. Shouldn't such a man die? In this world, martial artists are the most precious, even a first tier martial artist is a force against exotic beasts. Yet Chu Xian, relying on his status, committed atrocities and killed the innocent. Shouldn't such a person die?" Han Fei's words were forceful. "Nonsense," Chu Tianxiong shouted angrily, dismissing it as mere excuses. "You are deceiving yourself. You know well what kind of person your son was. If he hadn't been spoiled by you, would he have committed such outrageous acts? Would he have been so arrogant? By killing him, I was ridding the people of a menace. You want revenge for him, but what about those who died because of him? Who should they seek revenge from? Should all of the Chu family die?" Han Fei unafraid retorted angrily. Chu Tianxiong's anger surged and an oppressive aura bore down. "Old Pu!" shouted Sitamu Shue. The elder in the long robe, who had been silent and almost invisible until now, suddenly erupted with a powerful aura blocking Chu Tianxiong's oppressive force. Chu Tianxiong was shocked. A late-stage martial emperor, Old Pu said calmly, "Chu clan leader, if what this young man says about Chu Xian is true, then he indeed deserved to die. Such a person, if brought before the martial court, would also be sentenced to death." Chu Tianxiong's face turned unsightly. "So the Situ family is determined to protect him?" Sitamu Shue replied, "Yes, Grinding his teeth in anger, Chu Tianxiang said, "No matter what my son did, no matter how wrong he was, he shouldn't have been killed. The Situ family might protect him for now, but I don't believe you will keep it up forever. I will find an opportunity to avenge my son." Zhang Hua quickly intervened. Clan leader Chu, think this over. Han Fei is not only an 18-year-old second-tier martial artist but also an 18-year-old fourth-tier psychic. Such a prodigy should not be cut down prematurely. Although Chu Tianxiang was shocked by Han Fei's talent, he was even more determined in his intent to kill, thinking that if such a genius were not eliminated, he would become a major threat to the Chu family in the future. Han Fei remained calm, saying, "If you don't want to die, just try." He was full of confidence. Hearing this, Chu Tianxiang was so angered he almost laughed. "I might not know how you managed to kill a 7th-tier martial artist, but do you really think you can kill me? You have never even seen the power of a martial emperor." Zhang Hua quickly tried to smooth things over. Han Fei, say less. Don't provoke the clan leader of the Chu family any further. Han Fei spoke indifferently. "I'm merely warning the Chu family that despite their strength they are not invincible. I can kill a 7th-rank martial artist and I can kill a martial emperor too. If you don't believe it, just try me." Chu Tianxiang burst into laughter and said, Good. How arrogant. I really want to see how you're going to kill a martial emperor." As his words fell, Chu Tianxiang's expression darkened and he turned and stepped into the void, returning to his fighter jet. Standing inside the cabin, Chu Tianxiang looked down at Han Fei. "As long as there is a chance, I will kill you unless you keep hiding in the Tianhai Martial Arts Academy protected by the Situ family. Otherwise you're doomed." After speaking, Chu Tianxiang turned around, entered the cabin and the door closed. The fighter jet then vanished with a whoosh. Sitamushu sighed as she watched the jet disappear, saying, "Han Fei, the power of the Chu family is not something you can contend with. I can't always have Master Pu follow you. The best thing now is to announce that you're joining the Situ family. Once we make it public that you have joined us, Chu Tianxiang wouldn't dare touch you." Zhang Hua also felt this made sense and advised, "Miss Situ's idea is sound. Joining would be all to your benefit." Han Fei smiled faintly. "Do you think I was just boasting earlier? I don't need anyone's help right now, and the Chu family can't do anything to me without significant losses." Master Pu glanced at Han Fei. "I know you're not a mere second-rank martial artist, but even with your capabilities you're still no match for Chu Tianxiang, let alone the others in the Chu family who are even stronger." Han Fei was somewhat surprised to hear this and thought to himself, as expected of a late-stage martial emperor to discern my strength without me releasing any aura. He then said, "Master Pu, thank you for your help today. If the Situ family ever faces an enemy they cannot handle, they can come to me." Tang Hai and Jiang Tao couldn't help but snicker at this. Tang Hai said, "In Longhua, are there really enemies the Situ family can't handle? If they can't handle it, you certainly can't either." Jiang Tao scoffed, "I admit you're impressive, but don't be too arrogant. You still have a long way to go and overconfidence will eventually lead to a great loss." Sitamushu scolded, "Enough from both of you." Jiang Tao and Tang Hai fell silent. Han Fei spoke again, "I'll take my leave now." After saying this, he left. Jiang Tao grumbled discontentedly, he really doesn't know what's good for him. If it hadn't been for Miss today, he would have been dead without a doubt. Sitamushu glared at Jiang Tao, then turned to Master Pu. "Master Pu, he's not a second-rank martial artist? What is his real strength?" Master Pu shook his head. "It's unfathomable, at least a 5th rank or higher." Hearing this, Jiang Tao and Tang Hai gasped in shock, their faces showing disbelief. Sitamushua's eyes widened and her breathing quickened. "How is that possible? A 5th rank martial artist under 20? That has never happened in all of history." "I said at least 5th rank, he might be even stronger," Master Pu emphasized. "That's terrifying," Jiang Tao muttered. Master Pu said, "This person's cultivation speed is so rapid, he must have some secrets we don't know about. With his current rate of growth, becoming a martial emperor before the age of 30 is definitely not a problem." At the age of 30, Emperor Wu was truly unprecedented. Tang Hai gasped in astonishment. Elder Pu spoke seriously, "This is just a conservative estimate. The young lady's judgment is indeed sharp. If we could win over such a formidable genius, the Situ family would undoubtedly grow even stronger." Situ Mushue's lips curled into a smile. "The person I choose is never wrong." On the fighter jet, Chu Tianxiang's expression was extremely grim as he coldly ordered, "Keep a close watch on Tianhai Martial Arts Academy. The moment Han Fei leaves without the protection of the Situ family, notify me immediately. I will personally take his life." A powerful warrior from the Emperor Wu rank nodded in agreement. "Yes." After Han Fei left, he went straight back to his residence and started fishing. "Shaoyi, I want 50 chances to fish for the 5th grade strength pills." Han Fei declared, "I will become Emperor Wu and show Chu Tianxiong what real strength is." Xiaoyi responded, 27,500 points deducted, 10697,507 points remaining. Han Fei began fishing, and within 50 tries he caught 45th grade strength pills. After consuming all of them, his strength increased by 40,000. His power had now reached 160,000 caddies, equivalent to the strength of an 8th rank martial emperor. "Not enough, give me 100 more tries," Han Fei demanded. Xiaoyi replied, 55,000 points deducted, 101,47507 points remaining. Han Fei continued to fish. From 100 tries he caught 88 strength pills. With this his strength increased by 88,000, bringing his total strength to 248,000. This level of power was almost at the limit of a 9th rank martial saint, which is 2499999. With a smirk, Han Fei said, "A 9th rank martial saint now, just a step away from Emperor Wu. Chu Tianxiong is a mid-stage Emperor Wu, but I'll advance to late-stage Emperor Wu." "Xiaoyi, another 100 tries," Han Fei ordered. Xiaoyi deducted another 55,000 points, leaving 959,750 points remaining. This time Han Fei caught 95th grade strength pills. His strength soared to 338,000. The power limit for a mid-stage 11th rank Emperor Wu was 349,999, and Han Fei had now reached mid-stage Emperor Wu. His power was definitely higher than Chu Tianxiong's. "Even with my current level of mid-stage Emperor Wu plus other auxiliary enhancements, I can far surpass late-stage Emperor Wu, enough to slay Chu Tianxiong." Han Fei confidently laughed. "Xiaoyi, I want speed pills." "Now, start with 20 tries," he said. Xiaoyi deducted 22,000 points, leaving 937,750 points remaining. Han Fei started fishing again, and from 20 tries he caught 15 speed pills. His speed increased from 54 to 69. The speed limit for late-stage Emperor Wu was 70, meaning Han Fei's speed was unrivaled among Emperor Wu's. "Chu Tianxiong, I'm waiting for you to come and kill me," Han Fei said with a slight smile, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Looking at his remaining points, Han Fei reflected, boosting strength really burns through points quickly. At this rate it won't be long before I need to hunt exotic beasts for money again. Inside Sitamushua's residence, she was operating a communicator where the screen displayed a distinguished middle-aged man. With a whiny tone, Sitamushua spoke, "Dear Dad, please could you send a martial emperor over? Master Pu has already said that Han Fei is definitely a prodigy. An 18-year-old at the 5th rank of martial mastery. You know this is an unprecedented and terrifying existence. Such talent is hard to find even with a lantern. Should we let the Chu family end him prematurely?" The stalwart middle-aged man on the screen was none other than Sitamushua's father, Situ Nanfeng, the current head of the Situ family. Situ Nanfeng had already learned about Han Fei from Master Pu, and he too was astonished by the fact that Han Fei was an 18-year-old 5th rank martial master, possibly even beyond that rank. He realized that if word got out, countless powers would try to woo Han Fei, and the nation would spare no effort to provide him with endless benefits for his cultivation. By then, it might not even involve the Situ family anymore. Because Han Fei was so outstanding, it was indeed difficult for the Situ family to win him over, and the nation would undoubtedly present significant resistance. Even with the power of the Situ family, it was far from comparable to the might of the Dragon Nation. Seeing how diligently Sitamushua was working for Han Fei, Situ Nanfeng's expression grew profound. "Do you really like Han Fei?" he asked. Sitamushua's cheeks turned slightly red and she nodded, making an affirmative sound. Situ Nanfeng spoke with a hint of exasperation. "It's true what they say, daughters grow up in a way. You're only 18, but now is not the time to discuss this. Anyway, I won't marry anyone but Han Fei." Sitamushua interrupted firmly. Situ Nanfeng was momentarily speechless. Although Han Fei was not born into a powerful or wealthy family, his talent indeed qualified him to be a son-in-law of the Situ family. "All right, if I don't agree, I guess my ears will never hear the end of it. I'll arrange for a mid-stage martial emperor to secretly protect Han Fei," Situ Nanfeng said with a reluctant smile. "Thanks, Dad, love you," Sitamushua exclaimed joyfully. "Don't give me that." Situ Nanfeng laughed, slightly annoyed. After the conversation, Sitamushua turned off the communicator and breathed a sigh of relief. With a mid-stage martial emperor protecting him, Chu Tianxiong would definitely not be able to harm Han Fei. Meanwhile, in Han Fei's cultivation chamber, he was using his psychic power to manipulate both the Thunder Blade and the Goldfish Sword, mastering the skill of handling 2 weapons at once. "If I want to use multiple weapons, I need the right ones," Han Fei murmured as he stroked his chin. "Xiaoyi, I need weapons suitable for a psychic master. What would the cost be for those?" What level do you need? Xiaoyi asked. Let's start with high-level combat weapons. Han Fei responded. If you're looking for multi-use weapons, there are different quantities available, 3, 6, 9, 12, 16, 21. Given your current capability, I suggest choosing 6, Xiaoyi advised. Han Fei agreed, realizing that being able to manipulate 6 items was already quite an achievement, especially since multi-use weapons were extremely expensive. He decided to give it a try once he made some financial gains. How many points are needed to choose 6 items? Han Fei asked. Xiaoyi replied, 2,000 points each time and 200 for the bait. It's not cheap. Han Fei frowned slightly and replied, alright, let me try 5 times. Gritting his teeth, Han Fei made his decision. Xiaoyi deducted 11,000 points, leaving Han Fei with 926750 points remaining. Han Fei began fishing. Out of 5 attempts, 3 were successful. He managed to land the fish on 3 occasions, though 2 escaped. When the fish were successfully brought ashore, they transformed into 6 weapons resembling enlarged shurikens. Han Fei held them in his hands and information transmitted to him instantly. Celestial Shuttle, a high-level combat weapon specially designed for psychic warriors. Excited, Han Fei activated 2 of the celestial shuttles. They moved through the air with incredible agility, proving to be much more effective than the goldfish swords. Not bad at all. Fits perfectly in hand. Han Fei mused, highly satisfied with the weapons. With only these few points left, it's time to hunt exotic beasts outside. It's also an opportunity to make a move for the Chu family. With my current strength, I can definitely hunt the Sea Clan beasts, which are more valuable than the terrestrial ones. As Han Fei was about to leave his residence, he saw Sitomu Shui about to knock on his door. Are you looking for me? Han Fei asked, puzzled. Sitomu Shui retorted, who else would I be looking for if not you? What realm are you at now? Master Pu said you are at least a 5th order martial artist. Han Fei replied, then I guess I'm a 5th order martial artist. I have to leave the academy now, excuse me. Sitomu Shui's expression changed. It's very dangerous for you to leave the academy right now. The Chu family is definitely watching you. Wait a bit longer. Wait, Han Fei echoed. Sitomu Shui explained, I've asked a martial emperor from the Situ family to protect you. He's on his way. Once he arrives, you'll be safe wherever you go. Han Fei smiled. No need, I don't need anyone's protection. Frustrated, Sitomu Shui exclaimed, why won't you listen? I'm doing this for your safety. You might be strong now, but you're not Chu Tianxiong's match. Han Fei reassured her with a smile. Don't worry, I said I'll be fine. With that he left. Sitomu Shui stomped her foot in frustration. As Han Fei left the Tianhai Martial Arts Academy, he noticed eyes already on him. His psychic senses quickly detected someone watching him, but it wasn't Chu Tianxiong, so he didn't alert the watcher. Han Fei headed straight for the seaside. Behind him, a martial emperor from the Chu family watched him head towards the coast and scoffed, daring to hunt Sea Clan beasts. He's seeking death. Immediately, this Chu family martial emperor sent a message to Chu Tianxiong. Upon receiving the message, Chu Tianxiong smirked. Seems you really aren't afraid of death, daring to leave Tianhai Martial Arts Academy so soon. Let's see who can save you this time. Chu Tianxiong quickly boarded a combat aircraft and left the Chu residence. Han Fei continued to slay exotic beasts along his way, sparing not even the first-order beasts. About an hour later, he arrived at a coastal area abundant in amphibious beasts, capable of fighting both in the sea and on land. Just as Han Fei was fervently hunting the strange beasts, the Chu family's fighter jet appeared in his vicinity. Hovering in mid-air, the jet's hatch opened, and the voice of Chu Tianxiong echoed, Han Fei, this time I'd like to see who can save you. With these words, Chu Tianxiong emerged from the cabin. His entire being radiated an overwhelming martial emperor's might, causing the nearby beasts to cower in terror, howling fearfully on the ground. Han Fei looked up at the imposing Chu Tianxiong, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he muttered to himself, I've been waiting for you. A middle-aged man, also of martial emperor realm, appeared beside Chu Tianxiong and said, Patriarch, there is no need for you to personally deal with this trash. Allow me to crush him. Chu Tianxiong responded coldly, I want to crush him personally to avenge my son. Step by step, Chu Tianxiong advanced towards Han Fei, continuously releasing his martial emperor's pressure, attempting to suppress Han Fei. However, Han Fei remained unmoved, his body showing no sign of change. Chu Tianxiong's brow furrowed slightly. He can easily resist my martial emperor's pressure? Just as Chu Tianxiong was pondering this, another fighter jet suddenly appeared. The hatch opened and a voice rang out, Patriarch Chu, you cannot touch Han Fei. Chu Tianxiong's face shifted slightly. The jet bore the emblem of an eagle, a symbol that any somewhat knowledgeable martial artist within the Dragon Nation would recognize as belonging uniquely to the Situ family. The Situ family, Chu Tianxiong had not expected their intervention. Boom! The next second, a terrifying aura burst from the jet, shocking Chu Tianxiong. It was a late-stage martial emperor, a middle-aged man with an erect pompadour, handsome features, clad in purple armor and a white cape, exuding a fearsome presence, stepped out from the jet. The Chu family's martial emperor recognized him immediately. It was Su Tianxiong of the Situ family, who had reached the martial emperor realm at the age of 50. Seeing Su Tianxiong, Chu Tianxiong was even more surprised. Su Tianxiong was a renowned name in Dragon Nation, who at 50 became a martial emperor, was heavily recruited by the Situ family and was provided with substantial resources for his cultivation. It was said that Su Tianxiong would most likely step into the true martial level before he turned 60. The gap between the late-stage martial emperor and the true martial level was an insurmountable mountain that countless martial emperors failed to cross in their lifetimes. Everything beneath the true martial level was considered insignificant. Anyone with the potential to reach the true martial level was considered a treasure of this world, and every powerful force would try everything to win them over. And now, such a formidable being like Su Tianxiong had come to protect Han Fei. Chu Tianxiong was utterly baffled. Chu Tianxiong looked at Su Tianxiong with such a status. You actually came here under the Situ family's orders to protect Han Fei? Su Tianxiong glanced at Han Fei, then fixed his gaze on Chu Tianxiong and said, I find this young fellow quite interesting. I volunteered to come, not by the family head's command. Today with me here, it's best for you, Patriarch Chu. To return home. Chu Tianxiong clenched his fists with an ugly expression on his face, saying, it seems the Situ family is determined to protect this boy, huh? Su Tianxiong nodded slightly, replying, indeed. Chu Tianxiong knew that he stood no chance against Su Tianxiong in killing Han Fei, but he was far from resigned, glaring at Han Fei venomously. I don't believe you'll always have someone to protect you. And don't think this is all I'm capable of. I will not let this go easily. After saying this, Chu Tianxiong boarded his fighter jet, which swiftly disappeared with a whoosh. Han Fei bowed with clasped hands, expressing his thanks. Thank you, Senior. Su Tianxiong stepped through the void to stand before Han Fei, and suddenly a terrifying pressure enveloped Han Fei. His body initially sank, then straightened up, facing Su Tianxiong's formidable aura without showing any signs of distress. Han Fei spoke calmly, Senior, have you tested me enough? Su Tianxiong frowned, his eyes filled with disbelief, and before he could say more, Han Fei cut him off. Please do not spread word of this. Su Tianxiong gasped in shock. A martial emperor in his late teens is like a dream. It's already incredible for someone to reach the early stages of martial emperor before 50-inch, but to achieve late-stage martial emperor at 18, how is this possible? Even if one started cultivating from the womb and was fed resources from that time, it wouldn't be feasible. Su Tianxiong could only conclude that Han Fei was beyond what could be described as a normal human being. After taking a deep breath, Su Tianxiong chuckled wryly. It seems I've been meddling unnecessarily. I guess you were planning to counter-kill Chu Tianxiong just now. Han Fei simply replied, exactly. Su Tianxiong continued, even if you had killed Chu Tianxiong, it wouldn't solve the problem. It would only bring more trouble, as the Chu family has true martial level experts. I know, Han Fei said coolly. Aren't you afraid? If a true martial level expert comes, he will have to die too, Han Fei stated calmly, yet with striking confidence. Su Tianxiong looked at Han Fei anew, now completely unable to read him. Could it be that Han Fei's strength was beyond the late martial emperor stage? Impossible. An 18-year-old true martial level expert was utterly inconceivable. Su Tianxiong smiled. Since you are capable of such feats, I need not waste more time here. I shall return home. With that, Su Tianxiong boarded his fighter jet and left. Sitting inside the jet, Su Tianxiong's mind was still unsettled. A late-stage martial emperor at 18, too terrifying, too fantastical. He didn't even know how he would explain this to Situ Nanfeng. Watching Su Tianxiong leave, Han Fei sighed lightly. It seems the counter-killing plan failed. I'll have to focus on slaying the strange beasts for now, he murmured, continuing his hunt without sparing any beast. Back at the Chu residence, Chu Tianxiong emerged from his fighter jet, his anger unabated. Upon seeing him, his wife Li Lin frowned slightly and asked, is Han Fei dead? Chu Tianxiong sat down and slammed his cup onto the table furiously. Damn it! Just as Han Fei was about to be killed, the Situ family sent Su Tianxiong to stop it. What? Su Tianxiong? Li Lin's face changed. It seems the Situ family is determined to protect that young man, but my son Xian cannot die in vain. This revenge must be taken. At that moment, a young man clad in golden armor approached, his face chiseled and strikingly handsome, bearing a resemblance to Chu Tianxiong. This man was Chu Long, the second son of Chu Tianxiong. Chu Long said coldly. Since we can't kill Han Fei now, let's start with the people around him. I don't believe the Situ family will protect everyone close to Han Fei. Hearing this, Li Lin immediately agreed. Right, we start with his associates. He killed my son, causing me pain, so I will make him suffer the loss of his loved ones. Chu Long sneered. If Han Fei cares about them, then let him take his own life. Chu Tianxiang laughed. Great idea. Gather all the information on Han Fei now, his family, his friends, everyone he cares about. At the seaside, Han Fei had fought his way there, clearing out all the nearby beasts. He stood by the sea looking out over the vast expanse, then leaped forward, plunging into the ocean. Normally, warriors experience significant limitations in the sea with their combat power reduced by at least 20%, but sea creatures thrive underwater. Thus, warriors do not usually enter underwater battles with sea creatures. However, Han Fei was different. His armor allowed him to ignore the hindrances of water, just as on land. Moreover, with his current strength reaching the late stage of Martial Emperor, the sea creatures posed no threat to him. Upon entering the sea, his eyes lit up like lamps, emitting beams of light that could reach far distances. His mental power spread out, allowing him to clearly grasp the situation within hundreds of meters. Shortly after entering the sea, some sea creatures spotted Han Fei. Two enormous saber-toothed sharks with fierce expressions rapidly swam towards him. Han Fei struck with his fists, instantly exploding the heads of the two sharks, their blood staining the sea red. Han Fei knew all too well what blood in the water meant. It was an attractant capable of drawing countless sea creatures instantly. Sure enough, within 30 seconds Han Fei sensed dozens of beasts rushing towards him. This would be a lucrative bounty. Han Fei laughed, then moved swiftly through the water, blood blossoming in the sea as one sea creature after another was annihilated. The blood attracted even more creatures. This is one of the reasons why fighting in the sea is extremely dangerous for warriors. Once blood appears, it means an endless number of beasts will swarm, and the more blood there is, the more creatures will appear, eventually overwhelming the warrior. Bloodthirsty beasts in groups continuously attacked, but Han Fei welcomed them all. In less than half an hour, Han Fei had slain over 100 sea creatures, including more than 20 of the 6th tier. Rare sea creatures are seldom hunted and rarely come ashore, spending most of their time cultivating in the ocean, which is why they are generally quite powerful. Han Fei analyzed that as he continued forward, heading deeper into the sea and towards the ocean floor, he should encounter even stronger sea creatures. Han Fei kept moving deeper into the sea, encountering and hunting several beasts along the way. As he ventured further into the deep sea, the creatures he encountered grew larger. Massive whale-like beasts were as big as submarines. There were also creatures as large as houses, turtles, crabs, and shrimps. These creatures were highly aggressive. Their enormous claws could instantly sever a warrior in half. Such gigantic king crabs and Australian dragons, how much would they sell for back on Earth? Han Fei mused as he looked at the crab and shrimp beasts he had hunted. While Han Fei was reflecting, he suddenly sensed a powerful presence rapidly approaching him. His gaze fixed on the depths of the ocean, where it was pitch black, but soon a huge and long beast burst forth. This beast had a body like a dragon and a turtle. Han Fei quickly filtered the information in his mind. Dragon turtle. Han Fei stared at the creature before him, a remarkably powerful type of beast. The numbers on Han Fei's battle armor's eye display jumped. Strength 268029, inch speed 58 meters per second, a Martial Emperor level dragon turtle. Han Fei became excited. He hadn't expected to encounter such a powerful beast at this level of the deep sea. The dragon turtle roared, opening its huge mouth and lunging at Han Fei, who met its attack head-on, swinging his fist powerfully down on it. Boom! A massive impact struck the head of the dragon turtle, cracking its skull. The dragon turtle had never imagined that in its domain it could be nearly blasted apart by a single punch from a warrior. Before the dragon turtle could recover, Han Fei struck again. This creature's defense was quite strong. It hadn't been shattered by a single punch. Han Fei threw another punch, hitting the dragon turtle's head, and this time, the other side of its head exploded, Han Fei's power piercing right through its skull. The body of the dragon turtle drifted in the sea, dead beyond doubt. Han Fei collected the body of the dragon turtle, wishing for more Martial Emperor level beasts like this one. Han Fei continued deeper into the ocean floor, encountering increasingly stronger beasts. Wherever Han Fei went, the beasts were doomed. He kept moving forward and unknowingly reached another part of the sea where he found the creatures were generally stronger than before. Most were 7th or 8th rank beasts, and he even encountered several 9th rank ones. There might even be beasts beyond the Martial Emperor level here, Han Fei thought. If he encountered a beast surpassing the Martial Emperor level, he did not plan to fight, it was completely unnecessary, a kind of loss outweighing the gain. One punch kill and invincible boxing gloves were rare moves, definitely not to be used carelessly. Just then a huge tentacle surged from the ocean floor heading straight for Han Fei. Han Fei swiftly dodged, and from the data transmitted by his armor's visor he was certain that he was facing a late-stage martial emperor level beast, and it was a type of octopus creature. After dodging in attack, 6 or 7 tentacles swiftly struck towards Han Fei. As he agilely dodged, his body plunged towards the seabed. To deal with this octopus creature he needed to target its head, SSSSH. However, just as he made his move, the 8 tentacles suddenly discharged electricity. As soon as the electricity appeared, all the beasts within 100 meters were immobilized, floating in the sea, yet Han Fei remained unharmed. His armor had completely blocked the electrical attack. A normal armor would have been destroyed. Han Fei felt a chill thinking about it. Creatures in the sea with the ability to discharge electricity were nearly invincible. Unfortunately, they had now encountered Han Fei. Han Fei had spotted a massive head like a reef on the seabed with 8 tentacles twisting towards him and discharging electricity. Han Fei scoffed, "Take my punch." With a punch, Han Fei struck the large head of the octopus beast. With a sound of puff, the head of the octopus beast exploded, and its ferocious tentacles immediately drooped down. Motionless, Han Fei quickly collected the octopus beast. Just this one creature would exchange for a substantial amount of points. Now that he had encountered a late-stage martial emperor beast, venturing deeper might bring about the appearance of true martial level beasts. Facing a true martial level beast he was sure to lose without employing special measures, which would be too costly. After collecting the octopus beast, Han Fei began to ponder, then he continued to search in the sea area, not venturing further, and slaughtered all the beasts he encountered. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the sea within the pitch darkness, a blood-red giant eye suddenly opened. At this moment, Han Fei had already burst out of the water and landed on the shore. "This has been quite a haul. Shall we convert everything? How many points can we get?" Han Fei asked after reaching the shore. "Shall we? Let me calculate, please wait a moment." After a short while, Shao Yi spoke. "All beasts exchanged for 36 million points." Han Fei's eyes lit up. "Indeed, much more than last time." Shao Yi, total points 4526750. Han Fei's lips curled up. Over 4.5 million points. It's time to splurge a bit. Let's head back to school. Han Fei headed straight for the school. Just then, a huge wave suddenly rose from the sea surface and the water churned as if boiling. A gigantic head emerged from the sea. It was an AO. Just the head was as big as a building, and its entire back gradually surfaced, resembling an island. "Detestable humans." The AO actually spoke. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Chu Long sat in an extremely luxurious room, holding a cup of coffee and elegantly sipping it as he faced the floor-to-ceiling windows. Behind him, a man in white armor reported respectfully, "Second young master, we have completed the investigation. Han Fei currently has no relatives. He does have a few good friends, including a close buddy named Li Tao, as well as 2 other friends, Zheng Quan and Nangong Jing." Chu Long took a sip of coffee and said indifferently, "Then go and capture them. After that, contact Han Fei to ask whether he wants them dead or alive." The man in white armor nodded and said yes. He then departed. Chu Long's lips curved into a smile. Competing against the Chu family, even if the Situ family protects him, what can they do? It's simple for the Chu family to want someone dead in the eastern China region. Situ Nanfeng was puzzled as he watched Su Tianxiang walk into his study and casually sit on the sofa. "Old Su, didn't you go to find Han Fei? How come you're back so soon?" Situ Nanfeng asked in confusion. Su Tianxiang gave a wry smile and said, "The Chu family won't make a move against Han Fei for now, so I came back." Situ Nanfeng annoyed replied, "You eagerly volunteered to protect Han Fei, and now that the Chu family isn't making a move, you just run back here. What if something happens to Han Fei? Do you think Mu Shue won't be anxious?" Su Tianxiang laughed heartily and said, "Don't worry, that young man won't have any issues. You all don't need to worry too much. I'm going to cultivate now. This time I plan to enter secluded cultivation to break through to the true martial level, or at least make it halfway there." Surprised, Situ Nanfeng asked, "You feel ready? Were you stimulated by something?" Su Tianxiang just smiled wryly, not waiting for Situ Nanfeng to say more, and left. Situ Nanfeng looked baffled. Stimulated? By whom? Han Fei. Just then Situ Nanfeng's communicator rang. Upon answering, Situ Mushue's displeased face appeared. Situ Nanfeng chuckled. "What's with that expression? Who has upset you?" Mushue replied irritably, "It's Uncle Su. He promised to protect Han Fei, and now he's already gone back." I'll have to settle this with him when I return. Situ Nanfong responded with a helpless smile. Your Uncle Su is going into secluded cultivation to reach the true martial level, so he had to come back. If you're worried, I can send someone else to protect Han Fei. Mu Shue huffed. That would be better. Situ Nanfong felt a bit jealous and said, when are you coming back to see me and your mom? It's like you've forgotten us, only thinking about your sweetheart. Who said I've forgotten? School hasn't let out yet. I'll come back during the holidays. I'm hanging up now. Han Fei seems to have returned, Mu Shue said, and then turned off the communicator. Situ Nanfong sighed. This child. Just as Han Fei was about to enter his room, Situ Mu Shue came out of her own house. Han Fei, are you all right? Han Fei smiled lightly. I'm fine, thanks for having someone help me. Mu Shue laughed. Why are you being so formal with me? Although Uncle Su went back, my dad said he would still send someone to protect you. Don't worry. Han Fei gave a bitter smile and said, Miss Situ, why are you being so formal with me? Just call me Mu Shue. Mu Shue looked dissatisfied. Han Fei paused, then said, Mu Shue, I really don't need protection. Please tell the head of the Situ family not to send anyone anymore. Situ Mu Shue warned, the Chu family won't let you off easily. Han Fei looked at Situ Mu Shue seriously and said, don't worry, I'm not joking with my life. I'm going to cultivate now, we'll talk later. After saying that, Han Fei entered his room. Situ Mu Shue snorted, what an arrogant fellow. Han Fei then went into the cultivation chamber and entered the system space. Han Fei said, Shaoyi, I want to fish for the six-hearted multi-use rune 3 times. Shaoyi replied, one attempt costs 66,000, so 3 times will deduct 198,000 points, leaving you with 432,8750 points. Han Fei began fishing. He only had 3 chances with a 1.5 likelihood of success per attempt. Fishing with extreme caution due to the high cost, Han Fei focused intensely until the bait was completely dissolved. He failed to catch anything on the first 2 attempts and was now nervous about his last chance. 2 minutes after casting his line the final time, the float made a strong dip and Han Fei immediately lifted the rod. Fish on. Overjoyed, Han Fei carefully reeled in the fish and it transformed into the six-hearted multi-use talisman. The money was well spent, Han Fei exclaimed, using it without hesitation. With a thought, 6 celestial shuttles appeared. He manipulated the shuttles with ease. Now it's time to enhance my spiritual power to reach the 12th level of the Martial Emperor so I can easily defeat my opponents, Han Fei said with a smile. Han Fei then requested, Shaoyi, I want to fish for the Heavenly Soul Pill. Shaoyi asked, what grade of Heavenly Soul Pill do you want? There's the superior one that can enhance your spiritual power by 1 level per pill, costing 100,000 points each. Attempt plus 10,000 for the bait, and there's also the ordinary one that slowly enhances your spiritual power. That would be 110,000 per attempt. So, I need to consume 8 superior Heavenly Soul Pills to become a 12th level Martial Emperor Spirit Master. Feeling wealthy, Han Fei declared, give me 10 tries. After deducting 1.1 million points, leaving him with 322,8750 points, Han Fei began to fish again. Out of 10 casts, he caught 6 fish, obtaining 6 superior Heavenly Soul Pills. 2 more tries, Han Fei requested. After deducting 220,000 points, leaving 300,8750 points, he cast again and succeeded on the second attempt. One more time, he said. Another 110,000 points were deducted, leaving him with 289,8750 points. After 5 minutes, the float dipped sharply and Han Fei lifted the rod, catching the fish. He laughed heartily, finally succeeded. Eating the last superior Heavenly Soul Pill, his spiritual power instantly upgraded to the 12th level, turning him into a 12th level Martial Emperor Spirit Master. Being at the 12th level really is different. I can sense the fluctuations in the air several kilometers away, Han Fei said excitedly, his spiritual power having reached such a level. Can I surpass the six-hearted multi-use now? With another thought, he also activated the goldfish sword alongside the celestial shuttles. Indeed, it seems that I still need to check the number of true and false heavenly spirit shuttles. Getting 3 more shouldn't be a problem, Han Fei thought to himself, and then said, Shaoyi, I want to fish for 3 heavenly spirit shuttles. Shaoyi replied, 1,000 points per attempt, bait costs 100, let's go for 5 times, Han Fei said. Shaoyi, 5,500 points deducted, leaving a balance of 289,3250 points. Han Fei continued fishing. Out of the 5 attempts, he succeeded 4 times, obtaining 4 heavenly spirit shuttles. Han Fei tried to activate 8 heavenly spirit shuttles and succeeded, but failed when he tried to activate 9. It seems that he could only manage 8 heavenly spirit shuttles for now. Han Fei felt somewhat helpless. Just then, Han Fei's communicator suddenly rang. A message came through. Upon opening it, a chill burst forth. The message read: Li Tao, Zhang Quan and Nangong Jing are all in the hands of the Chu family. If you don't want the three of them to die, then let Han Fei come to the Chu family to face death. The Chu family? It's you who are forcing me to destroy you. Han Fei's killing intent grew even stronger. Han Fei left his residence and headed straight for the Chu family. Inside the Chu family estate, Li Tao, Zhang Quan and Nangong Jing were in prison and kneeling on the ground, while Chu Long sat in a chair looking arrogantly at the three. Han Fei killed my third brother, and now the Situ family wants to protect him. So, I can only inconvenience you for now. If Han Fei comes, you will be safe. If Han Fei doesn't come, then you'll have to die for him. It all depends on whether Han Fei truly sees you as brothers, Chu Long said indifferently. Li Tao knew that Han Fei had killed Chu Xian, but he didn't expect it to affect him. Nangong Jing, afraid, said, Young Master Chu, I'm not close to Han Fei. Before he and I were sworn enemies. If it weren't for his exceptional talent that I wanted to curry favor with, why would I associate with him? Please show mercy and let me go, Li Tao angrily said. Nangong Jing, you fool, even now you clean your hands of this truly shameless. Nangong Jing retorted coldly, I'm just speaking the truth. If it weren't for Han Fei's remarkable talent, do you think I would be his lackey? Now that he has offended the Chu family, he's on a path to death and I don't want to die with him. Zhang Quan also angrily said, Nangong Jing, you fool. Nangong Jing ignored Zhang Quan and Li Tao's anger, crawling on his knees to Chu Long. Young Master Chu, please have mercy, I really don't know Han Fei well. If you let me go, I'll be your loyal servant. Li Tao scorned Nangong Jing. You're truly a disgrace, not a shred of integrity. Nangong Jing coldly huffed, I just want to live, what's wrong with that? If you want to die, go ahead. Chu Long chuckled coldly, what a dog-eat-dog show. He kicked Nangong Jing away. You trash, you don't even qualify to be my servant, betraying friends at a critical moment. You're even less worthy to serve me. Terrified, Nangong Jing knelt and kowtowed. Young Master Chu, please have mercy, I really don't want to die. Whether you can live, that all depends on whether Han Fei will come. If he does, you all will be fine. Chu Long sneered. Now is the time to test Han Fei, Li Tao retorted with a snort. I actually hope Han Fei doesn't come. Let him grow stronger and then he can avenge us, wiping out your Chu family in one fell swoop. Chu Long's face darkened. Such tough talk. Smash his mouth for me. Immediately a man beside him grabbed Li Tao's cheeks and started slapping him hard across the face. After a dozen slaps, blood was oozing from Li Tao's nose, mouth and ears. Li Tao's face was completely swollen, his teeth knocked out, unable to speak at all. Zhang Quan was shocked by the scene, while Nangong Jing trembled with a pale face. Chu Long glanced at the time and said indifferently, it's been an hour since the message was sent out. From Tianhai City to Huazhong City, the fastest is 2 hours. If Han Fei doesn't show up within 3 hours, you'll only be collecting their corpses. He ordered, hang them up high, let Han Fei see them the moment he arrives. Ha! His men immediately dragged Li Tao, Nangong Jing and Zhang Quan away. Nangong Jing angrily lamented, I'm so unlucky to have followed you. Now Han Fei is going to get us killed. Han Fei, aren't you capable? Why aren't you here yet? The three were hung at a height of several meters. A fall from there would mean certain death even for a first-level martial artist. Li Lin approached Chu Long, looked up at the three men dangling in the air and snorted, when will Han Fei come? Not sure, but he has 2 more hours. If he doesn't show up by then, we'll drop one, Chu Long said coldly. Li Lin replied grimly, he dared to kill Xiener. I want his suffering to be even greater. If he doesn't die, this is just the beginning, Chu Long declared coldly. This also serves as a message to everyone in the East China region. Anyone who opposes the Chu family will meet a dire fate. At that moment, Han Fei, clad in battle armor, turned into a streak of light in the sky heading towards the Chu family. It would take him 2.5 hours to reach from Tianhai Martial Arts Academy even at full speed, and he absolutely couldn't use U-408. It must not be exposed or it would attract too much trouble. As 2 hours passed, Chu Long glanced at the time again, 1 hour remaining. He looked up at the 3 men suspended in the air and sneered, Han Fei, you don't have much time left. Chu Tianxiang stepped out from the villa, looked up at the 3 dangling men with a cold expression. Han Fei hasn't come yet. Perhaps he doesn't care about them after all. Chu Long chuckled, if Han Fei abandons them, they lose all their value and might as well be dead. Chu Tianxiang sat down, thinking that by hiding, Han Fei thought the Chu family couldn't touch him, unless he never leaves Tianhai Martial Arts Academy and is always protected. Li Lin snorted, as long as Han Fei lives, Xiener cannot rest in peace. Hanging in midair, Nangong Jing angrily shouted, I thought being with Han Fei would mean having a strong backer, but it turns out that fool got us killed. When will that fool come? Li Tao, visibly annoyed, snapped. Why the fuss? If it weren't for this incident, I wouldn't have known you were just a fair-weather friend. Nandong Jing retorted coldly, every man for himself, heaven and earth destroy those who do not strive for themselves. What's wrong with that? Now that Han Fei is facing this great disaster, why should it involve me? Li Tao angrily replied, if I weren't tied up, I'd kill you first. Zhang Quan looked down on him and said, Taozi, why bother talking to such people? I hope Fij doesn't come over. Once he's stronger, he can take down the Chu family and avenge us. Li Tao, looking at the ground, laughed loudly, the Chu family's trash, Han Fei won't come. If you dare kill us, Chu Tianxiong, Chu Long and Li Lin frowned upon hearing Li Tao's words. Chu Long snorted coldly, you wanna die? I'll fulfill your wish. With a wave of his hand, a warrior from the Chu family walked up to the rope binding Li Tao and loosened it. Li Tao laughed and said, Brother Quan, I'm going ahead. In 18 years, I'll be a hero again. Fiji, remember to avenge me, damn these bastards of the Chu family. Before Li Tao finished speaking, he fell towards the ground. Zhang Quan roared, Taozi, wait for me, we'll meet again soon. Nangong Jing scoffed disdainfully, what a way to seek death. Chu Long's lips curled up, facing death and still so defiant. As Li Tao was falling, a figure turned into a streak of light and suddenly appeared, catching him. Li Tao was somewhat startled. Everyone was shocked. This figure was naturally Han Fei. Upon seeing Han Fei, Li Tao was surprised. Fij, Han Fei. Chu Tianxiong, Chu Long and Li Lin were also stunned. Zhang Quan paused. Fij, you can actually traverse the void. Nangong Jing was dumbfounded. Crossing the void required stepping into the realm of Martial Emperor. Could it be that Han Fei had reached the Martial Emperor level? Impossible, thought Li Tao as he looked at Han Fei standing in the air excitedly saying, Fij, you are a Martial Emperor. Han Fei removed his battle armor helmet and said, Taozi, sorry you had to suffer. Li Tao smiled, we're brothers, why say such things? Zhang Quan laughed loudly. Fij, awesome. Nangong Jing coldly snorted, what can a Martial Emperor do? The Chu family has beings beyond a Martial Emperor, his arrival means certain death. Li Tao coldly said, Fij, this Nangong Jing is a turncoat, a real fool. Zhang Quan added, right, just now he was disassociating himself from you, constantly slandering. Such a fool doesn't deserve to be our friend. Han Fei looked at Nangong Jing, whose face changed color, knowing now that Han Fei, a Martial Emperor, could easily kill him. Han Fei simply said, no need to force friendships. With that, he drew out the heavenly spirit shuttle, cut the ropes binding Zhang Quan and Nangong Jing, and using his psychic power, he pulled both of them down to the ground. Chu Tianxiong's face darkened to the extreme. This guy had reached the Martial Emperor level. Moreover, he was also a psychic at only 18. If not eliminated, he would surely become a major threat to the Chu family. Today, since he had come to them, they would make sure he never leaves. Li Lin also realized the terror of Han Fei. An 18-year-old at the Martial Emperor realm was unprecedented and unparalleled. Given more time, Han Fei would undoubtedly reach the true martial level, at which point it would be impossible to kill him. Han Fei paid no heed to Chu Tianxiong and others. In his eyes, they were as good as dead. He said to Li Tao, you go first, I will settle my grudges with the Chu family myself. Li Tao replied, Brother Fei, the Chu family is not easy to deal with. Han Fei smiled faintly, don't worry, I will be fine, you guys go ahead. Zhang Quan said, Taozi, let's go first, otherwise Brother Fei can't fight freely. Li Tao nodded, Brother Fei, be careful and make sure to contact us later. Han Fei nodded with a smile, once I've settled this, we'll all gather together. Zhang Quan and Li Tao nodded, then left the Chu family's place, who did not stop them as their target was Han Fei. Nangong Jing also slipped away, believing in his heart that Han Fei would never return. Han Fei looked at Chu Tianxiong and said, the Chu family is a major family, yet you engage in such despicable and shameless acts. Don't you think this tarnishes the reputation of the Chu family? Oh, I forgot, the Chu family doesn't have a reputation, only infamy. Chu Long furious shouted, Han Fei, do not think that just because you are at the Martial Emperor realm you can be arrogant in my Chu house. Besides martial emperors, we also have true martial level experts. You will undoubtedly die today. Li Lin, filled with hatred, exclaimed, you killed my son, today you must pay with your life. Han Fei coldly replied, Chu Shen deserved death, and you deserve it even more. Chu Tianxiong laughed heartily, stood up, and his battle armor instantly enveloped his body, emitting a powerful aura. Han Fei, I must say you are a monster. To reach such a level at 18, given a bit more time, you would become the most terrifying cultivator in the world. Sadly, today you must die here. Han Fei calmly responded, Chu Tianxiong, you have failed in educating your son and refused to repent, leading the Chu family to destruction. Chu Long coldly said, he's at death's door and still stubborn. Father, why waste words? Just kill him. Chu Tianxiong sneered, Han Fei, even though you've reached the Martial Emperor realm, you can't be arrogant in front of me. There's a huge gap between martial emperors. Han Fei smiled. Is that so? Saying this, Han Fei's aura burst forth, his battle armor completely enveloping his body. Is this the gap you mentioned? The explosion of Han Fei's aura left everyone in the Chu family utterly shocked. His powerful aura far surpassed that of Chu Tianxiong. Chu Tianxiong was immensely shocked. How is this possible? Late-stage martial emperor, you are actually a late-stage martial emperor. Li Lin's eyes widened in terror. Monster, he's simply a monster, Han Fei. Suspended 7 heavenly spirit shuttles in front of him, stepping towards Chu Tianxiong. Did you really think the Chu family could act recklessly in the eastern region? Did you really think you could control me? Han Fei, Li Lin, shocked again, kept swallowing. Such cultivation talent, too terrifying. Is he even human? Chu Tianxiong felt an immense pressure bearing down on him. He had unleashed his aura to its utmost limits, yet he remained suppressed in the presence of Han Fei. Chu Tianxiong, only in the mid-stage of the martial emperor realm, was far from a match for Han Fei. Uncontrollably his body trembled. At that moment 4 figures burst forth from the Chu family estate, each clad in powerful battle armor and emanating the aura of late-stage martial emperors. Despite their strength, fear gripped their hearts upon facing Han Fei. What's going on? We are all late-stage martial emperors. Why can't our combined aura surpass that of this young man? One of the warriors in silver armor exclaimed in shock. Could this young man be not just a late-stage martial emperor, but actually at the true martial level? Suggested another in bronze-colored armor. That's impossible. If he were at the true martial level, he would be even more terrifying. It must be that his strength has reached the pinnacle of the late-stage martial emperor, nearly touching the ultimate limit of this stage. A third, wearing golden armor, responded in astonishment. What kind of monster has our Chu family provoked? Murmured a warrior in white armor, his expression grave. No matter the situation, we must deal with this young man now, or he will become a disaster for our family in the future, the warrior in silver armor said through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. He knew well that if such a prodigy were to reach the true martial level, it would spell catastrophe for the Chu family. Seeing the arrival of the 4 late-stage martial emperor powerhouses, Chu Tianxiong shouted, all of you attack together and capture him. The 4 powerhouses charged at Han Fei without hesitation, unleashing their full power. Their condensed energy blasted towards Han Fei. However, Han Fei remained unmoved, not even sparing them a glance. The terrifying blasts of energy hit him but did not affect him in the slightest. The 4 late-stage martial emperors gasped in shock. Even their strongest attacks couldn't even scratch Han Fei, who possessed the Overlord's sacred body, making him virtually invulnerable at this level, especially protected by his battle armor. Witnessing this, Chu Tianxiong felt a chill in his heart. How is this possible? The attacks of 4 late-stage martial emperors did nothing to him. Xu Long swallowed hard, his face pale, while Li Lin trembled, wondering how Han Fei could be so powerful. Though the Chu family was formidable, with a true martial level powerhouse at its core, the strongest present in the estate were these 4 late-stage martial emperors. Given Han Fei's current performance, it was unlikely that a true martial level expert would appear. The Chu family, a colossal force in East China, was not usually troubled, hence having late-stage martial emperors was deemed sufficient. True martial level experts, not often seen, were mostly secluded in training, aiming for greater breakthroughs, and would not show themselves unless absolutely necessary. Han Fei spoke indifferently. You do not even qualify to tickle me. As he spoke, 4 celestial lances transformed into streaks of light, rushing towards the 4 late-stage martial emperors. The faces of the 4 late-stage martial emperors changed drastically as they felt a terrifying presence emanating from the heavenly spirit shuttle, a presence that threatened their very lives. They attempted to dodge, but the heavenly spirit shuttle was exceedingly fast and relentless, giving them no chance to escape. Their only option was to defend with all their might. Bang, bang, bang. Bang! The sounds of 4 collisions echoed in quick succession, sending all 4 martial emperors flying, causing the villas in the Chu family estate to collapse into ruins. The heavenly spirit shuttle pierced through their battle armors and chests, ending their lives in one fell swoop. Witnessing this, Chu Tianxiong's face turned ashen. Completely panicked, Chu Tianxiong said coldly, don't mess around. My Chu family has a true martial level ancestor. Han Fei replied indifferently, do you think I would dare to come here if I feared your Chu family's true martial level? Even if he comes, he will fall. Li Lin said defiantly. Han Fei, I don't believe you would dare to do this. Do you understand the consequences? Han Fei responded, let's see if I dare. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly spirit shuttle shot straight towards Li Lin. Li Lin was taken aback. Although she was a 9th-rank martial saint, she couldn't withstand Han Fei's attack and was directly pierced by the heavenly spirit shuttle, her body flung dozens of meters away. Chu Tianxiong was horrified, exclaiming, "My lady!" Xu Long roared, "Mother," Han Fei said coldly, "I didn't want to be enemies with the Chu family, but you chose this path yourselves. This is all your own doing." Chu Tianxiong shouted angrily, "You killed my son, shouldn't I seek revenge?" Han Fei replied coldly, "I've said it before, Chu Shen deserved to die, he was worthless. Your Chu family kills innocents, who should those victims seek revenge from? Some people deserve to die and Chu Shen was one of them." Chu Tianxiong clenched his fist, saying, "He was my son, and as his father it is my duty to avenge him." "A father's failure to teach is the father's fault," Han Fei declared. Chu Tianxiong gritted his teeth, "If you kill me, the strong ones of the Chu family will surely destroy you." Han Fei replied nonchalantly, "I'll wait for them. But as for you, you are doomed." With that, Han Fei sent the heavenly spirit shuttle zooming towards Chu Tianxiong and Chu Long. In just a second, both were struck and instantly killed. The people of the Chu family were stunned. The head of the foremost family in the eastern region killed in his own estate? If word of this got out, it would shock the entire martial arts world and all of Dragon Country. After killing Chu Tianxiong and Chu Long, Han Fei no longer lingered. He said coldly, "Tell the Chu family if they wish to seek revenge, they can find me any time. But let them not harm others, or the Chu family will be annihilated." After saying this, Han Fei turned into a beam of light and disappeared from the Chu family estate. It took a moment for the Chu family to recover from the shock, realizing that a major event had occurred, signaling a drastic change for the Chu family. Quickly notify the Chu family branches, inform the true martial level ancestor, the family head has been killed. Someone shouted as they regained their senses. The murder of Chu Tianxiong was a major event, causing turmoil not just in the eastern region but throughout the entire Dragon Country. Meanwhile, as the Chu family descended into chaos, Han Fei had already contacted Li Tao and Zhang Quan, agreeing to meet at a restaurant to drink a few rounds. "Fei Ge, you killed Chu Tianxiong, you're really awesome," Zhang Quan said with disbelief all over his face. Although Li Tao was excited, he was also a bit worried and said, "Fei Ge, I specifically checked, the Chu family has real martial level experts. Although you are already a martial emperor, facing the retaliation from a real martial level, it's..." Han Fei replied indifferently, "Even if a grandmaster level came, I wouldn't be afraid. Don't worry, I have my trump cards. Today let's not talk about anything else. Just brothers gathering together, let's have a good drink." Li Tao and Zhang Quan were incredibly shocked inside. They knew Han Fei very well, he was not one to exaggerate. Since Han Fei said so, he must really have such capabilities. What kind of fortune is this that has made Han Fei so formidable? Li Tao and Zhang Quan did not inquire further. The three brothers just gathered and vowed to drink until they could no more. Meanwhile, as Han Fei and the others were drinking and chatting, the Chu family had already received news that Chu Tianxiong had been killed, but the news was quickly suppressed by the Chu family, forbidding it from spreading. Inside the Chu family's manor, the bodies of Chu Tianxiong, Li Lin, Chu Long and 4 late-stage martial emperors all lay in the hall. In the hall, 4 elders sat, each exuding a tremendous aura that exerted great pressure on everyone else there, even those who were late-stage martial emperors. The Chu family's foundation was indeed very deep. Han Fei had killed 4 late-stage martial emperors, but still 9 late-stage martial emperors were present. These 4 elders were beyond late-stage martial emperors, all being real martial level experts. Even though they were all 1-star real martial level, late-stage martial emperors were mere ants before them. The gap between real martial level and 12-stage martial artists was like that between heaven and earth. The strength of 12-stage martial artists is measured in jin, pounds, but at the real martial level, strength is measured in niu, oxen. 1 niu of strength, if converted to jin, is approximately 500,000 jin. The maximum strength of a late-stage 12-tier martial emperor is 399,999 jin, whereas a 1-star real martial level strength is 500,000 jin. Moreover, each increase in star level adds another 500,000 jin of strength, a suffocating terror. Therefore, before a 1-star real martial level, even the pinnacle of late-stage martial emperors, even if they have reached the martial limits, are still ants. If I don't avenge this, I swear I'm not human. In the hall, there stood a young man who bore some resemblance to Chu Tianxiong. His name was Chu Hao. He was Chu Tianxiong's eldest son and the pride of the eastern region. At the age of 30, he had already become a 5th-tier martial artist, his future seemingly bright. At this moment of pride, he had not expected that his father, mother and 2 younger brothers would be killed in succession, and their killer was just an 18-year-old university student. For the Chu family, this was unbearable. An 18-year-old late-stage martial emperor capable of simultaneously killing 4 of the same realm. What does this indicate? it indicates invincibility at the same level. Hearing Chu Hao's words, the Chu family members present also grew angry. Even though Han Fei is extremely terrifying, they are enemies after all, having killed their family head, which is tantamount to declaring war on the Chu family. No matter how terrifying Han Fei's talent might be, the Chu family must completely suppress him. The Chu family will not stand humiliation. The seated elder with white hair spoke, his tone cold and filled with authority. This person was named Chu Yunhai. The other three present, all one-star true martial level experts, were Chu Yuntian, Chu Yunyan and Chu Yunkuan. All three were strong members of the Chu family's Yin generation. Chu Yuntian said grimly, "It's indeed strange that such a defiant figure has emerged in the Dragon Kingdom without any noise. It's not just about having an 18-year-old martial emperor, even an 18-year-old second-tier martial artist would have caused a huge sensation, yet this person has no fame at all. It seems there is more to this than meets the eye. Have you all investigated this person's background thoroughly?" Chu Yunyan asked. A warrior replied with palpable trepidation, "Respected ancestor, we have investigated. This person has no parents and no relatives. Before the college entrance examination he couldn't even get into any martial arts academy. However, for some unknown reason he suddenly registered as a second-tier martial artist at the High City Martial Artist Association, and very few people know about this. It seems the information was deliberately hidden." Later, the heads of Huadong Martial Arts College and Tianhai Martial Arts College personally went to High City to recruit him, and Han Fei eventually chose Tianhai Martial Arts College. After he killed our third young master, Sita Mushuet, the daughter of the Situ family came forward for him, and even Su Tianxiang was summoned to protect Han Fei. Knowing that we cannot confront Han Fei directly, the family head kidnapped several of Han Fei's friends, which led Han Fei to come here, the warrior reported, then stopped abruptly. Shu Yunkuan analyzed from this, it seems he has always been concealing his strength. If he couldn't even pass the Martial Arts Academy's entrance exam, there are only two possibilities. First, he truly couldn't pass. Second, he was hiding his strength, making others believe he couldn't pass. If it's the first possibility, then how did he become a late-stage martial emperor in such a short amount of time, and unbeatable at his level? Even his mental strength has reached the 12th tier. This is highly illogical, Chu Yuntian stated. Unless he continued, he has obtained some terrifying fortune that allowed him to rapidly become a powerful being, and this state continues to persist. If that's the case, then he is too terrifying. It won't be long before he becomes a true martial level powerhouse. Chu Yuntian's face grew increasingly grim. If we want to kill him, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, and there's even a possibility that he might kill us instead. We must eliminate him before he reaches the true martial level. Chu Yunkuan's face showed a murderous intent. A being with such terrifying potential, if not eliminated early, will be a disaster, Chu Yuntian solemnly said. If Han Fei's identity as a martial emperor is exposed, it will cause an uproar in the Dragon Kingdom, and the nation will inevitably intervene. At that time, our chances of killing Han Fei will be almost impossible. We must find an irrefutable reason to justify our revenge. Becoming a martial emperor in less than a year is a major issue. I've heard rumors of extraterrestrial beings possessing humans. If we declare that Han Fei has been possessed by an extraterrestrial being posing a threat to human safety, we can use this reason to kill Han Fei, and no one will be able to object. Chu Yunkuan spoke coldly. Upon hearing Chu Yunkuan's words, everyone in the Chu family nodded involuntarily, finding the reason compelling enough. The invasion of creatures from beyond this realm was indeed a major event for this world, and there had been rumors of such incidents before. It was said that a martial artist had been possessed by an extraterrestrial creature, which allowed him to advance rapidly in strength, ultimately bringing great peril to the world and causing many to pay a heavy price. Therefore, if such an entity were to appear again, the Dragon Nation would certainly spare no effort to eliminate it, nipping the threat in the bud. This idea was good. If Han Fei could not prove how he managed to advance from a commoner to a late-stage martial emperor within a year, then he must be possessed by an extraterrestrial creature. Chu Tianyun also highly agreed with this plan. Let's start by spreading the news that Chu Tianxiong from our Chu family has been slain by an 18-year-old late-stage martial emperor, Chu Yinyan said coldly. First, let's heat up the issue with Han Fei's leg, then dig up his past and raise doubts, gradually steering his identity toward that of an extraterrestrial creature. This way we can justifiably take action under the pretext of eliminating an extraterrestrial creature. All members of the Chu family nodded in agreement. After meeting with Li Tao and Zhang Quan, Han Fei returned to the Tianhai Martial Arts Academy. Upon his return, instead of going to his residence, he entered the training room to begin his cultivation. although he possessed the means to kill a true martial artist. Strengthening himself was still the most important after all those techniques were only good against one opponent at a time. It was far more reliable and economically sensible to enhance his own power. Han Fei began his immersive training regimen aiming to elevate from a late-stage martial emperor to a true martial level, which required him to reach a strength of 500,000 jin. This was just the basic requirement to reach the true martial level, not to mention that his speed needed to reach 80 meters per second. Additionally, the most crucial aspect was the cultivation of his breathing techniques, which needed to bring about a qualitative leap, a transformation in his physique. This transformation of the flesh meant that even in death, the body of a true martial level practitioner would hardly decay. Thus, becoming a true martial artist was not an easy feat, and reaching this level represented a significant hurdle. Han Fei still had ample points at his disposal, and if needed, he could always earn more. While Han Fei was deeply engrossed in his training, a disturbance occurred by the seaside. A creature as large as a small island and AO crawled out from the sea, followed by numerous reptilian sea beasts such as turtles, shrimps, crabs, and more. These beasts, all above the 7th rank, formed a terrifying army. Led by the massive AO, they marched mightily towards Tianhai City. Inside an office in Tianhai City, Su Shanha, the president of the Tianhai City Martial Artists Association, was busy with some matters when a man burst in without even knocking, looking quite panicked. "President, something terrible has happened." Su Shanha, seeing the middle-aged man's urgent demeanor, frowned and asked what happened. "We have detected a massive army of sea creatures advancing towards Tianhai City, led by a gigantic turtle-like creature of immense power, potentially at the level of a true martial master," said the man with a troubled expression. Upon hearing this, Su Shanha abruptly stood up and exclaimed, "A true martial level? How could this be?" The man replied, "This is the video footage we captured. These beasts will reach Tianhai City in less than half a day." Su Shanha watched as the man opened his screen displaying the video of the turtle leading the sea creatures. His face turned pale instantly. Why would the sea creatures suddenly invade Tianhai City? After so many years of peace, why now? Su Shanha was puzzled. He quickly activated his communicator and dialed a number. After the connection was made, an elderly man with black hair appeared and said, "Su Shanha, what matter disturbs me?" Su Shanha hurriedly responded, "Master Mu, there's a serious problem. A large group of sea creatures is heading towards Tianhai City, led by what might be a true martial level turtle." The normally calm elder suddenly showed a look of shock. "What? A true martial level sea creature? Are you sure?" Su Shanha replied, "I will send you the video right away and you will see for yourself." After sending the video and having it reviewed, Master Mu's expression grew even grimmer. "What have you done to provoke them? Aren't the sea creatures usually peaceful with you?" Su Shanha couldn't explain clearly, saying, "Now is not the time to discuss this. We need to deal with this turtle, or Tianhai City will face a great disaster." Master Mu stated, "We can only ask the Chu family to send a true martial level powerhouse to negotiate with the turtle." Su Shanha nodded and replied, "All right." After hanging up the communicator, Su Shanha instructed, "Keep a close watch on the movements of these sea creatures and hope that the Chu family can intervene soon." At the Chu family, right after a meeting, they received the message from Master Mu. Upon seeing the video, Chu Yuntian said, "Young Fourth, take some people and see why this turtle is attacking Tianhai City." Chu Yunkuan, puzzled, said, "I'm not sure, but since it's Master Mu's request, we should check it out. After all, the Chu family is the leading clan in the East China region, and it's time to demonstrate our prestige," Chu Yuntian stated. Chu Yunkuan replied, "All right, I'll go right away." Chu Yunkuan left with several emperor-level warriors from the Chu family. Meanwhile, Han Fei was still engrossed in immersive fishing in Tianhai City, remained as usual without any disturbances. However, as soon as the news of Chu Tianxiong being killed by Han Fei spread from the Chu family, it shattered the tranquility, stirring up a storm. It quickly spread to the Tianhai Martial Arts Academy, and everyone who knew Han Fei was utterly shocked. Han Fei had actually killed Chu Tianxiong of the Chu family and had reached the late emperor stage. This revelation stunned them to their core. Li Xinya stared at the message popping up on her communicator, unable to snap back to reality for a long time. Han Fei, an emperor. Li Yu's face turned pale. "An emperor? How is this possible?" Morongyu was even more horrified. She knew Han Fei was extraordinary, but she had never imagined him to be this formidable. An 18-year-old emperor, this was simply defying the heavens. When Sitamushue read the message in her room, she was so shocked that she bit her own tongue. After the initial shock, Sitamushue was incredibly excited. A martial emperor, and in the late stages no less, that was even more powerful than her father. This was terrifyingly impressive. The man she admired was truly extraordinary.